The cold iron bars of my cell seemed to close in around me as I fought to steady my breathing. That sudden, searing agony had torn through our bond. Rosalie's pain became mine, a brutal reminder of how fragile our connection truly was. For one heart-stopping moment, I was certain I'd lost her. If the Balorian had reached her, I couldn't bear the thought. It would have been my fault, my miscalculation, that sent that monster her way. But then, just as quickly as it came, the pain receded. The bond still hummed, fierce and alive, telling me she was breathing. Somewhere in this godforsaken prison, Rosalie was fighting, and I had to cling to that small mercy like a lifeline. I threw a thin sheet over the front bars, shielding myself from prying eyes. No one needed to see the stolen cuff key clenched in my palm, pilfered from one of Solaria's most slippery thieves, while he was being dragged up the stairs beside me. The temptation to use it to break free and hunt her down was a living thing clawing at my insides, but I held back. Tonight the guards were everywhere. My block alone felt like a hornet's nest. Even with my magic, I wouldn't have made it 2 steps before they swarmed me. So what now? How do you quiet a storm that's ripping you apart from the inside? I needed to hit something, break something, feel something other than this helpless rage. But then it hit me clear and undeniable. I didn't need violence. I needed her. I had to see Rosalie, to hold her, to kiss her until neither of us could think straight. Not knowing if she was truly okay was shredding my sanity. And with all the chaos echoing through the penitentiary halls, maybe, just maybe, no one would notice if I slipped away for a little while. I moved to the back wall, unlocking my magic with a low hum of power. A silencing bubble shimmered into place around me as I formed tools from ice, cold and precise. Brick by brick, I worked them loose, my hands trembling not from fear but from need. My girl, my enemy, my mate. None of the old hatreds mattered tonight. Nothing was going to keep me from her. When the hole was finally big enough, I slipped through, then turned and wove a hasty illusion behind me, a perfect replica of the wall, and a convincing lump in my bed that might fool a guard from a distance. It wouldn't hold up under real scrutiny, but it was a risk I had to take. Tonight, I was playing by my own rules. The chaos in Darkmore was reaching a fever pitch, but I had to trust that the stars would grant me a narrow opening. I slipped through the shadows behind the cells, my pulse quickening with each step toward the one I longed for. I'd watched her for what felt like forever, memorizing the exact cell where she stayed. I could almost see her stretched out on that thin mattress, her expression shifting from annoyance to reluctant acceptance once she realized I wasn't here to fight. All I wanted was to pull her close and feel the rhythm of her heart against my chest. What in the sun's name was this doing to me? Under normal circumstances, I'd resist this pull, but the mate bond refused to be ignored. It felt like the moon itself was urging me forward. I craved the warmth of her body, the softness of her lips, the way she, "All right, idiot, rein it in." I reached her cell and pressed my ear to the cold stone. Shouts echoed from her block, but I couldn't tell if they came from guards or inmates, so I whispered an amplifying spell. My eyes closed as I focused, and I recognized Plunger's off-key rendition of the Rainbow Song, seriously unsettling. No guard commands nearby, though. It would have to do. I imagined her inside, wishing for a wolf like me to sweep in and kiss her lonely mouth. Shadowbrook to the rescue, right? I summoned a sharp ice pick and carefully worked a brick loose until I could peer inside. My heart dropped. The cell stood empty, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. "Rosalie," I whispered, hoping she might be tucked near the wall. Silence. "Love," I growled, fear tightening around my ribs. "Shadowbrook," Rory's voice drifted from a vent nearby, sharp with anger. "You thieving bastard, I'll snap your legs for taking that key." "Where is she?" I snarled, brushing off his threat. If he wanted a Fae-on-Fae brawl, I was ready, but right now, nothing mattered except finding my mate. A tense pause hung between us before he finally spoke. "Heard she's in the hole. Some guards were talking about it earlier." Damn it, for how long? No idea, he shot back bitterly. Return that key, Shadowbrook. She left it with me, she trusts me. The sting of his words hit hard, not that it surprised me. Trust had never been our strong suit, but she was my mate and some part of me kept expecting more than she'd ever give. Maybe it was irrational, but I'd blame the moon and focus on finding her. If I started questioning my sanity now, it'd be a long damn night because, like it or not, Rosalie Oscura had dug deep under my skin, and I knew there was no digging her out. I'll keep it safe myself, I growled. Pretty sure she'll show her gratitude in her own way. No harm twisting the knife when Rory Knight couldn't keep his nose out of my business. He knew she was mine, now time to back off. Last warning, Rory snarled, a low lion's rumble echoing from his cell. My spine tingled and I bared my teeth. Get lost, I said coolly, sealing the brick back with ice before turning toward my own cell. My heart pounded as I slipped inside, quickly mixing crumbled mortar into paste to repair the wall. Once it was done, I stood, key in hand, and turned just as the sheet covering the bars was yanked away. My fingers were just about to click the cuffs shut when I locked eyes with Officer Rind. His gaze was sharp and predatory, like a hawk spotting a mouse in an open field. My stomach dropped and my pulse skyrocketed as he barked an alarm. Backup now, code 52. And vines shot from his hands, wrapping around my wrists before I could even lift my hands in surrender. 4 more guards rushed in behind him, magic crackling in their palms. One wrong move and I knew they wouldn't hesitate. I let the key slip from my fingers. It chimed softly as it hit the floor and I dropped to my knees, letting Rind's vines tighten around me. The cell door groaned open and I was yanked out, slammed face first into the cold ground. An officer's knee dug into my spine as he reactivated the cuffs, and I felt the familiar hollow ache as my magic drained away. Helpless, that's what I was. Somewhere out there, Rosalie needed me. I could feel it like a knot in my chest, and here I was, right back where I started. Captured. Powerless. All because I couldn't stay away from my mate. Damn it all. Take him down for questioning, Officer Nixon's gravelly voice cut through the chaos. I want every spell traced, every corner of his cell tossed. Now, they dragged me away as others stormed my cell. The paste I'd used wouldn't leave a trace and my tools were long gone. They'd find nothing. But that didn't mean this was going to be easy. For 3 straight days, I was in a room with Quentin. He tried everything: poisons, blades, mind games. But I'd been trained by the toughest lunar I'd ever known. Pain was just another language, and I knew how to speak it without saying a word. I rebuilt memories, buried truths under layers of fiction. Rosalie's name never left my lips, Rory's either. I held fast, but the real blow came later when Nixon strolled beside me wearing that smug, punchable grin. 15 more years, he said, like he was talking about the weather. 10 for the key, 5 for intent. Maybe another 5 if we tie you to the Balorian release. He watched me, waiting for a crack. I gave him nothing. Just the hollow echo of a future that had slipped through my fingers. News travels at lightning speed in this prison. Half the population already has you tried and convicted, and plenty are furious because their buddies got torn apart by the creature you supposedly set free. I didn't release anything, I snapped, my voice low and dangerous, even though my options for backing up that threat were painfully slim. Acting out would just tack more years onto my sentence. Damn it, how was I going to break this to my sisters? A heavy wave of guilt and dread washed over me. I had been right on the brink of freedom, so agonizingly close I could almost feel it. I'd marked off every week, every day. There were moments I swore I could smell the open air waiting beyond these walls. I choked back a frustrated sound, keeping my expression stone cold as Nixon's arm bumped against mine. You know, I could always keep an eye out for you in here, one, he murmured, his tone slick and slimy. You help me, I help you, how's that sound? He gave me a look that made my skin crawl, wetting his lips slowly. My lip curled in disgust. Touch me and I'll make sure you regret it, I snarled. His hand drifted toward his shock baton. Say that again. I dare you, he hissed as we reached the second level and neared the mess hall. I bit my tongue. I didn't need another trip to solitary, or worse, another run-in with Quentin. Nixon lifted his chin like he'd scored some kind of victory. Out in the real world, V already made him regret opening his mouth. But here in Darkmore, life was just one long, miserable joke. And now I had 15 more years of it to look forward to. Eyes locked onto me the moment Nixon left my side. Whispers broke out as my pack rose from their seats, howling with restless energy. I fought to keep my composure, to not collapse into despair. I had plans, a life waiting, a gang to run. Now, nothing. Just more wasted days, more years down the drain. An experienced deer shifter passed by with his tray, and for a split second, rage surged through me. I wanted to slam it right into his face. My muscles trembled with pent-up adrenaline, but I clenched my fists and held back. No sense digging myself a deeper hole. Harper reached me first, and I pulled her into a tight embrace, burying my face in her dreadlocks as the rest of my pack closed in, their hands offering what comfort they could. I'm so sorry, Alpha, Harper said, her voice thick with emotion. Not your fault, I replied darkly. How long did they give you? She asked, pulling back to search my face. 15 years, I rasped. Her eyes went wide with horror before she wrapped herself around me again, a mournful howl escaping her lips. My gaze drifted across the room, locking onto Rory Knight sitting alone, though his shades lingered nearby. He watched me with cold detachment, and I glared right back. He was going to come for me over that stolen key. I knew it. I just didn't know when. Turning away, I instinctively scanned the room for Rosalie. It was too much to hope she'd be out of the hole already, but disappointment settled heavily in my gut anyway. At least I wasn't down there with her. Not that I felt particularly grateful, considering my youth was being stolen right out from under me. Any word on when the Oscura leader is coming back? I muttered to Harper, keeping my worry for Rosalie carefully hidden. Heard Cain gave her a full month in isolation, Harper said, a spark of excitement in her eyes. I forced a smile to match hers. Perfect. My life was officially screwed. I was a coiled spring of raw energy, ready to explode. The order suppressant might keep my wolf locked down, but it couldn't cage my instincts. The mate bond was an unstomachable force, pushing me toward her, demanding I seek her out and break her free. It blurred the lines between my own will and its relentless pull, making me a prisoner to its call, a captive to her. The thought of spending another month in this hellhole without her felt nearly as unbearable as the extra years tacked onto my sentence. My gaze snapped to Cain across the room, his thick arms folded tight as he shot daggers at anyone in sight, looking like he'd gladly drench us all in feasting and strike a match. Honestly, it's a wonder they don't do it more often. Executions around here aren't what they used to be, not since new regulations started protecting even the worst of the worst. All thanks to some high-profile inmate with connections in high places. Not that I'm complaining if playing favorites gets me out of a death sentence for swiping that key. Who am I to judge? The whole system's a damn circus. I may be guilty of plenty, but not the crime I was convicted for. I've kept my nose clean, done my time, stayed out of trouble, or tried to anyway. My pack, hand-picked. Most are in for crossing the Oscuras. These days, you don't mess with that family in Alestria and walk away. But let's be real, some of these guys are just bad news. You can't avoid it in a place like this. Running a hand through my hair, I broke away from the group and found a seat at a bench while my wolves brought over what passed for breakfast today. I dug into a bowl of oatmeal drizzled with honey and fruit, my mood sinking as I pictured my girl locked up again, alone in the dark. She's probably going out of her mind without me, thinking about me constantly, craving my touch. And now, with more time added to my stay, we've got nothing but time ahead of us. The thought hit me like a physical blow and I recoiled. I've always tried to stay positive, but finding a silver lining in 15 extra years, not happening. I dropped my spoon, my jaw tightening as I scrambled for a way out. An appeal. I needed lawyers, but I'm broke. Every last cent went into my first failed appeal, and what was left is keeping my family afloat. I won't take that from them. Harper started rubbing my shoulders and my skin crawled. Once her touch might have been welcome, but since the bond, every other wolf, every other woman feels wrong. It's a brutal twist of fate. I was counting on getting out of here, putting miles between me and Rosalie. Now I'm stuck in Darkmore, still aching for her, still pushing my own pack away. Enough, I snapped, sharper than I meant to. Harper jumped back with a whimper. Sorry, love, I didn't finish. There was nothing left to say. I've lost it all. The one thing keeping me going was the light at the end of this tunnel, and now it's gone. I was so close to freedom. How did I screw it up over an Oscura girl? It's pathetic. And the worst part, a piece of me is relieved. Now I don't have to leave her. Now I can stay, see her, hold her, claim her. I'll endure this hell longer than planned, but if it means I get to keep her, maybe it's worth it. The universe must be laughing at me. It's been almost 3 months since Rosalie went into solitary, and I'm falling apart. I don't sleep. I barely eat. My pack thinks I've lost it. Sometimes I think so too. Every day I'm pulling strings, calling in favors, doing whatever it takes to learn what's happening to her behind those walls. Nobody could tell me when she'd be set free. Only Cain knew, the bastard who locked her up and controlled her future. I was done acting like she didn't matter to me. I had to take the chance. I couldn't carry this alone any longer. The secret was eating me alive, and if I didn't let it out soon, it would destroy me. So I came up with a plan to solve 2 problems at once and called Harper to my cell. Hey, Alpha, she said, wearing that same concerned expression everyone had been giving me for months, ever since Rosalie showed up and turned my world upside down, making me ridiculously happy and miserably conflicted all at once. I stood there in my jumpsuit, sleeves tied around my waist, chest bare. Harper tilted her head as I moved past her and tugged the sheet over the bars for privacy. I need to tell you something no one else can know, I began, my voice low. And I need a huge favor. I've got no one else to turn to, Harper. I trust you. Her eyebrows knitted together. Anything. I took her hand, pulling her farther from the door, my voice dropping to a near whisper. Stars, I missed silencing charms. This place had ears everywhere, even without magical gifts. I'm keeping a dangerous secret, I admitted, my throat tight. Something that could tear our pack apart, make everyone, including you, lose faith in me completely. I knew the risk, but I couldn't keep hiding this. Maybe, just maybe, Harper would stand by me. She'd always been a loyal beta, but this would test that loyalty like nothing before. What is it, Alpha? She asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Swear you won't tell anyone, I pressed, already planning to seal the promise with a star vow next time we were at the magic compound. She nodded firmly. I promise. I let out a strained laugh. How do I even say this? I've been mated to an Oscura. The moon decided, not me. I fought it, I'm still fighting it, but it was out of my control. Who? She gasped, her face twisting in horror. Rosalie Oscura, I rasped, and she flinched, disgust written all over her features. A surge of possessiveness shot through me. I wanted to snarl at her for that look, to make her see that Rosalie was everything. But I held back. It was all so messed up. It's been months. I hid the mark. I turned, showing her the thorny rose tattoo I'd wrapped around it, ironically, almost identical to the ink winding up her body. Everything I did lately seemed to circle back to her, whether I meant it to or not. Oh, my stars, Harper breathed, her fingers lightly tracing the silver crescent hidden in the design. Alpha, this is a disaster. Quiet, I hissed, spinning her around and pressing her against the wall, my hand over her mouth. You tell no one. The threat hung in the air. If she broke her word, she was dead. Simple as that. I lowered my hand, my next request burning on my tongue. It's why I can't be with any of you anymore. Why I can't sleep with anyone. I'm hers, Harper. Whether I like it or not, body and soul. Her eyes widened and she kept nodding slowly, trying to take it all in. So I need cover, I said carefully. I need the pack to understand why I'm pulling away. And Harper, I need you to pretend to be my mate. Her jaw dropped. But Alpha, I know what I'm asking. But your sentence ends in 6 months. Do this for me. Then you'll have the freedom to join any wolves you choose. It's not Ethan, she snapped, using my full name for the first time, and I instinctively growled back, recognizing the challenge in her tone. I can't survive without the pack's closeness. I'd lose my mind completely. I took a slow breath, accepting her truth. She was right, it was too much to ask. Forcing her to ignore her instincts for that long would be unbearable, something I knew all too well. Maybe I can arrange for you to spend time with a couple of wolves under my supervision. Some partners enjoy that. It's not unusual. She seemed to relax at the suggestion. And you'll be there too, she asked hopefully. I'd been with Harper before, but as Alpha, I was accustomed to wolves seeking my attention. I'd shared moments with many in my pack and beyond. Yet being Alpha meant I didn't crave their presence the way they did mine. Most found satisfaction in pleasing me, and she was clearly missing that connection too. Yes, I'll be there, I stated firmly, and a faint smile touched her lips. I'll keep your secret. You'll need a mark. I reached to trace the spot behind her ear where Rosalie had hers. The idea of anyone else standing in her place twisted my gut, even as a pretense. But this gave me a believable reason to keep the pack at a distance without revealing the truth that could shatter my leadership of the Lunar Brotherhood in Darkmore. Who would follow an Alpha after that? Will you do it? She asked. No, I've asked Alvin Zion for discretion. He handled this. I gestured to the tattoo covering my mark, and she nodded, a flicker of hurt in her eyes that I'd confided in someone else first. I was scared of how you'd react, love, I said softly, and she sighed in understanding. But how will you handle this? Ryder Drac, let's not talk about my former leader, I cut in sharply. It won't end like that. Promise me, she pleaded. I swear it, I replied firmly. I'll find a solution. I've never known a mate bond to break, but I'll search for answers for you, she said, pulling me into a tight embrace. I'm sorry this is happening. I nearly said me too, but it would have been a lie. Part of me wished I regretted it, wished I could undo it, but now that Rosalie was my mate, all I truly wanted was to keep her forever. The conflict was tearing me apart. Thank you, Harper. I held her close, feeling some of the weight lift from my shoulders. I wasn't used to hardship. I ruled from the top. No one had ever disrupted my world until Rosalie turned everything upside down. And damn, I was going out of my mind without her. I had to find a way to free her from that place, and not just for myself. 3 months in isolation could break anyone, no matter how strong. I could feel its corrosive effect on her, just as it gnawed at me. I swear Sin Wilder was as stable as a sober nun when he went in well, maybe a tipsy nun who'd spent time in Starfall Asylum. Either way, he's definitely lost half his sanity since. We'll announce it once the tattoo is finished, I said, and she beamed, happy to help, though darkness lingered in her gaze over why it was necessary. The bell rang, signaling time to head to the magic compound, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I needed to post more tasks on the veiled wall, digging for any scrap of news on Rosalie's release. At this point, the Fae hiring informants probably thought they were edging into stalker territory. With how obsessed I'd become, the anonymity of the prison walls gave me a certain freedom. I didn't give a damn what anyone thought. Harper and I left the cell, my wolves greeting me with eager howls as I ran my hands over their heads before leading the way out. Crossing the bridge, we were escorted toward the magic compound. Our block arrived first, but I scowled at the heightened security around the entrance. 14 guards stood watch, and Officer Cain motioned me forward. Inside, he ordered, holding the door open. I shot him a dangerous smirk as I passed, stepping through just as the door slammed shut behind me. On the other side of the glass partition, Officer Lyle looked unusually pale and sweaty, running a hand through his red hair. "Hey there, handsome. You're looking a little flustered today," I said, turning on the charm. He wasn't having it. "Hands," he instructed flatly. I slid them through the openings with a frown, and instead of partially unlocking my cuffs to release my magic, he turned the key all the way. The cuffs clattered to the counter. "What the?" I started, but before I could finish, he'd snapped 2 sleek silver bands around my wrists. "What's with the new jewelry?" I asked. "Security upgrade," he replied with a faint, almost sympathetic smile. "Now go." The door into the compound stood open, but I hesitated, glancing back at the tense guards staring in. They looked ready for a fight. Good luck to anyone stupid enough to start one today. I finally stepped through and made my way to our usual benches, sitting front and center. Resting my elbows on my knees, I flexed my fingers and conjured a chalice of ice, filling it with crystal-clear water. Sipping slowly, I watched other inmates get processed. The new cuffs gleamed under the light, no keyhole in sight. How the hell did these come off? After finishing my drink, I melted the ice and tugged experimentally at one band. "They're as strong as a milkman's asshole." I glanced up at the rough voice. Sin Wilder stood there grinning like a madman, which, honestly, suited him. His jumpsuit strained over bulging muscles, sleeves rolled up to show off tattoos covering his dark arms. "How'd you beat my pack in here?" I growled. "And what makes you think a milkman's got a strong asshole?" Not sure why I even asked, but curiosity got the better of me. "I don't wait in line unless I feel like it," Sin said with a shrug, flames dancing between his fingers. "And today I didn't." I straightened up, chin raised, ready in case he decided to throw a punch. "You never knew with him. As for your second question," he added, "I'd have to kill you if I told you. Still wanna know?" "Hard pass," I replied, shrugging it off, though now I was seriously wondering. Sin picked up a wall ball and tossed it, and I turned as Rory Knight stepped through the gate ahead of my pack. "Were all the troublemakers in Darkmore trying to play alpha today? Because I'm the only real number one around here. Ever since Sin caught me with Rosalie, he's been messing with my head, acting like he owns me. For now, I play along, but I'm working every day to turn the tables. Someone's real eager to know when Rosalie Oscura gets sprung from lockup," Sin mused, bouncing a ball rhythmically off the wall while glancing at the magical script glowing faintly on his palm. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, kitten?" "Go to hell," I snarled. Rory shot a look our way as he drifted closer to the wall. "First damn thing you've said that I actually agree with," he shot back, venom dripping from his words as he glared at Sin. That got my attention sharp and quick. Not long ago, Rory had tried to cave my skull in over a lost key, but the hate in his eyes now was something else entirely. He'd caught me in a foul mood the day I got back from Quentin and landed a few solid hits when he ambushed me in the library. For whatever reason, he'd held back on using magic or shifting into his order form out in the yard. No, Rory Knight wanted to do this old school, with his bare hands, and he got what he wanted. But I gave as good as I got. He broke my nose before the guards broke us up, and maybe part of me welcomed the pain, like some kind of penance for being dumb enough to lose that key. Turns out they were planning to swap our cuffs anyway, so magic would have been off the table regardless. As my pack started filing into the compound, I seized the moment before they reached us. I strode over to Sin and Rory, fingers flicking as I threw up a silencing bubble around us. "Oh yeah, and what's your problem with him, asshole?" Rory sized me up like he was debating whether I was worth the breath. But after another glance at Sin, whose eyes held a murderous glint, he spoke up. "Sin let the Balorian loose. Rosa almost died. We all could have." "That true?" I turned on Sin, anger boiling under my skin. My intel from the wall gig said Rosalie got cornered by the Balorian on level 8. Cain found her just in time, then tossed her in the hole for attacking him. Why she'd go after him, I still couldn't piece together. Sin just shrugged. She asked me to. Actually, she told you not to, dumbass, Rory hissed, stepping forward and squaring his broad shoulders. Why would she ask you something like that? I pressed. None of your business, Rory snapped, and I narrowed my eyes at him. Sin frowned, looking genuinely puzzled as he studied Rory. So you're saying I'm responsible? Yeah, genius, that's exactly what he's saying, I cut in. But why were you two even talking about something like that? There was a piece missing here, something I wasn't seeing. Sin threw his head back and laughed like a madman, flames swirling around him in an air element-fueled breeze. Total psycho. Well, that's news, he said, cutting his laugh short and baring his teeth at Rory. So how do I get her out? Dunno. Ask Cain nicely, he's the one who locked her up, Rory tossed back sarcastically before turning and striding away without another word. Sin's gaze drifted toward the outer fence where Cain stood guard, a dangerous thoughtfulness settling over his expression. Why do you do it, Sin? I demanded, but he acted like I wasn't even there, walking off like I was nothing. Irritation prickled down my spine. I dropped the silencing spell and stalked back to my bench, a low growl in my throat. As much as I wanted to peel Sin's face off and serve it for dinner, I still had mine and Rosalie's secret to keep. So for now, I was leashed. But I had my pack and a few anonymous allies from the veiled wall digging into his business, turning over every rock. Sooner or later, something would turn up. And when it did, I'd put that bastard right back in his place. I met up with my crew, pulled Harper from her seat, and led her away from the others. I cast a silencing spell around us, layering it with an illusion to obscure my lips as an extra precaution. I made Harper swear a star-bound oath to keep my secret, the magic binding us to 7 years of misfortune if either broke it. Once the vow was sealed, I went searching for Alvin, the next piece of my plan. I spotted him just as he was sent flying a solid 100 yards by a massive Pegasus built like a tank. The guy wore a white muscle shirt, his jumpsuit sleeves knotted at his waist, colorful ink covering his bulging arms. He and his crew were decked out in vibrant tattoos. Their leader, Sparkle, stood a step behind him, her hair cut short and shimmering with rainbow glitter. Yeah, that's really her name, and the muscle beside her is Glitterpuff. No joke. Sparkle had it out for me ever since rumors spread that I'd gotten my hands on the cuff key. One of her herd had been killed by a Balorian, and somehow I was getting the blame. But if a bunch of winged horses thought they could take on the strongest wolf pack in Darkmore, they were in for a rude awakening. I strode over, Harper close behind, and hauled Alvin up by his collar. He was so light his feet dangled for a second before I set him down. He nodded gratefully, then ducked behind me and my beta like the clever rat he was. Back off, Sparkle, he's with me. And no, that wasn't an insult. Alvin was a Tiberian rat shifter. Rumor had it he landed in Darkmore for spying on powerful figures and selling their secrets to the press, though I had a feeling there was more to his story. You don't end up in a place like this just for gossip. But hey, everyone here guards their secrets. It's one of the few things we can control. Then what was he doing in our territory? Sparkle snapped, her herd gathering behind her, stamping and whinnying in agreement. I eyed their tattoos, rainbows, clouds, wings, and that twisted horn emblem, a Pegasus leaping through clouds, only instead of a horn, it had a bloodied silver knife. Their ink said things like, "You've been horned and glitter is fitter." Across Sparkle's collarbone, it read, "Rainbow is the new black." Funny if it weren't for the fact I'd watched them gore weaker inmates right in the order yard without a second thought. This whole side of the wall belongs to Lunar, I snarled. If you want your own turf, go pick a fight with the Oscuras, but here, this is my domain. Challenge me or get lost, she bristled, her herd stirring angrily. What's so special about the rat, Shadowbrook? Her light blue eyes narrowed. None of your damn business, sweetheart, I shot back, my own temper flaring. She pushed, tone sharp like she was actually considering a fight, and honestly, with the mood I was in, I would have welcomed it. "He's a decent tattoo artist," I said with a smirk. "Not many of those around, judging by the artwork on your crew." Glitterpuff snorted beside me, all aggressive posturing, as if some overgrown My Little Pony could intimidate me. "Take your little Sparkle squad and get lost." "Don't underestimate my numbers," Sparkle shot back, her voice edged with threat. "They're multiplying by the day, Shadowbrook. Mark my words." "Noted," I replied, flipping her off before turning to Alvin. I clapped him on the shoulder maybe a little too hard and he stumbled, barely keeping his balance. "Try to stay out of trouble." He nodded quickly, already backing away, but I pulled him closer. "I need one more thing from you," I murmured, casting a silencing charm around us. I explained the symbol I needed inked onto Harper's skin. Once he agreed to do it that night, I made him swear secrecy before sending him off. Harper I sent back to the pack. Then I went hunting for Cain. I found him just beyond the fence, strolling over like I hadn't a care in the world, even though my pulse was hammering and fury simmered just beneath my skin. I bit back what I really wanted to say: "Let my mate go, you soulless leech," and forced a polished Shadowbrook smile. "Officer," I said, all politeness. "Guess I should thank you for locking up my favorite pain in the ass." Cain's stormy eyes swept over me, his mouth a grim line. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen the guy crack a smile. Maybe he'd had it surgically removed at birth. When he didn't speak, I pushed on. "It's been a minute, though. Should I expect her to come waltzing back in here like she owns the place anytime soon?" His tongue slid over his teeth, and my attention snagged on some weird new gadget hanging around his neck. What was that thing? "She's not going anywhere for a long time," he said, his voice flat and hollow. Rage coiled tight in my throat, but I kept my expression neutral. "Between you and me," I said, leaning in slightly, "I kinda miss putting her in her place. Do me a solid, send someone worth my time. I'll make it entertaining. You've seen how she gets under my skin." I dangled the offer like bait, but he didn't bite. Instead, he drew his taser, fangs lengthening as he glared. "Get out of my sight, one." My control snapped. "Oh, come on," I snarled, the plea warping into something raw and angry. "Last warning," he hissed. I backed off, jaw clenched, muscles tense. The rest of my time in the compound was spent pacing, seething, giving up on even pretending to look for work. Cain was going to keep her locked up as long as he damn well pleased. And by the sound of it, that meant a very, very long time. When our time was up, Cain lifted that strange remote around his neck and pressed a button. The cuffs on my wrists flared to life, cutting off my magic in one brutal swipe. A soft blue glow pulsed from the metal, shimmering like trapped starlight. A cold dread settled in my gut. I wasn't getting out of these. Not unless some guard felt generous. 15 more years. No stolen keys. No glimpses of freedom. But more than magic, more than open sky or the moon I hadn't seen in what felt like forever, I wanted one thing: Rosalie Oscura. And I was starting to believe I'd burn this whole place down just to hold her again. I shut my eyes, clinging to the pathetic delusion that none of this was real. That my world wasn't this 6-step box. That I hadn't forgotten the feel of fresh air or the sight of the moon. But the ache in my bones told another story, one I couldn't ignore. With my eyes shut tight, I could almost trick myself into feeling the soft touch of moonlight on my skin, imagining the shivers running through me were from the pull of the shift. Not this deep, relentless cold that had settled into my bones until trembling felt like breathing. I tried to pretend the damp smell of rot came from forest moss or the creek that ran below my Aunt Bianca's vineyard. For a moment, I could almost stand again in that peaceful valley, surrounded by my pack racing through the trees toward me. I pictured Aunt Bianca scolding us for missing supper, and if I concentrated hard enough, I swore I could almost catch the scent of her cooking drifting on the breeze, calling us home. Damn, home. I ached for it more than anything: the wind tangling my hair, the rich taste of our family's wine, the chorus of laughter, arguments and howls echoing from 100 Oscuras and more. When I sank this deep into memory, it didn't feel so far away. This cramped cell could almost be a bad dream, my mind warping the pain my father put me through into some new kind of torture. Maybe I was just asleep, about to wake up warm and safe in my own bed. But then the man across the hall started screaming again. The sound jerked me back, shattering the fragile world I'd built. My perfect forest dissolved into 4 grim walls of grimy brick, scarred with scratches from fae who'd been trapped here before, if you could call this living. Bitter acid climbed my throat as I forced my eyes open. I should have known better. Fate always kisses you with one hand and slaps you with the other. I survived the Balorian, uncovered twisted secrets in psych, and now I was paying for that luck by living this nightmare. All because of one man who decided my life was his to control, to throw away like I meant nothing. I will have my revenge. Mason Cain would learn what happens when you cross an Oscura Alpha. Not that I'd seen him since he locked me in here. Coward, sooner or later he'd have to face me. Of course, revenge had taken a backseat these past few months. Cain promised a month down here. The last time I saw Hastings, I begged to know how long it had been, praying this eternity was almost over, but it's been 3 months. No sign of release. No Cain. No hope. Was I a fool to think I could break out to free Sin and Rory along with myself? Instead, I'm alone in this dark box, forgotten. What must Dante be thinking? He warned me not to take this on, but he understood why I had to. Now it's been months without a word. My family must be going out of their minds. They should have been told I'm in isolation, but who knows? These days, the only thing I'm sure of is these 4 walls and the ghost of my father's voice keeping me company. Your mother was nothing but a cheap thrill, and I'm starting to think you're cut from the same cloth. Maybe I should stop wasting my time trying to shape you into something respectable and just let the pack put you to the only use you're good for. I'll do better, I promise, I pleaded, my voice strained from the agony of my shattered fingers. Felix loomed over me, his cold stare daring me to look away. A reckless impulse surged through me to meet his eyes with defiance, to bare my teeth and go for his throat. But I held back. Deep down, I knew how that would end, with me bleeding out on the ground, not him. His lip twisted into that familiar sneer reserved just for me, and he lunged, seizing my wrist. A sharp cry escaped me as pain shot through my hand. "Let's see what you're really made of, runt," he growled, yanking me through the house and out onto the porch. I stumbled as he hauled me down the steps and across the yard toward the ever-burning bonfire where 3 men sat drinking. Felix's pack was always nearby. This was the smallest gathering I'd ever seen. "My dear daughter isn't mastering her pain tolerance as I'd hoped," Felix announced as the 3 large wolf shifters turned their predatory gazes on me. None of them were true Oscuras by blood, just lackeys who followed my father's lead. Bert eyed me like I was prey, a smirk playing on his lips. I remembered months earlier when Felix had forced me into the woods with a warning, "Don't let any of them catch me." I'd outrun them all, my wolf form built for speed, my sights set on the distant mountains. For a moment, freedom felt possible, but fate had a cruel sense of humor. A sudden blizzard buried the trails and hunger gnawed at me even through my thick fur. I nearly froze before turning back, terrified of the punishment waiting for me. To my shock, Felix had praised me instead, calling me his figlia, his daughter, in front of everyone. He'd held me, fed me, even given me a new blanket. For one glowing evening, I let myself believe things could be different. But the next day, the training, the pain only intensified. He wanted more, always more. "Maybe," Felix replied to Bert, his tone dripping with disdain. "I'm just wondering if she's even worth the trouble." The thought crossed his mind that I might serve better as a pack whore. Ralph let out a low chuckle, his dirt-colored eyes sweeping over my slender frame, and I tensed under his stare. At just 11 years old, I already understood more than I should about sex. My father's pack held public orgies often. I'd watched these very men with other wolves right here on the lawn. But until now, no one had ever hinted I might join. She doesn't even have breasts yet, Ralph remarked with a smirk. Take your clothes off, Runt. Let's see what you've got to offer, Papa said, his tone disturbingly casual. For the first time, the idea of undressing in front of others filled me with dread. Shifting since age 3 meant nudity was nothing new. Countless eyes had seen me bare, but this felt different, dangerous. Guess it doesn't matter about her chest if you take her from behind, Kurt added, and they all laughed, though I sensed no real desire in their eyes. I'd seen how they looked at others when they wanted them. This wasn't that. Strip, Rosalie, Papa urged. Let them see what their new pack whore has to offer. No, I snarled, pulling back and cradling my injured hand. I'm not a pack whore. I knew what the title meant, low-ranking fae who bought their place through service and submission. They trailed after the dominant pack members, eager to please, but that would never be me. I wasn't made to serve, that much I knew with certainty. Well then, Felix said, a dark hunger gleaming in his eyes, you'd better prove it. His threat was real. I knew he wouldn't hesitate to force me to my knees, whether for these men or others. It was only a matter of time before they saw me not as a child, but as a woman to be taken. Unless I showed them exactly who I was, someone not to be crossed. A faint whimper caught in my throat as I glanced at my broken fingers, but I swallowed it down. Drawing a sharp breath, I pushed past the pain, reaching for the shift. Agony tore through me as bones realigned, and I emerged in wolf form, holding one paw carefully off the ground. Damn, she's huge, Kurt murmured. For once, I stood eye to eye with my father, already larger than many adult wolves in the pack, a clear sign of the power growing inside me. Good, Papa purred, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes at my suffering. Now run the perimeter, make it back in 5 minutes and I'll heal your hand. Fail and training's over. If not, you can sleep in the barn with those broken fingers to remind you of your own failures. I didn't argue, I just turned and ran. There was no point. He wouldn't listen anyway. When I was healthy, it took me almost 5 minutes to circle the property. Now, with my hands screaming in agony, it felt impossible, but I refused to give up. I wanted him to heal me, so I pushed myself to run like hell and make it back in time, even if it killed me. I flexed my right hand, fighting the memories, trying to ground myself in the present, cursing myself for falling asleep. Felix always found me in my dreams. Down here in the dark, it was harder to keep him out during the day, not that I even knew if it was day. For all I knew, the sky could be pitch black miles above me. Sometimes I felt the faintest prickle on my skin, a ghost of moonlight calling my name, missing me as much as I missed it. I'd give anything to run under that moon just one more time, but I had nothing left. Down here I was no one, forgotten, alone, everything my father said I'd become. I pulled my arms inside the sleeves of my black isolation uniform, hugging myself inside the rough fabric. My fingers traced the lines of the tattoo over my ribs, the one that hid my scars. A man I was supposed to hate gave me that tattoo. He showed me I could turn pain into something powerful, beautiful, unstoppable. It symbolized my family, my element, my strength. But it also hid my weakness. I covered my scars because I couldn't face the memories they carried. Sometimes I still felt like that little girl, beaten, broken, forced to obey. Even after I thought I'd escaped, after I went to live with Aunt Bianca, he came for me one last time. And even now, knowing he can't reach me, it's hard to believe I'm truly safe, especially when he still haunts my dreams. My fingertip slid over a scar, and for a second it was like feeling that white-hot blade carving into me again. Sun steel, the deadliest weapon to the Fae. The damage never fully heals. I could almost smell the alcohol on his breath, feel the cold metal table, hear my own screams. I stumbled off my cot and lunged for the toilet, heaving, though my stomach was empty. I just choked on air until I collapsed, panting, waiting for the terror to fade. This tiny cell brought it all back every time I was trapped, helpless at someone's mercy. Now I suffer for another. Cain may hate me for what he thinks I've done, and yeah, that stung at first, but I've come to realize it doesn't matter. I may have wanted him, but I used him too, and I'd do it again. He showed me who he really is, and I'm not foolish enough to forget it. Instead of clinging to any misguided emotions I might have started to believe I felt for him, I held onto two undeniable truths I could declare with venom and certainty. I had saved his life. He abandoned me to suffer. And if I ever escaped this wretched place with even a shred of strength left, I would channel every ounce of my hatred toward him for what he'd done. Mason Cain was a dead man walking, he just hadn't realized it yet. 12 was supposed to be out of sight, out of mind. So why was she out of sight but burning so deeply in my thoughts that I couldn't focus on anything else? It felt like I'd locked her inside my own damn head, and she was clawing at the walls, tearing pieces out of my sanity. I hated her. I despised her, and yet I was completely obsessed. No, possessed. That girl had some kind of magic that slipped past every defense and burrowed under my skin. She used me, played me, made me believe that we fuck, I snarled, veins bulging as I pushed through another set in the guard's gym, sweat dripping down my bare chest. No matter how hard I worked my body, I couldn't force her out, not even after all this time. I'd thought about leaving this godforsaken place, but then I'd have to face the pathetic truth I tried so hard to ignore. Outside these walls, I had nothing and no one. In here, I had one thing keeping me grounded, a purpose. Containing the monsters of this world while making sure I didn't become one myself. Because if I walked out looking for something else, I knew exactly how it would go. The bloodthirsty creature inside me wouldn't stay quiet. I'd find ways to feed it. I'd cross lines. And sooner or later, I'd end up right back here in chains. I'd already flirted with the edge of the law more times than I could count. Attending underground hunts was just the start. And then 12 showed up with her hypnotic gaze and innocent act. She had me wrapped around her finger, risking the one thing I'd fought tooth and nail to claim. This job, this identity, the only barrier between me and the monster I was supposed to be. For one fleeting moment, I actually believed what we had was real. That I'd found someone who not only sought out the darkness in me but welcomed it. But all she was really doing was making a fool out of me. Of course, she didn't actually care. I'm the most unlikable bastard in Celeria. What could I possibly offer a girl except privileges inside a hellhole like Darkmore? And now it's painfully clear that's all she ever wanted. So why didn't she just let me die? With a roar of fury, I hurled the 50-pound dumbbell across the room, chest heaving, heat boiling under my skin. It was Saturday. Most of the staff were home with their families, enjoying time with friends. The place was a ghost town, just how I liked it. But why did everything feel so much emptier since 12 stopped being part of my daily routine? And that's saying something, considering the void that's lived inside me for years. Why couldn't I stop replaying the moment she saved me from the Balorian's poison? Reliving my shock, the relief I felt waking up to her, the heat of her mouth on mine only to be followed by the icy sting of betrayal once I realized how long she'd been playing me. She was always up to something, and even though I knew it all along, I still let her use me, let her toy with my hunger for the hunt. I handed that girl everything, and locking her up felt like my only move. The first few days, I waited. For her to talk. For the warden to call me in, strip me of my rank, and hand me over to the fib for crossing lines with an inmate. I hunted the pretty little wolf, and now I'm the one feeling caged. She could have played the victim, turning those wide eyes glassy with tears as she spun a tale of my cruelty. But she stayed silent. I never understood why. A painful knot tightened in my throat, and that familiar ache coiled in my stomach every time I pictured her locked away in that dark cell, scraping at cold stone. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I avoided that part of the prison completely, burying myself in double shifts, preferring the company of inmates over my own spiraling thoughts. It didn't really help, but it beat sitting alone with the deafening quiet and the chaos in my head. Warden Pike forced me to take the weekend off, and now I was stuck with nothing but her ghost haunting me. I left the gym, walking briskly down the gray hallway to my quarters. The room was sparse, just a bed, bare walls, no distractions. I stepped into the bathroom, kicked off my shoes, dropped my pants, and got under the shower. I cranked the water until it scalded, hoping the burn would drown out everything else. But the moment I shut my eyes, there she was, hazel eyes gleaming, pulling me into promises I'd long given up on. Her magic was so potent maybe even those cuffs couldn't fully contain it. She was a siren, unlike anyone I'd ever known. I was consumed by her, the memory of her blood, the mysteries in her gaze. I wanted to tear down every wall between us and claim her. It wasn't just desire, it was something primal, something I fought daily because she could never be mine. My body betrayed me, hardening at the thought of her, and I snarled in frustration. I knew the truth now. Her magic hadn't been restrained, she'd gotten a cuff key, and Shadowbrook had somehow ended up with it. Was he in on it? It didn't add up. Then he came asking when she'd be out of solitary, suspicious as hell. Whatever game she was playing, she'd been manipulating me all along. And yet, despite my rage, I hadn't told Warden Pike. Call me an idiot, but I kept her secret. Maybe because she kept mine. Or maybe I never planned to tell him at all. I made sure the cuffs were upgraded prison-wide, so that key was useless now anyway. But that didn't explain why I protected her. She could have gotten 10 more years. I told myself I just didn't want her here longer. Yeah, right. Fury burned through me like a solar flare. I wrapped a hand around myself, hating every second, then slammed my fist into the tiles instead, over and over until they splintered and broke. With my vampire strength, I soon punched a hole straight through the wall, blood smearing the shattered remains. I welcomed the pain, gritting my teeth as bones cracked, letting the agony drown out everything else no matter how hard I tried. Rosalie Oscura refused to leave my thoughts. I fought it, suffered through it, did everything I could to purge her from my goddamn soul, but nothing worked. In the end, I had to face it. She was a permanent resident in my head. Maybe I'd lose my mind over her soon, end up in the psych ward. At least there, maybe the meds dripping into my veins would offer some kind of peace. I sat across from Warden Pike in her office as she set a white binder neatly on the desk. "The new restraints have been performing beautifully, wouldn't you say?" she remarked, aligning a pen perfectly beside the folder. "Yes, ma'am," I replied, my fingers brushing the remote hanging around my neck. With it, I could monitor any inmate's magical output, activate or deactivate their cuffs instantly. I could even shut down the whole prison's magic system, though that required a code and a magical signature scan. No shady character could misuse it, even if they got their hands on the device. "I've got more upgrades in development," Pike continued, "but this is the big one." She slid the binder toward me. Inside, a detailed blueprint of Darkmore Penitentiary showed a newly highlighted barrier diving deep underground, encircling the entire facility. "What's this?" I asked, intrigued. "The biotech firm behind the Balorian has been perfecting it," she explained. "It'll seal off a few vulnerabilities I've had my eye on." She pointed to gaps between the subterranean sensors. "The odds of someone tunneling out are practically zero," I noted, "and those detectors are randomized. You'd need a miracle to slip past." "Exactly," she said with a sly grin. "And I plan for miracles. This new barrier guarantees none will happen at Darkmore." I nodded, pleased. Any extra layer keeping these maniacs locked up worked for me. "When does it go live?" 6 weeks, Pike announced proudly. "Final testing's underway. Installation will take about a week once approved. Will you brief the other guards?" "Of course," I agreed. She leaned back, satisfied. Valorian's recovered well since its breakout, but I've requested backups just in case. We can't afford weak links. Our reputation depends on it. Actually, we're going to surpass it." "Glad to hear it, ma'am," I said. Then she shifted topics. "How's that report on inmate 12 coming? She should have begun corrective courses by now. Is her solitary confinement ending soon?" I stiffened, fighting the urge to fidget. I hadn't even started the damn report. Every time I tried, rage took over. "It's progressing, but I want to make sure she truly learns from attacking me before she's released." I'd invented that excuse to justify keeping her isolated. My throat tightened at the thought of her alone all this time, but I shoved the guilt aside. Another few weeks at least. New inmates need to understand the rules. "You're the expert," Pike said. "I trust your judgment." "I know what I'm doing," I replied. But I didn't, not really. Keeping her locked away was selfish now. Because once she got out, I'd have to face her again, resist her games, decipher what she really wanted from me, and make damn sure I never crossed that line with her. Another time memories of our dangerous game on the maintenance level flooded back, her blood calling to me, the phantom press of her body stirring something primal. Damn it. I need to pull myself together. Just make sure I get that report before she's cleared for release. I want her behavior adjusted the moment she returns to general population. "Understood, ma'am," I replied, standing as the meeting clearly drew to a close. "Officer Cain," Warden Pike interjected, steepling her fingers with a sharp look. "I know you've been avoiding 12, but she remains your responsibility. Do not neglect your duties." I hesitated, searching her tone for any hint of suspicion, but decided she was just reinforcing protocol. "Yes, ma'am." Stepping into the hallway, the air felt heavy, each breath a struggle. Time had run out. I could no longer ignore these wild emotions clawing at me over the wolf girl. I had to see her, and I prayed I'd be strong enough not to surrender to her pull again. Crying had been a mistake, a lesson branded into me long before this. It wasn't about becoming numb or unfeeling. I could no more stop longing or fear than I could ignore the pain from old wounds. The real skill was making the world believe I felt nothing. Tears, like whimpers, betrayed the truth. What my father truly taught me was how to craft a mask and never remove it, at least not where others could see. I'd been under his roof long enough to know crying only fueled his rage, and he never missed a chance to punish. Sometimes I wondered which was worse, the beatings or the drawn-out torment of confinement. The crawl space beneath the porch steps felt custom-made for me, dry, cold dirt, thin cracks of daylight that did little to warm the dread. He'd sit up there and toy with me, using water magic to drip scalding or freezing droplets onto my skin while I lay trapped, unable to shift an inch. If I resisted crawling in myself, he made sure I entered already injured. Every footstep overhead sent panic searing through me, a conditioned flinch, a swallowed whimper. Sometimes it wasn't him, just another pack member passing by, and somehow the anticipation was more paralyzing than the cramped darkness. But this time, curled beneath the stairs, I refused to let fear take hold. I steadied my breath, closed my eyes, and let my mind drift to sunnier days, back to the park near my mother's old apartment, watching children laugh and play, imagining myself among them, free and untouched by the shadows that now defined me. I'd witnessed enough of the world beyond my own cage to recognize a vital piece was missing from my existence. If there was one thing I was determined to grasp for myself, it was that elusive sense of normalcy, freedom, happiness. If playing my father's twisted game was the price, then I'd pay it. Heavy footsteps paused overhead, and I released a slow breath as dust drifted down from the wooden planks above. I didn't stir, just waited. When the silence stretched and my heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe, the words slipped out unbidden. "Can we just get this over with? I had better plans than rotting down here like trash." The silence that followed sent fear pulsing through me, until my father's rough laugh cut through the dark. His boots thudded down the stairs, the hidden door he'd built swinging open. His hand clamped around my ankle and I bit back a cry as he dragged me into the faint moonlight. "What do you suggest we do tonight, little runt?" he asked, eyes glinting with warning and something darker, hungrier. My heart raced, but I lifted my chin. "I want my own bed tonight. Tell me what it takes." A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. It should have terrified me, but I was past fear. I wanted control no matter the cost. "Looks like you've finally found your spine. Maybe you're not so weak after all. Come, I've got something to show you. Keep your emotions in check and you'll get that bed, maybe even a hot meal. Think you can handle that, Rosalie?" "Yes," I snarled. No one in this wretched place was coming to save me. I had to save myself. I'd wear whatever mask he demanded, bury the girl I was so deep even I might forget her. If he wanted a monster in his image, fine. But I prayed I wouldn't lose myself completely in the darkness ahead. He strode across the yard, and I followed, stripping off my grimy clothes and shifting into my silver wolf form. I breathed deep, pushing past the stench of my father and his pack, clinging to the mountain breeze carrying the scent of pine and promise. There was freedom in that wind, something my soul ached for. Clenching clothes between my teeth, I matched his sprint, shivering as moonlight broke through the clouds and traced my spine. I longed to howl my thanks but settled for a silent gratitude. The moon was my one true companion, steady, unwavering night after night. Felix tore across the open fields surrounding his property, the night swallowing us whole as we ran. Out here, he owned everything, every shadow, every secret the darkness kept. We headed toward a massive warehouse at the edge of the woods, and as we drew closer, the thick, metallic smell of blood filled my lungs. I fought the urge to slow down, already knowing where he was leading me. I'd never stepped inside that building, but the air around it always carried the scent of death. One of his pack members swung the heavy doors open and we entered the cold, barren space. Papa shed his clothes, shifting smoothly into his fey form before dressing again. I hurried to do the same. "Come, Rosalie," he growled. "Pay attention, and if you can keep those feelings in check, you'll eat well and sleep soft tonight." My stomach growled eagerly as I followed him deeper into the warehouse, my eyes fixed on his back. When he stopped abruptly, I nearly stumbled. He moved aside and my breath hitched. A woman was strapped to a metal table in the center of the room, her face bruised and swollen, blood smeared across her chin. "Please," she begged, her brown eyes locking onto mine. "Help me, I have a family." "He's going to—" Felix's fist slammed into her face, sending a tooth skittering across the concrete. I clenched my jaw, refusing to show any reaction as she cried out. "Get comfortable, runt," Papa said, unrolling a leather bundle from a nearby shelf. Inside lay a gleaming golden blade that seemed to drink the flickering light from above. "I enjoy taking my time with lunar filth." He held up the sun's steel blade, its beauty both mesmerizing and terrifying. "This metal scars Fae beyond any healer's touch," he explained, his voice low and deliberate. "It burns like captured sunlight. Remember this place, Rosalie. It's where traitors end up. If you ever think of turning that hate in your heart into action, know this: I won't hesitate to strap you down right here and carve you open myself. Blood or not, in my pack, the only way out is death." The memory faded as screams from the cell across from mine ripped through the silence, pulling me back to the present. I still hated that man with every fiber of my being. Sometimes I imagined facing him now, my powers fully awakened, my wolf grown to its full strength. He would have trembled in fear. The prisoner across from me began pounding on his door again, crying out for a guard. He did this multiple times a day, and it never did any good. If anything, the guards probably enjoyed his suffering. My chest felt heavy as I rose from my uncomfortable bunk. The darkness of my cell pressing in sleep was impossible after that nightmare, his screams still ringing through the isolation block. Soon enough, other inmates would start shouting at him to shut up, but what was the point? It never worked. Sometimes I was even grateful for the noise. Anything was better than the crushing silence that somehow felt louder than any sound. The only one who could ever quiet him was the vampire locked down at the far end, though he rarely spoke. When he did, everyone listened. I didn't get it at first, but Hastings filled me in during one of my shower rotations. Turns out the guy's a serious Strons are more powerful than any fae in Darkmore. A few years back, he lost an appeal, snapped, and took out over 20 fae in the magic compound before the guards could bring him down. Now he's permanent lockdown. Too dangerous for Gen Pop. I dropped into push-ups, trying to force the memories out that woman's screams, my father's cold smile as he carved into her with horrifying precision. I hadn't moved, hadn't blinked. Every brutal moment from that warehouse is burned into my mind. I pushed harder, muscles burning, using the pain to keep the past at bay. My stomach growled as I finished and began sprinting from wall to wall 6 steps, slap the concrete, turn, repeat. It was my only escape, my only way to stay sane in this hole. One day I told myself I'd have a whole pack of my own. I'd give them the love I never had. But here, surrounded by these 4 walls, it was hard to imagine anything beyond tonight. Except there was one face that kept surfacing. One fae. Thinking of him led my mind to other alphas in this place, and I didn't know whether to blame loneliness or the damn mate bond. Let's be real, it was the bond. I'm not that desperate. Fucking Shadowbrook. I rubbed the crescent mark behind my ear, feeling that familiar tingle, that pull to run under the full moon with him. I wanted to be held, kissed until nothing else mattered. I wanted all this pain to fade in his arms. Finishing my sprints, I tilted my head back and howled, cupping my hands to carry the sound as far as it would go. Maybe somewhere in the depths of this prison, he'd feel it too, not that I should care whether he's thinking of me or not. He'd actually covered our bond with ink just to pretend it didn't exist, all because he was ashamed to be tied to someone like me. He despised me that much, judging me purely by the blood in my veins and the family I came from. It was honestly pathetic, and I hated him right back for it. Even though, yeah, I missed him like hell. My life was just one big mess. I yanked off that hideous black sweater, tossing it aside as I dropped to the cold floor to start my routine. Down here, exercise was the only thing that ever warmed me up. That scratchy excuse for a blanket they gave me sure didn't cut it. Most nights, if the nightmares didn't shake me awake, the bone-deep chill would. When I finished, the itch at my mate mark had turned into a raw burn. I collapsed onto the concrete, cupped my hands around my mouth, and let out another long, aching howl. And then I felt it, not heard but felt. A ripple of pain and longing shot straight through me. I gasped, certain that somewhere, somehow, Ethan was answering. The idea hit me like a punch to the gut. Anger, envy, hurt, and so much longing it physically ached. I wanted his hands on me, his mouth on mine, his heart beating close to mine. A sob broke free as a tear slid down my cheek, soaking into my hair. I tried to hold it back. I hadn't cried awake since that first night, but the dam was breaking. I curled into myself, thinking of Ethan, then Rory. I'd promised to save him, and what had I done? Gotten myself locked in a concrete box. Useless. No wonder Ethan wanted nothing to do with me. Maybe I really was just the clueless kid he thought I was. Bigger ego, bigger dreams, but still full of nothing but empty promises. God, I missed him. I'd been missing him for years, but this was different. Before, he felt like some distant fantasy. Now he felt like the keeper of everything broken inside me. My heart was battered, bloody, but it still beat for him. Always had since that first moment I saw him, back when he didn't even know I existed. Hell, maybe he still didn't. I was just some naive fool shouting vows I couldn't keep. Cain had left me here to rot. He wanted to prove how little I mattered, and damn, he'd succeeded. That pull in my chest echoed again, sharp and real. I knew Ethan was hurting too. And that just made it worse. knowing my pain was hurting him and I couldn't do a thing about it. I buried my face in my hands and sobbed, crushed by the hopelessness. Maybe I really would die down here alone, forgotten, and every bit as worthless as my father always said I was. Damn. The muttered curse from behind me barely registered at first, but the sudden rush of warm air from the corridor swept over my skin, forcing me to acknowledge reality. A hand grazed my shoulder, and in half a heartbeat I was scrambling backward until my spine hit the cold concrete wall. From there, I glared up at the guard who'd stumbled upon me at my absolute lowest, Mason Cain, silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light of the hallway, just standing there staring like I owed him the first damn word. 12, he started, voice hesitant. Go to hell, I shot back, the words dripping with more venom than I'd ever mustered in my life. Seriously, screw him. He took a step forward, and I pushed myself upright, refusing to cower even as the world spun from standing too fast. Hunger and exhaustion had been my only companions lately. Meals came twice a day, if you could call that slop food, and time had lost all meaning down here. Just another perk of solitary. Cain lunged and caught my arm to steady me, but I snarled and shoved him off, baring my teeth like the wild thing I'd become. He backed off a step, maybe realizing I was seconds from going for his throat, canines or not. I dragged a hand through my matted black hair, lifted my chin and let my tears stay right where they fell. No shame here. So what, I sneered, is it shower day already? Here to watch me turn blue when that ice-cold water hits. Sorry to disappoint, but the view's not what it used to be. 2 crap meals and non-stop workouts tend to shrink a person. His expression tightened. I'm still your commanding officer, 12. Show some respect. I laughed, sharp and bitter. Or what? You'll extend my stay? Oh wait, you already did. What's next? A year? Till I crack completely so you can ship me off to some lab. He stepped closer, anger flashing in his eyes. Watch it, he warned. Or what? I taunted, leaning into the danger. You lay one hand on me, I swear I'll rip it off and mail it back to you. In a blur, he moved too fast to react. One moment I was standing, the next I was slung over his shoulder, the world tilting wildly as he carried me out of the cell. When he finally set me down, we were in the shower unit, the one place that had offered any semblance of relief these past weeks. Strip, he ordered, stepping back. I spat at his boots. Make me. His eyes went dark at the defiance, but I didn't flinch. He'd chosen his side, and I wasn't ever going to forget it. With a sharp click of his tongue, he fired another command at me, forcing me back against the pale wall tiles before hooking his fingers into my sweats and yanking them down. My tank top followed, torn from my body with such raw force that the fabric split in two instead of sliding over my head. Is this what you're after? Cain snarled as I stood shivering before him in my plain, worn prison underwear. You want me to keep going? I want nothing from you, you son of a bitch. I shoved my underwear down and pulled my bra off while he stood there glowering as if he had any right to be furious with me. When he didn't budge from my space, I stepped forward, ramming into him hard enough to knock his shoulder aside as I moved into the cramped shower stall. I kept my back to him, waiting for the water to stream from the shower head above, and tried not to gasp aloud as the icy water slammed down over my skin. I stood motionless as the water soaked through, washing away the worst of the sweat and dirt while my body trembled violently. I hadn't lied to Cain about losing weight. The tight muscles now defining my frame had stolen the soft curves that once helped keep me warm. I'd probably be shivering long after returning to my cell, with no energy for another workout until the next meal arrived, whenever that might be. Reaching for the rough bar of soap, no doubt chosen to maximize our discomfort, I began scrubbing my skin raw. The longer I stood under the freezing spray, the more violently I shook, but I refused to step out until every trace of grime was gone. Leaving us half clean was just another petty torment in this place, and I wouldn't make it easy for them. I'd endured far worse than a cold shower in my life. Why the roses? Cain's voice cut through the water's rush from behind me. I gritted my teeth, working the soap into my hair, my long black hair, once my pride, now so matted and tangled I feared it would have to be shorn if I ever made it back to general population. They wouldn't even allow me a brush, let alone proper shampoo, and I never realized how much those small comforts meant until they were gone. I tried to ignore the bastard watching me, but of course he wouldn't drop it. Did you get them just because your name is Rosalie? Thought it'd be cute, he taunted. I glanced over my shoulder, knowing he was staring at the intricate vines curling over my back and hips. Every rose on that vine stands for someone I'd die for, I shot back. A mort e ritorno. To death and back, my family's words felt like an old friend on my tongue. So it's just gang nonsense then, he pressed, and I scoffed, my shivers making it hard to form words. When I was 14, I said, the admission surprising even me, something happened that scarred me inside and out. I didn't want to spend my life staring at the reminders, so someone who understood pain taught me how to turn suffering into strength. I never talked about that. Never. But something about his smug arrogance made me want to prove him wrong about everything. And even though I shouldn't have cared what he thought, I refused to let him mock what I'd survived. Screw him. This wasn't some heartfelt conversation, just me making it clear to that bastard that I'd faced real terror in my life, and nothing he could ever do would measure up. So I don't give a damn if some arrogant little jerk like you wants to look down on me and act like you know anything about who I am. You have no clue what it means to live my life or carry the weight I carry. Earning my place among the Oscura Clan, alphas demanded more sacrifice and pain than your narrow mind could ever grasp. So why don't you go back to strutting around, getting off on whatever power trip you think you have, because I'm done talking to you. I started rinsing the soap from my tangled, damaged hair, flinching as the water suddenly turned warm. Suds slid down my body, and for one incredible moment, I let myself sink into the feeling of hot water against my skin. Too bad I couldn't actually enjoy it. Frustrated, I spun around to face Cain, storming out of the shower and baring my teeth. I don't want your pity, asshole. I don't want a single thing from you, I snapped, snatching the rough towel from the wall hook and scrubbing my now flushed skin. It's my job to make sure you don't get sick and die on us. 12, Cain shot back, his voice low and grim. That wasn't pity, it was me making sure you don't catch hypothermia and force me to haul your stubborn ass to medical. Go to hell. And just so we're clear, I didn't grow up in some cushy suburban fantasy like you assume. You're not the only one who's had it rough. I met his eyes, and for a second I thought I saw something other than hatred there, but it didn't matter. He'd burned any chance of me feeling anything but anger long ago. My skin prickled with rage and then something more. A raw electric energy hummed under the surface, a soft silver glow beginning to spread across my skin. Cain's eyebrows lifted as he noticed it, and a cold smile touched my lips. I curse you, Mason Cain, I whispered, every ounce of venom in my soul rising up. By the moon that guides me, I curse you. May you know nothing but suffering. The glow brightened, my whole body humming with lunar energy. I didn't understand how it worked, but it came as naturally as breathing. How are you doing that? Cain demanded, eyeing the illuminated cuffs meant to block my magic. But this wasn't elemental power, this was deeper. It was part of me, tied to my order and my wolf, a well of strength even suppression couldn't fully contain. Ti maledico, I repeated in the old tongue. I curse you. Cain lunged, slamming me against the wall, his hand tight around my throat. Stop it, he growled in that alpha tone, but I only grinned like a madwoman as the silver light spread, wrapping around him too. I gripped his wrist, my smile widening as I whispered the words the magic demanded. La luna maledetto, moon cursed. As the words left my lips, power surged through me, warming my skin and flooding into him through our connected touch. He cursed as he let me go, the silver glow fading from the room while I caught my breath, drained from channeling my order's power, though I wasn't entirely sure what I'd just done. Cain tore open the button at his cuff and shoved his sleeve back, staring at the place where my hand had been. A delicate silver mark now graced his wrist, a single rose on a slender vine. "What the hell is this?" he snapped, thrusting his arm toward me. I met his gaze coolly. "That's the moon's opinion of you, jackass. Don't ask me, I'm just her messenger." "You're lying. You knew exactly what you were doing," he snarled, scrubbing at the mark as if it might wipe away. "Good luck with that." "Prove it," I shot back, and honestly, it wasn't a complete bluff. I'd picked up enough from his earlier rants to guess it was some kind of curse, but the specifics were beyond me. Enraged, he lunged forward, hauling me off my feet and storming out of the room, down the stark hall of the isolation wing until we reached my cell. He dumped me inside, snatching away the rough towel I'd been wrapped in and shoving a clean stack of clothes into my arms. "This isn't over," he warned, stepping back. I gave him my sweetest, most infuriating smile. "Yes, it is. I have nothing left to say to you. You're nothing but a bully on a power trip, locking people up when they can't fight back. I hope it makes you feel real big. But if we ever meet out there, Mason, I'll enjoy tearing you apart with my bare hands and burying you so deep even the earth forgets your name." The door slammed shut, plunging me into darkness once more. I dressed by the faint glow of my restraints, then sank onto the cot, exhausted but strangely satisfied. My fingers brushed against something soft, my old sweater, left behind in his hurry. A small victory. Maybe tonight I wouldn't freeze. But as I pulled it on and lay back, my brief smile faded. Sure, I'd scored a point or two, but I was still trapped, still losing. The walls felt like they were closing in, and I knew the nightmares would be waiting as soon as I shut my eyes. God, the frustration was eating me alive. Why had I promised myself I'd wait for someone special after this? Why not just take the first warm body I could find and be done with it? The old me would have done exactly that. No standards, no regrets. But no, I had to go and fixate on Rosalie Oscura, who was now locked away somewhere even lonelier than this. I missed her, the way she talked, the flutter of her lashes, everything. And Rory's accusing glares didn't help. Was it really so wrong that I'd freed the Balorian? The dead were gone, the living were fine, so why was everyone so pissed? And why did I feel this heavy, guilty twist in my gut every time I thought of her? My mind kept drifting back to Rosalie, and not just because of her incredible figure, though that alone was definitely worth dwelling on. There was something magnetic about her, something that went beyond the surface. I sat alone at my table, drowning my dinner in extra gravy and stacking 4 pudding cups beside my tray. Rory Knight was shooting daggers at me from across the room, so I let my jaw hang open, displaying a mouthful of half-chewed food just to watch him flinch and turn away. Breaking social norms had always been my favorite weapon. It kept people guessing, and more importantly, it kept them at a distance. They saw unpredictability and assumed madness, but what they didn't get was that I wasn't unhinged. I was unchained. A bird in a cage, maybe, but at least I knew how to rattle the bars. These people around me, they were too scared to even test their wings. But once I was out of this place, I'd be living wild and free all over again, untouchable, unstoppable, and thoroughly terrifying. Rec time was the highlight of my day, and I scarfed down my meal and all 4 puddings without slowing to taste any of them. As I stood to leave, I caught sight of Pudding, that big bear shifter, quietly gathering the empty containers. Weird, but then again, maybe he was building some kind of pudding pot armor. Honestly, if I had that many, I'd probably do the same. I made my way downstairs, brushing past stone-faced guards posted along the hall, and pushed into the gym. The blast of cold air hit me like a wake-up call, sharpening my senses. The lingering taste of chocolate pudding brought Rosalie right back to the front of my mind, specifically the time she sneaked one down to me in isolation. The memory sent a low growl rumbling in my chest. Thinking of her in that dark, lonely place made my blood boil. It's what drove me, the anger, the need to hit something, to release the pressure building inside me. She was like my own personal temptation, a mix of innocence and darkness I couldn't shake. Sweet, wild, and utterly intoxicating. I was going to ruin her in the best way possible, make sure I was unforgettable, the one incubus she could never erase from her memory. All I needed was to figure out what she truly wanted. I grabbed a pair of shorts from the dispenser in the locker room and changed quickly, tossing my uniform into a broken locker. Typical nothing in this place worked like it was supposed to. Not like me. I was living proof that labels don't mean a thing. The guards could posture all they wanted, they had no real control. Not here, not in Darkmore. And as rage pumped through my veins, I felt that familiar itch to stir things up again. Rory Knight shoulder-checked me on my way out, growling as he demanded I move. I just smirked and shoved past him. Or what, house cat? Officer Hastings reached for his baton, looking nervous. I flashed him an exaggerated grin and made my way toward the empty boxing ring. Ready to burn off some of this fire, I pulled on my gloves and stepped into the ring, craving a real brawl to unleash the fury that had been building inside me ever since my girl was taken. Normally, I'd pick fights around the magic compound, but today I wanted the raw feel of skin on skin, real fey contact. It had been way too long since I'd felt that kind of closeness, and as an incubus, I needed it like air. Lately, I'd been lurking near the bushes in the order yard, feeding off the sexual energy of others just to get by. The wolf packs were especially generous with their wild parties, and the Oscura Clan had been throwing them non-stop since losing their alpha. Hell, I even joined in from the shadows a time or two, but I'd made a promise to myself, one I intended to keep. Plenty of fae had offered themselves since I got back to Gen Pop, but there was only one person I truly wanted, the sweet little wolf who'd once brought me pudding. "Hey," I called out to a guy curling weights nearby. He turned with a scowl that quickly melted into wide-eyed recognition. "Come over here and fight me." He just shook his head, dropped his weights, and hurried off like I carried the plague. Coward. I tried a few more inmates and somehow managed to clear out the whole corner of the gym. Frustration coiled in my chest. Why was nobody willing to play? Rory was the only one left, deadlifting like it was nothing. As he finished his set and wiped the sweat from his brow, I eyed the ripple of muscle across his torso, the way his golden skin glistened. A smirk tugged at my lips. "Hey, Knight," I shouted. He shot me a dark look, and I welcomed it. I wanted all that anger directed right at me. "Come on, fight me." "No one wants to fight you, asshole," he said flatly. "Why not?" I pressed, leaning over the ropes, genuinely puzzled. "You don't follow rules, for starters, and you're batshit crazy for another." He shrugged and took a long drink from the water fountain. "Real fights aren't meant to be predictable," I argued. "If I bite off an ear or break a finger, it's just part of the game." Not that I hadn't done exactly that before, but so what? An ear grows back, mostly. Rory turned, wiping his mouth. His hair was tied up, stubble shadowing his jaw. This lion was letting himself go. His lip curled, eyes turning venomous. "Yeah, I want to fight you, Wilder, but you know why I won't. Because you want me to. And I'm not giving you a damn thing, not after what you did to Rosa. You hurt her, so I'll hurt you. Just not the way you expect." His words hit like a physical blow, tightening my throat and twisting something deep in my chest. I paced the ring, tearing off my gloves and throwing them down. "Fight me," I roared, pounding my fist against my chest. But he turned his back, the ultimate insult among fae, and something inside me shattered. It wasn't much, but what was left snapped clean in two, all because of Rosalie Oscura. "I didn't want this," I bellowed, drawing every eye in the gym. Just then, Officer Cain walked in, and my vision swam with red and violet rage. That bastard dared to breathe the same air as me, to stand there like he owned the place when all I felt was pure, monstrous hunger. Rosalie wasn't in the hole because of me, it was because of him. He caught her. He held the power here. And I was done playing nice. He was the one who had kept her imprisoned in darkness for endless months. A roar of fury tore from my throat as I vaulted out of the ring, my feet slamming against the floor. I snatched up 2 dumbbells and hurled the first one straight at Cain. It struck a man mid-squat, sending him crashing beneath his barbell with a sharp cry. I kept throwing, one weight after another, as screams erupted and people scrambled for cover. Officer Hastings was the nearest guard, shouting orders I couldn't hear over the chaos, baton raised as he charged toward me. Rory Knight gaped, wide-eyed, as I shoved past him and leaped over a workout bench, my grip tight around another dumbbell, my focus locked on Cain. I'd either end him or earn myself a trip to the hole to see my girl. Win-win, really. Die, devil teeth, I shrieked, launching off a bench with the dumbbell held high, soaring toward him like death on wings. His eyes went wide as I swung, but instead of the crack of bone, my hand swept through empty air. A damn illusion. Shit. A hand clamped around my neck from behind, throwing me hard to the floor. The weight of a pissed-off rhino landed on my back. Finally, contact. Even as he wrestled my hands behind my back, I arched up against him, laughing like a madman while he cursed me for a raving lunatic. His grip was rough, unforgiving. "Did you touch her like this?" I panted, the thought fueling me. "Did you hold the wolf girl down, officer? Shut your mouth." He slammed my head against the concrete, but my laughter only grew wilder. He had. My rage twisted, merging with a dark, hungry lust, a collision of emotion that set off fireworks behind my eyes. Maybe I was insane, but it was all for her. People died here for all sorts of reasons. I was gonna die from my balls combusting and my dick falling off from neglect. Tragic if it weren't so damn hilarious. All over one girl. Cain hauled me to my feet, cuffs locked behind my back, and marched me through a wall of furious guards. 2 were helping the guy I'd nailed with the barbell. His neck was bent all wrong against his spine. Nasty. Real unfortunate. "Clean this mess up," Cain barked. "88's going to the hole." I didn't bother hiding, my grin beamed, actually, like the damn Cheshire cat. As I passed Shadowbrook's pack, I tossed their pretty boy Wolf a wink, because I was on my way to see our girl, and he wasn't. "Sucks to be you, kitten. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside." The singing jerked me out of my latest spiral of self-pity and grim memories. I pushed up, listening as the voice drew nearer. "Do you ever shut up?" Officer Lyle's exasperated tone cut through the song, and my heart lifted at the throaty laugh that followed. "Never, not ever. I'll sing till my cock turns blue and I'm humping the floor for relief," Sin chuckled. "Oh, I do like to be beside the blah, 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 diddly-dee-dah." I pressed my ear to the door, smiling as the cell beside mine creaked open. I really hoped he wasn't back down here for murder again, but I had to admit I was more than okay with having him as a neighbor. My last one did nothing but sob through their entire sentence and never said a word to me. "You know the routine, 88, Lyle stated flatly. "Change into the isolation gear. Then we'll let you have your private time." "Don't pretend with me, kitten," Sin murmured, his voice dripping with suggestion. "You just want an eyeful of what I'm packing. Slip me some of that order suppressant and I'll give you a show worth remembering." "Let's just focus on you changing for now," Lyle replied dryly. I waited as Sin complied and the heavy door sealed shut. Almost immediately, Sin resumed his singing, and a genuine smile touched my lips at his relentless spirit. Once the distant echo of the isolation unit door faded, I scrambled toward the small vent at the base of the wall connecting our cells, tapping my new cuff against the metal to catch his attention. "Who's trying to break into my private quarters?" Sin asked, curiosity lacing his tone. I caught movement through the grill as he lay down to peer through. It was too dim to see more than shadows, but just knowing he was nearby eased the tightness in my chest. "Hey," I whispered, brushing my fingers over the grate as if I could almost feel him. "Sex pot. Is that you, honeybee? Damn, I've missed you like crazy. When I swore I wouldn't touch anyone else until I had you, I didn't expect you to disappear for 3 whole months. I've been taking care of business more than I did during my first stretch in here, and that's saying something. Honestly, I almost miss my old cell. There was this crack in the wall that felt just right if I rubbed against it the right way. I'm gonna be thinking about that all week." Laughter burst from me, startling him into silence and shocking myself even more. I hadn't laughed in what felt like forever, yet here he was, pulling a grin out of me like it was nothing. "Holy shit, sweet thing, do that again. Your laugh is so filthy I almost lost it right there. Give me a second and we might really get this party started. By the stars, Sin, is sex all you ever think about?" I teased, though the rough warmth of his voice in the darkness was stirring something deep inside me. He had a way of making even the most outrageous things sound irresistibly sensual. "When I'm this close to you, not a chance," he purred, and I heard the rustle of fabric. "What are you doing?" I asked, frowning. "I thought we were doing the thing," he said, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "What thing?" "The whole phone sex routine minus the phone. Trust me, baby girl, my dirty talk is next level. You'll finish even if you keep your hands to yourself." I laughed again, and this time I couldn't deny the hint of desire in the sound. "I don't think we're there yet," I said, though part of me was tempted. My body was coiled tight, craving release, and I had no doubt Sin could deliver on his promises. "Right," he sighed, "because you're still pissed about the Balorian, unless you're not. Rory seemed convinced you were behind it, but I told him you were the one who gave me the green light. He insisted you hadn't, but honestly I thought we were speaking in code that day. So level with me, what's the real story? If you need to burn off this anger with something rough, I'm game. Just give me your safe word first. I don't play without rules." "Hold on," I stammered, trying to sort through his wild claims. "You actually think I wanted you to unleash that monster? It almost killed me, in case you forgot." Almost being the key word, sweetheart. Bet it gave you one hell of a rush, didn't it? "Want me to show you another kind of rush?" Sin's voice dropped, and I fought a flush. Damn him for being so irritating and tempting all at once. Thank God I couldn't see his face, or my resolve would have melted on the spot. "Sin," I snarled, hating how the sound came out husky. "That thing got me locked up down here for 3 months. How did that happen?" he asked, sounding genuinely curious. "It cornered me near the psych wing. I had to use magic in front of Cain to survive." "Had to? Was it that serious?" "Yes," I shot back. "And then the damn creature stabbed him with a poison tail spine. He nearly died." "Nearly? Bummer. Should have let nature take its course, honey. Would have saved you all this basement time." He said it like it was the most logical thing in the world, and yeah, looking back, maybe it was. But back then, I was foolish enough to believe Cain's life mattered, that what we had was worth protecting. What a joke. "I get it now," I muttered. But in the moment, I was clearly out of my mind. I healed him instead. "Well, there goes my mood. Why the hell would you save that jerk?" Sin groaned. "I was this close, too." "What, are you seriously touching yourself right now?" "Not anymore," he grumbled. "All that hero talk just killed the vibe." "Are you kidding me, Sin? I thought we were having a real conversation. Thought you were just terrible at dirty talk and I was being nice. But now I know you're a guard sympathizer. I don't even know what to do with myself." "How about you put it away?" I growled. "Put what away?" "Your dick, you idiot. And we have ignition. Tell me how pissed you are at me, baby. Let's see how fast I can finish this." The slick, rhythmic sound on his end made my face heat. Part of me, the lonely, starved part, wanted to lean into this twisted game, but no, he wasn't getting off that easy. "No," I hissed, sealing my lips. Silence was my weapon, the one thing he couldn't sexualize. "Please, darling," he begged, voice strained. "I've been hard for you for ages." Flattering. Maybe. But I wasn't biting. And since when did he call me Karina? Cute in a language he had no business speaking, I'd studied his file from cover to cover, and it was surprisingly brief. Sin Wilder, born Whitney Northfield, grew up on the streets of Outer Iperia, and we shared absolutely no bloodline. Maybe he'd gone out of his way to learn my language just to impress me, and annoyingly, I couldn't even be mad about it. That was actually kind of touching, even if his motives were less than pure. There has to be some way I can earn your forgiveness. Something you want, he insisted, and honestly, I did still need those ingredients to counter the order suppressant. I might consider forgiving you, I said carefully, if you brought me a sunstone crystal and a never-caught plum. Part of me doubted he could actually deliver. He laughed softly. Maybe. Don't play with me, Bella. I'll get that crystal for your little magic trick and the plum too. I'll do it so well you'll be tempted to thank me all night long. Hell, I could just kneel down and show you exactly what this tongue can do. Ever hear about the guy obsessed with a basilisk shifter who only transformed his tongue? I could make you feel things you've never even dreamed of, kitten. Do you ever take anything seriously? I asked, arching a brow even though he couldn't see me. Sin let out a frustrated sigh. All right, fine, I'll behave if you want serious, but you'd be the first woman who's ever asked that of me. Really? I murmured. Yeah, he said, and the edge in his voice made my chest tighten. Once people learn what I am, they usually want one thing. No one's ever made me work this hard. No one's ever made me work at all. Sin, I said softly, wishing I could reach through whatever separated us. That's really rough. Whatever. I can be anyone's wildest fantasy and still know I'm the best they'll ever have. What else matters? He sounded dismissive, but I heard the anger simmering underneath. A quiet moment stretched between us before I broke the silence. Tell me something real about yourself, not sexual, something that actually matters to you. He scoffed like he didn't believe I cared, but I waited patiently. I restore old cars, he said after a pause. Full rebuilds engine, interior, paint, everything. I had this gorgeous Mustang I painted cherry red. Total head turner and, forget I said that part. You get the idea. I smiled, imagining Sin covered in grease, tattoos peeking out from under the smudges. It was a good look. My grandfather had an old Fivette he bought brand new back in the 60s. It was a real beauty. I bet, Sin purred. Maybe if you actually break me out of here, I could take you for a drive along the coast someday. The Cerulean Sea is perfect for swimming by midsummer, and Amabon Beach goes on forever with nothing but white sand. I always planned to buy a place right on the water. Really, I said, closing my eyes to imagine it. I've hardly ever left Alestria. My family's there, my friends, my whole life, really, but that sounds amazing. So is that a yes to a date, kitten? I promise I'll make it worth your while. I laughed and he groaned playfully. I thought we were keeping it clean, I teased. You're killing me here, he shot back, but I could hear the smile in his voice. You can't hit me with that dirty laugh and not expect me to react, sweetheart. I'm not responsible for how you respond to my laugh, I shot back, realizing with a jolt that I'd laughed more in the past hour with him than in all the lonely months I'd been stuck in this hole. Honestly, it wouldn't have taken much to beat my record, but still right now, I didn't feel completely worthless, and that had to count for something. And I can't help how much I enjoy making you laugh, gorgeous, he murmured, his voice dripping with intention. A shiver ran through me. Damn, a night with Sin Wilder was bound to be unforgettable. Maybe I should have taken his offer more seriously. Dating him would be one wild ride. How long were you down here before you found me? I asked quietly. He let out a heavy breath. Way too long, kitten. Way too damn long. A sudden bang echoed from the corridor, making me jump. Heavy footsteps approached, and my door swung open. Harsh light flooded the cell, framing Hastings in the doorway with Officers Rind and Nichols looming behind him like stiff, unblinking statues. I wondered if all Minotaurs were that expressionless, or if these two were just muscle with nothing going on upstairs. Good news, 12, Hastings said, flashing a bright smile as he looked down at me on the floor. Your time in isolation is over. You're heading back to general population." My heart skipped as I glanced toward Sin, his face faintly visible through the grate now that light spilled in. "They only gave me a week this time, Poppet, but if you want to make it go faster, you could always give me a little show." He winked, cocky as hell, and I snorted a laugh as I pushed myself up. "Come find me in a week and we'll talk," I said, winking back. He groaned. "That's a promise, sex pot." Hastings took my arm as I stood, offering a faint smile as he guided me out. Rind and Nichols fell in step behind us. At the security checkpoint, Hastings flashed his badge and pressed his palm to the scanner. I nearly sighed in relief as we left the isolation unit and stepped into the elevator. "Oh man, it's almost embarrassing how much I've missed my old cell in D Block," I said, fluttering my lashes even though I knew I looked rough. My hair alone was a disaster, but flirting felt more natural than crumbling from the relief of finally getting out. "Even better," Hastings leaned in like we were sharing a secret, grinning like a charming choir boy. "The yard's just been opened. I figured you'd want to stretch your legs and your inner wolf." I stared for a second, then threw my arms around him with an excited squeal. "Thank you, choir boy," I gushed, squeezing tight. It wasn't really his doing, just damn good timing, but I didn't care. It had been way too long since I'd had a hug. Wolves need affection, damn it. Okay, he wasn't hugging back, but it was more warmth than I'd felt in months, and right then, I wasn't letting go. "Step back, inmate," Hastings cautioned, nudging me away with a firm but gentle pressure. I let go with a mumbled apology, biting my lip in feigned embarrassment while fluttering my lashes. Thank heavens they were naturally long, no mascara allowed in this place. The elevator halted on the first floor, and Hastings steered me down the corridor toward the elevators leading up to the order yard. I tried to contain my excitement but failed, practically vibrating with anticipation. Hastings pressed the call button, and I jabbed it repeatedly after him, as if my frantic tapping could hurry things along. He fought back a smirk, watching my impatience with amusement. When the doors finally slid open, I rushed inside, beaming as Hastings caught my eye in the mirror and smiled in return. Before I could stop myself, I leaned into him, nuzzling his shoulder. With those soulful eyes, he reminded me of an earnest wolf pup, and I figured our shared canine nature, him being a Cerberus, and all meant he understood my craving for contact after so much isolation. Rind and Nichols shot me disapproving looks, so I dutifully put some space between us as the elevator began to climb. The sweet, liberating scent of the antidote washed over me, setting my inner wolf free from its cage. We reached the top floor, and the doors opened to reveal a locker room that led out to the yard, a taste of freedom I hadn't known in months. "Be careful out there. Your jumpsuit and standard uniform will be waiting here when you return," Hastings called. But I was already bolting, tearing off the drab isolation uniform and scattering it behind me without a second thought. I sprinted into the trees, cupped my hands around my mouth, and howled up at the moon hanging bright in the night sky as if it had been waiting just for me. My bare skin glowed pale under its light, a stark reminder of too much time spent in the dark. "Next time I'm out here, I'll have to work on my tan butt naked on Rory's favorite rock if that territorial lion doesn't chase me off first." In the distance, my pack's answering howls filled me with fierce joy. But before I could shift, another howl cut through the night from the opposite direction, and my heart stuttered. I turned, pulse racing, breath catching. He was here, waiting, and I needed him more than anything. "Ethan," I whispered, leaping forward and shifting in an instant. 4 powerful silver paws hit the ground, claws digging deep into the earth. I howled again, louder and freer in my wolf form, announcing to every creature in the dome that Rosalie Oscura was back. I took off, plunging through pines, across desert sands, over snowy tundra, driven by an undeniable pull. Ahead, a river rushed down a slope, and as I splashed into the water, a massive black wolf emerged from the jungle on the far bank. His scent filled my senses, pure, masculine, and wholly familiar. My heart soared. This was my equal, my mate. The need was wild, desperate, and utterly irresistible. He was mine, and I was his. There was no denying. ITWE crashed together in the shallows, a whirl of limbs and wild energy, splashing and wrestling like overjoyed pups reunited after too long apart. Our playful nips and wet licks were a language all their own, full of affection and relief. Ethan pinned me briefly, but I wriggled free with a bark of laughter, darting downstream with him hot on my heels. The wind rushed through my fur, the river spray cool against my legs, and I felt my strength surging back with every stride. We passed shadowed hills and a still, dark lake before the roar of a waterfall grew ahead. I plunged through the curtain of water, skidding into the hidden cave just as Ethan bounded in after me. He let out a rumbling growl, and we tumbled together once more, a mess of laughter and damp fur. When I finally pinned him, he shifted back suddenly, his fey form gleaming under the cave's misty light. His laughter echoed off the stone walls as I shifted too, collapsing against him, skin to skin. A deep, undeniable heat flared between us. "God, I missed you," he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. "I missed you too," I breathed back, and when his mouth found mine, I melted completely. There was no holding back, not the hunger, not the need. His kiss was slow and deep, saying more than words ever could. It left me feeling seen, cherished, utterly his. "It killed me," he growled against my lips, "knowing you were locked away in the dark. I wanted to tear that whole damn place apart." I kissed him again, deeper, not wanting to remember. "I'm here now," I murmured. "Make me forget everything else." His eyes darkened with desire as he nipped at my lip, his touch turning possessive. When his fingers slid between my legs, I gasped, every nerve alight, every thought scattering. I was already so close to the edge, wound tight and aching for release. "So ready for me," he murmured, his voice thick with want. I wrapped my hand around his length, stroking slowly, savoring the feel of him. His thumb circled my clit, and I arched against him, moaning his name as pleasure coiled tight and fierce inside me. He watched me unravel with hungry satisfaction. "That's my girl," he purred, his voice low and rough. "Ready to live out my fantasies now." Breathless, I could only manage a shaky "what fantasies?" As his fingers continued their rhythm, drawing out every last shiver of pleasure for what felt like an eternity. "I'd imagine having you surrender completely to me, darling," he murmured, his voice rough with intent as his palm pressed firmly against me, fingers working deeper. "Trust me, if you give in just this once, I'll make sure you don't regret it." His mouth crashed against mine, silencing any objection as he lifted me, leaving me breathless and trembling with want. He knew I wasn't finished, not even close. Ethan guided me until I was above him, then slipped out from under, rising to his feet while I stayed kneeling. I stood as well, turning to confront him, defiance burning in my gaze. "I won't be treated like some submissive toy, Ethan." A slow smirk touched his lips. "I'm well aware," he said, his eyes drifting down my body before meeting mine again. "But you're trembling, and I can tell you've never let anyone take you like this. You have no idea what you've been missing." A low sound escaped me, but he wasn't wrong. The thought had crossed my mind before, what it might feel like to let go, to not always be in control. As an alpha, submission wasn't in my nature, but right now, every part of me ached for him. Maybe just this once. He didn't wait for my answer. In one swift motion, his arms wrapped around me, pulling me against his chest as his mouth claimed mine with raw hunger. His hand tangled in my hair, tilting my head back so his lips could trail down my neck, teeth grazing sensitive skin until I gasped. The moment my eyes fluttered shut, he spun me around, one hand firm on my lower back. "Ethan," I started, but his grip tightened, guiding me forward until my palms met the cool, uneven stone of the cave wall. Then he was inside me, hard and sudden, tearing a ragged cry from my throat. Anger flared. I wanted to turn and challenge him, make him pay for his arrogance, but as his rhythm built, fierce and relentless, all I could do was moan, my body arching into each thrust. His hand came down on my hip, holding me steady as he drove deeper, each movement hitting a spot so intense it stole my breath. I braced against the wall, my knuckles white, every slam bringing me closer to that dizzying edge. His groans mingled with my own, my name like a rough prayer on his lips. And as much as I wanted to resist, to prove my strength, I was utterly lost in the sensation, the way his body moved against mine, the raw power in every motion. Pleasure coiled tight, and when release crashed over me, it was overwhelming, shattering. He held still for a heartbeat, his breath hot against my neck, before surging into me again, faster now, deeper, until his own climax ripped through him with a guttural growl. One final thrust, one sharp smack, and I was tumbling over the edge once more, whether I willed it or not, and damn, I loved it. Being under his control was something I'd replay in my head over and over whenever I was locked up alone and craving release. He took his time before finally pulling away, and as I straightened up, his fingers loosened in my tangled hair. He turned me gently and kissed me again, his mouth soft and searching. God, you're just. He didn't finish, too busy savoring the moment, his touch turning tender now that he'd had what he wanted, like he was trying to soothe the soreness from my skin. I almost wished he could heal me right then, but part of me was glad he couldn't. That lingering ache between my legs was a reminder of where he'd been, and I didn't mind it one bit. He was mine, and every mark felt like proof. You missed me then, I teased, running my hands through his silky blonde hair, loving how his tongue moved against mine before he answered. You have no idea, love. My pack thought I was losing my mind. You're not an easy secret to keep. Then why keep it? I murmured, because in that moment I didn't want to pretend anymore. I wanted to hold him whenever I felt like it, and I refused to let some outdated prison rivalry dictate what we could or couldn't do. We're both alphas. We could join our packs and run this place together. Ethan laughed, but there was no humor in it. You're insane, love, and maybe I like that a little too much. Seriously, Ethan, how long can you keep hiding this? If you've been wanting me as much as I've wanted you, then it's handled. I came up with a cover. My pack thinks Harper is my mate. She even got a fake mark and everything. What? I jerked back like he'd hit me, my face burning with fury. You're pretending some other woman is your mate. Harper, are you kidding me? How could you ever convince anyone she's your equal? She's my beta. It wasn't hard to sell, he shot back, and I snarled in response. She's nothing, and you know it. She could never measure up to what we have, and I don't believe for a second you can fake it like she does. You don't know anything about my pack. They follow my lead because I'm their alpha. If yours don't respect you the same way, maybe you submitting to me says more about where you really belong. I hit him so hard he stumbled back, his nose definitely broken, but I held myself back from tearing into him even though every instinct screamed for it. Screw you, Ethan Shadowbrook. If you think you can disrespect me like that and walk away, you're dead wrong. I am your equal in every way, an alpha like no one you've ever known. You'll regret crossing me. Before he could respond, I shifted and launched myself from under the waterfall, howling up at the moon as I called for my pack. Let him rot. He was nothing but an itch I'd been forced to scratch, and someday he'd live to regret underestimating me. I'd be long gone from this hell, living free while he wasted away behind bars, forgotten. My howl echoed with rage, burning through me like molten fire, demanding release, demanding vengeance. A low growl rumbled in my chest as I tore along the river's edge, plunging into the shadowy pines. The distant howls of my pack pulled me forward, a raw need burning inside me to be surrounded by my own again. My fury was so blinding that I didn't register the emptiness in their chorus, not until I broke into the moonlit clearing and found only 10 wolves waiting where 100 should have been. Sonny's bark cut through the night as he lunged toward me, his russet coat gleaming under the stars. The others swarmed in, nuzzling and licking with such fervor that a wildly wagging tail smacked me right in the eye. Shifting back to my fey form, I couldn't help but laugh as they covered me in slobbery affection until I gently pushed them away. One by one, they returned to their human shapes, standing bare and unashamed under the open sky. "Damn, we really missed you, Alpha," Sonny choked out, pulling me into a rough embrace. I felt the familiar slap of skin against skin as we ignored our nakedness. Some traditions never change. From behind, Esme wrapped her arms around me, her voice trembling. "I cried every night after you were gone," she whispered, her body pressed close. I smiled, though my tone turned wry. "I missed you all too, but maybe let's not make this a group hug sans clothing, huh?" They stepped back reluctantly, and I found myself staring into the earnest faces of 10 grown criminals hardened by life, yet looking at me like lost puppies. It was absurd, and yet it felt like coming home. "So," I said, my voice sharpening, "where is everyone else?" A nervous whimper passed among them. Esme shot a panicked glance toward Sunny before dropping to her knees. "You tell her," she murmured. "I'll try to soften the blow." She leaned in, but I caught her by the hair, gently turning her face away with a warning growl. Honestly, these wolves could be so dramatic. She took the hint and redirected her attention toward Banjo, who didn't seem to mind the mix-up. Sometimes I wondered if they even heard themselves. "Talk," I commanded, my patience thinning as Sonny ducked his head. "A week after they threw you in the hole, Amira made her move. I fought Alpha, I swear." His voice broke. "She said I had no right to lead, that I wasn't strong enough." Brett stepped forward, clasping Sonny's hand. "She cast us out. The 10 of us spoke against her, so she exiled us and scared the rest into submission. They didn't want to follow her, they were just afraid." A deep, guttural growl tore from my throat just as a traitor's howl echoed on the wind. "My pack stolen. She doesn't have the right to exile anyone," I snarled, old angers flaring anew. "Only I do. Let's go remind that usurper who truly leads the Oscura pack." As one, we shifted back into wolf form, howls ripping through the night. I didn't wait, I launched into the darkness, my silver coat flashing under the moon as I raced ahead. My loyal 10 scrambled to keep up, but my rage drove me faster. Bursting from the trees onto an open plain, I found them, my pack, huddled and fearful, with one proud figure standing tall among them. Without hesitation, I flew at Amira. The wolves around her scattered like leaves as I slammed into her, pinning her to the earth. My fangs found her throat before she could even snarl in defiance. My jaw clenched with such force I thought my teeth might shatter, and Amira's scream tore through the air as I shook her violently, her slender neck straining beneath my grip. I threw her to the dirt, the metallic tang of her blood fresh on my tongue, and pinned her under my weight. Blood and saliva dripped from my bared fangs as I loomed over her, my gaze promising death if she didn't yield immediately. To her credit, the coward showed a flicker of self-preservation, shifting quickly to expose her throat in submission, whining like a frightened pup cowering beneath me. I held the position, letting the weight of her fragile existence sink in, before shifting back and rising to my full height. "Shift," I commanded in the tone only an alpha possesses, and all around us, every wolf returned to fey form, encircling us with grim loyalty. "This traitor has shown she doesn't deserve the Oscura name," I declared, pressing my bare foot against Amira's throat, driving her deeper into the soil. "We are not a gang, not merely a pack, we are family. A mort e ritorno. A mort e ritorno," the surrounding wolves echoed, their eyes fixed on me with fierce devotion. "Does anyone dare speak for this deceitful, honorless creature?" I let the silence stretch, allowing Amira to absorb the crushing reality that not a single soul would defend her. "Please," she whispered, tears streaking her dusty cheeks. "I didn't know when you'd return. I only meant to. My kick cut her off, and I stepped back, watching her scramble pathetically to her knees. I'd been biding my time since discovering she'd sold me out to Gustard. Her borrowed time had finally expired. "You are nothing," I stated, my alpha voice leaving no room for dispute. "You are no Oscura, no pack member. You are cast out, stripped of your place. I name you Lone Wolf." Amira gasped, shaking her head in disbelief as sobs racked her body. "You can't do this," she pleaded, but my growl silenced her. "It's already done." I spat on the ground before her, and one by one, every wolf turned their back, the ultimate fey insult, before shifting and vanishing into the forest, leaving only the two of us. "Run to Gustard," I sneered. "Beg him for protection." But we both knew he had no use for her now. Her days of skulking in shadows were over. Alone in Darkmore, she was as good as dead. "Alpha, please," she wept, but I turned away, striding into the trees without a backward glance. There was only one Alpha here, and I'd made certain no one would forget it. Back in my cell block, I waited for Rosa, my mind racing after searching the entire order yard for her. Claude, my most trusted shade, had alerted me the moment she was spotted, but damn it, why hadn't she come to me? Was she angry? Did she hold me responsible for her capture? That night I had tried to reach her, but my own injury had screwed everything up. Now I had to make this right. "She's coming." Claude rushed down the stairs, clapping my arm, his lion tattoo standing out as he scratched his neck nervously. He shared my anxiety, eager for my reunion with Rosa. He was the only man in this prison I truly trusted. The others in my circle could never earn the respect I held for him. Claude had once confessed. He took the fall for a murder committed by another lion outside these walls, treated like a disposable pawn. It sickened me, lions who abused their power, using charisma to dominate rather than inspire. True strength lay in responsibility, influencing only those who chose to serve or deserved loyalty. I'd always stuck to my father's advice, proud to say I never once strayed from it. But there was Claude, grinning like a lovesick fool, and I elbowed him hard to shut him up. Didn't work. For all my talk about keeping my distance in this place, I'd failed miserably when it came to him. He was solid, a real friend, one of the few people here I could actually tolerate. "Where is she?" I snapped, shifting my weight impatiently. "Patience, Rory," he teased. "Did you get her a flower like I said?" I clenched my fists. "She's just a friend." He burst out laughing, and I shot him a glare that choked his chuckle into a fake cough. No one could know what I really felt for Rosa. She was family, and that's how it had to stay, no matter what my stupid heart or anything else tried to say. "All right, but if she's just a friend, why do you look at her like she hung the stars?" he muttered. I gritted my teeth. "I don't look at her like—" My words died as she appeared at the top of the stairs. I ran a hand through my hair, restless, my stomach twisting into knots. She looked awful, thinner, shadows under her eyes, cheeks hollow. Her hair was tangled, something that felt like a personal insult to my kind. "Rosa," I said roughly, stepping forward before stopping myself. She kept coming, and I braced for anger, ready to take whatever she threw at me. But she didn't strike. She wrapped her arms around my waist and pressed her face into my chest. Relief flooded through me as I held her tight. "I'm sorry," I growled. "You have nothing to be sorry for," she said, firm, and something in my chest loosened. "I fought for your cell every day," I murmured. "No one was taking it from you." "He sure did," Claude chimed in. "Took down a real nasty griffin for you, Miss Rosa." She gave a tired smile. "Thank you, Roar." "You need to rest," I asked. "Not alone," she whispered, clinging to me. The sight of her like that made me furious. I'd fix this, no matter what it took. Claude mouthed, moon eyes, winked, and bolted before I could say a word. Good riddance. I wanted to be alone with her anyway. I led her to my cell, settling her on my bed before hanging a sheet for privacy. She lay back, eyes closing, and some of the tension in me eased. She was here now. I could help. I crossed to the far wall, knelt, and pried loose a brick, pulling out my hidden stashed chocolate bars and hair stuff my brother had smuggled in. I laid it all at the foot of the bed. "Let me take care of you," I said, leaving no room for argument. My instincts were roaring, demanding I look after her. I couldn't have stopped myself if I tried. She propped herself up, eyes widening at the pile. "Is that a pharaoh bar?" she breathed. I snatched it up and handed it over, immediately knowing it was her favorite. "You've been keeping secrets from me, roar." A sly smile touched her lips as she ripped open the wrapper and took a generous bite. The sound that escaped her was so deeply pleasured it sent an immediate jolt straight through me. I fought to ignore my body's reaction, turning away to grab my hairbrush while discreetly adjusting myself. Rosa's back was to me, but my hunger for her certainly wasn't. I moved toward the bed, brush in hand. "Scoot forward," I directed, gathering the small bottles of hair products from the stash. She lifted a brow but complied, shifting down so I could settle behind her, placing the items beside me. Gripping her hips, I pulled her closer, a low growl rumbling in my throat at how sharply her bones pressed against her skin. "Cain will pay for this," I said, my voice cold and hard. "He already is," she replied, tone shadowed. "What do you mean?" I asked. "The moon decided to bless me with a little glow and marked him with a curse. I don't know exactly what it'll do, but I really hope it stings." A dark grin spread across her face, and a fierce satisfaction warmed my chest. "You're incredible, Rosa," I murmured, the words vibrating with something like pride. I was captivated by her power, smiling faintly at the thought of the moon itself delivering justice. Hell yes, I hoped that curse hurt like hell. Spritzing her hair with detangler, I began working through the knots with careful strokes. She let out soft whimpers as I eased out the tangles, but she never pulled back or asked me to stop. The simple act soothed something raw and aching inside me, but it wasn't enough. I needed to do more, everything in my power to keep her safe. When she finished the first bar, I gestured toward the pile. "Eat," I urged, and she happily grabbed another, this time a fairy milk bar. "Don't you want some?" she asked around a mouthful. "No, it's all for you, every bit, and I'll get more next time I see Leon." "He sneaks this into the prison?" she asked, surprised. "How?" "Through the guards' pockets," I murmured, lowering my voice in case anyone lingered nearby. "Then I lift it back once he gives me the signal. Can't bring anything magical, triggers the sensors, but candy and hair stuff, always." A smirk tugged at my lips. "Only the best thieves in Celeria could pull that off," she said, pride ringing in her words, but they sliced right through me. "I'm not one of them anymore," I said quietly. "Rory." "I don't want to talk about me," I said firmly, drawing another section of hair over her shoulder. "I want to talk about you. Are you okay? Did they punish you, keep food from you?" My voice cracked as I traced her spine through the fabric of her jumpsuit. "No, but we only got 2 small meals a day and I worked out constantly, not much else to do." She unbuttoned the top of her jumpsuit and shrugged partway out, revealing a simple white tank. "Touch me," she asked, and the request pierced me. Wolves need contact, it's essential. She'd been starved of it for so long, I could only imagine the ache, even after running with her pack in the yard. I took an elastic from my wrist and gently gathered her hair up. My breath hitched when I spotted the mate mark behind her ear, a silver crescent moon shimmering softly against her skin. I traced it lightly and she tensed. "Oh crap," she began, but I cut in. "Eden told me," I gritted out, chest tight. "Guess I didn't want to believe it till I saw it on you too." She glanced over her shoulder and my eyes caught on a swollen mark on her lip, like she'd bitten it over and over. I brushed my thumb across it gently, and she didn't even flinch. My heart hammered wildly as I lost myself in the depth of her chestnut eyes. Her power seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Yet all I could see was the fierce little girl I'd known a decade ago, the one I still felt compelled to shield from harm. Even back then, a blazing spirit burned inside her, brighter than any fae I'd ever encountered. I pulled my hand from her mouth, my skin still humming from the touch of her lips. "When did he tell you?" Her voice came out low and rough, igniting something deep within me. "After the Balorian ambushed me," I replied, watching her eyes widen in alarm. "What?" she breathed, and I recounted how one of its venomous spines had nearly ended me, how Cain's timely arrival was all that stood between me and a grim fate. "Ethan was ready to hunt you down. When I questioned his motives, he showed me the mark, the mate mark." She swallowed hard, her gaze locked on mine as a hot, bitter jealousy twisted inside my chest. "So the two of you are—" I couldn't bring myself to finish, needing to hear the truth in her own words that she and Ethan, a damn lunar of all people, were bound by the moon. "We're mated but not together," she stated firmly. "It's not something easily explained." "So you don't want him," I growled. "Or is it him who doesn't want you?" Her answer would decide whether I kissed her senseless or ripped Shadowbrook's head from his shoulders for being a fool. "Get a grip, man, you have no claim here." "It's complicated," she sighed, turning away. Envy raked its claws down my spine, screaming in my ears. "Right," I said tightly. "Why do you even care?" she asked, almost teasing. "I don't," I snapped too harshly. "Well, I do, but only because Shadowbrook's nothing but trouble." She clicked her tongue. "Everyone here is trouble. He's just slightly less troubling than the rest." Biting back a growl, I reached for a bottle of argan oil, pouring a generous amount into my palms. Gently, I nudged the straps of her tank top aside, and a shiver raced across her skin as I began massaging her shoulders. She leaned into my touch, her head bowing forward as I worked the tension from her muscles with slow, firm circles. My lips parted as I fought the urge to follow my hands with my mouth to taste her skin, to claim what wasn't mine. I told myself it was just protective instinct, but the lie was thin. I wanted her more than I'd ever wanted anyone. Our time apart had only carved that truth deeper into my soul. Denial was pointless, but so was crossing a line, especially now, knowing she carried another's claim. My only role was to keep her safe. Maybe that would be enough to quiet the hunger roaring inside me. "I missed you, Roar," she murmured, and my throat tightened. "I missed you too, Rosa," I said, my voice rough. For once, I didn't call her little pup. She wasn't a child anymore, she was a woman, beautiful and scarred by this merciless world, and I had failed her. As she relaxed under my hands, I undid her hair tie and carefully worked through the tangles, my fingers gentle. "I won't let them take you again," I vowed, smoothing oil through a stubborn knot. "You can't promise that," she said softly. I knew what I was getting into. "You didn't know sin would unleash a Balorian inside these walls," I snarled, and felt her shoulders tense right back up. "I'd have to work on them again." "I think he meant to help," she offered. "Though next time he'll damn well listen to me. And at least I made it into psych." "What did you find?" I asked, my focus snapping back. In the chaos of nearly dying and losing her, I'd almost forgotten our mission and Suk Min, the Poltheus mole shifter we were counting on. "Rory, it was just awful," she whispered, her voice trembling in a way that made my heart race. "Did you find Suk?" I asked, my concern growing with every second. "Yeah, I did, but damn, I don't even know what they're doing down there. It's not right. I saw them take something from her, something important." "What are you talking about?" I pressed, anxiety tightening my chest. "She was in this sterile operating room and they did something that pulled this glowing energy right out of her." "Energy?" I frowned, trying to make sense of it. I'm not sure what it was, but they sealed it in a container. And then Suk started shaking violently and she didn't survive. I placed a comforting hand on her back, fighting back the emotion rising in my throat. "It was a nightmare down there, Rory. I could feel the wrongness in the air. I saw other Fae and they all seemed like they were missing that same light. It was as if it was their essence, or maybe even their, well, getting all cozy in here." "You're really giving her the royal treatment, Lion Man. How about putting those strong hands to work on my backside when you're finished?" I spun around at the sound of Plunger's voice, finding him peering through the bars of my cell. I snarled, baring my teeth as his eyes roamed over Rosa. He stood there in nothing but tight white briefs, some kind of red sauce visibly soaking through the fabric. "Don't worry about the mess, kid," he said, swaying his hips so the liquid sloshed audibly. "Tomato sauce works wonders for keeping things smooth and soft down there. Back off from my cell now, or I'll make sure you regret it," I snapped, Rosa growling in agreement. "Suit yourself," Plunger chuckled. "But your grip would just slide right off my slick little friend. You'd have to keep working at it, trying to get a hold of my mischievous member with those big hands of yours." "Get out," I roared, ready to lunge at him before he dropped the sheet and sauntered off, laughing. Shaking off the disgust, I turned back to Rosa, realizing I'd pulled her protectively against my chest. The mix of argan oil and her own irresistible scent made me want to taste her skin, to lose myself in her. She was the only thing powerful enough to wipe that vile image from my mind. When she glanced back at me, my body responded instantly, and I had to push her away before things went too far. "So Suk-min is gone," I said, my voice deliberately detached, needing to steer us back to reality. She turned away, and I resumed gently brushing the last section of her hair. "Yeah," she replied softly. "May she find peace among the stars. But now we're without a Poltheus mole shifter, and damn, we really need one. They're the only ones who can detect the underground sensors around this prison. Without that, any tunnel we dig could set off an explosion before we even know what hit us." Clenching my jaw, I forced out the words I didn't want to say. "Plunger's our only shot." "Absolutely not," she growled, her tone fierce. "There's no one else," I sighed. "Believe me, I'd suggest another way if there was. We could wait for a new arrival, but shifters like that are rare. We might be stuck here for years." "Why does it have to be Plunger?" she groaned. "Sometimes it feels like the universe is against me escaping this place." "It's not," I said firmly. "And even if it were, I'd still find a way. I'll tear this prison apart if I have to, Rosa. You won't be staying here." "I thought I was the one rescuing you," she teased, wincing as I worked through a final tangle. "Sorry," I murmured. "And you are. I'm just holding you to your promise." Her quiet laugh sent a fresh wave of desire through me, and I focused on the task at hand. Pushing aside everything else, my body was definitely not getting the memo about boundaries, and the blood rushing south was making it hard to think straight. "What's the plan for these things?" She reached back, her fingers closing around my wrist, her thumb tracing the new suppression cuff. Her touch sent a familiar warmth spreading under my skin, and I couldn't help but remember the raw, electric connection we'd shared right in this room. I craved that feeling again, more than I wanted to admit. "You think we could snag one of those remotes when it's time to make a run for it?" she wondered aloud. I shook my head. "I've been watching those things are keyed to magical signatures. Unless we get a fresh one and register it to one of us, there's no way these are coming off without a guard's help." I laughed weakly, but she stayed serious, turning the idea over in her mind. "I'll figure it out," she said finally, just as I finished smoothing out the last section of her hair. She sighed contentedly as I ran my fingers through the silky strands. "I know you will," I told her, believing it completely even when the odds felt stacked against us. "We'll need a new exit strategy too," she added. "Since the walls are off limits now, we have to find some place to dig, somewhere hidden." "You really think Plunger can dig us out?" I tried to keep the doubt from my voice, but the idea seemed far-fetched. He was cut off from his order, and the magical barrier enclosing the yard extended just as deep underground as it did above. We were sealed in a perfect, unbreakable sphere. "Yeah," she said, unwavering. "That's exactly what I'm counting on." Tension crept back into her posture, so I began kneading her shoulders again. She shot me a playful glance over her shoulder. "Any chance you're up for doing my whole back?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, and I was nodding before she'd even finished speaking. In one fluid motion, she tugged her tank top up and off. She turned, kneeling expectantly, but I just stared, heart hammering, completely frozen. She wasn't just beautiful, she was breathtaking, stunning in a way that left me immobile like I'd been hit with a stun baton. "Come on, roar," she teased, poking my side. I forced myself up, gathering the hair products and crossing the room to stash them away. When I turned back, Rosa had removed her bra and was lying face down on my bed, looking like every temptation I'd ever tried to resist. Holy hell! I adjusted myself uselessly, trying to ignore the insistent thrum of desire at the sight of her. I knelt over her legs, poured more oil into my palms, and laid my hands on her back. My fingers spanned nearly the whole width of her, and she groaned softly as I worked the tight muscles. I focused hard on every reason this was a terrible idea. I'm older than her. I've messed up enough already. I'm her cousin's friend. She's family. My job is to protect her, not take advantage when she's vulnerable. And besides, I don't feel that way about her. Right. I squeezed my eyes shut, recentering myself as she sighed beneath my touch. Slowly, my focus shifted entirely to her, to erasing the lingering strain from the isolation unit, replacing it with something good, something real. I was going to see her healthy again, strong enough to watch Cain suffer under the weight of her curse. And if that wasn't enough, I'd find a way to make him bleed, to see him beg. I wasn't born a killer, but for her, I'd become anything. "You'll pay for this, Officer Cain." I swear it on everything above. While I worked the tension from her muscles, my own body began arguing with me, urging me to bend down and press my mouth to her shoulder. She's a woman now, not the girl I used to know. She craves touch, and both our orders are wired to seek solace in physical intimacy. She's wanted you for years. Why keep holding back? You haven't been with anyone since she entered this place, and your body's practically begging for release. Trust me, neglect has consequences. And she's breathtaking. Who would even know? It's just us here. Is it really such a crime? I remembered kissing her once before and spending the next 3 days trying to hide what it did to me, pretending I'd fallen out of bed when she heard me at night, even bruising my knee against the wall to sell the lie. I didn't want to go back to that. Rosa let out a soft sound as my hands moved over her shoulders, and I gritted my teeth, furious at my own weakness even as I gave in. I leaned closer, lips brushing her skin. She went perfectly still, breath catching, and in that moment I realized my hips had settled against her, leaving no space between us. She felt every bit of my hunger. "Don't stop," she whispered, voice thick. So I didn't. I kissed across her shoulders, moved her hair aside, traced the line of her neck, her ear. My fingers drifted down her side and she shivered, pressing back against me. A low growl escaped me as I nipped at her throat, tasting the faint sweetness of massage oil on her skin. "Rory," she pleaded, and I shifted, turning her gently, only to freeze when I saw she was bare beneath me. My eyes dropped before I could stop them, taking in the sight of her. Her hand fisted in my hair, pulling my gaze back to hers. She was smirking, but I couldn't return it. I was already pulling back, guilt surging, until she lifted her mouth toward mine and I threw every doubt aside. Our kiss was slow and deep, full of pent-up wanting. She wrapped her legs around me and I moved against her without thinking, the lion in me taking over. Her lips were soft, perfect. I never wanted to surface because I knew the moment I did, reason would return, and reason was the last thing I wanted. Why couldn't I just let go? Why deny what we both clearly needed? Because I have nothing to give. Because my name is mud out there. I'm the knight who shamed his family, a has-been, a nobody. And she deserves someone who still has his pride. I broke the kiss, hating myself even before I saw the hurt in her eyes. I moved to the edge of the bed, head in my hands. "Get dressed," I said, voice rough. Silence answered. Then her hand was in my hair again, pulling hard. She stood over me wearing only her tank, her defiance clear in her eyes. "You want me or you don't. I'm not a toy, Rory, not yours, not anyone's." "I know," I said, feeling like a complete jerk. She shook her head. "Claim me. Right here, right now, or this door closes for good. No more games. We're friends, or is there something more between us? Which one is it? Words lodged in my throat, and I wrestled with the alpha lion roaring inside me, urging me to claim her right then and there. But that lion didn't run my life anymore. Once we were out of this place, I had nothing to give her, nothing real anyway. I refused to be the reason she ended up tied to someone she'd one day regret. So I lowered my head, feeling a blade twist in my chest as I forced out the answer I never wanted to give. "We're just friends." A soft, wounded sound escaped her before she turned and walked out without another word. The air left my lungs with her. Letting her go meant giving up my one shot at happiness. I knew I'd never find anyone who made me feel the way she did. But I also knew I'd never forgive myself if I stole her future for my own selfish wants. Rosalie Oscura wasn't meant for me, and it was time I accepted that. Later, lying in my bunk after the first decent sleep I'd had in months, no nightmares of my father, just a dull, hollow ache, I finally let myself face what I'd been avoiding. Since arriving in this godforsaken place, 4 alpha types had caught my attention, and like a fool, I thought I could play them like I had every other guy. But these weren't ordinary men. Cain tossed me in a cell without a second thought and left me there for months. I'd almost convinced myself he saw something more in me than just a source of blood or a body to use, but the truth was clear. To him, I was just another piece of trash, no different from anyone else here. Honestly, I hoped my moon curse was giving him hell. It was the only card I had to play. Even if I didn't fully understand how it worked, I trusted the moon had my back. That celestial force felt like family, and I believed she had something bigger in store. Although, if I'm being real, maybe I should be pissed at her too. Thanks to her, I'm mated to a man who despises me, Ethan Shadowbrook. He hates my family over some ancient grudge that should have died out years ago. He'd rather flaunt a fake mate and ink over our bond than admit I exist. Aside from the occasional physical distraction, he shows zero real interest, and that's not how I operate. I refuse to be treated like an afterthought. So I started forming a plan, something to put Ethan in his place and keep him there. I don't want a mate who acts like I'm his dirty secret. I'll use this bond while it protects me, then cut him loose when I break free. I'll make a deal with the moon herself if I have to. I'm a moon wolf, surely that comes with some privileges. Sure, everyone remembers what happened to the last person who tried to mess with fate, Darius A. Crux. Just thinking about his story sends a chill down my spine. Was it worth it? Hell no. And Ethan Shadowbrook, he's not worth that kind of sacrifice. He's so ashamed of me he'd rather pretend to be with a beta than own what we are. So screw him. My situation is different. I'm not trying to rewrite the stars, just break one lousy bond. And I intend to win. I had no intention of dying to make this happen. But the moon and I definitely needed to have a serious conversation, and I was confident she'd come around to my way of thinking. After all, weren't mates supposed to be equals? Ethan might match me in raw physical power, but he couldn't touch the kind of strength that really mattered. Ever since I broke free from my father's control, every choice I made had been about moving myself forward. I refused to let shame or fear push me into hiding something this important. A real alpha doesn't cower before their pack. So what if they got angry when he told them? He'd just have to put them back in their place and make it clear he didn't give a damn. Alphas lead. They don't follow. Honestly, what a load of crap. I scratched at the irritating mate mark on my skin and let my thoughts drift to sin. He was the only one who actually seemed to want me exactly as I am, loud, proud, and totally unapologetic. Knowing him, he'd probably hang from the chandeliers just to announce we were together. But part of me still wondered if he'd lose interest once he got what he wanted. Maybe that was just my own baggage talking. It's not like many people saw him as more than a fantasy. With an order form that lets him become anyone's deepest desire, it's no surprise he thinks that's all he's good for. The jerks who just want him to shift so they can sleep with him don't care about who he really is. But I realized I do. I love his brand of crazy except when it unleashes homicidal monsters, and there's something wildly freeing about how uninhibited he is. It makes me want to jump off a cliff with him just to see where we land. Of course, he's stuck in lockdown for the week, so that's not happening anytime soon. Maybe I'll reconsider once he's out, assuming the guards don't tack on extra time like they did with me. And then there's Rory. Damn, thinking about him still stings. It always has, but now he's close, pulling me in even though he claims he doesn't want me. Maybe I'm just a convenient memory of home, an easy escape route, nothing more. But when I remember that kiss, the one right before he pulled away, I light up from the inside. My lips still tingle at the thought, and my heart races like it did back when I was a teenager and he'd visit me at my aunt's vineyard. Wanting him hurts so bad sometimes I consider swearing off men forever. Or maybe I should just join a pack orgy and let them do all the work. Though the idea of a bunch of lower-ranking wolves pawing at me leaves me about as interested as a cactus in the rain. Guess it's just me and my alpha-sized attitude then. A low buzz echoed from downstairs as the guards arrived. I groaned softly and sat up on my cot just as Cain's voice cut through the quiet. "Open on 3, cell 12. He moved with that annoyingly fast vampire speed, tugging down the sheet I'd hung over the bars before my cell door rattled open. "Morning 12, he said coolly, like we'd never met, before turning his attention to the atlas in his hand. "We need to go over your program assignments this morning, and since you have visitation right after breakfast, now's the time," Cain told me. "Absolutely," I chirped, flashing a sugary smile as I slid off my bunk and reached for a fresh jumpsuit. "Who needs food anyway? I've been having a grand old time counting my ribs since someone decided starving me in solitary was a great idea." Cain's expression tightened, but he stayed quiet while I pulled on the uniform, socks, and boots. God, what I wouldn't give to wear something that didn't scream prison issue. I never used to fuss over clothes, wasn't exactly the type to prance around in frilly dresses, but damn, I missed the way my favorite jeans hugged my curves and tops that weren't this god-awful orange. The second I bust out of this place, I'm hitting the mall. Honestly, I'd even wear one of Aunt Bianca's tragic floral nightmares over this getup. Once I was dressed, Cain motioned me forward like I was some obedient mutt and turned to march down the walkway. I fell into step behind him, my eyes drifting toward Rory's cell. He stood gripping the bars, arm outstretched as I passed. When his fingers brushed toward me, I sidestepped smoothly. His frown didn't faze me, not anymore. He made it perfectly clear he wasn't interested in the stupid little pup, so I was done pining. If he didn't want me in all the right ways, he didn't get to touch me at all. "Rosa," he called as I moved beyond him. Against my better judgment, I paused and glanced back. "Are we good?" he asked. "Couldn't be better, Roar," I replied, serving up the kind of sweet, fake smile I usually save for people I can't stand. "Loud and clear, remember. Don't you worry about me. I've got myself covered." "Rosa, I save the heartfelt confessions for another time," Cain cut in sharply, rapping his baton against the metal railing. The clang echoed through the cell block. I rolled my eyes. "Please, he's so ancient his knees probably clack when he walks." "You're confusing my knees with something else, pup," Rory shot back with a smirk. Like I'd know, I tossed over my shoulder before striding after Cain. He stayed silent as we moved through the unit, passing guards busy with head count. "Hold up 12. Gotta scan you," an officer named Nixon called from near the coop. He was tall, bald, and had Nixon printed above his pocket. His eyes slid over me as he wet his thumb and smoothed down his bushy eyebrows. Classy. I'd done my homework on this one, knew he was crooked, but I had no intention of getting involved. Nixon's idea of a bribe involved things I wasn't willing to give. "Eyes on the scanner," he said, licking his lips in a way that turned my stomach. I fixed my gaze on the device until my inmate number 12 flashed on the screen. Then I slipped away and hurried after Cain. Not a word passed between us as we walked, rode the elevator, and arrived on level 1 near the guard barracks. My lips were sealed. I had nothing to say to him, not unless I absolutely had to. Cain's grip tightened on my elbow, and I swallowed the urge to shake him off, letting him guide me down the hall without a word of protest. "No clever remarks today, 12?" he asked when the quiet grew heavy enough to hear a floorboard creak. I stayed silent, and he clicked his tongue in irritation. We passed an open dining space where a handful of guards off duty were finishing breakfast, and the rich aroma of cinnamon rolls and fresh coffee hit me like a physical blow. Asshole. He'd probably planned this route just to mess with me. He brought me into a compact office with a table at its center and 2 plush-looking chairs on either side. He gestured for me to sit, and I dropped into one with all the defiance of a moody teen, rolling the chair back and sprawling my legs wide like some guy who thought his ego needed extra room. Instead of joining me, Cain turned and left, leaving me to wonder how long this little power play would last. At least I had a visit to look forward to later. Seeing a familiar face was the one thing keeping me grounded. I could just imagine my Aunt Bianca fretting herself sick since I'd been locked up, and my cousin Dante probably regretting ever going along with my half-baked plan. When Cain returned, he was balancing a tray with 2 plates of cinnamon rolls and 2 mugs of steaming coffee. He set it down between us before taking the seat across from me. "All right then," he started, glancing down at his tablet like it held the secrets of the universe. "It's time we got you enrolled in your correctional courses. I've prepared a schedule for you." He eyed my untouched pastry, and for a second I thought about spitting on it and tossing it right into his lap. But that would only hurt me, so instead I picked it up, took a deliberate bite, and let out an exaggerated moan. And damn if it wasn't actually incredible. We never got anything this good in the mess hall, let alone in isolation. This thing was going straight to my stomach with honors. Cain's jaw tightened as I devoured both rolls with theatrical flair, finishing by slowly licking sugar from my lips. "Are you finished?" he gritted out. I gave him a sugary smile. "Depends what you mean, boss." His eyes narrowed. "At least now you can't claim I'm starving you." "Oh, absolutely," I agreed. 2 pastries and I've totally forgotten 3 months in the dark, starving. "So what's next? You want me on my knees, or are we doing the chase and bite routine first?" Cain shot up, slammed the door shut, locked it, and threw up a sound-dampening field. He gripped the back of my chair, tilting it dangerously as he leaned into my space. I didn't flinch. "What's it gonna be?" I murmured. "Gonna tell everyone I attacked you again, toss me back in the hole, show me how tough you are." "Why did you save me?" he demanded, his breath mingling with mine. I held his gaze. "Trust me, I've asked myself the same thing. Definitely not a mistake I'll make twice." The words hung between us, sharp and final. He'd made it clear what I was worth to him. "I want the truth," he pressed. "Yeah, well, I want plenty of things I don't get to have, you jerk." He stared down at me, his eyes lingering on my face and the raw anger he could clearly see there before drifting lower. "If you honestly think I'd ever want to sleep with you now, you're even dumber than you look," I snapped as his attention fixed on my chest. My jumpsuit was partly unzipped, and I hadn't bothered with a bra under my white tank earlier, not wanting him to get a free show when he came to my cell. He slammed my chair back onto all 4 wheels with a frustrated growl and moved behind me where I couldn't see him. I fought the urge to turn, refusing to play his intimidation game, and grabbed my coffee instead. I let out another deliberate moan as I drank, knowing how much it annoyed him when I toyed with his desires. If all I could give him right now was a bad case of frustration, I'd take it. Let him ache for someone he could never have. I hoped it ate him up inside. "You're not going anywhere until I get some answers," he said, his voice low and threatening, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. Still, I refused to turn. It wasn't like facing him would help if he decided to attack without my magic or order form. I was already as good as dead if he wanted me that way. "Cry me a river, tough guy. I don't owe you a thing," I said, glancing at my chewed-up nails before dropping my hands back into my lap. Cain snarled a warning, which felt like the perfect moment for me to reach over and swipe one of his cinnamon rolls. The second I took a bite, he was back around the table, slamming his baton down like he thought it would scare me. I just raised an eyebrow, kept eating, and made a show of licking sugar off my fingers. "Got a problem?" I asked innocently. "I'm giving you a choice of which topic to start with, and then I'm getting answers 12, Cain said, ignoring the stolen pastry. Strange he never let me get away with stuff like this before. Maybe the scary vampire was feeling guilty. Or maybe it was all a trick to get me talking. Good luck with that. Tit for tat, boss, I purred. You want something from me, then I want something in return. Cain dropped into his chair, scowling so hard I was surprised he could see straight. I fluttered my lashes and took a long sip of coffee. He could really use some lessons in hiding his emotions. Not that I'd wish my father's methods on anyone, but if there was one person who deserved them, it was him. "I want to know what you were doing near Psych when the Balorian broke loose," he began, and I felt a flicker of curiosity. He didn't sound like someone hiding a secret, more like someone completely in the dark. "I want to know what this curse you put on me does and how to get rid of it. I want to know why you were on the maintenance level the day I caught you down there. And why are you wasting your time getting friendly with Sin Wilder?" "Just so I'm clear," I said, feigning innocence, "you don't want to talk about how you can't keep yourself from pressing against me every chance you get, or how just imagining sinking your teeth into me gets you going." His lip lifted, baring fangs that were already growing sharper. "I won't tolerate this disrespect, 12. One more warning and you'll regret it." "Are you telling me," I went on, toying with a button on my orange jumpsuit as if I might really undo it, "that if I slipped out of this and bent over this table for you, you'd actually say no?" He swallowed hard, tension coiling through him. "Stop trying to derail this. I'm not some naive fool you can dazzle with that pout or those perky breasts," he snarled, though the rough edge in his voice told me he liked the image more than he wanted to admit. His cold, predatory stare and that tone had my own body responding, nipples tightening, but I'd never give him the satisfaction. Besides, I loathed him far too much to even think about hate sex. My body could just get over it. "Let's try an easier question. Why are you getting cozy with 88? You're seriously asking why I want to spend time with a big, sinfully attractive incubus?" I taunted. "Maybe you're straight as a ruler, boss, but you can't be blind to how incredibly hot he is. Not to mention he's well endowed and knows exactly what to do with it." A vein throbbed at Cain's temple, growing more pronounced with every word. "And his tongue, damn, it's enough to make me wet just thinking about how hard he can." "Enough," Cain cut in sharply, the vein pulsing with barely restrained fury. "Explain this." He rolled up his cuff to reveal the curse mark on his inner wrist. The vines had spread, curling further up his forearm with a second small bud beside the original rose. "Maledizione della luna," I murmured, a sly smile touching my lips. "Your moon cursed, boss, take it up with her." He opened his mouth, no doubt ready to lay into me, but his radio crackled to life, sparing me the lecture. "Cain," Warden Pike's voice came through. "My office. Now." Cain gritted his teeth and I smirked. "Run along, boss man. Though if you have a boss, doesn't that make you not really the boss? What does that make you then?" "I won't be long," he muttered, leaning over to magically chain my left manacle to the table so I couldn't move. "Try not to cause trouble while I'm gone." "Aye, aye, Captain Asshole," I agreed, giving a mocking salute with my free hand. He shot me a warning look before striding out. And to answer my question, I added, knowing his bat-like ears would catch it, I think that makes you the little bitch man. I chuckled to myself. Annoying him was quickly becoming my new favorite pastime. I was about to curse him for chaining me to this table like some criminal when I spotted his leftover cinnamon bun and half-full coffee mug. Well, waste not, want not, asshole. At least this interrogation came with perks. I started down the hall, but then the cursed mark on my wrist began to throb, pain seeping through my veins. My fingers curled into a fist as I fought it, but the agony only intensified. This had happened before. I ducked into the men's restroom, my back hitting the door just as the overwhelming, blinding pain seized me. Clutching my arm to my chest, I stifled a cry as it tore deeper into me. I barely registered sinking to my knees before the visions clawed their way out from the darkest corners of my mind. Places I always tried to keep locked away. This curse forced me to confront my past, replaying the moment I became the monster I never wanted to be. I found myself staring down at the boy I had vowed to protect, his eyes still wide with hope, still full of a trust I had shattered. No, I snarled, fighting the vision, but the curse dragged me back relentlessly to the old theater where I'd spent so much of my youth. Up in the rafters, children huddled together while a shadow stirred in the corner where he slept. That shadow seemed to swell, and a cold dread seized me as I recognized the night. Moonlight faded through the grimy window as he chose his victims for the evening's twisted games, and I was among them. Just before I was forced to relive the horror fully, the curse released me. I came to gasping on the restroom floor, the fear as raw and immediate as if no time had passed. Pushing myself up, I blinked to clear my head and yanked back my sleeve. The silver rose had grown again, thorny vines coiling tighter and climbing further up my arm. What had she done to me? I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shove the memories deep down where they couldn't poison the present. This curse didn't just haunt me, it punished me with the most painful chapters of my life. I'd had nightmares before 12 marked me, but now they were vivid, relentless replays. I couldn't help but feel my own anger had triggered this episode. Who cared if she was involved with Sin Wilder? My fangs ached and fury burned like acid in my gut. I did, apparently. But I had to find a way to keep my cool around her, or I'd lose control completely. Running a hand over my short hair, I sighed and avoided my reflection. I rarely looked. I didn't like the man staring back. His eyes held only bloodlust, chaos, a darkness I worked constantly to conceal. My base instincts were not to be trusted. I had to fight to seem respectable, reliable. To Warden Pike, I was her most dependable officer. If only she knew how many of her rules I'd broken, most of them for 12. Stepping out of the bathroom, I lifted my chin and prayed the curse wouldn't strike in front of Pike. That mark was a key to all my secrets, binding me to 12. If she were interrogated, if they used Cyclops methods, they'd discover I'd been hunting her, wanting her. I could lose my job or worse, end up in a cell of my own. I strode down the hall and knocked on the warden's door, drawing a steadying breath. "Enter," she called. I stepped inside and she gave a curt nod from behind her desk. "Good morning, officer. How are things with 12? "I'm preparing to assign her to the correctional program," I replied, nerves tightening under her gaze. For a moment I feared she knew everything, that I was about to be exposed. But paranoia was getting the best of me. I'd covered my tracks. It had been months since my last slip. "Good. Sorry to pull you from your duties, but I just got off the phone with the Cain fib captain. We have a high-profile transfer coming in this afternoon." She gestured for me to sit and handed me a case file. "Laura Metz, previous reprimands for misconduct involving a well-known werewolf." "Who?" I frowned. "I'm not at liberty to say that, details redacted. She's been arrested multiple times for stalking. This time, it was with intent to kidnap." The judge decided a sentence in Darkmore was necessary to make the point clear. she explained. I frowned, thinking it sounded excessive for someone whose kidnapping plan never actually happened. Darkmore was meant for real monsters, not fae with poorly thought-out schemes involving celebrities. True, she replied, but the judge also considered that the fib agent who arrested her lost an arm during the struggle. Holy hell, I muttered, my stomach dropping. Exactly my reaction, she said, her expression grim. The arm was completely destroyed, no chance of reattachment. My throat went dry. For a fae, losing a hand was a nightmare. Losing both meant certain madness or death since we channel magic through them. She insists it was an accident, Pike added with a weary sigh, but that didn't change the outcome. The harm was done. Anyway, I need you here by 4 to process her. I want my top officer on this. She always assigned me the most volatile cases. Maybe my obsession with 12 wouldn't have taken root so fast if I hadn't been the one to process her, seeing her defiant, unguarded posture that left me restless and distracted for days. I'll be there, I agreed. Good. Officer Lucius will serve as her supervising officer. She's handled unpredictable inmates before, and I know you're tied up with 12. She smoothed her shirt and smiled briefly. Don't let me keep you. I'll expect a progress report in 2 weeks once she begins classes. Yes, ma'am. I stood and made my way back down the hall, my chest growing tighter with every step toward the office where I'd left 12. The mark on my inner arm tingled sharply, a persistent warning to keep myself in check. Irritated, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. She hadn't moved from her chair, but my eyes scanned the room anyway, searching for signs of mischief despite her restraints. You look awfully suspicious, officer, she said, fluttering her lashes with fake innocence. What could I possibly have done chained to a table? I shut the door firmly, locking it as I fought to keep my temper under control. She'd helped herself to my coffee and cinnamon bun, not that I minded. I'd bought extras for a reason, though I'd never admit it. Drop the act, I said, my voice dangerously calm. It's not an act. I am innocent, she insisted, feigning offense. I leaned over the table, palms flat, and glared down at her. Cut the crap, 12. I know you. Oh, you know me, do you? She taunted, leaning back casually. Or is it that you want to know me? That it drives you crazy how I get under your skin, how you crave my blood, my touch, my— Enough. I cut her off sharply, unlocking her cuff to distract myself. I know you were up to something in psych. I know you used me to get to the maintenance level. What are you really after? She just shrugged, and I let my fangs show. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. You look tired, maybe you need a break. My Aunt Bianca always said a pretty face won't stay pretty without proper rest. Stop wasting my time, I snapped. Beauty routines aren't a waste of time, she shot back, her tone shifting from playful to pointed. But lying to yourself certainly is. She gestured to her ribs, highlighting the weight she'd lost since her confinement, and a sharp pang of guilt twisted inside me. I fought to keep my expression blank, grabbing the coarse binder off the table and slamming it down between us. I needed to steer this conversation somewhere else, anywhere else. Her ability to crawl under my skin, to lodge there like a splinter aiming straight for my cold heart, was maddening. Why did she get to me so damn much? I've personally selected these courses to address your conduct, I told her, my voice tight. Have I been naughty, boss? She twirled a strand of hair, batting her lashes with exaggerated innocence. I was certain she was amping up the act just to provoke me. Ignoring the taunt, I flipped the binder open to her first assignment. Group therapy, I announced, unable to hide a slight smirk as I pointed to an image of inmates sitting in a circle holding hands. You'll be sharing your darkest secrets in front of everyone. And just so we're clear, I'll be reviewing reports from your counselor. If you're not cooperating, I won't hesitate to take it up with the warden. Son of a bitch, she muttered under her breath, and my smirk widened. I turned a few pages and tapped the next course title, Guided by the Stars. You'll learn how to interpret celestial influences and align your choices with cosmic guidance. What if the stars tell me to stab you, you bastard? she shot back, but I refused to take the bait. Honestly, I'd always thought this program was nonsense. The warden believes the stars guide us toward virtue, I said flatly. She scoffed, and I couldn't blame her. I'd had the same reaction when I first read Pike's proposal. Trusting a room full of felons to follow their instincts sounded like a recipe for chaos. But then again, I'm just the enforcer around here. Her gaze drifted down, taking in my build before sliding casually back up to meet my eyes. Her cheeks didn't color, but I could hear the sudden hammering of her heart. For one reckless moment, I let myself wonder if some part of her still wanted me. Get it together, man. I turned more pages, searching for her next assignment. Why sign me up for a class that tells me to trust my instincts, Mason? Her voice was a low, teasing purr meant to unsettle me and my body, which clearly hadn't gotten the memo to ignore her. Traitor. Because the content is soul-crushingly dull, I fired back. It was the truth. These courses weren't designed for someone like her. They were meant for hard cases and sociopaths, neither of which described her, and that only made me more suspicious. What was an Oscura doing locked up in Darkmore over theft? Her family's loaded. What could she possibly need stolen money for? Are you sure you don't just want me to follow my instincts and get wicked with you again? She pressed, her tone dripping with false sweetness. Because my gut's telling me to run the other way. How long has it been since you last hunted, by the way? You look thirsty. She was trying to get under my skin again, and the mark on my wrist began to burn as I fell right into her trap. I wanted to pull her from that chair, make her yield. My hands trembled with the urge to taste her blood, but I refused to give in. I have no idea what you're talking about, I deflected, and she laughed, a sound full of mockery. Flipping toward the back of the binder, I landed on the final course, the one I dreaded most. As her I was required to lead one-on-one sessions on a behavior I deemed critical to correct, and the topic I'd chosen felt fitting for both of us. Impulse control, I said, meeting her eyes. With me, twice a week. You're going to learn to hold on what? I have to take lessons with you, she interrupted, her expression so horrified it felt like a physical blow. The reaction sliced through me, igniting a violent urge to flip the table between us and watch the color drain from her face. But as that dark impulse flared, the curse in my arm flared with it, a searing agony that shot straight into my bones. I gritted my teeth, fighting to keep control as the pain surged upward, exploding behind my eyes like a firework. My knees nearly gave out, and I braced myself against the table, groaning as the torment gripped me from the inside. Mason, her voice cut through the haze, laced with something like concern. I forced my eyes open as the pain began to recede. You did this, I snarled, my voice raw. You cursed me. Tell me how to break it. Desperation clawed at my throat, and I hated how weak it made me sound. She rose from her chair, her gaze fixed on me as I struggled to stay upright. She moved closer, her fingers gently pushing up my sleeve to examine the mark. Her touch sent warmth spreading through my skin, soothing the ache like moonlight on a wound. I don't know how, she whispered, her voice trembling. I've never done anything like this before. I just follow the moon's magic, it's always guided me, but this. She trailed off, her brow furrowed. I pushed away from her, staggering back as I clutched my arm. You need to return to your cell block. Now, I rasped, leaning against the door for support. I couldn't stand her seeing me like this, vulnerable, broken. Let's go, I snapped, trying to reclaim some authority, but she didn't back down. She stepped forward again, her hand reaching for my arm. Against my better judgment, I let her. Her touch was warm, stirring something deep and primal in me. The silvery mark had spread, delicate vines curling toward my elbow. I jerked my arm back, yanking my sleeve down. When she stood this close, it was too easy to forget the hatred in her eyes, too easy to remember the way her body had felt against mine in the dark. I hope it hurts, she said softly, and the words struck like a blade. A low growl rumbled in my chest as I grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the elevator. The confined space made everything more intense. My pulse hammered at the base of my skull, and memories flooded my mind, her neck under my fangs, her breathless moans, the way we tangled together like we were both under a spell. I forced the images away, relief washing over me when the doors finally opened. I guided her back to her block in tense silence. "You'll receive your class schedule soon," I muttered as we reached cell block D. She paused on the bridge, turning back to look at me instead of crossing right away. "Have a truly terrible day, officer," she taunted, offering a mocking curtsy before turning to cross the bridge. Her words left me simmering with frustration as I secured the cell block once more and made my way toward the elevator. With a few hours of free time ahead, I already knew exactly how I intended to use them. Ever since she'd placed that wretched curse on me, I'd been scouring the internet for information on moon curses, and I'd finally stumbled upon a book that looked promising. It had shown up in my mailbox just this morning, and I was eager to dive into its pages. As I headed into the guards' quarters, Jack Hastings stepped into the hallway, already in uniform and clearly prepped for his upcoming shift. "Hey, Mason," he greeted cheerfully. I responded with a flat, unimpressed look. "Hello," I replied, attempting to move past him, but he quickly sidestepped into my path. "This was waiting for you in the rec room. I was just about to track you down," he explained, holding up a slim package. My pulse quickened when I spotted the Midnight Hospital's emblem stamped on the front. I nearly grabbed it from his hands, but since he'd been kind enough to bring it to me, I muttered a quick thanks and held out my palm instead. He passed me the envelope with another easy smile. "Everything all right? I feel like I haven't seen you outside of work in ages." "My grandma shipped me a whole case of beer. Feel like helping me finish it off tonight." He looked genuinely hopeful, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of temptation. Between the curse forcing me to relive my worst memories every time I was alone, and Pike refusing to let me bury myself in extra shifts, the idea of solitude had become something I actively dreaded. "Yeah, all right. I'll come," I said, sounding almost as surprised as Jack looked. "Wait, seriously?" he asked, his face breaking into a wide grin. He started shifting excitedly from foot to foot like an overjoyed golden retriever. "Awesome. 7 o'clock then." I gave a stiff nod, and he swept past me, practically bouncing down the hall as if it were the greatest day of his life. I still couldn't figure out why the kid was so eager to hang out with me. By now he'd made plenty of friends among the other guards. It wasn't like I was particularly good company. Hell, I didn't even enjoy spending time with myself. Shaking my head, I continued into my room, shutting the door behind me with a firm kick. I dropped into the chair at my desk, setting down the hospital's package. I'd sent my inquiry over a month ago and had pretty much given up on hearing back. Now that they'd actually responded, a part of me felt uneasy about what secrets that envelope might hold. Pushing it aside for the moment, I picked up the book that had arrived earlier. Its hardcover was embossed with a detailed etching of the moon against a silver background. Flipping past the first page, I began to read. Most of the material focused on the moon and its various influences, so I knew I'd have to sift through quite a bit before finding anything relevant to curses. It took over an hour before I landed on something useful, and my heart jumped when I saw an illustration of a mark almost identical to mine, though this one depicted a lily etched into the inner arm. According to the text, a moon curse can only be inflicted by a fae intrinsically tied to the moon. Various orders of the night include rare breeds with especially deep connections to this celestial body, though their powers differ widely. Moon curses, though uncommon, have been recorded for centuries. They share several traits. The bearer is marked by a flower, often symbolic of their perceived wrongdoing, and is subjected to relentless nightmares and visions drawn from their most painful memories. These episodes are accompanied by searing, agonizing pain that burns through the veins, sometimes resulting in temporary blindness and loss of strength. The exact cause of the flower's growth remains a mystery, but every documented instance where the mark fully covers the bearer's body ends in an agonizing death, hemorrhaging from every opening, unstoppable by any healer. I'll be damned if I bleed out from my eyes and every other star-forsaken exit. Thank you very much. Frantically, I tore through the pages, desperate for any mention of a cure, anything to halt this nightmare before it consumed me. How much time did I even have? The book offered no timeline, no mercy. Shit. Absolute shit. My search led me to the section detailing the flowers, and my eyes locked onto the rose, the lover's mark. A hard knot formed in my throat as I read the description beneath the illustration, a rose chillingly identical to the one coiled around my arm. According to the text, a moon-touched fae could curse a lover for betrayal, forcing them to face lunar vengeance. Only a handful of such cases existed, each ending in death. Scholars debated whether reparation could break the curse or if matters of the heart were simply too brutal to undo. My breath hitched. I slammed the book shut, digging my fingers into my eyes as the mark throbbed again. This couldn't be real. It just couldn't. Why did I ever get involved with her? Why was I so powerless to resist? I was weak, pathetic, a worthless fool who couldn't stay away from a girl I was supposed to monitor. Disgusted, I shoved the book aside and ripped open the package from Midnight Hospital. Inside were files, and as I pulled them out, the pain in my arm stilled. I was staring at a photograph of a young Rosalie Oscura, maybe 14 or 15. She stood in her underwear, arms spread, her gaze hollow and defiant. Silver scars marred her left side exactly where her rose tattoo now lay. Rage ignited in my veins. My hands trembled as I read the report. She'd been admitted after torture with a sunsteel blade. Multiple visits, top specialists in Celeria, efforts to heal the scars and repair nerve damage. Some progress, but the marks remained. I nearly crumpled the paper, fury boiling over. I needed an outlet. If her father was still breathing anywhere in this world, I would find him. I would end him. I shouldn't have cared, but I did, fiercely, like a demon had taken hold. The mark pulsed, warm and strange, but my anger drowned it out. Flames erupted from my hands as I paced, wild and untamed. When I finally wrestled control, I extinguished the fire and stormed out, heading straight for the training room. Someone was going to pay. And there he was, Officer Nixon, practicing air magic inside a magic-proof unit. I'd never liked the bastard, not since he flaunted his seedy magazines in the rec room. A depraved piece of work. Perfect. I was more than ready to show him what happens when a gentle breeze meets hellfire, especially fire that burned for Rosalie. When I reached the visitation line, the other inmates were already waiting, and I found myself at the very back. Not that it mattered, I strolled right past the whole queue, flashing a defiant smirk at anyone who looked my way. Up front, Rory, Ethan, and Gustard stood loosely blocking the hall instead of jostling for position. The guards tolerated it, knowing better than to show favoritism and risk backlash from any gang leader. Just as I moved to take my place among them, a broad-shouldered woman stepped out of line and planted herself in my path, hands on her hips and a sneer twisting her lips. Her jumpsuit was tied at the waist, revealing vibrant tattoos across her skin, and the glint in her eyes promised trouble. "If you want the front, you should have been on time," she said, stomping a foot in a way that felt way too equine to be accidental. I raised an eyebrow as the guards and gang leaders turned to watch. This was a test, one I couldn't afford to fail without looking weak, but reacting too strongly could land me back in solitary and cost me my visit with my cousin. "Get to the back where you belong, mutt," she snarled, and a few inmates behind her snorted and whinnied in agreement. Someone shouted, "Tell her Sparkle," a name that rang a faint bell. My wolves had mentioned some upstart Pegasus trying to claim territory while I was locked up. Clearly, she'd started believing her own hype. I clicked my tongue dismissively and kept walking not around her but straight toward her. She could move or get moved. Ants don't stand in the way of wolves. Her nostrils flared and I saw the punch coming from a mile away. At the last second, I twisted, letting her fist glance off my shoulder. Now it was self-defense. Her punch had power, no surprise from a Pegasus, but I wasn't here to trade blows. I went straight for the knockout. My fist connected with her temple, and as she stumbled, I grabbed her rainbow-streaked hair and slammed her face first into the brick wall. The crack of her nose breaking echoed down the hall. My wolves erupted, howling my name and hurling insults like hoof whore and glittervag at her and her followers. She crumpled to the floor, and I drove my boot into her gut before planting my heel firmly on her back. Sparkle's agonized scream echoed down the hall as her herd surged forward, closing ranks around us. I didn't linger. The guards were already shouting, their view blocked by a wall of inmates, but I had no interest in wasting another second on that pathetic excuse for a fay. I turned and walked away, the other Pegasuses parting silently to let me pass just as the guards rushed in. With a sharp whistle, I called my wolves back before they drew more trouble. By the time order was restored, batons cracking, shouts ringing out, I was already standing calmly at the front of the line, right where I belonged. Officer Rhine dragged a bloody, protesting Sparkle away as Hastings hurried over to me. I bit my lip and widened my eyes, feigning innocence. "What was that about, Rosa 12?" he demanded, his cheeks flushing when he nearly used my real name in front of everyone. "Honestly, I have no idea, choir boy," I purred, fluttering my lashes. He glanced toward the fading sounds of Sparkle's colorful curses and the guard's gruff commands. "Just stay out of trouble, 12, he finally said, offering a tight smile. "You don't want to end up back in the hole." "No, sir," I agreed, my voice soft and breathy as I gave him my best come-hither look. It really was a shame. Hastings was undeniably pretty, with a body that could stop traffic, but as my eyes trailed over him, I felt absolutely nothing. Zero spark. He could spend all day between my thighs and I'd probably just be bored out of my mind. My obsession with alphas had clearly taken a weird turn, because even the weight of Ethan's glare from across the room sent a shiver through me, and I hated that guy. Poor Hastings. Why couldn't I just take the easy road and let him believe what he wanted? Well, he seemed content in the dark, no need to ruin the fantasy. "Anyway," he continued, clearing his throat, "I spoke with Officer Cain about your class assignments. I'll come find you before group therapy. Since I'm your co now, he thought I should take on more responsibility." "Perfect," I said with a flirtatious smile, stepping closer and lowering my voice. "I like you way more than him anyway. He's such a grumpy bastard and you're just—" I let my gaze drift meaningfully before meeting his eyes again. "Nice," Hastings coughed, fighting a smirk as he took a step back. "I'd better go check on the visitation rooms," he mumbled, avoiding any further comment before turning to leave. "What the hell was that?" Ethan's voice cut through the noise as Rory snorted with laughter. I didn't bother looking his way. "Why do you care?" I asked, dripping disinterest. "Just wondering if you're spreading your legs for a guard now," he shot back, a smug smirk plastered on his face. I tilted my head, meeting his gaze with feigned curiosity. "What if I am? The last guy left me seriously disappointed. Maybe it's time I tried an upgrade." "Who doesn't appreciate a man with authority?" I teased, watching Ethan's expression darken with irritation as my smile widened. Gustard traced the scarab design on his cheek, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Do tell us about this disappointing partner," he coaxed, clearly enjoying the tension. "Just some beta who thought he could act the part," I replied with a dismissive wave. "He talked a big game, but when it came down to it, he didn't have the strength or presence to deliver." Rory chuckled, shooting a knowing look toward Ethan, who bristled visibly. You really ought to be more careful with what you reveal, Gustard mocked. If I catch wind of you hinting at anything else, I might start to worry. What are you implying? I snapped, a cold dread prickling down my spine. I still didn't know how much he'd pulled from my thoughts during our encounter in the yard, and this felt like a thinly veiled threat. Of course he wouldn't be satisfied with just one secret, he'd have dug for everything. I believe the answer is clear to most of us, Gustard murmured, his gaze shifting between me, Rory, and a bewildered Ethan, who really needed to work on hiding his reactions. Though perhaps not everyone. You're quite the ruthless one, keeping your own mate in the dark, aren't you? Ethan lunged forward, chest puffed out, ready to throw a punch, but I stepped between them, pressing a hand to his chest. He's provoking you, you idiot. You want to end up in solitary. Growling in frustration, Ethan relented as Gustard smirked. I know what you're hiding, little wolf, he whispered. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. 406, report to room 9, Officer Nixon called out, and Gustard strutted away, looking far too pleased with himself. What was that about? Ethan demanded, grabbing my arm and forcing me to face him. Not your concern, Stronzo, I snarled, channeling my anger toward him. Now take your hand off me before I make you regret it. I want to know what he threatened you with, Ethan insisted, his grip tightening. She said let go, Rory warned in a low growl, stepping closer. But I didn't need defending, I could handle my own battles. Why don't you announce to the whole block that we're mated? Then maybe I'll share all my secrets, I offered, leaning in until we were almost nose to nose, the tension between us electric but far from affectionate. You know I can't do that, he growled. Can't or won't, I pressed. Anyone would think you've lost your nerve acting like a frightened pup. Ethan bared his teeth, and I flashed him a sweet, mocking smile. Rory shoved him back, and I grinned wider as Ethan turned on him. What, is she working some kind of magic on you too? Seems like every guy in here is circling her like she's the last meal on Earth. What's wrong, Shadowbrook? Rory challenged, closing the distance until they were chest to chest. Got a problem with the idea of Rosa and me sharing a cell after lights out? Ethan's eyes shot to mine, filled with hurt and disbelief, and I couldn't help but laugh. What's eating you, Stronzo? I taunted. Is there some reason you object to me warming another Fae's bed? I asked, a smirk playing on my lips as Ethan's hands clenched into fists, his anger practically radiating off him. He looked ready to explode at any moment. You can't seriously expect me to believe you're into this jerk, he snapped, jabbing a finger toward Rory. You shouldn't even be thinking about anyone other than who? I cut in, my tone dripping with mock innocence. Is there some special reason I shouldn't enjoy the company of every attractive alpha I come across? Ethan's response was a low growl as he scanned the crowded corridor. Most of the wolves and Pegasus herd were too wrapped up in their own heated arguments to pay us any mind, on the verge of another brawl. You can't, he commanded, his alpha tone rolling over me like a thunderclap, but my will stood firm. There was no chance in hell I'd ever bow to him. Watch me, I purred, tossing a wink over my shoulder as I turned to leave. Rosalie. He barked, but Officer Nixon was already motioning me toward room 3. I had absolutely no interest in my so-called mate's nonsense right now. With an exaggerated sway in my step, I raised a hand and flipped him off without looking back. He needed to get used to the view. Rory's laughter echoed behind me, and I smirked before remembering he'd rejected me too. What was it with all the stubborn jerks in this place? I was going to develop a serious complex if this kept up. Get a good pat-down already, 12, Nixon murmured as I reached the door. I wouldn't mind giving you a thorough inspection myself. Maybe your commissary would get a nice little bump this week for good behavior. What did you just say to me? I demanded, whirling around to glare up at him. He offered a bland smile. For a real boost, we could go all the way with a cavity search, he added, leaning closer. I was moments from punching his smug face when he swung the door open, and I saw Dante waiting inside. All thoughts of creepy guards, arrogant lions, and unwanted mates vanished as a delighted shriek escaped me. I bolted into the room, leaped over the table, and landed hard in his lap, sending his chair flying and both of us tumbling to the floor in a heap. "Whoa, calm down, crazy Lupa, or I'll have to tell Mama you've lost your mind in here," Dante joked, hauling us both upright. He wrapped me in a tight hug and I snuggled against his chest, feeling the familiar static buzz of his storm dragon gifts. "Try to keep it PG, you two," Nixon called from the doorway with a suggestive wink. Disgust rolled through me. What was his problem? Did he really think I'd ever be open to his revolting advances? I'd have to make it crystal clear he needed to back off fast. "He's my cousin, you creep," I spat. "Ooh, even naughtier," he replied, waggling his eyebrows before shutting the door. "What was that about?" Dante asked, but I just shook my head. "Forget that bastard. Tell me how everyone is back home, and then I want all the details about your birthday plans. I know you wanted to celebrate early this year. Please tell me I didn't miss all the fun while I was rotting in the hole." Dante smirked as we settled into our chairs. His birthday plans were really code for the escape date I'd chosen. Missing 3 months thanks to Officer Dickweed had set me back, but that was okay, we'd make it work. I was finally back, and honestly, I couldn't wait to leave this place behind. Dante leaned in, his voice low. "Did you get all my letters before they threw you in isolation?" He was clearly anxious to know if I'd pieced together everything about the iPump 500. I flashed a grin. "Every one. They were perfect, really kept my mind off things." Dante chuckled softly, his eyes darting toward the cameras mounted around the room. No doubt they were listening in, so we had to watch our words. "Good. And what about your friend? Did she make it out of psych?" he asked, trying to sound casual. I shook my head, letting out a slow breath. My eyes said more than I could voice here. There was no way to explain everything that went down with Suk Min in this monitored space. "No one ever does, from what I hear," I added quietly. He frowned, concern etching his features. "Guess you'll need to find some new friends then." I could tell he wasn't thrilled with how my plans were unraveling. Neither was I. "Yeah," I replied, steering the conversation toward safer ground. I asked about his wife, the kids, our family, anything to pretend just for a little while that I hadn't missed so much. But time slipped away too quickly. Officer Nixon swung the door open, signaling our time was up. Just as my heart sank, Dante's mouth twitched with a hidden smile. "Actually ran into an old friend recently," he said, and I knew instantly he was speaking in code. "Oh yeah, who?" I asked, ignoring Nixon's stare. "Remember that bear shifter who lived next door to us?" Dante continued. I frowned, confused. Our old neighborhood was all Oscura's, but he didn't let me question it. "Turns out he's working on a project with his brother. Got me set up with everything I need to join in." He raised an eyebrow and it clicked. Pudding's brother was building a receiver. That meant I could contact Dante using transmitters made from pudding cup chips. "Really?" I whispered, hope surging through me. I had to bite back the urge to jump up and down. This changed everything. But then Nixon's drawl cut in from behind me. "Come on, 12. No special treatment unless you're willing to earn it." The suggestion in his tone was unmistakable. Dante shot to his feet so fast his chair clattered to the floor. "And how exactly do you expect her to earn it, you piece of shit?" he snarled, electricity crackling around him. He looked every bit the storm dragon he was, powerful, dangerous. Nixon wet his lips, toad-like and smug. "Watch your tone if you want future visits." "Forget it, Dante," I growled, placing a hand on his chest. What was Nixon thinking, challenging the king of the Oscura Clan? This loser isn't even on my radar. Dante glared death over my head before pulling me into a crushing hug. "You're the strongest fae I know, Rosalie. I'll see you soon," he whispered fiercely in my ear. "You're the strongest fae I've ever known, Rosalie. I'll see you soon." "Ti amo, Dante." I held him close, hating the moment I had to release him, but too soon he was stepping back and walking away, leaving me to return to my cell alone. Still, I walked with a new energy, feeling like things were finally falling into place again. After being caught with the cuff key, I'd lost my work assignment, all privileges gone, not even a chance to earn tokens for commissary. My wolves brought me whatever I needed, but that wasn't the point. Warden Pike had me cornered, tightening the screws to make sure I understood my place. But I was tired of being treated like some disobedient pup. I wanted my damn kitchen job back. As everyone left the mess hall after breakfast and guards sorted them for work or returned to cells, I hung back in the doorway, eyes fixed on my goal. I ran a hand through my blonde hair and flashed a lopsided grin that never failed to draw attention. Inmates passing by bit their lips and giggled, turning to mush right in front of me. I could have had any of them. I used to have any of them. Then fate decided to screw me over by mating me to a girl I could never truly claim. Sometimes I wondered what I'd done to anger the universe. Being a lunar, I'd done my share of questionable things, but always with purpose. Growing up in a gang-run city, what choice did I have? Roll over and take it. That wasn't me. I was made for glory, born to lead, born to fucking rule. But the universe kept throwing obstacles, each one knocking me flat. Officer Lyle approached, and I hit him with a look that could make any straight man reconsider. And Lyle was far from straight. "Officer," I purred, "got a minute?" A blush crept over his freckled cheeks as he moved to my side and we stepped into the corridor together. "You did something different with your hair," I remarked, leaning back to study his red waves. He waved a hand. "No, I didn't. You did. It's kind of fluffier." I nudged his shoulder and he chuckled. "It's not fluffy." He tried patting it down, but a smile tugged at his lips. "Well, whatever it is, I like it," I said, leaning in again. He looked up, flustered. "Keep doing whatever you're doing, officer." "You should head back now, Ethan," he urged. I sighed dramatically. "Any chance I can rejoin my pack for kitchen cleanup this morning?" I tilted my head, using that irresistible charm. I was adorable, plain and simple. "Oh." He glanced toward Officer Cain, who was gathering the crew for cell block E renovations. Rosalie didn't have a job either since her time in the hole, not that I paid attention to her comings and goings. "Sorry, Ethan, your work privileges are still suspended. But it's been weeks. Forget the kitchen, I'll take anything, even something grunt level. You must have something, officer." I gave him my best pleading look, flexing subtly so he'd notice the ink beneath my jumpsuit. "I'll do anything," I said, dead serious. I was going insane, stuck in my cell, obsessing over Rosalie. Hell, my hand was getting more action than it could handle. "Put me on construction. I'm good with heavy lifting." I raised an eyebrow and he cleared his throat, shaking his head. "Construction is level 3. Besides, the crew's full." Lyle kept shaking his head, glancing nervously at Cain like he might call him over any second if that preening vampire prick caught wind of what I was angling for. I could kiss my shot at any decent work assignment goodbye for another miserable month. "Come on, there's gotta be something. Leave me locked up with nothing to do all day. Who knows what kind of trouble I'll dream up." "I need structure, officer. Keeps a guy like me out of trouble." Lyle dragged a hand through his hair, looking torn. "Fine, there's one thing opening up, but not till next week, and I'll take it," I cut in. "What is it? Kitchen duty, sorting laundry, or am I scrubbing toilets in nothing but my shorts?" "No," he stammered. "It's the library. They're doing a full overhaul, new books, fresh paint, the works. There's water damage from an old fire, carpet so thin you can see the concrete. Warden thought it'd be good for inmates. Builds character. Perfect." I shot him a grin, pleased as hell. "Thanks, Lyle, I owe you." I winked, leaving him flustered as I melted back into the crowd shuffling toward the cells. Then I spotted Rosalie up ahead and my chest went tight. Since that night, she'd barely looked my way. Unbelievable she was acting like I was the villain for coming up with a damn clever solution to our mate drama. She could go mark some beta if she wanted. I wouldn't. A hot spike of jealousy shot through me, and a couple of fey inmates practically leaped out of my path. One smacked right into the wall. Rosalie glanced back at the commotion, her eyes meeting mine. Damn, just the thought of her with someone else twisted me up inside. I pushed through until I was right behind her, close enough my breath stirred her hair. "Go to hell, Shadowbrook," she said, cool as ice, but I felt the charge in her words like a live wire. "Not much else to do in here, sweetheart," I mused. "So what's it gonna be, me or somebody else?" She slowed, and I matched her pace, letting the crowd flow around us. Suddenly it was just us at the tail end of the line. I fell half a step behind, stealing a look at her profile. Pretty wasn't the word for Rosalie Oscura. She was stunning. Like the universe crafted her just for me, down to the last detail. She ignored me, but I wasn't having it. "I get why you're pissed," I murmured. "Wow, Ethan, won a trophy for finally catching on, and it only took you, what, a week?" She slow-clapped, sarcasm dripping. Okay, fine, she'd spelled it out about Harper, but hearing it now in that mocking tone, it dug right under my skin. Pride stung, I lashed out. If she wanted to play hurt, I could hurt us both. "You know what? I was gonna try to fix this, but now I think I'll just head back to my cell, wait for my mate to come around. Harper really knows how to keep a bed warm. Waking up next to something soft and round can't beat that. She actually likes it when I hold her close, which is more than I can say for some people." I turned to leave, and the ache in her heart seemed to echo right through my own. "Hope you enjoy the backup plan," she shot back, her voice sharp. "Guess we've both got something in common now, waking up with an alpha pressed up against us." I froze, and she nearly collided with me before shoving past, leaving me staring at the back of her head, my temper flaring. "Are you seriously sleeping with him?" I demanded, my voice tight as I closed the distance between us. I already knew the answer. There was only one lion shifter with that long hair always lurking around her cell block. That arrogant bastard Rory. She flipped me off without looking back and melted into the crowd, leaving me seething. If she was really with him, Rory was a dead man walking. I'd tear him apart with my bare hands. The bond we shared was supposed to mean something. She was mine and no one else's. So why did it feel like she was the one calling the shots? The anger simmered all day, and by the time I got back to my cell after lunch, I was ready to explode. I'd seen them together in the mess hall, Rosalie laughing like they were old friends, leaning into him like they shared more than just jokes. Every time she hinted they were sharing a bed, my mind went into overdrive. All I could picture were his hands on her, on what was mine. I wanted to confront him, but not where the guards could see. Next time we were in the order yard, I'd catch him off guard. I'd make him pay. "You all right, Alpha?" Harper's voice cut through my rage as she followed me inside. I kicked the bedframe hard enough to leave a dent. "No," I growled, pacing like a caged animal. My pack was watching from outside, so I yanked the sheet down to block the view. Then I pushed Harper against the wall, my body pinning hers, my mouth hovering just above hers. If Rosalie could play that game, so could I. Harper's lips parted, eager and waiting. I could have done it, kissed her, taken what she was so clearly offering. I'm not gonna lie, the idea was tempting, but at the last second I pulled back sharply. "Just pretend," I hissed, my hand slamming against the wall beside her head. She didn't miss a beat, moaning and grinding against the bricks like she'd been rehearsing for this moment her whole life. I had to give it to her, the girl committed. But my heart wasn't in it. Not even close. I dropped onto my bed and picked up a newspaper as she kept up the performance, her sound so convincing you'd think we were shooting a scene. Seriously, award-worthy stuff. I skimmed through the daily Salaria, skipping past the political junk. The only time I ever paid attention was years back, during that whole mess with the Vega princesses fighting the celestial heirs for the throne. Now that was entertainment. Nobody saw how that would end, total chaos. Honestly, being locked up in Darkmore felt safer than being out there while the world went to hell. At least in here, the drama was predictable. The world beyond these walls would be entirely different by the time I tasted freedom 15 goddamn years from now. Who knew what wars might rage, What leaders might fall, what chaos would reshape the world before I walked out of here. The sound of the guard's bell snapped me from my thoughts. I leapt off my bunk, cutting Harper's fake moans short with a sharp gesture before throwing the sheet aside and stepping out. 307, Officer Nixon called, and my grin spread wide as he listed the others. Hell yes. Maybe the universe wasn't completely screwed after all. Maybe those glittering stars up there were actually whispering my name, getting all hot and bothered for their favorite alpha wolf. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my pack roaring approval as I echoed their energy. More guards lingered behind Nixon, some exchanging wary looks they couldn't believe I'd scored a slot in the Fate Room lottery. That's right, badge bunnies, I'm about to get a sneak peek at tomorrow and twist it to my advantage. Nothing you can do but watch. We crossed the bridge, 10 of us trailing the guards, and I practically vibrated with impatience. I needed to see those cards, roll those bones, get some kind of sign that luck hadn't completely abandoned me. Outside the massive doors of the Fate Room, the crowd was thick and restless. When the doors finally groaned open, I shoved my way through, snarling at anyone dumb enough to slow me down. I broke into the dim chamber near the front, just steps from the silver staircase that spiraled up toward the horometer, its planets orbiting a glowing sun like some cosmic carousel. Then I saw him. Sin Wilder, leaning casually like he owned the damn room. Got out of the hole, I see, I bit out. He just smirked. Miss me, sugar tits? I ignored him, arms crossed, simmering. He took his sweet time humming the damn Jurassic Park theme while reading his fortune off the screen. Take your time, I said, oozing sarcasm. He shot me a look, half crazed, half amused. Oh, I will, kitten. Somewhere behind me, a voice rose in song Bullseye with her cotton candy hair and unsettling energy. We're in a hole underground, deep, deep, deep. Her weird little tune grated on my nerves. Bang, poof, whop, chop. She giggled, licking the neck of the girl in front of her. Something wasn't right. Bullseye, I called out. She turned, eyes glinting. Well, look who it is, the big lunar cheese. Ow, she howled, cupping her hands around her mouth, and a cold unease settled in my gut. This wasn't the sharp, loyal girl I knew. Something had shifted. Something was wrong. How could the moon possibly hear you from all the way down here? She must have enormous, flapping ears that are constantly tuned in to every little werewolf scurrying across the earth. Bullseye stepped out of line, darting away into the Fate Room and crawling beneath a tarot table where she vanished from sight. I swore under my breath, dragging my fingers through my hair. This was bad. Bullseye had been a solid ally, but if she'd caught the madness in this place, she was useless to me now. I wanted to help, but there was nothing I could do, just another grim reality of Darkmore. Once someone's mind started to slip, it was only a matter of time before they were hauled off to psych. My attention shifted back to the one lunatic who somehow managed to toe the line just enough to stay in general population. It made no sense. If anyone needed a heavy dose of sanity, it was this guy. Sin glanced my way and gestured lazily for me to step up to the screen, not budging an inch. Go on, I'm finished. I moved forward, but he didn't back off, so I let out a low growl. This is private, back off. Everyone else on the stairs kept their distance, but Sin leaned in closer, sliding an arm around my shoulders and squeezing like he owned me. Nah, I think I'll stick around, kitten. We're on the same team today, gotta make sure the stars don't screw us over. What are you talking about? I'm not on your team. I shoved him, but he only pressed closer, nudging me toward the screen with a grin like we were old pals. As if, you are today, he insisted. I'm the captain and you're my little bitch. Say aye, captain. He grabbed my cheeks, forcing my mouth to mimic the words. I snarled, shoving both palms hard into his chest as my fur bristled. Touch me again and I'll tear your throat out. Such an angry little werewolf, he taunted, still smiling. You know what happens if you don't play along. He raised an eyebrow and my jaw clenched. I'd worked too damn hard to keep mine and Rosalie's secret safe, and this bastard was dangling it over my head like a toy. Sin tilted his head back and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Attention, inmates of Darkmore Penitentiary." I drove my elbow hard into his stomach, and he coughed sharply. "Fine," I snapped, furious as I stepped up and pressed my palm to the screen. Sin rested his chin on my shoulder, peering down as my private information flashed up. Prisoner number, 1 name, Ethan Shadowbrook. Crime, kidnapping. Order, werewolf. Star sign, Cancer. Element, water. Sentence remaining, 14 years, 11 months, 10 days. I should have been out by now. The thought hit me like a punch to the gut. "Kidnapping, huh?" Sin murmured near my ear. "You dirty dog." I tried to shrug him off, but he only pressed down harder. "I never told anyone why I was here. It was my business, and I hated Sin prying. My baby sister had tried to fix our money troubles on her own, and it backfired spectacularly, landing me in this hellhole. I was furious until she told me she was pregnant. What else was I supposed to do? I kidnapped a homeless guy once," Sin mused. "Bad idea. No one even noticed he was gone. Eventually, I gave him a pair of my shoes and dropped him back where I found him." "By the stars," I muttered. "Why would you do that? He didn't have any shoes." "I mean, why kidnap him in the first place?" I growled, shaking my head. He paused, thoughtful. "I was a stupid kid with only 3 auras to last the week. Thought I could get a ransom." "And you thought holding some homeless guy was the answer," I said, irritated. "Not my proudest moment. We still chat sometimes, though. Alf runs a shoe store out in Iperia these days, genuinely a good guy, though it's a little ironic he opened the place right after you gave him shoes, I know. But honestly, I couldn't care less about Alf or his footwear. You're missing out. I get half off, and he enchants the soles, makes them the most comfortable foot huggers I've ever walked in." Foot huggers. My horoscope flashed on screen, and I wasn't about to dive into that absurd conversation, so I skimmed it fast. "Greetings, Cancer. The stars have insights on your fortune. Lately, you felt off balance, like life's weighing you down. With a certain Sagittarius crowding your space, you might feel stifled. Still, this rocky road could lead exactly where you need to go. As Mars shifts into your sign, controlling your temper may prove tough, but remember, resistance often leads to relief." "I'm a Sagittarius," Sin murmured close, his breath warm on my neck. "That's definitely me. My horoscope mentioned you too, sweetheart." He took my wrist, and I jerked back as he tried to steer me away. "What are you doing?" I snapped, eyeing the line of people now whispering behind us. "Just go with it," he urged. "We've got one more job for our favorite she-wolf." My eyes narrowed. "No," I shot back, remembering the last time sneaking Nebula weed out of the order yard hidden God knows where. "If she wants something done, she can handle it herself." I hurried down the stairs, Sin's footsteps echoing behind me. For a while, I dodged him, pulling a few tarot cards that echoed my horoscope. More rough road ahead. I needed clearer answers and moved toward the dice, but Sin reappeared, slinging an arm around my shoulders and guiding me toward the crystal display at the rear. "Try to run, and I'll scream your secret right here," he whispered. Fury boiled under my skin, but I stayed put. I couldn't take the risk. The crystals stood massive along the back wall, each as tall as a person, secured against theft. Sin led me into a shadowy nook lit only by the soft glow of a sunstone crystal. "Rosa needs a piece of this," he breathed, nodding toward the security camera. No audio, but stealing here was nearly impossible with all the watchful eyes. I scoffed. "Good luck with that. I'm not ending up in the hole for you. They search everyone on the way out." "Yep," Sin agreed. "They definitely do." He ran his hand over the crystal's surface, then suddenly shoved me against it, his mouth crushing mine. Stunned, it took me a moment to shove him back and land a punch to his stomach. What the hell was that? I snarled. He just smirked, holding up a shard of crystal he'd broken off, twirling it discreetly beside his leg. "Great," I said flatly. "Have fun smuggling that out." "You're taking it," he said, deadly serious. "They strip search me every time. It has to be you." "No way," I growled, "Rosalie needs us. Don't you want to help your friend?" he whispered. I scanned the area thankfully. We were alone in this corner of the fate room. Keeping my voice low was the only smart move here. "Just shut it," I warned, my tone sharp. Sin just grinned, unfazed. "She's counting on us, sweetheart. I'll make it smooth, trust me, I know my way around back there." "Absolutely not," I shot back. "And in case you forgot, we're on camera." "Oh, I noticed." Sin's smile widened, all teeth, and I scowled in return. "So you're really leaving her hanging?" My jaw tightened. Part of me hated how badly I wanted to see Rosalie smile, how much I wanted to ease the strain between us. Maybe then she'd let Harper go. And yeah, I was still pissed about her sleeping in the lion's bed, but my bond wouldn't let me stray, and deep down I knew she wasn't crossing lines with Rory either. Maybe it was time I trusted that. Damn it, am I really doing this? Fine, hand it over. I stepped closer, trying to be discreet, but he shook his head. "Only one way this flies under the radar." His fingers brushed my jaw before he grabbed a handful of my hair and crushed his mouth to mine. I threw a punch, struggling, but he spun me and slammed me against the wall, yanking at my jumpsuit. "You bastard," I snarled. "Just count to 10 and picture your girl, it'll be over fast," Sin laughed. I swung again, landing hits that split his lip, but he only laughed harder, wrestling me down until I was pinned beneath him on the floor, his mouth at my throat. "Say my name, baby," he taunted. I thrashed, but he was solid as a boulder. When I tried to roll away, he dropped his weight, knocking the air from my lungs, and then unbelievably he started tickling me. I couldn't help it. I laughed even as I cursed at him, realizing he was putting on a performance for the cameras. What an ass. "You are not putting that thing in me." "You always say that till I'm in," he announced loudly, playing it up. He tugged my jumpsuit down, his hand sliding between my cheeks, and I tensed hard. "Not like this," I growled. He leaned close, breath hot at my ear. "It's the only way, Shadowbrook, relax, think of the moon." And damn it, he was right. If I wanted to help Rosalie, this was our shot, especially if they searched Sin on the way out. I let my breath go, surrendering, and he smacked my ass. "Come on, gorgeous, show me some love," he teased. "I'm going to end him." I let him roll me over, faking a groan while fighting a scowl. Sin chuckled darkly. "Like anyone would buy you topping me," I muttered right before he kissed me again, deep and unrestrained, his tongue pushing past my lips. I'd kissed guys before, but never under circumstances this messed up. He brought his fingers to our mouths, wetting the crystal hidden between us, then slid his hand down into my jumpsuit. I lifted my hips as he pushed into my boxers, his fingers parting me, and I bit my lip, furious and resigned. I tensed up, a low growl rumbling in my throat as he slid the crystal into place, his hand retreating almost instantly. "Why are you hard?" I snapped, feeling his erection press against my leg. "I'm an incubus backed up for weeks and you're irresistible, cut me some slack, sugar," he chuckled. "Oh yeah, that's the good stuff." My head jerked up at Plunger's voice, my eyes snapping open to find him watching us, his jumpsuit hanging open and his hands busy in his pants. "Got room for one more in that party," he cooed. "Get lost," I shot back as Sin climbed off me, helping me pull up my pants before yanking me to my feet. I adjusted my jumpsuit, wincing at the persistent discomfort of the crystal lodged inside me. Seriously, the universe must really have it out for me. "Shadowbrook's mine," Sin growled. "Go find your own plaything." Plunger stomped off in a huff, and I fixed Sin with a glare. "I'm nobody's bottom, never." "Well, according to every guard in this joint, you are, and those rumors are already spreading like wildfire." Sin flashed a grin, and I punched his arm hard enough to leave a mark. He didn't even blink, just kept smiling at me like we were old pals. "Thanks for the fun, sweet cheeks." With a wink, he sauntered off, leaving me scowling after him. My irritation only grew when our time ran out moments later, and I hadn't even gotten a chance to roll the dice. Fuming, I joined the crowd heading for the exit, but my anger quickly gave way to anxiety as I reached the door. The guards were conducting pat-downs, and as I stepped up to Officer Nixon, his hands roaming a little too freely, two thoughts hit me. First, I should have picked a different guard. Nixon was a creep, and I'd had enough unwanted attention for one day. Second, I just gambled more years of my sentence for Rosalie Oscura. I'd risk my reputation, my freedom, even shove a crystal up my ass for you, babe. If that doesn't earn me some makeup sex, I don't know what will. Nixon finally ended his overly thorough search and waved me through, and I let out a shaky breath of relief. I caught Sin's eye as Cain patted him down and released him, and I shot him a dark look. I thought they always did strip searches, you jerk. Later, I settled into the back corner of the magic compound, my cuffs deactivated and power humming through my veins. With the cuffs modified, I didn't need to conserve energy for digging or practical escape plans, so I let my creativity run wild. All around me, I'd cultivated a lush carpet of moss and grass, dotted with vibrant wildflowers in every color. Encircling my little haven, I'd woven a dense barrier of trees and shrubs so thick that, except for a sliver of ceiling visible through the highest leaves, I could almost believe I was outdoors. All I needed was the gentle murmur of a stream, and it would be paradise, a perfect replica of the hidden grove near my Aunt Bianca's vineyard, my childhood refuge when I needed solitude. Lying on my back, I breathed in the rich, earthy scent and let my eyes drift closed, savoring the momentary escape from reality. Of course, true relaxation was impossible, trapped in a room full of ruthless criminals who'd gladly see me dead, but the illusion was comforting. Sighing, I turned over the new hurdles in our escape plan, cursing Cain for the umpteenth time for locking me in solitary so long. If I'd been Engine Pop, we could have advanced our plans, used the key, and maybe already be breathing free air instead of rotting here. But dwelling on what-ifs was a waste of time. Better to focus on what came next. Cain was reeling under the moon's fury, and honestly, I couldn't be happier. That celestial drama queen had my back, laying down a curse that had him scratching his head and steering clear of me, which was just fine. Every time I saw his face, I got this intense urge to introduce him to the business end of a blade. But acting on that would land me right back in solitary, and I had bigger plans than rotting in a cell. No time for guard-stabbing fantasies or dwelling on how my grand scheme had veered off course. Focus. Upward and outward, literally. We had to climb our way out of this sunken pit, this dumping ground for the world's most broken stronzos. My fingers dug into the moss, magic humming through the soil, when I felt it, an intruder stepping into my hidden grove. I coiled my power ready. Vines slithered over the ground and dropped silently from the branches, tracking the newcomer long before they ever saw me. The moment they crossed into my clearing and the silencing ward I'd woven, I flicked my wrist. Vines snapped tight, yanking them off their feet and hoisting them upside down into the air. "Shit," Rory grunted, and I couldn't help but laugh until a snowball smacked me square in the face. I shrieked, sputtering, and retaliated by flipping him fully upside down, then tugging his shirt over his head so he couldn't see. His golden abs clenched as he struggled, and damn if that wasn't a distraction. But while I was busy admiring the view, he summoned a tidal wave from his palm. I threw up an earthen shield just in time, crouching as water crashed over me. When it receded, Rory was gone from the vines. A prickle of warning shot down my spine, then he dropped from the trees behind me. I spun, but he was too fast. His arms locked around me and we hit the moss-covered ground hard. He pinned my wrists, his weight settling between my thighs in a way that felt dangerously right. Shirtless now, water gleamed on his chest, his dark hair dripping onto my skin. "Yield, little pup," he growled, golden eyes blazing. I arched under him, not really trying to break free. "Is that what you think of me, Rory? That a little water and a firm grip is all it takes to make me submit?" His throat worked, gaze dropping to my mouth, and for a heartbeat I wanted to moan. But I shut it down. He'd made himself clear we were just friends, nothing more. And I was done wearing my heart where he could step on it. I'd done my best to swallow that rejection and lock the door on whatever we had or didn't have for good. At least that's what I kept telling myself. But every time we got this close, and his eyes held something far deeper than friendship, I felt that door creak open again, and I'd have to shove it closed with everything I had. I wished there was a key to that damn thing so I could toss it into the ocean and never look back. But maybe a piece of me would always love Rory Knight. Maybe that door would never fully shut. He shifted closer, his body betraying a desire his words never would. The second his grip on my wrists loosened, I twisted my hips and tore my right hand free. I landed a punch to his ribs, and while he cursed under his breath, I summoned thick, coiling vines that wrapped around his hands, cutting off his magic. I threw my weight forward, rolling us over until I was on top, one hand wrapped around his throat, a wild grin on my face. The vines pinned his arms to the soft moss beneath us, and I laughed as Rory swore up at me. "What's the matter, little lion?" I purred. "Did you really think you could take me?" "We both know I'm no little lion, Rosa," he growled, rolling his hips beneath me like he had something to prove. I raised an eyebrow, fighting to keep my expression neutral even as I savored the feel of him pressed against me. For someone who insisted we were just friends, his body told a very different story. "I don't know anything about that," I breathed, holding his gaze. "And I don't want to." A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he could hide it, and I mentally cheered. Did I love the way he felt against me? Absolutely. Did I wish he'd just give in and let this heat between us burn everything else away? Obviously. But I refused to let him or his dick have that kind of power over me anymore. Rosalie Oscura was nobody's plaything. "Looks like we agree on that at least," Rory grunted. I tightened my grip on his throat, enjoying the view from above dominating the so-called king of beasts. "Well, 2 out of 3 of us do anyway," I said sweetly, shifting my weight off his crotch and letting my gaze drift downward. "Don't read too much into that, pup. I just haven't gotten laid in a while. My dick got hard looking at a bar of soap yesterday," he dismissed with a shrug. "Maybe you should go find yourself a nice lioness then," I suggested, releasing his throat and moving off him. I ignored the sharp pang his words sent through my chest. I wasn't some lovesick fool pining after a guy who'd never really see me. "You mean like how you found yourself a wolf?" Rory shot back bitterly as the vines fell away, and he sat up beside me. "How's being bonded to a guy who'd love to see your family wiped out working out for you, by the way?" I pressed my lips together but shrugged casually. "Ethan fucks well enough that I can almost overlook his personality flaws. Seriously, he can make me come like no one I've ever. Too bad he'd rather pretend his beta is his mate than let anyone know about you too, huh?" Rory cut in, his tone sharp. The words hit like a physical blow, and I turned away, struggling to hide how much it stung. "I've had a lifetime of practice feeling unwanted," I murmured, my gaze drifting to a cluster of wildflowers as I tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear. My fingers brushed against the faint ridge of the moon mark etched into my skin, the permanent reminder of being bound to Ethan. Even now, with anger and hurt boiling inside me, some deep part still ached for him, a primal urge to tilt my head to the night and call him back. Damn mate bond. I fought it, refusing to surrender to longing for a man who saw me as something to be ashamed of. "He's a complete fool," Rory said, his voice thick with emotion as he cupped my chin, forcing my eyes back to his. I tried to pull away, but his grip was firm, his golden gaze holding me captive. "Any man gifted a mate like you should be on his knees thanking the stars. You shine brighter than any of them, Rosa, fierce, strong, radiant. If I had someone half as incredible, I'd hold on and never let go. I'd give anything for a girl like you." He drew me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me, but his words cut almost as deep as Ethan's rejection. He wanted someone like me, just not me. Because I was the broken one, the reason he was trapped down here, scarred and flawed, forever longing for what I could never have. I drew a shaky breath filled with the warm, spicy scent of his skin, then locked my emotions away and pushed out of his embrace. "Thanks, Roar. I'll remember that," I muttered, my voice dripping with wounded pride. He frowned, confused by my reaction, and I steeled myself, lifting my chin. My father had taught me well how to mask pain, how to wear indifference like armor. If I could hide agony behind a blank face while walking on a fractured ankle, I could bury a broken heart. So why did this hurt even more? "We need to move faster with the plan," I said, shifting the subject firmly away from sentimental nonsense. "I've got everything I need on the iPump 500 to counter the order suppressant. Sin promised to get the ingredients." Rory arched a skeptical brow. "And you actually trust him?" "Sin might be insane, but he's not a liar," I replied firmly. "He's clear about what he wants and how far he'll go. I'll take that over fairy word games any day. He already has a plan for the sunstone crystal just waiting on the never-caught plum. Oh, and I grabbed the nebula weed I hid in my cell wall after that idiot Ethan loosened a brick searching for me." I paused, refocusing. Our real problem is where to dig and how to get Plunger involved without raising suspicion. Nobody willingly spends time with that creep. Rory's lips curled into a smug grin. "Actually, that's why I came. I think I found the perfect spot for the tunnel." My interest sharpened. "Yeah." I leaned forward, crossing my legs. "Turns out the library needs restocking, no surprise there," I cut in dryly. "Those books are older than my Aunt Lucille." "Yeah, they're clearing out all the books and getting rid of the old stuff to make room for shiny new ones that are supposed to help us Fae improve ourselves." "You're losing me, Roar. What does any of that have to do with—" "It's a work assignment. One that'll keep convicts busy for hours stacking dusty shelves in the library. And as we both know, there are plenty of blind spots in there where the cameras don't reach. I bet we could even shift a shelf or two to cover up the fact that we're digging a tunnel." My lips parted as it clicked. He was right, this was exactly the opportunity we'd been waiting for. Now I just had to figure out how to get Plunger some antidote for the order suppressant so he could use his gifts to dig us out. After that, it was all about making sure everyone on the detail knew how to keep quiet. How many people do they need? 9 Officer Lyle's got a soft spot for me, so he already offered me a spot. Since he's also Sin's co, I'm pretty sure we can get Sin assigned too. He's been keeping his head down since he got out of solitary, staying out of trouble or at least not getting caught. Lyle'll go for it. All right, so with Plunger that makes 4. We can't risk filling the other spots with randoms. Is there anyone in this place you want to bring along when we break out? If we're gonna pull this off, we need people who are invested. If they don't have a reason to stay loyal, they might talk. Better to bring them in from the start." Rory thought for a moment. "Claude, my second. He's been locked up for years over a crime he didn't commit, still facing a long stretch. He's missing his kids growing up and he's always had my back. We can trust him." "Done, he's in. I'll bring Sonny too and fill the rest with people from my pack. I just need a couple days to figure out who's got the right skills." "What about Ethan?" Rory asked. I couldn't hide my disgust. "What about him?" I snapped. Being around Roar always made it easy to let my guard down, not that I could hide how I felt anyway. And honestly, if I didn't have at least one person to vent to in this hellhole, I'd probably lose my mind. "He's a jerk who deserves to rot, sure, but just say it, Roar. I don't have all day." "Fine, he's your mate. The moon bound you two together. I get that you're pissed, but don't you still feel that pull? I know if Leon were, your brother's situation is nothing like mine." I cut him off. "I'm a moon wolf. The moon's on my side. Once she sees I want nothing to do with that piece of trash, she'll cut the bond, Capus." "Rosa, I really don't think it's that simple. Forget Ethan Shadowbrook," I snapped. "I'm not taking him. If he wanted me, he wouldn't be flaunting that beta trash all over the prison like she's something special. Screw him. and screw you if you think I'd bring him along after how he disrespected me." All right, Roar backed off. "Just think about it, okay? I hate the idea of that mutt having any claim on you, but I hate the thought of you always wondering, what if, even more. I don't want you to regret leaving him behind." I waved him off. "Don't worry about it. Not interested in wasting my time on someone who can't even own up to how they feel about me. I refuse to be anyone's hidden shame." Rory's gaze locked with mine, and I pressed my lips together, realizing my words could just as easily describe him. Not that anything improper was happening between us after all. He was nothing if not a gentleman, even when he pressed himself against me and then told me to get lost. Well, isn't this a cozy little scene? My head whipped around at the sound of the voice, and I shot to my feet, lip curling as Gustard pushed through the bushes to our right, stepping right into our private space like he'd been invited. "What the hell do you want?" I snapped. "Not the friendliest greeting for your newest partner in crime," Gustard purred, tracing the beetle tattoo on his cheek as if expecting it to skitter away. "Cut the crap before I make you regret showing up," Rory growled, water swirling around his fingers as he glared at the man who'd arranged not one, but two beatings for me even if he'd used his crew to do the dirty work. Gustard took a step closer, his crisp prison jumpsuit looking almost stylish. "Before things get messy," he began, "I had a little chat with my lawyer recently. Very enlightening. Did you know I can draft a will using a memory crystal, fill it with memories I want shared after I'm gone?" "You mean white jasper," I cut in. "Who'd care about the twisted junk in your head once you're dead?" A wicked grin spread across his face, and my heart hammered in my chest. I already knew where this was headed, but I refused to show it. I had to play it cool until I was sure. "Turns out," he continued, savoring every word, "I plucked a few particularly interesting memories from your mind during our little encounter in the order yard. Memory crystals aren't easy to come by, but I managed to get two. I have a feeling it'll be worth the trouble once I'm breathing free air again." He looked unbearably pleased with himself, like a cat that not only got the cream but the whole dairy aisle. Rory moved forward, but I grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Just say what you came to say, you mind-violating bastard." Gustard's smile widened. "I know you two are planning to break out of this hellhole with Sin Wilder. I know you need a Poltheus mole shifter, the last one in this prison. I know your plan for the order suppressant pump and how you'll bypass security. And honestly, I think it'll work. So here's my offer. Take me with you, and I won't breathe a word to anyone." The silence that followed was heavy. As much as I hated to admit it, we were backed into a corner. Why him of all the twisted, disgusting lowlifes in this place? Rory's voice was a low rumble. "And if we say no, or maybe I should just end you right here and leave your shattered remains for the guards to discover." Gustard shrugged as if both outcomes were equally acceptable. "In that case, the memory crystal containing every dark corner of your schemes will be delivered straight to the authorities." "Bullshit," Rory snarled. "I don't buy for a second that you got your hands on one of those stones, much less two. They're nearly impossible to find. My family has connections with every shady dealer and known thief across the kingdom, and even we struggle to acquire them." "It wasn't easy," Gustard admitted calmly, "but it was a small price for my freedom. I had two made precisely because I knew you'd doubt me. Rosalie's cousin Dante should have received the other one in the mail this morning. One phone call is all it takes to verify, then we'll all be working together, like it or not." Rory shot me a look, silently begging for permission to tear the man apart. I clenched my jaw, shaking my head in furious resignation. "If you're lying, Gustard," I seethed, "I'll rip your balls off and choke you with them before you die." "You'd do well to watch your tone, pup," he hissed back. "But for now, I'll let it slide while you adjust to your new reality." With a mocking smirk and a tip of an imaginary hat, he melted back into the shadows of the trees. "Damn it!" I cursed the moment he was beyond earshot, the foul energy of his presence finally fading. There's no way that psychopath is coming with us when we break out. Do you have any idea what landed him in this place? I heard he murdered a string of women, Rory muttered, dragging a hand down his face as he searched for solutions. Murder is too kind a word. They weren't women, they were girls, not even awakened. He kept them alive for days, torturing them slowly, used his Cyclops abilities to uncover their deepest fears and made them real. I looked into all the gang leaders before coming here, his file. It would shock even my father. Then what in hell are we supposed to do? We can't just let him walk free, Rory insisted. We can't kill him either. Not yet, anyway. I'll check his story with Dante, but it has to be true. Why else would he bother? Stars help us, we're stuck with him for now. Rosa, we can't, just temporarily, I cut in. We bring him into the plan, keep him close, assign him to the library team, and make sure he keeps his mouth shut. When it's time to escape, we take him down, incapacitate, or kill him. Either way, he doesn't leave with us. A low growl rumbled in Rory's chest, his lion nature surfacing as his temper flared. Nemean lions rarely lost control, but when they did, it was catastrophic. Roar, I said firmly, stepping into his path as he paced. He tried to look away, but I caught his hand and cupped his cheek, forcing his gaze to mine. We can handle this. Everything is falling into place. Gustard won't ruin it. I promised I'd get you out, and I will. It's not me I'm worried about, he said roughly, placing my hand over his racing heart. I won't stand by and watch this place steal your life, Rosa. You came here because you felt you owed me something. If you end up trapped because of me, I'll never forgive myself. 10 years in this hell nearly broke me. Seeing Darkmore claim you would destroy me completely. We're getting out, I snarled with conviction. You and me, together. Going to find an island in the Cerulean Sea where the sun never stops shining, and you can just soak it all in until you're overflowing with energy, buzzing with more life than you know what to do with. You'll get so deeply bronzed that one glance at your chiseled abs might just leave me seeing stars. We'll feast on ripe fruit, drink until we're giddy, and dance every single night under the moonlight for what feels like eternity. I mean it. Rory held my gaze so long it was like he was memorizing me, and I was pinned there, frozen under the intensity of those golden eyes. And honestly, I didn't want to move. No matter how many times I told myself I was over him, I knew deep down I'd never really be free of Rory Knight. His name was carved into my heart the night I lost him years ago, and even if he never loved me back the same way, that mark on my soul was permanent. And right then, I didn't want it gone. I'd take 1,000 rejections if it meant he'd look at me like this just one more time, like I was everything he'd ever wanted, like he'd pull down the moon if I asked. You're something else, Rosa, he said softly, his anger fading as his fingers traced my cheek. My heart stumbled over itself. I've never met anyone with even half the fire you carry. You're untamed, magnetic, freer than anyone locked in this place has any right to be. And I swear I'll get you out of here. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, I echoed, flinching as magic sparked where our hands met, sealing the promise without either of us meaning to. Rory laughed roughly and stepped back, shaking out his hand. Mine still tingled, so I curled my fingers, holding on to the feel of his magic a moment longer. Well, now we really have to escape, Rory teased. Or the stars might curse us with 7 years of bad luck, and around here that could be a death sentence. I forced a laugh, biting my lip and tearing my eyes from the sun-kissed lines of his chest. I'll need a guard in my pocket, I said slowly as the plan took shape. Plunger needs access to his order gifts to tunnel us out. That means I have to get my hands on some of the immunity shots the guards take before their shifts. Each shot lasts a full day. If we grab 3 or 4, we can break them into smaller doses and control him hour by hour. I just need to get up to the dispenser in the guards' quarters. Maybe I should handle any stealing that needs doing, Rory suggested with a smirk. I shrugged. Maybe. But either way, we need that guard on our side. I've already got Hastings halfway under my spell. He's the obvious pick. And with Cain avoiding me, Hastings is basically my commanding officer. I can convince him to assign me to the library too. You sure? Rory asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. You're stunning, Rosa, and yeah, people flock to you, but charming a guard that far, that's risky. Oh, please, I rolled my eyes, playing offended. I could enchant you in a heartbeat. My little choir boy is easy prey. Come on, Rosa, he shot back, a grin tugging at his lips. We both know your flirty smiles can't compete with my charisma. Poor Rory, I sighed dramatically. For a job like this, bedazzling beats charisma every time. If you hit him with that kind of energy, he'd be shouting your praises to anyone who'd listen, practically begging to worship the ground you walk on just to see you grin. But that's not how bedazzlement works. It's a delicate art, a slow burn kind of influence that takes patience and finesse. Sounds an awful lot like charisma to me, he grumbled under his breath. Think of charisma as instant infatuation, one taste and they're hooked, wrapped around your finger until you let them go, and then they snap right back to who they were. Bedazzlement is different. It's like writing a love story page by page. It feels real, unforced. No deals, no strings. Right now, he genuinely likes me. Sure, I could speed things up with magic if I were allowed, but since I'm not, I'm doing this the classic way. It's a gradual thing. They start wanting to make me happy because my joy becomes theirs. I don't have to perform or promise a thing. I just have to be me. So you're basically batting your eyelashes until he's tripping over his own feet for a shot with you. Face it, without magic, you're just flirting, Rory shot back, clearly trying to get under my skin. I sighed dramatically. Doing it without magic just proves I'm that good. You wouldn't know subtlety if it tap danced in front of you wearing a neon sign. The point is, Hastings is already wrapped around my finger. I'll have that library assignment locked down before you finish your beauty sleep. Good luck with that, pup, he teased just as the bell echoed through the magic compound, signaling the end of our session. I don't need luck. I'm Rosalie Oscura, I tossed back over my shoulder before stepping out from beneath the trees. Pausing at the edge of the woods, I couldn't help but scowl up at the intricate sanctuary I'd built only to have to tear it all down again. What a pointless rule. Alpha, got a sec? Sonny's voice cut through my irritation. I turned with a practiced smile as he approached, a new girl walking confidently beside him. My interest sharpened instantly. Another wolf, and a strong one by the look of her. Hey, I said, my gaze locking with hers. A flicker of challenge passed between us before she respectfully lowered her eyes. Smart move. This is Laura, Sonny introduced. She's pack shopping and obviously we're the top choice around here. Heard the Oscuras were the best, Laura said, a bold edge to her tone. Assuming the rumors are true. I let out a short laugh. Damn right they are, but keeping up with us isn't a walk in the park. You think you can handle it? Please. I outrun the fib every time I visit my man's place. Never met a wolf who could keep pace, she boasted with a smirk. Why exactly are you running from the fib? I asked, curiosity piqued. Well, technically he's married, so our little love affair has to stay under the radar. We had an intense, whirlwind romance during a weekend when my academy faced his in a numerology competition years back. It would have sealed a mate bond if the moon had been full and we'd been under the open sky. But we kept it hidden. He had responsibilities tied to his status. She lowered her voice and scanned the room as if wary of eavesdroppers. He's pretty well known, you see. Oh, really? I asked, intrigued, but she pressed a finger to her lips. My lips are sealed. I'll guard him with everything. Our love is true and unshakable. That's why I stay in the shadows. His wife keeps interfering, calling authorities and spreading lies, but we're meant to be Elysian mates. These obstacles are just tests from fate. Soon he'll come for me and we'll have our moment. And if that jealous, controlling woman he's with refuses to step aside, let's just say I won't hold back. She's definitely quick, Sonny cut in as Laura's temper flared. I wouldn't want to be between her and her so-called soulmate, though something told me the guy might not even know they're a couple. Still, with killers and arsonists already in my pack, a determined stalker might fit right in. She looked plenty tough. While you wait for your love, why not try out for the top pack around? I said, careful not to show my skepticism. Try out, Laura replied, as if she expected automatic entry. With that confidence, I suspected she'd earn her place easily once we ran together in the order yard, though if she thought she could outpace me, she was in for a surprise. I felt Ethan stare like a weight and met it with a defiant smirk. Yeah, I can't let just anyone in, not like the weak links Shadowbrook tolerates. But I have a feeling someone who's evaded the fib has what it takes to join Oscura, I told her. Laura beamed, certain of herself, and Sunny guided her away. Ethan tried to get her attention as they passed, but she dismissed him without a glance. I liked her style, loyal and unintimidated. She'd fit in perfectly. I sighed, turning back to the enchanted grove I'd created, ready to dismantle it. It was endlessly frustrating. Nothing I built here was meant to last. How could I take pride in magic that always had to be undone? Why so serious, wild girl? Sin's voice pulled me from my thoughts. He came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. What are you doing? I grumbled, trying to push him away, but he held firm, his laugh rumbling against me. Don't play hard to get. A week in isolation with nothing but a cold wall. You know my kind needs touch. We can negotiate if you prefer, Alpha, but let me hold you first. Your dick is digging into my back, I remarked, giving in. Honestly, there were worse places to be than in Sin Wilder's arms. Yeah, but you're into it, so that's all that matters, he murmured, shifting his hips with an impossible grace for someone his build, drawing a sharp breath from me as his rigid length pressed firmly against me. Rory emerged from the wooded edge just then, arching a brow at the sight of me wrapped in Sin's embrace before casting a silencing charm around us. If you're trying to get under Ethan's skin, you might want to dial back the theatrics, he snapped, irritation clear in his tone, but I refused to let his mood sway me. If he had no claim over me, he certainly didn't get a vote on who I chose next. Ethan, I echoed, bewildered. Right behind us, sweetheart. If fury and envy could power my inner beast, I'd be set for life, Sin quipped, spinning me around to face Ethan standing rigid among his pack, eyes burning into us. I'd thought he'd left after Laura shut him down, but clearly he'd been watching. I wasn't sure how that made me feel. Sin's lips found my neck, his stubble sending shivers straight down my spine as I leaned into him. Don't, I whispered, though my fingers digging into his arms screamed the opposite. Oh well. For a heartbeat, Ethan looked ready to shift, to charge over and rip me away. But then Harper, that sly troll, glided over, took his hand and stretched up to kiss him. He turned his face so her lips met his cheek, not his mouth, and a wave of pure rage ignited inside me. I snarled and lunged forward, only for Sin to tighten his hold, swinging me back effortlessly, shielding me from the scheming witch and my so-called mate. Screw him, I spat, tumbling into Fetalian curses so fierce even Rory looked impressed. Easy there, firecracker, Sin ordered, wrestling to keep me still as I debated using magic to break free and teach someone a lesson. Trust me, that girl means nothing to him. I can sense it. He'd rather face a swarm of hornets than entertain her. But if you want to twist the knife, how about we give him a real show? Or we could lose the clothes and I'll have you screaming my name till you forget his. Your call on the audience. Moons above, Rory muttered. Just let her go so we can head back before security finds us for loitering. He reached for me like I'd obediently step away because he said so. You go ahead, roar, I said, bitterness sharpening my words. I'm perfectly fine right here, thanks. Rory's eyes narrowed as Sin casually worked open a few buttons of my jumpsuit, nuzzling my neck until goosebumps raced across my skin. I stopped his fingers from going further, but the warmth of his touch, the certainty of being wanted, held me there. Really? Rory shot me a scorching glare. Why does it matter to you? I challenged, and Sin laughed softly like he knew exactly why. "It doesn't," Rory replied flatly. "But I doubt your cousin would approve of me leaving you alone with him." "Since when does Dante get to judge who's questionable company?" I retorted lightly. "Besides, I still need to unravel my magic." "You think 2 minutes is enough time for me to worry about what you have in mind?" I shot back, a smirk playing on my lips. Sin's voice dropped to a low, teasing hum that sent a shiver straight through me. "Is that an invitation, kitten? Because I could turn those 2 minutes into something you'll never forget." Nearby, Rory grumbled under his breath and stalked off toward the crowd of inmates shuffling back toward the prison gates. Sin spun me around until I was looking right up into his daring eyes. "Feel like tearing down that pretty forest you grew, wild girl?" he asked, that familiar dangerous glint flashing the same one he'd had when he talked about unleashing the Balorian. Part of me knew I should be terrified, but another part was buzzing with thrill. "Why does every instinct tell me to say no?" I murmured as his grin widened. "Because you've spent your whole life being told to play it safe, follow the rules, be a good little citizen. But you don't really want that, do you? Admit it, you'd rather stand next to me and watch it all go up in flames." "I have a feeling I'm going to regret this," I said, but I was already smiling, caught up in his reckless energy. "Not on my watch," Sin promised, turning and patting his shoulder. "Hop on." I laughed as I climbed onto his back, wrapping my arms around his neck and locking my legs around his waist. "Hold tight," he warned before striding back into the trees. When we reached the small clearing at the heart of the woods, Sin lifted his hands. Flames sparked to life at his fingertips. With a flick of his wrists, fire shot out, catching the nearest trees. In seconds, the blaze roared to life, leaping from branch to branch until we were completely encircled. My breath caught as he stoked the inferno, using his air magic to whip the flames higher, cocooning us inside a ring of fire. The heat was intense, the flames shifting from orange to red to brilliant blue under his command. Everything around us was devoured in a display of raw power that made my heart hammer wildly. Sin laughed as the fire closed in, and I knew I should have been afraid, but all I felt was exhilaration. The roaring blaze was deafening, the destruction absolute. This wasn't just magic, it was him, wild, untamable, dangerously beautiful. When the last embers died, nothing remained of the woodland I'd nurtured. Only ash swept away on a breeze he conjured. I slid from his back and took his hand. Sin turned, his eyes dark and gleaming, and my smile only grew. 12:88. Cain's voice cut through the moment from beyond the fence. "Get back to your blocks now, or you're both going straight to the hole." Sin rolled his eyes. "Sure thing, Captain," he called back, scooping me up and tossing me over his shoulder before I could protest. I laughed as he jogged toward the exit, where the last inmates were filing inside. Officer Lucius reactivated our cuffs with her remote, locking our magic away just steps from the door. Sin carried me right past Cain, who barked at him to put me down. I wriggled free. No way was I giving Cain another excuse to punish us. "You want to come back to my cell so I can help you out of that uniform, wild girl?" Sin asked, his voice just loud enough to earn a sharp glare from Officer Dickwad. "That is seriously tempting," I agreed, though we both knew I wasn't permitted in his cell block. "But I think I'd prefer a proper date first. And honestly, I don't exactly have the time for one with you right now." Sin looked at me as if I'd just spoken in some alien tongue. "A date," he repeated, his brow furrowing. "Yeah, you know, two people spending time together, figuring out if they actually enjoy each other's company before anything else happens. I've heard it can even be enjoyable," I teased lightly. "You want to date me?" His confusion only seemed to deepen, and I couldn't help rolling my eyes. "Why not?" "All right then," he began, a sly grin forming. "Next time we're in the order yard, I'll use my gifts to become your ideal." "No," I cut him off. My curiosity piqued about who the real Sin Wilder might be beneath all the performance. It was too easy for him to slip into a role when he had his abilities at hand. "Not in the yard. Let's just try to have some real fun without our orders taking over. Sound good? I'm not exactly an expert at dating, kitten, he said, though there was a flicker in his eyes that almost looked like vulnerability if such a thing were possible for someone like him. Well, how about we start with dinner and see where it goes from there? Sin opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly Cain shouldered his way between us. I'm not here to chaperone your romantic scheming, he growled. Let's go, 88. I'll escort you back to your cell. He shoved Sin toward the stairwell with enough force that the incubus nearly tumbled down the steps. Feeling jealous, officer? Sin taunted over his shoulder before darting away. Cain snarled and bolted after him, leaving me smirking as Sin's laughter echoed back. Keep moving, 12, Hastings said, falling into step beside me. I turned to him with a bright smile. Have you come to take me back to my bed, officer? I asked playfully. The corner of his mouth twitched before he regained his composure. Since we were at the back of the group with no other officers nearby, I knew I had a chance to loosen him up with the right approach. You've got work assignments next, he reminded me. Not me, I replied with a sigh, edging a little closer so my arm brushed his. I haven't been assigned anything since I got out of solitary. Hasn't Cain given you any tasks? He asked, curiosity in his tone. I shook my head. I think he's been swamped with pressure from Warden Pike lately, so I didn't want to bother him. Wasn't sure who else to ask. Slowing my pace, I let the other inmates move ahead until we were nearly alone on the stairs. Well, Hastings offered, if Cain hasn't had time to assign you something, I could help sort it out. I am your supporting co, after all. Don't mind taking on a little extra to ease his load. A silent cheer went off in my head. Would you really, choir boy? I asked, placing my hand lightly on his arm and fluttering my lashes. I'm open to anything. Hastings cleared his throat, and I pulled my hand back, keeping things flirtatious but not pushy. Is there anything you're especially good at? I laughed softly. No one's ever asked me that before. My dad always stuck me with the chores he hated, so I never got to pick something I might actually enjoy. The only thing I ever really loved was reading, but that's not exactly a job, is it? Hastings smirked. I might have the perfect idea. There's a new position starting next week that could suit you. I'll have to check with Cain first, though. We reached the 4th floor where the cell blocks were, and I flashed him an eager smile. Anything has to be better than staring at these same 4 walls for the 100th time. Thanks, choir boy. Hastings' cheeks flushed slightly, and I had to bite my lip to keep from grinning as I turned away. We chatted about Pitball on our way toward cell block D, and I made sure to mention how his broad shoulders probably made him a defensive powerhouse, maybe even hinting he could try tackling me someday if the opportunity came up. All perfectly innocent, unless he decided to read something more into it. Just as we reached the heavy doors, Cain reappeared out of nowhere and yanked me away from Hastings. Don't forget group therapy tomorrow, 12, he snapped, steering me toward the block. I'll be watching, so behave. Please tell me it's just people talking, not another reading assignment, I groaned as he pulled me across the bridge. He frowned. What's your problem with reading anyway? I shrugged like it didn't matter, but answered anyway. Nothing worse than digging through a bunch of dusty old books. Isn't there something more physical I could do instead? Correction means changing what you do. So no. And if you question me again, I'll write you up. Maybe if you hate books so much, I should sign you up for the dustiest course we've got. Unless you'd rather tell me what really happened the night I threw you in the hole. That angry vein in his temple pulsed just for me. No, sir, I said, all sugar. Good, maybe you're learning your place after all. He turned and stalked off, making sure he got the last word. I smirked as the bridge retracted and the doors locked. If I wasn't mistaken, I just talked my way into a library restocking job. Score 1 for Rosalie, 0 for Officer Jerkface. Warden Pike, in her infinite wisdom, decided I should monitor 12 during group therapy to better understand her. Like I didn't have better things to do than babysit some inmate. But with all these new rehab initiatives, new arrivals were getting extra attention supposedly to help them reintegrate. Personally, I didn't buy it. Monsters stay monsters. You can't cut the darkness out of someone any more than you can cut out their heart and expect them to live. Most of these people belong right here, though I guess a few might be worth saving. Rosalie Oscura might be one of them. Maybe Pike saw something in her, a girl who didn't quite fit in with the rest. So there I was, sitting at the back of the therapy room while 20 inmates sat in a circle sharing sob stories. Rosalie actually seemed engaged, listening respectfully to the others. Right now, inmate 121, a huge bear shifter everyone calls Pudding, though his file says Nigel Moons, was droning on at a pace that could put a snail to sleep. The whole room was fighting to stay awake. It was absolutely agonizing. Naturally, that was back in my silver spoon collecting days. I had 428 spoons, all from the era of the Savage King. And it wasn't just spoons, he commissioned all sorts of cutlery. Steak knives, butter knives, fish knives, luncheon knives, you name it. And what made this experience so deeply upsetting, Nigel? Inquired Mrs. Gamble, the prison therapist. A Russian sheep shifter with tightly coiled white hair and strikingly large eyes. She waited patiently. Well, as I mentioned, Pudding continued, that collection was my most treasured possession, but my brother Theodore had been coveting it for years. He was obsessed, and then he took them. He released a heavy sigh. It was profoundly, devastatingly traumatic. He returned to his seat. One inmate offered a half-hearted clap before the room fell into stony silence. That sounds truly terribly, Mrs. Gamble remarked, her voice slipping into a bleating tone. Thank you for sharing. She gestured toward the next person, and a collective groan seemed to ripple through the room, myself included, as 24, known to everyone as Plunger, rose to his feet. I've got a rough one, Plunger announced, adjusting himself. Oh dear, is it truly that bad? Gamble asked, her eyes widening. Pretty bad, ma'am, he confirmed. My old man was a real piece of work. Always called me a wrong un, made me sleep out in the barn. See, Poltheus moles come into their order young and usually leave home even before their magic awakens. So I got used to being alone. Anyway, this kid Jimmy from school would sometimes bring his buddies to the barn to drink homemade liquor. He never spoke to me in class, but when they came around, he'd let me watch from the hayloft as long as I kept quiet. Plunger's tone shifted, taking on an unsettling purr. One warm evening, Jimmy brought a whole tub of chocolate ice cream already going soft in the heat. Now, I've always had a special weakness for chocolate ice cream. A chill ran down my spine at the way he said it. He set it down while they all started horsing around, and I thought, this is my chance. I'd been dreaming of a way to get them to notice me, to finally accept me. He smiled, a sight that made me squirm. Nobody ever looked my way, so when I climbed down, stripped off my clothes, and decided to show off my little party trick, they didn't even know I was there until I shouted out. Did they mock you? Gamble asked with a pitying frown. No, ma'am, Plunger said, chin held high. They all went dead quiet when I popped the lid off that ice cream, dipped my equipment right into that cold, sweet cream. Then I bent over, I'm real flexible, see, and licked it clean, every last bit. He demonstrated with a grotesque slurping noise that turned my stomach. Good gods, I muttered under my breath. Gamble scribbled furiously on her notepad while the room stared in unified horror. 12 shoved her chair back even farther, a near impossible feat given how she'd already positioned herself as far from him as possible earlier. For a split second, our eyes met, and I saw my own revulsion mirrored in her expression. It felt like a strange, unwanted moment of connection until her lip curled in disdain, a sharp reminder that she despised me just as much as she did Plunger. I looked away, irritated at myself for the fleeting, meaningless thought that was exactly how I preferred it. Of course. After that, no one ever came back to the barn, so I suppose I messed it up, Plunger sighed, straightening his shoulders. But I've polished my party trick since then. I'll never make that mistake again. If anyone wants a demonstration, I'm ready anytime. Thanks, Gamble cut in swiftly. We appreciate it. Let's move on to Rosalie now. A wave of relief swept the room as Plunger took his seat. My eyes drifted to 12, whose nose was still scrunched in distaste. When her gaze met mine, my throat tightened. She rose slowly, twisting her fingers nervously, and that simple gesture hooked my attention like a sharp tug on my collar. I sat up straighter, my brow furrowed as she began. Well, when I was 12, I had to go live with my stepmother. My dad married her on a whim. I'd never even met her, but I was hopeful. At first, she seemed kind. I helped with chores around the farm, wanting to belong. She had 2 older daughters who mocked my muddy clothes at the end of each day. I laughed along, desperate for them to like me. After my father passed, everything changed. My stepmother stopped caring. She never bought me new clothes, and soon what I wore was just tatters. When she moved me to the attic, it got so much worse. My stomach clenched, the curse on my wrist pulsing dully as I watched her fight back tears. It was freezing up there, 12 whispered, staring at her tightly woven fingers. Mice lived in the walls. They were my only friends. I'd talk to them, even sew little outfits from fabric scraps. It sounds ridiculous now. My stepsisters grew crueler, and my stepmother worked me relentlessly. I'd wake before sunrise to muck out the pig pen and tend the horses, then make breakfast for all of them. Winter was brutal. Even with her fire magic, she never let me borrow warmth. My shoes had holes snow seeped in until I couldn't feel my toes. How terribly sad, Gamble murmured. 12 just shrugged, and my heart squeezed like a fist. Rage simmered in my veins. I wanted to hunt down every person who had hurt her. My fangs pressed into my tongue. After a few years, I guess it became normal, she continued softly. I was always alone, but sometimes I'd sing just to fill the silence. I never knew she sang. Sometimes I imagined the mice sang back, she said with a hollow laugh that made something in my chest ache. Then one day an invitation arrived, a party for the whole household. I'd dreamed of something like that for years. I pieced together a dress from scrap fabric. It wasn't perfect, but I thought it would do. That night I went downstairs, ready to leave with them. Her voice broke. They said I couldn't go, that I looked pathetic. I was humiliated. She wiped her eyes as Gamble scribbled on her clipboard. But after they left, my godmother showed up out of nowhere with a pumpkin in her arms and "Hold the goddamn phone," I roared, the realization crashing down on me like a ton of bricks. I am such a complete fool. I pushed back from my chair, the legs scraping loudly against the wooden floor and drawing every eye in the room toward me. You're spinning the Cinderella tale again, I accused, leveling a finger at 12. Her mouth fell open in feigned offense. That's not true, she exclaimed, turning toward Mrs. Gamble with a theatrical gasp. Does he usually barge in here and call us liars? She pressed a hand to her chest as if my calling out her deception had wounded her deeply. What a performance, but I wasn't having it. Well, he doesn't usually attend. It's for his report, Mrs. Gamble stammered, shrinking under the heat of my glare. She's playing you, Barbara, I told the gullible therapist who was eating it up. That's her specialty. I turned my focus back to Rosalie, baring my teeth. I see right through your act, 12. One more disruption in this class and I'm reporting you to Pike. Final warning. 12 had the nerve to keep up the wounded act, slumping back into her seat with an exaggerated pout. Then she let out a sob so convincing it even made Plunger's expression soften with pity. Officer, really, Gamble said firmly, meeting my eyes though her voice wavered. This is a safe environment. You can't interrupt or accuse the inmates. Another outburst like that, and I'll have to speak with the warden. My jaw clenched, and she flinched under the intensity of my stare. I knew she meant it. I could see the resolve in her eyes. I had to trust that my warning had gotten through to 12. Fine, I growled, dropping back into my seat with a frustrated sigh. The curse mark on my wrist began to itch and burn, a slow heat creeping up my arm. I glanced down discreetly, a chill running through me at how far it had spread. Pulling my sleeve down, I gritted my teeth and tried to refocus, but then the next inmate stood, and 12 paused her fake tears just long enough to shoot me a taunting smirk. That was it. Out. Now, I barked, surging to my feet and pointing toward the door. Officer Cain, Gamble sputtered. You can't just I'm her I decide what's in her best interest. I snapped, striding over to 12, seizing her arm and hauling her across the room. I shoved the door open and dragged her into the hall, pulling her around the corner out of camera view before slamming her against the wall, my hands caging her in. She laughed wildly, tilting her head back, and the sound went straight through me, stirring something primal I couldn't suppress. I wrapped a hand around her throat, anger and desire warring inside me, and pressed her firmly against the wall. I'm done with your lies, I hissed. Done with your games. What are you going to do about it? She shot back, bitterness lacing her words. Choke me, bite me, take what you want because I can't stop you. That doesn't sound very fey of you, Mason. I released her throat, my gaze dropping to the frantic pulse beating beneath her skin. Her blood called to me like nothing else, every other source paled in comparison. A low growl rumbled in my chest as the mark on my wrist flared with heat. I didn't want to hurt her, I never did. I just wanted, hell, I didn't even know what I wanted. She had drawn me in all over again, fed me lies, and then smirked like she'd won, reminding me of all the times before when she made me believe I mattered, only to use me for whatever she was after. What were you really doing in psych? I demanded, my voice rough with frustration. If you don't start talking, I might just find a reason to send you right back to that isolation cell. Her glare burned with a hatred so intense it made my own temper flare. All right, you want the truth. I was uncovering what your twisted guard buddies are doing to the prisoners they send down there. What they did to my friend. And you know what I found? My anger dissolved as I stared at her, completely captivated by her words. For months, I'd been trying to expose the secrets of the psych division had she actually witnessed their operations up close. Tell me, I urged, my voice tight with urgency. They're stealing something from them. Something essential in some sick procedure where they carve out a piece of their being. Something made of light and pure energy. It's like they're severing them from their magic, or she shook her head, her expression nauseated and raw. Some don't survive, like my friend. Tears welled in her eyes and every bit of my fury melted away. I reached out, brushing a tear from her cheek as it fell. She looked startled but didn't pull back. I stepped closer until my chest met hers, pinning her gently to the wall. Did anyone see you? I asked hoarsely, dread coiling in my chest. Whatever was happening down there, if they knew she'd seen it, she'd become a target. No, she whispered. Just you, so why haven't you told Pike? Why protect me? The answer was messy even to me. Because she lifted her chin, waiting, because I'm a fool. Because I care about you more than I'll ever say, because part of me still hopes what we had was real. But I held the words back, letting my eyes drift to her lips instead. I wouldn't lie, though, because I need to know what's happening in psych. Pike's hiding something, I'm sure of it. This stays between us. She studied me skeptically. You expect me to believe you have no idea what goes on down there. Unlike some, I don't make a habit of lying to people I respect. She scoffed, her gaze sweeping over me disdainfully. I don't lie to people who matter. Her words struck deep, and a low growl rumbled in my chest, sending a fresh wave of pain from the curse mark. Being this close, I could almost taste her blood again, sweet, intoxicating. Right, I'm just another piece in your game, I said roughly. But whatever you're after, 12, you won't get it from me. Not even if I let you hunt me, she purred, tilting her head to expose the delicate curve of her neck. My throat went dry, fangs sharpening as desire warred with caution. My eyes flicked down the empty hall and back to her. She was irresistible. Would it be so wrong to take what she offered? But even then, I wouldn't give her what she wanted. Maybe I could play her game, let her think I was willing to trade secrets, let her believe I'd help. After everything, I deserved a little payback. Yet even as I plotted, my thoughts drifted to what I truly wanted more than her blood, more than revenge. I wanted her lips, her body, her heart. I wanted to claim her, despite the wounds she'd left, despite the part of me that still foolishly, desperately cared. "We need to move somewhere else," I whispered, but she just laughed, a sharp and icy sound as she lifted her head. "Like I'd ever let you near me again," she shot back, her tone dripping with contempt. "At least now I see how weak your self-control really is, officer." She slipped under my arm, darting back the way we'd come, and I spun around, ready to shout, my mind racing with the urge to grab her and make her pay. My fingers brushed the baton on my belt, but the idea of using it on her made me recoil. The curse on my arm flared with a searing heat, and I snarled as I moved to follow her, determined to rein her in. But how? Just then, Hastings appeared around the corner and 12 rushed toward him, throwing her arms around his neck and bursting into loud, dramatic sobs. What the hell was this? "Please, can you take me back to group?" she begged, her voice trembling. "Officer Cain is furious with me. He pulled me out because he didn't believe what I shared in therapy. Unbelievable. Don't buy into her act," I warned Jack, but he just frowned at me and patted her back gently. "Of course I'll walk you there," he told her, peeling her off but letting her cling to his arm as they headed down the hall. He shot me a disapproving look over his shoulder and I muttered a curse under my breath. That girl. That damn girl. I paced the hallway, waiting for Hastings to return, my jaw tight with frustration. I hadn't done anything wrong, and I refused to let her twist things, especially not with Jack. We'd shared a couple beers in his room lately, and though I wouldn't call us friends, he was the only person here I even talked to outside duty. I didn't need her poisoning that. When she was back in therapy, Jack approached me, crossing his arms. "What was that all about? Don't give me that look." "She's nothing but trouble," I snapped. "She seems kind of sweet to me," he said with a shrug. "Maybe you're being too tough on her." Jesus, she'd gotten to him too. Was I that far gone when she had me wrapped around her finger? I stepped closer, gripping his shoulder and locking eyes. "She's messing with your head. Don't trust a word she says." "Why would she lie?" he asked, frowning, and I bit back the truth. I couldn't admit what I knew without implicating myself. "Just trust me on this, she's bad news." He sighed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe she just needs something to keep her busy." "Like what?" I grumbled. "Pike's putting a team together to renovate the library. It might be good for her if you're worried about her behavior, boss," he suggested, and my interest sharpened. 12 was due back on duty soon, and the last thing I wanted was more alone time with her down in maintenance, especially after I'd stupidly hinted at restarting our dangerous game. Renovating the library sounded mind-numbingly boring, exactly the kind of task that would frustrate her, especially since she'd once complained about hating old, dusty books. It seemed perfect. "Good thinking," I said with a nod. "I'll make sure she's on the list." "Beers later?" Jack asked, and I found myself oddly relieved by the offer. I gave a stiff nod, forcing a tight smile apparently. Even a tempting friendship turned me into an awkward robot. "Yeah," I managed, forcing the words out. "I'll see you then." His grin widened like I'd just made his entire week, and he headed off down the stairs on his patrol route. I sighed, knowing I had to return to that therapy session and finish my notes. But I swore to myself if 12 launched into that Cinderella nonsense one more time, I was going to snap. After the thrilling group session finally ended, I made my way to the mess hall early. The room was nearly empty, and my stomach growled loudly as I imagined biting into a cheesy pizza, a juicy burger, or a rich slice of chocolate cake. Reality, of course, meant some bland, processed, low-cost meal, but hey, a girl could dream. Since none of my wolves were around to grab my food for me, I headed to the counter myself. Usually, they'd argue over who got the honor anyway, so really, I was doing them a favor by taking charge. What a selfless leader I was. Wait up, wild girl, I thought we had plans. I turned at the sound of Sin's voice and found him striding toward me. His jumpsuit was tied around his waist, revealing tattooed arms, and his white tank top stretched tightly across his broad chest. I didn't realize we set a time, I teased, setting my tray down at the start of the food line as he moved closer. I wanted to surprise you, he said, leaning against the wall and effectively blocking the cue. Not that anyone was brave enough to try getting past us. I considered bringing flowers, but you don't strike me as the cliché type, so I got you something better. What is it? I asked, a smile tugging at my lips. Only Sin could make me grin like this after 2 hours under Cain's watchful eye. Thankfully, the vampire's shift had ended, so we didn't have to worry about eavesdropping. Sin leaned in, playfully nipping my ear before whispering, I shoved a sunstone crystal up a werewolf's ass for you yesterday, pretty girl. I burst out laughing, and he growled playfully in response, his hands curling around my waist to pull me closer. So is it still up there, or has it found a new home? I asked, taking a little pleasure imagining Ethan walking around with a lumpy rock lodged where the sun doesn't shine. Though if I was honest, it just highlighted how far Sin was willing to go to keep our connection hidden, which kinda dampened the fun. It's currently keeping my manhood company in my boxers, he replied with a smirk. Feel free to retrieve it whenever you want. Really? I asked, half wondering if this was just an excuse to get my hands on him. Well, no, the werewolf in question decided he wanted credit for the theft, even though I masterminded the whole thing. But there's another surprise down there you might want to check out. My eyes dropped to his crotch, and I grinned before shrugging and turning back to my tray. Maybe later, I said casually, sliding the brown plastic along the metal rails toward the food hatch. Before I could even decide what to eat, Sin leaned around me, pointing out nearly every option so the guy behind the counter had to rush to pile our trays high. Once both were loaded, we moved toward the drinks and desserts. I reached for a cup to fill with water, but Sin snatched it from me, placed it on the counter, and whistled sharply to get the attention of a kitchen worker. He held up 2 fingers, and I frowned up at him curiously. He just smirked. Only the finest for my untamed beauty. I might not be able to treat you to a night on the town, but I'll be damned if you don't get something worth drinking. My bewilderment shifted into eager anticipation as the guy Sin summoned approached with 2 cups of clear liquid that was unmistakably not water. Bottoms up, gorgeous, Sin declared with a playful wink before knocking his back. The sharp, pungent smell of alcohol stung my nostrils as I raised my own cup, but there was no way I'd let his challenge go unanswered. The vodka scorched a path down my throat and settled heavily in my stomach, promising its effects wouldn't be long in coming. Another round, garçon, Sin ordered, and the server grumbled under his breath before refilling our cups. Sin placed them on our trays alongside 4 cups of pudding and 4 cups of fruit each, then scooped up both trays and led us toward his regular spot. If anyone had a problem with him taking more than the allowed share, they sure weren't speaking up, and honestly, that kind of fearless authority was its own kind of attractive. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone so intimidating they did exactly as they pleased without a single complaint? Look at you, playing the gentle fae, I teased, sliding into the seat across from him as he shot me a smug grin. Trust me, I don't fuck like one, he rumbled, his voice carrying just enough edge to make my pulse jump. I smirked back, peeling open my fruit cup and digging into the grapes. What would you eat if we weren't stuck in this place? I asked. Like your ultimate dream meal. Favorite thing in the whole world. Sin let out a low, thoughtful hum as he shoveled food into his mouth like it might vanish any second. Chocolate brownies dipped in hot sauce. You're kidding, I laughed. Nope, don't knock it till you try it. Honestly, at this point, I'd put hot sauce on just about anything. Is it really so hard for them to add a little flavor around here? Maybe it's just another way to torture us, deny us every small pleasure they can. Well, there's one pleasure they can't take from us, Sin said, his smirk turning suggestive. And we can enjoy that any time you're ready. I thought the deal was you got one night with me after we escaped, I teased, raising an eyebrow. It is, he agreed smoothly. But we never said that had to be the first time. I couldn't help but laugh at his boldness, and if I was being completely honest, the offer was more than a little tempting. There was something about Sin Wilder that pulled me in, and I could feel the beginnings of an addiction taking root. Forcing down some of the bland pasta they'd served, I reminded myself I needed the carbs to regain the weight I'd lost, even if it tasted like cardboard. When the rest of my pack showed up, they immediately launched into bickering within earshot, something about me messing up their carefully crafted schedule for who brought my food and sat with me. I hadn't realized they'd made shifts, and maybe I should have felt a little guilty, but honestly, sometimes their drama made me feel more like their mom than their alpha. "Sonny," I called out, and my beta strolled over, smirking at being chosen. What in the world are they arguing about now? "Well," he said with theatrical flair, "Esme was supposed to bring your dinner, and Brett was going to sit beside you. But now they're saying they should get breakfast instead, except Banjo and Laura are scheduled for breakfast. So they're pissed about switching." And I stuck two fingers in my mouth and let out a sharp, piercing whistle. "Listen up," I called out, and my pack immediately gathered around the table while Sin watched with a curious glint in his eyes. "Let's keep tomorrow's plans on track, all right. Esme, Brett, you two deserve an extra pudding tonight." I tossed each of them a cup, and their faces lit up at the unexpected treat. "And for the evening, I think it's only fair the rest of you make those two the center of attention during group activities. After Sonny gets his turn, of course." Sonny smirked as Brett shot him a playful look, and I couldn't help but wonder if those two were already thinking about sneaking off for some private time. They've been inseparable lately. "Alpha, will you join us?" Esme asked, her voice hopeful as she always did. She shimmied out of her jumpsuit, pouting and pushing her chest forward in a bold attempt to catch my eye. I held back a laugh. Her eagerness was almost endearing. An Omega like her wouldn't really do much for me, but hey, her birthday's coming up, maybe I'd play along just to make her night. And honestly, I couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. Mine certainly don't bounce like that. "I'm actually on a date," I said, nodding toward Sin. A few pack members flinched as if they just noticed him sitting there. "Want him to join?" Esme asked, still hopeful as her top slipped. I glanced at Sin, expecting him to leap at the chance, but his eyes stayed locked on me. "I'd rather you all clear out and leave me with the only prize worth having at this table," he murmured, not even sparing Esme a look as she started making out with Banjo. "You heard him," I said, waving them off dismissively. Half the pack didn't even bother returning to their meals. They just bolted toward the dorms, howling with excitement. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Esme's chest still on display as Officer Lucius started yelling at her to cover up. "So," I began, a little thrown by Sin's unexpected choice, "are you just topped up on energy or something? That party seemed like your scene." "Not even close, wild girl," he replied, his tone shifting into something more serious. "I've done enough in my life to know the difference between what's easy and what matters. And you're the most intriguing fae I've met, inside this place or out. I don't want a pack orgy, I want your undivided attention. And as long as you keep looking at me like that, I'm not looking away." "You're such a flirt," I teased, but his intensity was refreshing. "Right now, I'm dead serious," he purred, and I liked it more than I expected. We finished our food and homebrewed vodka, Sin happily helping me polish off my oversized meal as we traded stories about life outside these walls. I found myself smiling the whole time. "Well, that was fun," I said, licking the last bit of pudding from my spoon. "Don't think this date is over, kitten. Sin said as I glanced toward the door. We still had a few hours before lockdown, and though I usually spent evenings in the gym or plotting my escape, that didn't exactly scream romance. "What's next then?" I asked, curious if he had anything real in mind. "It's a surprise," Sin announced, rising and offering his hand. I gave an indulgent smile as he pulled me from my chair, immediately drawing me close with one of his powerful arms draped over my shoulder as he steered me toward the door. I glanced back and caught Ethan's narrowed gaze from among his pack, disapproval clear in his eyes. But honestly, who was he to judge? I wasn't the one cozying up to a pretend mate after dark, and I certainly wasn't too cowardly to accept what fate had handed us. Besides, I still intended to have a serious chat with the moon about that whole situation someday. We headed downstairs, and I kept my questions to myself as Sin led me to level 7, turning into the shadowy, silent hall that led to the Balorian's enclosure. "Sin," I started, but he just tightened his grip and urged me forward. "Relax, wild girl. I wanted some time alone with you, and this is the one spot in this whole prison that isn't swarming with fae. Plus, the big guy likes me. I gave him that little exercise session and all those tasty treats. He won't mind visitors. It's not like he can break out again, right?" I groaned half-heartedly, knowing he had a point. Sure, the Balorian was terrifying, but locked up, it couldn't do much. Still, the eerie vibe it gave off, not to mention the fact we'd be the first course if those doors swung open, meant nobody ever lingered in this grim corner. The corridor was dimly lit, just enough to see our way, since no one inmate or guard had reason to come down here regularly. If it eats any fae it encounters, how does anyone take care of it? I wondered aloud as we neared the massive door. Maybe Officer Cain bored it into submission with his dull personality and just strolls right in, Sin joked with a low laugh. I saw it doing its best to devour Cain though, so probably not. "Yeah, let's not bring up how you saved that jerk's life, kitten, or I might have to go punch a wall to make up for my disappointment that he's still breathing." I rolled my eyes but dropped the subject. "Seriously, though, what does it eat when there aren't any fae around? And what about other bodily functions? Does it poop? Who cleans that up? Is there some kind of automatic waste disposal system for when it's on the loose at night? Maybe it just heads up to the mess hall, sits politely at a table, and uses the facilities when it's done," Sin suggested, sounding so deadpan I couldn't tell if he was kidding. As we drew nearer to the cage, that familiar chill of dread began creeping through me, and I slowed my steps. A furious shriek echoed down the hall as the creature sensed our presence, and I froze, gasping. "Maybe we could take a few steps back," I ventured. Not to sound weak, but that thing nearly made a snack out of me last time, and I'm not exactly eager for a reunion. "I've got this, kitten, don't worry," Sin said confidently, releasing me and pulling a lemon from his pocket. "You had one of those the night you let it out," I accused, a fresh wave of suspicion washing over me. Was he really as unhinged as everyone said, planning to unleash the beast all over again? "Of course I did, wild girl. I wasn't about to unleash that thing without giving you some kind of defense," he said, his tone a mix of amusement and exasperation. "So your grand plan was handing me a lemon?" I shot back, my eyes darting toward the exit as I calculated whether I could outrun whatever madness he had in mind. "Well, yeah," he replied, stepping right up to the cage door before biting into the lemon with his teeth. I stared in bewilderment as he spat out a piece of the peel, then squeezed the fruit in his fist, sending lemon juice spraying across the Balorian's enclosure. The creature inside let out a shriek that sounded unmistakably like pain, and the rattling of its claws retreated across the floor until the oppressive feeling of its presence vanished completely. "Did you just fend it off with a lemon?" I asked, incredulous. He gave me a look like I was missing a few marbles. "Yeah, why else do you think I handed it to you before releasing the beast?" Sin's expression was so matter-of-fact it was almost insulting. How was I supposed to know? You didn't exactly explain your citrus-based strategy, I sputtered, torn between irritation that he'd been so cryptic and grudging relief that he'd at least tossed me something before unleashing chaos. Seemed obvious to me, he shrugged, though nothing about this situation felt obvious, especially not the part where he'd freed the Balorian after I explicitly told him not to. Now close your eyes for a sec, sugar, he said, and I noticed a mysterious box sitting near the cage just before his hand covered my vision. Please, gorgeous, he purred, and despite myself, a smirk tugged at my lips as I obediently shut my eyes. This better be good, I warned. He chuckled, rustling through what sounded like his box of oddities. Crap, I think they're dead, he muttered. What's dead? I asked, unable to resist cracking one eye open. There he was, arranging a row of little honey jars from breakfast on the ground, each holding what looked like a tiny, lifeless bug. Seriously, you went up to the order yard and caught flies to make it cute and girly down here. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped me. Wow, this is romantic, I teased as he scowled at a dead fly in his palm. He even leaned down and blew on it like he was performing bug CPR, and I lost it completely, howling with laughter. With a curse, Sin hurled the jar against the wall, shattering it, and stormed off like he'd had enough. Wait, I called, rushing to grab his arm and force him to look back at me. Forget it, wild girl. I'm not cut out for dating, never have been, never tried. Just tell me when you're ready to skip the nonsense and get physical and we can forget all this. Don't go, I pleaded as he pulled his arm free. I don't know how to do this either. He paused, glancing back skeptically, and I rushed on. When I was 14, something happened and, let's just say, I lost interest in dating for years. By the time I felt ready, everyone around me was so deep into casual hookups and wild parties that I just fell into that scene without ever learning how to date. You really expect me to believe no one's ever asked you out, kitten? Sin asked, his disbelief palpable. I had one date with Colin Bishop, but it turned into a total disaster. His mom showed up as our chaperone and spent the whole dinner talking about settling down and starting a family. I was only 18, just beginning to figure out my own desires, and the whole conversation felt suffocating. I pretended to need the restroom and actually climbed out a window to get away from it. Sin smirked, uncrossing his arms as he leaned back. I had a mother-daughter duo try to set something up with me once, he said. Turns out they were both obsessed with Johnny Depp and wanted me to channel him for the evening. What did you do? I asked, half grossed out, half curious. I had the daughter wait outside, gave the mom my best pirate impression, tied her up, took what I wanted, and left them both disappointed. Why share the attention when you can walk away with the cash? I laughed despite myself, and the stiffness in his shoulders eased as I stepped closer. For what it's worth, I said, softening my tone, I really do like the dead bugs, and I'm sorry I made you feel bad about them, dying. A slow smile touched his lips. I'll forgive you, he murmured, on one condition. Which is? Tell me your ultimate fantasy. I still can't figure you out and it's driving me crazy. I rolled my eyes. It's not about looks, I like variety. Come on, he insisted, voice dropping. There's got to be something that really gets to you. I hesitated, then decided to be honest. Okay, fine. When I was at Aurora Academy, it was my first time away from home. For the first time, I was around all these fae. I wasn't related to my family's huge, so that was new. I experimented a lot. But after a while, I realized none of it felt right. I'd end up thinking about homework or what was for dinner instead of being in the moment. Sin's grin widened. Go on. Then one night, my pack and I were at this club downtown, and this guy walked in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but he had this energy, dangerous, magnetic. We didn't even make it out of the parking lot, and for the first time, I wasn't bored. I wasn't thinking about anything else. It was raw, overwhelming, Turns out he was a jerk, but he helped me realize what I really wanted, an alpha, not a wolf, just someone who takes charge. Sin studied me, his expression unreadable. I'm not a wolf, kitten. I don't need a wolf, I said, closing the distance between us. I just need an alpha. You know, the type, that arrogant jerk who's bigger and tougher than anyone else in the room and doesn't care who he offends. The kind of guy who spots something he wants and just takes it, because honestly, who's going to stop him? Sounds like someone I know, Sin replied with a smirk that held a hint of darkness. Really? I asked, letting my eyes drift slowly down his frame before meeting his gaze again. Sin laughed, that low, heated sound that made me bite my lip and imagine tearing his clothes off right then and there. Your turn, I said, stepping back as he moved closer. My turn for what? He asked, following until my back pressed against the metal door of the Balorian's enclosure. He planted his hands on either side of my head, caging me in without touching me, his eyes locked on mine. Tell me your ideal fantasy, I said, lifting my chin. No one's ever asked me that before, he admitted, tilting his head as if weighing how serious I was. I'm asking, I insisted. Well, I've always had a thing for hair long enough to grab, dark enough to feel like it matches my soul, he murmured, winding a strand of my black hair around his fingers and giving it a gentle tug that sent tingles across my scalp. I like big eyes full of mischief, eyes that see right through the lies and measure a man in a single heartbeat. His gaze held mine so intently I could feel my cheeks flush. I like lips made for smiling and kissing, that can whisper pretty things in a language I don't even understand. His thumb traced my lower lip, and I nipped it lightly, just to remind him I wasn't some toy he could control. Sin chuckled darkly and released my hair, his hands moving to my shoulders as he slowly pushed my jumpsuit down. My heart raced as he stepped nearer, still careful not to press his body against mine. I like a girl who can throw a punch and put arrogant bastards in their place, he continued, his hands sliding down my arms, raising goosebumps until he curled my hands into fists inside his. And who isn't afraid of the devil in me. I think you said something like that when we first met, I reminded him. You also mentioned my chest wasn't big enough. I believe we agreed I needed a closer look to be sure, he shot back, smirking as if waiting for me to push him away like I always did. But this time, I didn't want to. I was staring into the eyes of a monster unlike any other, and part of me wanted to surrender. Did you mean it when you said I was the only one you were interested in? I asked, my voice softer now. As crazy as it sounded that an incubus could fixate on one person, part of me was starting to believe it. He'd waited 3 months while I was locked away. He could have had anyone, but he didn't. That made me feel a little less alone, a little less disposable. Only you, wild girl. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were a siren sent to tempt me, but honestly, I'm starting to think you might be something far more dangerous. Like what? I breathed out. My own personal obsession. My favorite kind of poison, every desire I've ever had wrapped up in one fierce fetalian package. I think you just might be my ruin, wild girl. The raw honesty in his words made my pulse race. Someone could truly feel that way about me, flaws and all. I rose onto my toes, wrapping my arms around his neck to bring my mouth to his. Sin groaned into the kiss, his hands gripping my hips as he lifted me effortlessly. My lips parted, inviting him in, and a soft moan escaped me as our tongues met. I could almost taste the heat of his fire magic in that kiss, a desperate kind of worship passing between us. As we deepened the embrace, I felt the hard press of his arousal against me, stirring a deep ache for more. But Sin seemed in no rush, kissing me as though he were memorizing every second, branding the moment into memory. I tugged at his tank top, pulling it over his head as he pinned me gently against the wall. Don't tease me, wild girl, he growled. I've waited too long for this. Tell me to stop now, or I won't be able to hold back. You can sense what I want just like I feel the moonlight on my skin, I said, my voice rough with longing. So stop making me wait and show me why everyone's so obsessed with you. Sin laughed, a low, wicked sound that curled my toes. His mouth found my neck, working its way up until his lips reclaimed mine, this time possessive, demanding. His body pressed me against the cold metal door, our only shield against the danger lurking beyond. It felt right being with someone as untamed as him. I wrapped my legs around his waist, rolling my hips against his, lost in the taste of him. Suddenly, he pulled back, yanking off my top and bra. The chill air made my nipples tighten, and he groaned appreciatively before his mouth closed over one, his hand cupping the other. I gasped as his tongue worked magic, my head falling back as pleasure washed over me. "Less clothes," I demanded, my voice husky. He lowered me gently, stepping back to shed the rest of his clothes, his eyes locked on mine. I leaned against the door, watching him undress with deliberate slowness, my hand slipping into my panties as I touched myself. "You're a sight to behold, wild girl," Sin purred, his tattoos a violent tapestry of star signs standing out against his skin. My eyes lingered on the charging bull inked high on his thigh, a symbol that felt meant for me. "Sin, enough teasing, I want every inch of you," I breathed, my fingers tracing slow circles where I needed them most, my body already trembling with anticipation. Sin kicked off his jumpsuit and boots, his gaze locked on mine as he took his time peeling away his boxers, drawing out the moment until it felt like sweet, deliberate torture. A soft moan escaped me as I watched, my fingers dipping lower before returning to stroke myself, matching the rhythm of my racing pulse. When he finally freed himself, my breath caught. His length was thick and hard, adorned with silver piercings that caught the dim light, intricate ink swirling between them. I'd expected an incubus to be impressive, but this was something else entirely, a masterpiece I ached to explore up close. He moved toward me, but I shook my head, slipping out of my own jumpsuit and boots until I stood before him in nothing but my panties, my eyes fixed on him. "I knew you'd be something to behold, but this belongs in a gallery," I murmured, my tongue sweeping over my lips as I admired the silver studs dotting his crown. 4 were visible, likely connected beneath, with more tracing up his shaft. When I reached out, he growled, the sound rough with need. "You'll appreciate that even more in a second, darling," he warned, a dark promise in his tone. "But if you keep testing my patience, I can't be held responsible for how this ends." A smirk tugged at my lips. "Good," I replied, wrapping my hand around his smooth, inked length, "because I've never been one for playing by the rules." Dropping to my knees, I brought him to my mouth, tracing each stud with my tongue as heat pooled between my thighs. His hand slid into my hair, not gripping but massaging my scalp with a tenderness that surprised me. "Look at me," he commanded, and I lifted my gaze, taking him deeper, relishing the groan that tore from him. Drawing back, I explored him again with my tongue before taking him fully, loving the way he cursed when I didn't hesitate. Pulling away briefly, I cupped his balls with one hand while the other slipped into my panties, easing the ache building inside me. "Damn, you were worth every second of the wait," Sin rasped, his hips beginning to move with mine. His fingers found the mate mark behind my ear, and it tingled under his touch, a strange, electric intimacy. He kept his eyes on me, stroking that mark almost reverently, as though it didn't matter that it tied me to someone else. I quickened my pace, matching his rhythm, moaning around him as pleasure coiled tight within me. He swore again, his control fraying, and I gave him everything he asked for, and then some. I matched his rhythm, my mouth working him with increasing urgency as I felt his body tensing under my touch. His cock was like iron as he thrust deeper, and with a low, guttural groan, he came hot and intense, flooding my throat with the sharp, salty taste of him. I swallowed eagerly, not minding in the least that he'd finished so soon. There was a raw thrill in knowing I could unravel a being made for pleasure entirely on my own terms. My own climax was building, my fingers circling my clit with growing need, but just as I felt that delicious tension spreading through me, Sin pulled me to my feet and drew my hand away. "First rule about incubi, wild girl," he murmured, his hands firm on my hips as he guided me back against the cold steel door. "We don't need downtime." My eyes went wide as I looked down. He was still fully hard, and my breath hitched when he tugged my panties down my thighs. "Don't hold back," I challenged, and a slow grin spread across his lips. His fingers slid between my legs, stroking over my clit before pushing inside me. I moaned as he positioned his thumb right where I needed it, and the moment he began moving his hand, a cry tore from my throat. His touch was commanding, his fingers hitting that perfect spot inside me with a rhythm that made me dig my nails into his arms. Sin leaned in, kissing me with a smile I could feel, and then he changed his motion, circling his wrist so his thumb and fingers worked me in a way I'd never felt before. Pleasure crashed over me so suddenly I could only cling to him, my body clenching around his fingers as his tongue claimed my mouth. Before I could catch my breath, he lifted me into his arms, his cock finding my entrance with unerring precision. He eased inside slowly, letting me feel every ridge and stud, and I gasped his name, my hands tangled in his hair. He pulled back just enough to lock eyes with me, then drove into me hard and deep, stealing the air from my lungs. A ragged moan escaped me as he filled me completely, his piercing pressing against my clit in the most maddening, perfect way. He rolled his hips, showing me exactly what I'd been missing, every thrust a blend of deep, piercing pleasure and relentless friction. I cursed in my native tongue, lost in the rough, possessive way he moved, his mouth hot on mine as I pushed back against the door. I was close again, my nails scoring his skin, crying out his name between ragged breaths. It was as if he knew my body better than I did, every touch, every thrust, perfectly tuned to unravel me completely every time I craved more. Sin was already there, adjusting my hips so he could fill me perfectly, his mouth on my breast making me cry out, his kisses a blend of fire and tenderness that left me breathless and wanting. He turned sex into something extraordinary, not some sappy soul-merging fantasy, but raw, intense pleasure only we could give each other. Our bodies fit like they were made for this, and I couldn't get enough of the way he moved inside me, deep and relentless. Just as I tensed, aching for release, his hand slid lower, teasing a new sensitive spot until I was gasping, torn between begging him to stop and pleading for more. When he finally pressed inside, I shattered completely, my body clenching around him as he drove into me, groaning as he found his own climax moments later. Even then, he didn't pull away, his lips hard on mine as he rocked against me, the metal of his piercing sending shivers straight through me. His finger remained, pressing deeper until I came undone all over again, biting his lip hard enough to taste blood. Sin growled in approval, kissing me once more before slowly drawing back and setting me on unsteady feet. "You really are something else, wild girl," he murmured, his palm tracing the ink along my side, and I wondered if he meant every mark, every hidden story. "I'm going to set you free, Sin," I whispered, my voice soft but sure. "Not for any job, because you deserve it. You deserve your freedom back." I kissed him before he could argue, and if the warning bell hadn't cut through the moment, I might have dragged him right back to the floor. Instead, I scrambled for my clothes, pulling them on quickly while Sin dressed with clear reluctance. Hand in hand, we raced through the crowded hallways, and when we reached my cell block, he didn't let go. "You know you're not supposed to be here," I said lightly, not pulling away. His hand felt too right in mine. "I'm walking you home," he replied, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "That's what you do on a good date." "No one's ever walked me home before," I admitted with a grin. Probably because my cousin would scare them off, but still. I'm not scared of your cousin, kitten, Sin said, his tone teasing. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Besides, I'm doing this right all the way to your door. Outside cell block D, I looked up at him, eyebrow raised. Oh really? What else does a proper date include? If it went well, he murmured, drawing me close and cupping my face, this is where I'd kiss you good night. We better hurry up because your grumpy dad is watching us. What? I asked, glancing toward the open doors just in time to catch Cain's furious glare right before Sin's lips met mine and everything else faded. Almost everything, anyway. That traitorous heart of mine still ached over Cain, but Sin offered a far sweeter kind of pain, one I was more than willing to surrender to. When he finally pulled away, I was breathless and craving more, my body already mourning the fact I couldn't just drag him back to my cell. Good night, wild girl, he murmured before turning to leave, and I shamelessly admired the view as he walked off. Grinning, I headed inside without so much as a glance toward Officer Strachan. Score one for Rosalie. Back in my cell, Rosa bounded in clutching a flyer, her smile so infectious it warmed me from the inside out. Hey, pup, what's that you've got? I sat up, but she pounced, roughhousing like the wolf she was. I should have stopped her any proper fae would have, but instead I rolled us over, pinning her down with her arms above her head, my hips pressed firmly against hers as I snatched the paper from her grip. The second my eyes dropped to read it, she bucked me off and I hit the floor with a thud. She laughed, planting a foot on my chest triumphantly. I win. Damn, she looked adorable. I nodded, swatting her foot away and lifting the leaflet. Warden Pike wants to help you, it read. Struggling to reintegrate after release. Concerned about rehabilitation programs. Feel like Darkmore Penitentiary could do more to meet your fae needs. Request a feedback survey read personally by Warden Pike. Rediscover your true fae nature. I scowled, dropping the paper onto my chest. What is this garbage? It's not garbage, Roar, it's a golden ticket. She snatched it back, and I couldn't help but notice how her curves had filled out again since her stint in solitary. My mind went to places it definitely shouldn't have. I was so going to hell. What are you talking about? She leaned close, her whisper tickling my neck. The survey, it's held in the guards' quarters. She pointed to the fine print and my eyebrows shot up. Well, holy shit, I laughed, beaming. I grabbed her waist, spinning her around before I could think better of it. She squealed, wrapping her legs around me. You're a genius. Yup, she agreed with a grin as I set her down. Let's go check it out. She grabbed my hand, pulling me out of the cell, and I followed like an idiot, smiling at the back of her head. We'd been scheming for days to get into the guard's wing, and now the warden had handed us the key. With the library job starting tomorrow, everything was falling into place. Freedom had never felt so close for once. I allowed myself to dream, and Rosa was right there dreaming with me, both of us sketching out the bright future waiting beyond these walls. What excited me most was finally getting to meet my nephew and niece. I just hoped they'd think I was cool. Growing up, I'd always been around kids since my family and Rosa's were practically joined at the hip. The Oscuras had babies like it was going out of style. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if Dante announced another round of little ones for me to spoil before long. We jogged toward the sealed bridge on the lower level, and Rosa waved cheerfully at one of the security cameras. After a short wait, the bridge lowered and Hastings stepped across, eyeing us with open curiosity. Rosa dropped my hand and moved toward him. Everything all right, 12? He asked, his gaze flicking to me with what I could have sworn was a touch of jealousy. Poor guy was so hung up on Rosa, he'd probably go through full-blown withdrawal once she was gone. But if a broken heart was the only damage from our escape, well, sorry, man. Small price to pay. Yep, Rosa chirped. Rory and I were hoping to fill out that inmate survey. She handed him the leaflet and his eyes went wide. Seriously, he asked, looking genuinely stunned. Yeah, we've got a couple ideas, she said sweetly, batting her lashes. Is that an issue? No issue, he replied with a light laugh, leaning in slightly. It's just, literally no one's ever taken this survey. Well, we're your first, Rosa said with a grin. Can we go? Sure, Hastings said, still looking a little thrown, but he motioned for us to follow. So what kind of requests are we talking? He asked as Rosa fell into step beside him and I hung back, my pulse quickening at the thought of putting my old skills to use again. The small-time theft I'd pulled inside was nothing compared to this. This was the real deal, high stakes, serious consequences. Exactly the kind of job I used to live for. The bigger the risk, the more I wanted to prove I could handle it. Getting caught that one time had shaken me, though. I'd stayed to help Rosa instead of running from the fib. I knew what I was risking. Cocky as I was, I never thought they'd actually lock me up even with the cuffs on. At least Rosa got away clean back then. That was the one thing that kept me going in here. Now she was stuck with me, and I'd do whatever it took to get her out. I just think there could be more class options, Rosa told him smoothly. She could have made a career out of lying she was that good. Maybe some job training for after we're out. I've always liked the idea of landscaping, working with the earth, but some construction basics would be amazing. Doubt Warden Pike will approve more magic hours for that, Hastings said. Worth a shot, right? She pressed. Rory wants to suggest a crystal identification course, too. Right, Roar? Yeah, I agreed easily. Hastings shrugged. Can't hurt to ask. We reached the elevator leading up to the guards' quarters. Hastings pressed his hand to the scanner. The doors slid open, and we stepped inside. As we rose through the complex, my heart hammered wildly. I flexed my fingers ready. Behind Hastings' back, Rosa shot me a look, and a fresh wave of adrenaline hit not just from the job, but from her smile. I really needed to get a grip. I was nothing but a washed-up thief with absolutely nothing to offer her once we were outside these walls. Every single thing I'd ever taken I'd left behind under the shadow of my pride, and my father sure as hell wasn't giving any of it back. To him, my prison sentence meant forfeiting every claim I ever had, not just the stolen goods, but the cash, the status, everything. Out there I'd be flat broke, maybe even more of a failure than I was inside Darkmore. At least in here I'd clawed my way to some kind of standing. I'd fought for my place tooth and nail. But outside, it meant less than nothing. I meant nothing. Pushing the grim thoughts aside, I drew a breath as the doors slid open. I fell in step behind Hastings while Rosa moved quietly to my side. The corridor was brightly lit, buzzing with voices up ahead. My eyes scanned the area, searching for the antidote dispenser. Rosa had spotted it before, so I knew it had to be close. Just beyond a cluster of sofas where a few guards sipped coffee, I saw it built right into the wall. A guard stood in front of it, pressing a button. A syringe wrapped in plastic slid down a chute into his palm. He nodded at Hastings as he passed, and I stole a quick glance at the mechanism. No magic signature required, no scanner, nothing. And no cameras either. Why bother when the place was swarming with guards? Maybe they were a little too confident. Before we reached Warden Pike's office, Hastings turned and ushered us into a side room. It was set up like a classroom, with tables arranged in rows and motivational posters plastered all over the walls. Become a better Fae today, one read. Your sentence is a time to shine, not a time to turn to crime. I had to bite back a scoff. Everyone with half a brain knew leaving Darkmore didn't mean reintegrating smoothly. Plenty of us had been power-shamed, stripped of the right to fight for status, locked out of nearly every decent job. And for those like me, shamed by our own kind. There was no bright future waiting. Not in that sense anyway, but maybe, just maybe, there was something bright waiting with Rosa. Our wild daydreams of escaping to some remote island, building a life just for us, it was intoxicating. But was it real? Leon could visit, bring stardust. Dante and her family could, too. We wouldn't need anyone else. But Rosa, she could easily slip back into the Oscura clan, live among her own. Why would she ever pick me? Leon had his own life, I couldn't drag him down. I refused to be a burden. But the thought of ending up completely alone, that hollowed me out. We didn't have some epic romance waiting on the outside. So why did the idea of losing her, of not waking up beside her, laughing with her, just being near her twist something deep inside me? Freedom wasn't freedom if it meant living without her. Now that she was here close, it felt more right than anything ever had. Letting go, I didn't know how. Shaking my head, I forced my focus back. Now wasn't the time to get lost in what-ifs. Nothing beyond these prison walls mattered to me as long as Rosa was safe. That was the only truth I needed to hold on to. Dwelling on the uncertainty of my own future felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. Anywhere I landed would be a step up from the grim reality of Darkmore. We settled into our chairs, side by side, and my eyes drifted toward the corridor windows, the blinds hanging open like a half-drawn curtain. Hastings laid two thick surveys in front of us, each several pages long, and handed over a couple of cheap plastic pens. "Gonna grab some coffee," he announced, already turning to leave. Rosa let out a soft, longing groan that made him pause. "You want some?" he asked, glancing back. "Really, can I?" Her voice was full of hopeful innocence, her eyes wide enough to make me want to chuckle. I might tease her and call her my little pup, but I knew better. Rosa was anything but naive. Back when we were younger, if something went missing or turned up broken at her Aunt Bianca's place, you could bet it was Rosa's handiwork. She was trouble, spelled with a capital T, and damn if I didn't love that about her. "Sure," Hastings said with a shrug like it was nothing before stepping out. The moment the door clicked shut, Rosa leaned close, her voice dropping to a whisper. "In 10 minutes I'll ask for the bathroom. Buy you all the time I can." "I only need 10 seconds, sweetheart," I shot back with a smirk. She arched an eyebrow, a playful challenge in her gaze. "Cocky little bastard," she teased, bringing the pen to her lips and sucking lightly on the end. My retort died in my throat. Holy hell, that was intense. A jolt of electricity shot straight through me, waking up parts of me that had no business being awake right then. I couldn't look away from her mouth, the same mouth I'd tasted once and craved ever since. In moments like these, it was hard to remember why I kept putting walls between us. We were both adults. The world wouldn't end if I let myself want her. Maybe even Dante would come around, but then the memory hit me, the promise I'd made him to always keep her safe. I pictured her at 14, looking up at me like I was some kind of hero. I wasn't that person anymore, and I sure as hell wasn't going to break my word. Besides, what could I really offer her? Nothing worth having. So why even let the thought linger? I tore my gaze away just as Hastings returned, carrying a tray of steaming coffees. I was surprised he'd brought one for me too, and muttered a thanks as he set it down. "These are brewed with beans from Terembia," he said proudly. "The real deal, not like the swill they serve downstairs." He was watching Rosa, his eyes lingering a little too long as she took a sip. She moaned, the sound so sensual it felt like a direct challenge to my self-control. My body responded in ways that were wildly inconvenient. Hastings looked just as captivated, his jaw slack as he watched her throat move. Then she slowly licked her lips, and we were both hooked, my mind flashing to an image so inappropriate I had to force it away. Damn it, I needed to focus. This mission was too critical to screw up over some teenage-level crush. Sometimes, I couldn't believe how pathetic I got over her. Hastings cleared his throat, his cheeks flushing slightly as he raised his cup in a half-hearted toast before making another exit. "I'll leave you to it." The door closed, and Rosa shot me a wicked grin. I quickly pictured Plunger's hairy backside in the showers this morning, a surefire way to kill the mood. It worked a little too well. Rosa began scribbling on her survey, and I turned to mine, starting with the first question. "Do you feel your behavior has improved since arriving at Darkmore Penitentiary?" I scrawled out some generic nonsense, taking my time, making sure we had the window we needed. Exactly 10 minutes later, Rosa stood, flashed me one last grin, and headed for the door. Hastings was waiting right outside the door, blocking her path as she tried to slip by. "Could you point me to the restroom?" she asked softly. I kept my head down, pretending to focus on the test in front of me. "That coffee went straight through me," she chuckled, and out of the corner of my eye I saw her lean closer, her fingers grazing his. A hot wave of jealousy hit me, completely ridiculous and out of place. She's playing him. And even if she weren't, she's not yours, you fool. "All right, this way," he said quietly, and the door clicked shut. I counted to 10, my pulse racing as I fought back a grin. Time to move. Rising silently, I crossed to the window and peered through the blinds. The hall was clear. I eased the door open just enough to listen. No footsteps, just the distant hum of a TV from the lounge. Taking a steadying breath, I slipped into the corridor and moved quickly, staying light on my feet. A burst of laughter came from an office across the way, and I froze as the door swung open. A guard stepped out backward, still chatting with someone inside. "I swear if Pike asks for one more report, my brain's gonna melt," he joked. "Tell me about it," a voice answered from within. I darted across the hall, pressing myself flat against the wall near the door, hoping he'd turn left. My chest was tight, my breath held. "Turn left, you jerk." He did, closing the door and walking away. Relief washed over me as he disappeared around the corner. I hurried back across, inching along the wall, my eyes locked on the dispenser just steps away. 987 Rosa emerged from a room down the hall, and Hastings rounded the corner a moment later, his back to me. I pressed against the wall, holding my breath. Rosa's eyes widened slightly when she spotted me over his shoulder, then she focused on Hastings as he reached her. "Everything okay?" he asked, starting to turn, but she grabbed his arm. "Actually, no," she gasped. "I feel really sick." I crept closer, my heart pounding at the sound of a guard's loud laugh nearby as I reached the dispenser. "What's wrong?" Hastings asked, his voice full of concern. "My head is killing me." "That bad?" He reached for her forehead. "I can help." I slammed my finger on the dispenser button, my other hand poised beneath the slot as the machine whirred. "Damn it! Damn it!" Hastings turned to look just as Rosa let out a gasp and collapsed at his feet, limp as a rag doll. "Holy hell!" he cursed, dropping to his knees as 3 more guards rushed over. The first antidote syringe dropped into my palm. I hit the button again twice more, and 2 more syringes fell out before a low whir sounded and a message flashed on the screen. Rosa let out a dramatic moan to cover the ding. I'm dying, and you're all so stupid." I read the screen, swearing under my breath. Refill needed, this would have to do. I started backing away, 3 syringes tucked in my pocket, my hand closing around the office door handle. "Hey!" I turned at the shout, fear surging through me. If I got caught now, it was over. No second chances. No escape. Plunger wouldn't be able to dig us out. We'd be trapped for good. Cain emerged from the elevator down the hall, his gaze immediately locking onto Rosa's motionless form on the floor. "What the hell is happening?" he demanded, storming toward her. I bit back a wild laugh as I slipped back into the room, vaulted over the table and dropped into my seat. My heart hammered, but I forced calm, patting the hidden syringes in my pocket. Hastings was frantic. "She needs medical attention. I already tried to help her, but she won't wake up." I couldn't help a low chuckle when I heard Cain's growl echo down the corridor. "Fine, I'll handle it." Rosa had warned me about his distrust, but he was looking in the wrong place. While he'd be busy searching her, the real prize was safe with me, and he had no clue I was even part of the equation. By the time I wrapped up my survey half an hour later and Hastings escorted me back to my cell block, I was grinning like an idiot. The moment I stepped inside, Rosa launched herself at me. "Did you get them?" she whispered, eyes wide with hope. I pulled her close, finally letting my excitement show as I laughed and held her tight. Hell yes, she breathed into my ear and I squeezed her harder. We're breaking out of this place, baby. The word slipped out, but I didn't care. Her smile was radiant, completely captivating. I can already smell the ocean roar. The next morning, while my shades collected breakfast in the mess hall, I leaned against the wall and scanned the crowd of inmates. Pulling off this job was awakening a part of me I thought was long gone, the thrill, the purpose. Officer Lyle nodded as he approached, falling in beside me to watch the room. Morning, Rory. Got another joke for me. My buddy nearly choked laughing at the last one. I smirked. Maybe, not as raunchy this time though. Lyle grinned. They're always good. I'll toss in some commissary tokens if it's a winner. All right, I said, leaning in. So a werewolf shows up at his old bully's house. Place is falling apart, roof sagging, porch creaking. The bully's wife is asleep in a rocking chair, a little dog curled at her feet. The bully answers the door, doesn't recognize him. The werewolf says, "Hey, noticed your place could use some work. How about a bet to earn some cash?" Lyle was already grinning, eager for the punchline. The bully's all in, so the werewolf says, "I bet you $100 I can get your dog to run straight into my friend's car." The bully laughs. That mutt won't budge, easy money. So the werewolf uses an alpha command, and sure enough, the dog bolts off and hops right into the car. The bully's amazed but says he can't pay up. So the werewolf offers another wager. "Double or nothing, I bet 200 I can kiss your wife without waking her." The bully scoffs. "No way, you're on." "Then what?" Lyle urged, hooked. The werewolf strolls over, leans down, and lays one on her deep and smooth, and she doesn't even stir. The bully let out a frustrated groan after losing yet another round and admitted, "Look, I don't have the cash on me right now, but I swear I'll pay you back." The werewolf just grinned and replied, "Tell you what, I'll give you another chance. If I lose this time, I'll hand over $300. Eager for a shot at easy money, the bully quickly agreed. "All right then," the werewolf said. "I bet I can take a leak into that pot next to you and not spill a single drop." The bully glanced at the container, which was placed well out of reach, and broke into a confident smile. "You're on." What happened next was anything but tidy. The werewolf unzipped and proceeded to spray urine everywhere, soaking the guy's shoes, splattering his pants, hitting the side of the house, the porch, and even drenching his sleeping wife. Through it all, the bully howled with laughter. "Not one drop made it into the pot," he roared, clutching his stomach. "Pay up, man." Still laughing, the werewolf handed over the money. "Wait, why aren't you mad?" the bully asked, still chuckling. With a cheerful bounce in his step, the werewolf headed toward his buddy's car and called back, "Because my friend bet me $1,000 that I couldn't steal your dog, kiss your wife, piss all over you in your house, and still have you laughing when it was over." Lyle burst out laughing and gave my shoulder a hearty slap. "Now that's a good one." He wheezed just as Cain stalked past, shooting us a sharp look. Claude waved me over to my seat, and I said a quick goodbye to Lyle, who was still wiping tears from his eyes. I settled in front of what could loosely be called a feast, a generous pile of oatmeal, a bowl of mixed fruit, and 3 small jars of honey. Around here, that counted as luxury. Claude was already eating beside me, a worn photo of his wife and kids propped near his tray. "I really can't wait to see them again," he said with a soft sigh. I offered a sympathetic smile. "You will, and soon," I promised. His eyes lit up at that. We couldn't say much more, not with Cain's vampire hearing within range, but I could feel the hope radiating off him as strong as my own. Soon, we'd both be back with our families. I pictured holding my niece and nephew, already planning to take on side jobs to spoil them rotten for years to come. I had a lot of time to make up for. "Hey, check it out, Miss Rosa is looking extra fine today," Claude teased, nodding toward her table. I glanced over. Rosa was sitting with her pack, laughing at something Sunny said while Laura carefully braided her hair. She practically glowed. "Why's that my problem?" I mumbled, trying to sound indifferent, but my eyes stayed fixed on her. He wasn't wrong. She always looked beautiful, but this morning there was something different, a lightness, maybe even hope. Today we began work on the library job, which meant freedom was finally within reach. I ached to feel real sunlight again, to stretch out in my lion form on some distant beach and just rest. More than anything, I dreamed of watching sunlight catch Rose's skin, seeing her smile far from this place, knowing she'd never be trapped again. "Because you're in love with her," Claude sing-songed, and I shoved him playfully, almost knocking him off his seat. He laughed as he straightened up, then rubbed against my arm like an overgrown house cat. Claude might have been a lion, but he didn't carry himself like a typical alpha. It was rare for a male lion to take on roles usually held by lionesses, but his easygoing nature made him a natural second in command. He led the shades with quiet competence, and honestly, I wouldn't have lasted here without him. A girl's frantic screams cut through the morning noise. "No, no, no, no." And I spun around to see Bullseye near the breakfast line, her pink hair a shock of color against the drab surroundings. She was digging wildly through a spilled bowl of oatmeal, scattering it across the floor as if searching for something precious. "It's gone. My diamonds, I left them right here." Her eyes blazed as she rounded on the inmate behind her, grabbing his jumpsuit with both hands. "You stole them. Admit it, you took what belonged to Lady Jacinta." Officer Rind rushed over, pulling her back as she thrashed and shouted, "Get off me, Colonel Mustard. I know what you did. You killed her in the library with the candlestick." Rind and another guard, Nichols, wrestled her into cuffs and began dragging her toward the exit. For one chilling second, her desperate gaze locked with mine. "Help me, Professor Plum," she cried out before disappearing through the doors. My throat tightened as I met Rose's eyes across the room. Her frown mirrored my own dread. Now I understood what she'd witnessed down in Psych. The real horror here wasn't the violence or the confinement, but the slow unraveling of a mind. It was messed up. Nobody deserved that, not even the worst of us. As chatter slowly resumed in the mess hall, I pushed my tray aside, my appetite gone. Rosa caught my signal and came over, sliding into the seat across from me. I dismissed Claude with a nod, and he quickly joined the shades. "What is it?" Rosa asked, her expression guarded. On impulse, I reached for her hand and gave it a brief, reassuring squeeze. She pulled back almost instantly, her mask firmly back in place. Showing vulnerability here was like blood in the water. Leaning closer, I kept my voice low. "If they're handpicking who loses their grip, then someone's pulling the strings." Her eyes widened. "You think it's targeted," she whispered. "It has to be, but how?" I glanced toward Cain, who was busy breaking up a fight nearby. "All I know is we need to get out fast." She nodded, a flicker of hope returning to her face. "Soon," I said with a grin, and she almost smiled back. Just then Plunger's voice cut through the moment. "Well, good heavens, looks like you could use some assistance with all that food, big boy." He was trailing a broad-shouldered Cerberus named Fred, who scowled as Plunger's hand slid down his back and then lower. "Back off, freak," Fred snarled, shoving Plunger hard enough to send him stumbling to the floor. No one laughed. Those who knew better understood that Plunger was anything but weak. Fred settled at the table and began eating his breakfast, while Plunger rose from his seat, rubbing his sore backside before slipping a hand into his pocket and strolling casually around to Fred's side. "My apologies, how thoughtless of me," Plunger said smoothly, recapturing Fred's attention. "I haven't even introduced you to my little wishing jar." "Huh." Fred grumbled around a mouthful of oatmeal, but a cold shiver ran through me as Plunger slid into the seat across from him. "Get lost, you freak." "Oh, I will, but first you really must make a wish, my friend." Plunger unscrewed the small glass jar in his hand, shaking a bit of its contents into his palm. My stomach turned as I recognized the coarse gray hairs. He blew them straight into Fred's face, where they clung to his skin and scattered across his food. "What the hell is this?" Fred swiped at his cheeks, but before he could react, Plunger seized his head and smashed it down into the oatmeal, grinding his face before letting go. He scooped several spoonfuls into Fred's gaping mouth just as the guards glanced over. Cain rushed over as Plunger returned to his seat, and Fred roared in disgust, spitting out the contaminated food and desperately scrubbing at his face. "What's going on here?" Cain demanded. Plunger offered an angelic smile. "Just getting acquainted, officer." "Isn't that right, Freddy? We were playing a little game." Blood trickled from Fred's nose as the realization of what he'd ingested seemed to hit him. He scraped frantically at his skin. "Is that true, 302?" Cain asked sharply. Fred looked up, hesitated, then gave a quick nod. "Yes, sir," he mumbled, his earlier bravado gone. Plunger stood, leaned close to whisper something that made Fred go pale, then strutted away looking unbearably pleased. I turned to Rosa, who shivered. "Note to self, don't ever cross that guy," she whispered. "Only if you promise me the same," I replied. The breakfast bell rang, pulling my mind away from Plunger's disturbing antics. It was time for our library shift. We fell into step with the other inmates, flowing toward the exit. Cain stood waiting in the corridor with a smug expression I didn't trust. "Got something to share?" Rosa challenged, flipping her hair. "Hope you enjoy the new assignment, 12, he said with a smirk. "Anything's better than scrubbing floors, right?" she shot back, and his eyes narrowed. Claude, Sonny, Brett, and Esme joined us, followed shortly by Gustard. Plunger grinned as he looked us over, rubbing his hands together. "Everyone ready to put their backs into it?" he asked, eyeing the tattoos visible above Gustard's crisp uniform. The audacity staring down a known killer like that. But even Gustard held back with guards nearby, especially after Plunger's brutal reminder of what happened to those who crossed him. Sin arrived last, stretching lazily with a smirk. "What's up, team?" "That's everyone, yeah," said Rosa. "Let's move." "We're still missing 2, Cain said flatly. "Officer Hastings said it was 9, I blurted without thinking. Cain's gaze snapped to me, full of contempt. He was mistaken. There are 11 on this detail. You got an issue with that, 69. "No, sir," I muttered, exchanging a worried glance with Rosa. Whoever showed up next would have to be in on our secret, and who knew what kind of trouble was about to walk out those doors. Then Ethan Shadowbrook appeared, marching over to Cain before locking eyes with Rosa, his jaw tight. "Oh hell no," Rosa growled, her posture snapping straight. "I won't work with him." Panic flickered in her expression. This went far beyond a simple refusal. If he joined this assignment, she'd have no choice but to rely on him, to let him accompany us. Even though I'd worried about what it would mean for her to leave her partner behind in this prison, I never wanted that choice stripped from her. "If you decline to cooperate, 12, you can return to scrubbing floors on the maintenance level," Cain remarked, looking utterly entertained by the way she was glaring daggers at Ethan. Seriously, this isn't how things were supposed to unfold. And who the hell was our final member? My eyes swept the mess hall. The other inmates had already been escorted to their duties or returned to their cells. So who were we waiting for? "Can't wait to start fixing this place up," Sin chimed in, tossing Rosa an unmistakable wink while Cain wasn't watching. She responded by kicking him hard in the shin, and he bit his lip as if he enjoyed it. What a jerk. Finally, the door swung open and Pudding ambled out, strolling toward us with infuriating casualness before stopping in front of Cain. "Ready for duty." Rosa looked stunned, her gaze darting between Pudding and Ethan as another low growl rumbled in her throat. Sure, Pudding wasn't exactly intimidating, but he moved slower than molasses, and I had doubts about how useful he'd be in a tight spot. What if he had no interest in escaping? I didn't know the length of his sentence or anything about his life before this place, but he seemed decent. At least he wouldn't rat us out. "Assign me something else," Rosa demanded, but Shadowbrook only offered a frosty smile. "Not possible," he stated flatly, crossing his arms. "This is the only assignment they'll give me since my privileges got revoked for swiping a cuff key." He spat those last words with pure venom, his accusing glare fixed squarely on her. A growl rose in my own throat, and Ethan shot me a warning look sharp enough to cut. "Follow me," Cain snapped, already striding down the staircase, clearly done with the drama. I stayed close to Rosa as she turned her back on Ethan, and we hurried after Cain, matching his brisk pace. She shot me a look that screamed, "What the hell are we supposed to do now?" And I could only reply with a helpless glance. Her frustration boiled over into full-blown rage by the time we reached level 6 and approached the frosted glass doors of the library. Cain held one door open and motioned for us to enter. "You'll be locked in until lunch. Cameras are watching any rule breaks and you lose your job privileges for good. Any questions? Didn't think so. Get to work." He shoved a crumpled checklist into my hands as we filed inside. The room was stacked high with boxes, presumably full of new books, alongside buckets of paint, brushes, drop cloths, plaster, and everything else needed for the renovation. The door slammed shut behind us, the lock clicking firmly into place before Cain's shadow vanished. Everyone except me and Rosa moved toward the supplies, and Plunger began stroking a paint roller like it was some kind of pet. "We're stuck," I murmured to Rosa, who looked on the verge of exploding. I took her hand and she met my eyes, breathing heavily. "He can't be part of this." "He has to be," I whispered urgently. "There's no other way. Everyone in this room is coming or this isn't happening." "Who's coming?" Plunger purred, still fondling that stupid brush. I snatched it from him with a snarl and his gray eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Listen up. Grab that renovation crap and follow me," Rosa shouted, seizing everyone's attention including mine as she marched away. I guess she'd made up her mind. Her eyes swept over each of them, deliberately avoiding Ethan. She motioned for them to follow, and I snarled at anyone who hesitated, especially Shadowbrook, who stood there looking baffled. After a moment, even he trailed along as we moved toward the rear of the massive library, slipping into an area where the cameras couldn't see. Rosa hopped up onto a study table, planting her hands on her hips as she looked down at the group. I found myself standing near Ethan, both of us watching her. "What's this all about, sweetheart? You're not suddenly running the library redesign committee," Ethan said with a scoff, earning low growls from Sunny and Esme. "It's legit, trust me, just listen," Sin cut in eagerly, shifting his weight excitedly. Gustard added, "Hear her out, Wolf. You're all damn lucky to be included." Pudding spoke slowly, glancing around the reference shelves while effortlessly holding a stepladder. "Why exactly are we gathered back here?" Behind me, Plunger murmured with a hungry tone, "Maybe the wolf girl wants a different kind of company down here in the shadows." I cringed, but Rosa cut straight through. "We're escaping Darkmore," she stated, her voice low and intense. "Every single person in this room and no one else." Ethan took a step forward, but I blocked his path. "Listen to her," I warned. "She's handing you your freedom back." "Escaping," Plunger exclaimed, while Esme, Brett, and Sunny howled and embraced each other. "And how do you propose we get out, little pup? Know a cozy tunnel we can squeeze through?" "Not exactly," Rosa replied, slightly grimacing at his phrasing. "But you're going to dig one, Plunger. In your order form, you'll sense the magical detectors underground and steer clear of them." She pulled a syringe of order-suppressant antidote from her pocket, holding it up for everyone to see. Claude gasped, his eyes glistening as he looked at me, and I gave a reassuring smile. He'd see his children again, I'd promised him that. "Thank you, Miss Rosa," he said, voice thick with emotion. Rosa waved it off but smiled anyway, and I gave Claude a solid pat on the back. "Holy hell," Plunger said excitedly. "I'll dig that tunnel for you, ma'am, deep and wide enough for all of us to cozy up inside." I grinned, willing to overlook Plunger's creepiness after all. He was the one who'd burrow us out of this hellhole. "Did you choose each of us personally, Hound?" Pudding asked, his eyes bright. "Well, yes, more or less," Rosa admitted awkwardly. Pudding smiled while Ethan's frown deepened. "I've never been hand-picked for anything before," Pudding said. "I accept your invitation to leave this prison. Yes, I'd like that very much, Hound." "Good," Rosa said with a tight smile. "Then we have work to do. Is everyone in?" Ethan looked stunned as the others quickly agreed. I turned to him with my hardest stare. You're either with us or you make an enemy of everyone here. Betray us, Shadowbrook, and I'll end you myself. Nobody ruins this. We've already risked too much. Ethan met my gaze, more shocked than angry. You're saying I can go home? He asked, desperation flickering in his eyes. For some reason, I rested a hand on his shoulder. Help us get out, and you can go wherever the hell you want, Shadowbrook. I glanced at Rosa and found her watching Ethan intently, something raw and unspoken in her expression as she waited for his answer. I'm in, Ethan growled with a firm nod. What do you need me to do? My heart hammered, adrenaline surging through me. This was it, no turning back now. These people were now my closest allies, even if I couldn't stand a few of them. For now, we were tied together, 10 of us breathing the same dusty air, united until freedom found us. Sonny, Esme, and Brett were already laughing as they pulled books from the shelves, checking them against the list before boxing up what we didn't need. Back in the magic compound, I'd made them swear not to spill the secrets I'd shared, a precaution more than a real worry. Rory was planning to do the same with Claude soon, and the two were already murmuring quietly as they moved empty shelves to prep the walls for painting. Plunger, Ethan, and Pudding would take the oath next time we were up there too, and Gustard, if we could corner him, though I doubted that sly weasel would play along. We'd spent the last half hour assigning roles, most of the crew diving into renovation work to mask our real intentions. I breathed easier when Pudding admitted he'd thought he was picked for his knack with building comms from old pudding cup chips, and honestly, he should have been. He promised to have his brother deliver receivers to all our families, so we could coordinate our escape without tipping off the guards during calls or visits. He'd even get one to Jerome, the fae who'd paid me to break Sin out and who was key to holding off the fib. My wolves would keep supplying chips, and with enough transmitters, we could stay in touch with everyone outside. Ethan agreed to have his crew gather parts as soon as Rory got the shades on board, and Gustard grudgingly said the Watchers would help too. With that kind of supply, Pudding could build all the devices we needed, as long as we stayed discreet bringing him materials. In a shadowy corner of the library, we shifted a bookshelf and started the tunnel. I gave Plunger a small dose of antidote, just enough for 2 hours, saving the rest. We had to ration, but with 3 syringes stolen by Rory, we'd manage. Sin volunteered to stay down there with Plunger, and thank goodness dealing with Plunger on a good day was a chore, but Plunger shifted. That was a whole other kind of nightmare. I've never been one to judge someone's order, but Poltheus mole shifters are seriously hard to look at. Or maybe it's just him. Either way, mix that appearance with his charming personality, and you've got a fae I'd rather not be trapped with underground. Sin definitely saved me on that one. The first time I saw Plunger shift, I honestly thought he was messing with us, like he'd only half committed to the gross out. But nope, I looked it up. Apparently, that's just how they roll. As Plunger shifted into his order form, the coarse gray fur covering his body retracted, leaving his skin unnervingly smooth before it sagged into drooping folds, like a wax figure left too near a flame. His frame remained distinctly fey, but now he resembled some kind of melting sculpture. His hands morphed into thick, digging claws, his eyes receded, and his nose swelled, turning crimson and sprouting glowing, tentacle-like tendrils. I'd never seen anything so unsettling in my life. And of course, being Plunger, he stripped down despite his form being humanoid enough to keep his clothes on. He kept bumping his bare rear against the tunnel walls as he dug, chanting "It's my process" like a broken record until I was ready to scream. Sin really was a saint for putting up with that circus, and I swore I'd owe him big time later. Gustard, predictably, was doing absolutely nothing. He'd plopped himself at a rickety table and cracked open a book like this was some kind of library retreat. "You need to pull your weight, you lazy piece of work," I snapped, planting my hands on the table in front of him. He didn't even look up. "Seems like you all have it handled," he drawled, turning a page. I reached over and slammed the book shut. "We're short-handed while Sin and Plunger are underground. If we look like we're dragging our feet, the guards will get suspicious or worse, reassign us." Gustard just smirked, tugging his book free. "Relax, darling, the guards don't care how long this takes. They just want to see us miserable. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll go keep watch. Wouldn't want you caught off guard if they decide to check in, would we?" He strolled off toward the cavern entrance, all smug confidence. If not for the cameras, I might have given him a taste of his own medicine right then. My anger simmered, a hot knot tightening in my chest. One day he'd get what was coming to him and all his cronies. Just as I was mentally drafting my revenge, a hand closed around my elbow. I spun to find Ethan glowering at me. He pulled me away from the group, weaving through towering shelves crammed with books on crime and redemption. I could have resisted, but I didn't. We needed to hash this out, and if I was honest, his touch, rough as it was, sent a thrill straight through me. I'd been avoiding him, but the mate bond had been a persistent ache, and this confrontation was as good an excuse as any to give in. When we reached a secluded aisle, he shoved me against the wall, pain flaring up my spine. Why did every arrogant jerk think he could throw me around? And why, damn it all, did part of me love it so much? "Hello, soulmate," I murmured, tilting my head with a mocking smile as he growled inches from my face. "What did you just say?" he snapped, his voice sharp with anger. "I called you my soulmate," I replied, letting the sarcasm drip from every word even as my pulse raced from his closeness, some traitorous part of me still craving more. "You sure don't act like it," Ethan shot back, his voice tight. "You planned all this behind my back. Did you even know I'd be on the team? Or were you just going to leave me behind?" I wet my lips slowly, holding his intense stare as if he were hanging on my every word. "No," I said, drawing the syllable out, watching it land like a physical blow. I hoped it stung. He shook his head in disbelief, turning away as if he couldn't stand the sight of me. But before he'd taken 3 steps, he spun back, storming toward me with fire in his blue eyes. "Tell me you don't feel this," he demanded, voice raw. "Tell me you're not burning up just to see me, to touch me. It's driving me out of my mind, and you were ready to walk away and let us both suffer forever." "What the hell, Rosalie?" "Feel what?" I asked coldly, the mask my father taught me to wear locked firmly in place. "Your rejection. The humiliation of knowing my mate would rather play weak and let everyone believe he settled for some low-ranking beta instead of claiming me. Watching her hang all over you, touch you, kiss you. I'm not with her," he snarled, disgust twisting his features. "There's no one else. Just you." A bitter laugh escaped me, though relief washed through me at his words. The thought of him choosing someone so far beneath me had been eating me alive. If she'd been an alpha, maybe I could have understood, but that simpering act, pathetic. "Sounds like you're not with anyone then, my love," I taunted. "Because you're sure not with me." Ethan's jaw tightened, his gaze piercing. "You can't fight fate forever. The moon brought us together, but you didn't," I cut in sharply. "And I won't be your secret, so either choose me or leave me alone." "I can't just choose," he growled, frustration flaring in his eyes. Poor him, I wasn't buying the act. Fate was a gift, not some burden, and I refused to be his regret. "Then walk away. I don't need you." I tried to push past him, but he caught my arm, pressing me back against the wall. A low sound escaped him, almost a whimper. "You were really going to leave me, weren't you?" The guilt hit me hard, sharp and acidic. Yeah, that had been the plan. But standing there, trapped in the intensity of his gaze, I wondered if I ever really could have gone through with it. Being near him felt too damn good, even through the anger. "You don't want me anyway," I whispered. "I want you," he said, voice fierce. "You're all I want." "Liar, you want your crew more." The words hurt, hanging in the air between us, waiting for a denial I knew would never come. "Once we're free of this place, things could change," he started, though his own voice lacked conviction. I've heard the packs in Alestria don't fight like they do in here. I just need time, I won't sit around waiting for you to figure out if you want me, I snapped back. I don't have to. You're not the only alpha interested in claiming me, and I refuse to be with someone who acts ashamed of me. A furious roar tore from Ethan's throat as he spun and swept an entire shelf of books to the floor in one violent motion. "Who is it?" he demanded, his voice rising with unchecked jealousy. "Is it that damn lion? I'll tear his mane off and turn it into a rug." "It's not Rory. I'm not what he's looking for either," I said, trying to sound indifferent even though the words cut deep. How had I let 3 arrogant alphas get close enough to wound me with their rejection? I was tired of never measuring up. Ethan's anger melted into pain as he saw the hurt in my eyes. He let out a low whine and moved closer, nuzzling against my neck. As much as I hated to admit it, the contact felt good, so good I didn't push him away. And relief washed over me knowing he'd be coming with us. The thought of never seeing him again was too much to bear. "I got you this," he murmured, pressing something warm into my hand. I took a shaky breath as he nuzzled me again, torn between resisting and surrendering to the bittersweet ache he stirred in me. Looking down, I saw the yellow sunstone crystal Sin had mentioned they stole together. "I hope you cleaned it," I muttered, though my anger softened just a little. He'd risked getting caught by the guards to bring this to me, carrying it around for days. For me, that had to mean something, even if I wasn't ready to say it. "I can't stand that damn incubus," Ethan growled, his lips tracing my neck and drawing a reluctant moan from me. I bit it back, refusing to let him know how much he affected me. "Sin is an acquired taste," I breathed. "I'll take your word on that, love." Ethan's hand settled firmly on my waist as he turned, seeking my lips with a groan of longing. But I turned my cheek, and his kiss landed on my skin instead, sending sparks racing through me. Undeterred, he trailed kisses along my jaw and down my neck until a moan escaped me like a betrayal. Damn it, I wanted to feel his skin against mine. I needed him to worship my body and ease the hollow ache only he could fill. The moon had bound us together, whether we liked it or not. He began working at the buttons of my jumpsuit, and I growled as my hand slid up his muscular back. "I'm not sleeping with you, Ethan," I insisted. "Just let me make you feel good," he pleaded, his fingers slipping beneath the fabric to tease the edge of my panties. Another growl rumbled in my chest, part refusal, part surrender. With a groan of frustration, I gripped his hair and guided him downward. He resisted for a moment, but when I snarled in warning, he dropped obediently to his knees, understanding this would happen on my terms or not at all. He unfastened the rest of my jumpsuit, letting it hang open as he leaned in, his mouth finding me even through the thin barrier of my underwear. My fingers tightened on his shoulders as he ripped my panties away, the sound of tearing fabric mingling with my breathy approval. He tucked the ruined silk into his pocket, his mouth finding the sensitive skin of my inner thigh. But I had other plans. Gripping his hair, I guided him exactly where I needed him, ignoring his low growl of protest as his lips met my clit. The vibration of that sound sent another moan shuddering through me. He might resist my control, but his tongue began its work all the same, and I arched against him, riding the waves of pleasure building inside. Ethan slid 2 fingers into me, and I moved shamelessly against his hand, demanding more. When he deliberately slowed his pace, I snarled in frustration. "Harder," I commanded, my alpha tone leaving no room for argument. His answering growl against my clit was pure ecstasy, and I rocked against him, losing myself in the rhythm of his tongue and fingers until my climax crashed over me. I choked back his name, refusing to give him the satisfaction this was about our bond, not his ego. As he drew back, I began refastening my jumpsuit, meeting his gaze steadily. "I'm sorry, love," he said, sincerity thick in his voice. My throat tightened. "How sorry?" I breathed. His expression turned regretful. I can't tell anyone about us. I stepped around him, walking away before my composure broke. The mate bond might pull me toward him, but I refused to surrender more than my body. I am Rosalie Oscura, no one makes me theirs. Over the next few days, we refined our plans in the library. While Plunger worked on creating the escape tunnels, one descending to maintenance, the other ascending toward the surface, the rest of us painted walls and cleared old books from the shelves. Cataloging was mind-numbingly dull, so I mostly painted alongside Rory, covering the dingy beige with fresh white. Working so close our arms kept brushing, I murmured, "We need to time our window once we put the plan in motion." Rory kept his voice low. "Aren't you starting a riot the night we break out?" I nodded. "Yes, but I need to know how long the guards will try to contain it before they release the Balorian. The last thing we need is that monster hunting us in the tunnels." The thought made me shudder. Rory's expression turned grim. "Definitely not. So what's the next step?" "We need a trial run, trigger a riot, time the response, and make sure we can all get down here and into the tunnels before that thing is loose. If we can't be long gone by then, we'll need a way to stop it." Rory shook his head. "I don't think it can be stopped. That beast was designed to be indestructible, which is exactly why we need a trial run," I shot back, grinning. "Did someone mention a good time?" Sin's smooth voice came from behind us. I turned to find him eyeing our handiwork with a sly smile. Beyond him, Plunger was pulling on his shirt while Sonny and the wolves secured the bookcases back in place, hiding the tunnel entrance. Our session was clearly winding down. "You missed a spot, kitten," Sin murmured. Frowning, I turned back toward the wall only for Sin to snatch the brush right out of my hand. Before I could react, he swiped a bold streak of paint down my cheek. I gasped, then let out a mock growl. "You did not just do that." "Do what?" he asked, all innocence, already dipping the brush back into the paint can. A sharp whistle from Gustard near the door warned that guards were approaching, but I was past caring. This was an all-out war now. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Ethan watching us with a dark glare, but I shrugged it off. It wasn't like he could object, not without revealing to everyone that he considered me his. And even if he did, I wouldn't have listened. I snatched up another brush, loaded it with paint, and just as Sin lunged for me again, Rory caught my arm to keep me from stumbling. Sin looked surprised, and Rory took full advantage, drawing a thick white line right down the center of Sin's face. I burst out laughing as Rory darted away, and I couldn't resist slapping my brush against Rory's backside as he fled. "Hey, I was helping you, little pup," he protested with a laugh. "I don't need help," I taunted, reloading my brush as Sin circled behind me. "I can handle both of you myself." Sin's voice dropped to that sultry purr. "You hear that, Rory? She thinks she can take us both on at once. Best offer I've had all week if you're game." Rory smirked, and my cheeks flushed despite myself. "Oh, I'm game." He lunged, and I shrieked, leaping over the paint can and making it 2 steps before Sin caught me and marked my other cheek. Rory's strong arms wrapped around me, pulling me against his chest as I squealed and slapped paint across his arms, though it did nothing to loosen his grip. Sin grinned widely as Rory held me still. With quick, bold strokes, Sin painted exaggerated curves over my chest and a ridiculous, dangling shape down my leg. "I knew you wished I had more up top," I teased, "but I didn't realize you were so concerned about what I'm missing downstairs." Sin laughed triumphantly. "Everyone likes a little extra in their sandwich now and then, wild girl." I bit my lip, the idea sending a thrill through me, not that I could actually grow anything for him, but the thought alone was enough to heat my blood. 8869, release 12 now. Cain's voice cut through the fun like a blade. He was a vampire who seemed to feed on misery as much as blood, a real joy sucker. Sin dropped his brush, Rory let me go, and Cain yanked me away from them. "If I catch either of you laying a hand on her again," he began, but I just sighed dramatically, the moment thoroughly ruined. Actually, we were just brainstorming our upcoming visit to the order yard, trying to decide which arrangement would suit us best this time around, I said, pulling my hand free from Officer Dickwad's grasp and ignoring the lingering warmth his touch left behind. So save your accusations. Whatever happens between us is completely mutual, I promise you. Sin threw an arm around Rory's shoulders with a wild grin, clearly buying into my story, while Rory shoved him off with a low growl. Honestly, Rory could really spice things up if he weren't so uptight, but since he is, I wasn't about to let my imagination run too far with that idea, tempting as it was. Still, the thought of being caught between Sin and Rory definitely earned a spot on my personal wish list. Cain's eyes narrowed as he scanned the group, then the half-finished work around us. "Any particular reason this is taking forever?" he snapped. "You're here to work, not act like hormonal teenagers." Plunger sauntered over, licking his lips. "It's tough work, sir, long and hard, but hey, if you want us to push harder, dig deeper, really thrust into enough," Cain cut him off, turning away from Plunger's crude suggestions. For once, I was grateful for the distraction it pulled Cain's attention from his interrogation. "You're coming with me for a shower before lunch, 12. I started to argue, but he seized my wrist and dragged me along as other guards herded the group forward. Ethan shot me a dirty look as I passed, so I blew him a kiss and added a wink for good measure. Let him stew in his jealousy. "What's wrong, boss?" I asked innocently as Cain hauled me down the hall. "Not a fan of my new attitude, or were you hoping for a private viewing?" Cain just growled and quickened his pace. I kept up easily, swaying closer until my hand slipped into his. He scowled, shook me loose, and freed his grip. "Starting to think you've gone cold on me, sir," I pouted. "I never liked you, 12, he said flatly. "I don't like anyone, and you're especially irritating." I laughed as he led me up to the fourth-floor cell block and straight into the showers. Crossing my arms, I gave him a defiant look. "So this is just your clever way of getting me undressed and wet, huh?" His lip curled, revealing the hint of fangs, and my heart skipped. "I have no interest in you or how wet you get," he said in a low, dangerous voice that almost sounded convincing. "Just wash the paint off your face and out of your hair. I'll find you a clean uniform." He vanished without another word, and I let loose a stream of creative insults, hoping his sharp ears caught every one. Under the hot spray, I sighed, finally alone, finally clean. It had been months since I'd enjoyed a shower in peace. And damn, it felt good. I lingered in the shower, taking my time to scrub every last trace of paint from my hair, savoring the rare moment of indulgence. I might let out a few exaggerated, pleasure-filled sighs like something straight out of an old herbal essences ad. Honestly, if anyone was eavesdropping, they had no one to blame but themselves for whatever they overheard. Reluctantly, I shut off the water and stepped out, only to realize I had no towel. Dripping and exposed, I waited, goosebumps prickling my skin as the seconds stretched on. When Cain still didn't show, I sighed dramatically, scanning the room. Spotting a bench near the lockers, I strolled over and kicked it hard, sending it clattering to the floor with a satisfying crash. Cain burst into the room in a flash, stopping just inches from me. "What happened?" "I thought you were hurt," he demanded, tension tightening his voice. "I'm fine, officer," I replied, all sweetness, "just looking for something to dry off with." His jaw tightened as he fought to keep his eyes on mine. I slowly ran my tongue over my lips. "Want a better look?" I asked, stepping closer and letting my gaze drift over his solid frame. I hated him, sure, but I couldn't deny the thrill I'd felt when he'd bitten me. Being at his mercy, surprisingly hot. "You need to get dressed, 12, he gritted out, but he didn't move. So I closed the distance, placing my hands flat on his chest. "Do I haunt your dreams, officer?" I whispered, tracing my fingers down his black shirt. "Do you imagine chasing me, hunting me, biting me again?" "I imagine putting you in your place," he shot back, "and watching you grow into someone better." I laughed, rising onto my toes until my lips brushed his ear. Liar, liar. With a snarl, he recoiled, but not before I snatched the shock baton from his hip, twirling it mockingly. He lunged, reclaiming it in one swift motion and pinning me against the lockers, his hand closing around my throat. He pressed the baton to my side, thumb hovering over the activation button. Chin raised, I met his glare with a smirk. "Do it, boss man, teach me another lesson." For a long moment he just held me there, searching my face. "Do you ever take anything seriously?" he growled. "Or is everything just a game to you? Like the way you played with me and tossed me aside when you got bored," I shot back. "You can ruin me, Mason, but you'll never make me kneel." His voice dropped low. "I did some digging on you, you know. Oh, if you found those old nude shots, just know I regret the lightning bolt design down there. Tacky in hindsight." He didn't bite. "I know what your father did to give you those scars," he said quietly. Every muscle in my body went rigid. My smile vanished. "Go on then," I hissed. "Tell me I deserved it. Tell me you wish he'd had time to mark my face, too." Cain's expression shifted and he released me, stepping back. "I just wanted honesty from you," he said. "Since I wasn't getting it, I looked for myself. It's not exactly shocking. If you'd rather I didn't do it again, you could just drop the act." "Why would I do that, boss?" I asked with feigned innocence, snatching the clean uniform he'd dropped on his way in and pulling it on quickly. "Honestly, I'd rather walk around soaking wet than spend another second in his presence. Seems like you already know everything about me without me saying a word. So go ahead, keep digging, have a field day. Too bad you won't find any more medical records. Most of my scars vanished like they were never there. Lost track of how many there should have been. Clean slate." "Then tell me yourself," he ordered. "No," I shot back, unable to read the look in his eyes. For a split second, I thought I saw pity there or something worse, understanding. I laced up my boots and walked out without waiting for a dismissal. The other inmates would be in the mess hall for lunch, so I knew exactly where to go. Judging by the look on Cain's face, he wasn't planning to follow. Every legendary crew of convicts needs a name that sticks in history. And since we were about to pull off the most insane escape ever, we needed a killer team name. I'd brainstormed a bunch: the bold vipers, the savage stingrays, the ruthless raccoons. They were okay, but not epic enough. Then it hit me: the baddest, boldest animal on Earth. And the hottest, too. It was perfect, pure genius. It stood for my swagger, Rosalie's fire, Plunger's raw grit. Once our names hit the headlines, merch would fly off the shelves. Every fae in Celeria would want to join up. The daring anacondas, hell, yes. I had to run it by Team Captain Rosalie Oscura. Spotting her in the mess hall, I grabbed her arm so suddenly she nearly dropped her tray. "Sin," she snapped under her breath. "Not now." We'd been working in the library for days, and every time she gave me a task, I felt a rush straight down to my bones. I've never been the submissive type, but for her, I dropped to my knees, take whatever she dished out, and thank her for it, especially if it played out in some barn where she could tease me about being built like a stallion and I'd beg her to ride me till sunrise. "Just need a sec, kitten," I pressed. Her gaze swept the room before locking back on me. We were seconds from igniting a riot, but this mattered. A name gives a crew purpose. Without one, we're just lost souls behind bars. "What's wrong?" she whispered, leaning closer. "Everything, gorgeous. Everything's wrong." I dropped into a seat, pulled her onto my lap, set her tray aside, and positioned her so she was staring right into my eyes, her legs wrapped around me. I smirked, humming Pony by Genuine, lost again in that wild daydream. Wonder where I can buy a saddle after we break out and what I'll use to cut a hole in it. Her eyes went wide and her hands clamped around my throat. "You better not be messing with me, Sin Wilder, not now." "Say my name again, sugar," I urged, grinning. You'd think being near her would ease the tension, but no, it only made it worse. Every look, every breath she took left me aching for more. That was all I craved after we'd been together: more, endlessly more. My whole body still hummed with the memory as if one time could never be enough. But it happened. Oh, it absolutely happened. Being with her was like catching starlight in my hands, something radiant and impossible to hold on to. Rosalie wasn't just good in bed, she was legendary. I already had a mental catalog of ways I wanted us to be together again, a list so long it would take a lifetime to try them all. Sin, she whispered, her fingers tightening around my throat as I grew hard against her. Tell me what you want. 3 seconds. 3, 2. I kissed her before she finished, my tongue sweeping into her mouth as her back arched. I murmured our team name against her lips, lost in the taste of her. Did you just say anaconda? She leaned back, frowning, and I nodded eagerly, my eyes drifting lower. I wondered if I could cut through the fabric between her thighs with the plastic knife from lunch just to feel her before the guards swarmed us. 15 seconds tops. Maybe less if Officer Cain spotted us with his vampire-quick reflexes. Could I make her come that fast? Challenge accepted. I need to go back to my pack, she said, swinging her leg off me, but I caught her ankle. She hopped, trying to kick me with her free foot. The daring anacondas, I announced, grinning. She stared in disbelief as I let go, and she kicked me square in the chest anyway, nearly knocking my chair over. I caught myself, still smirking. Our team name, you like it? Then a scream. I turned just in time to see Pudding lifting a chair high above his head, casting a shadow over Sparkle, the Pegasus leader. He brought it down hard. She cried out, collapsing onto her back in a shower of splintered wood and glitter. Holy shit, it's starting. Pudding grinned slowly, and then all hell broke loose. The Pegasus herd surged toward him, and Rory's shades leapt into the fray out of nowhere. Rosalie sprinted away as her pack clashed with Ethan's. My wild girl launched herself off a table, landing on Ethan's back and punching him hard, no holding back, even though this was all part of the plan. I sat there laughing as chaos erupted. This was my kind of paradise, beautiful, brutal madness. Plunger ran around slapping people with his dick, guards shouted, Gustard's crew pounded on some sirens. It was perfect. So perfect, I never saw it coming when a thick, muscular arm locked around my throat and yanked me from my seat. I choked, clawing at the arm, and looked up into Rory Knight's furious eyes. He wanted me to hurt, really hurt, and I almost laughed when I realized why. I'd felt his jealousy before, simmering every time he saw me with her. He wanted Rosalie, and he hated that she wanted me. Need to talk, I rasped, but he only tightened his grip. I threw elbows into his gut, but he didn't flinch. Just as stars began to dance in my vision, as I wondered whether it was worth one last thrill before blacking out, he let go. I hit the ground gasping, then burst into wild, exhilarated laughter. Almost dying had never felt so good. Next time we pull that off, I want Rosalie right where she belongs, I said, rising to my feet just as Rory's fist crashed into my jaw. Stumbling back against the table, I laughed through the coppery taste of blood. Keep your damn hands off her, he snarled, and I straightened up, my grin turning wicked as that familiar hunger for chaos stirred inside me. Nothing compares to the raw thrill of drawing blood. It's a kind of freedom that makes everything else feel dull. And I was diving headfirst into that dark, delicious place where rules don't exist. She wants you too, pretty boy, I purred, stepping closer and raising my fists. I've felt her hunger just like I've tasted her sweetness, and let me tell you, it's intoxicating. He charged with fire in his eyes, but I sidestepped his swing and drove my shoulder hard into his stomach, trying to take him down. He staggered, wrapping an arm around my neck and hammering my side with his other fist. Agony bloomed deep and glorious, and I laughed even harder. Turning my head, I sank my teeth into his abdomen. He roared in shock, and I held on, tasting iron until he finally threw me off. But I came right back, wild and reckless, throwing my whole weight at him until we crashed to the floor in a storm of fists and snarls. The adrenaline was electric, and yeah, I was turned on. Violence does that to me. I gripped his head, slamming it against the linoleum as he landed blows that stole my breath. "Why are you hard?" he gasped, struggling beneath me. I grinned, my mouth still smeared with his blood. "Violence is a beautiful dance, Rory. Don't you love how it consumes you?" I drove my fist into his chest, and he snarled, locking his hand around my throat. I mirrored his grip, still smiling like a madman, loving every second. "Imagine what we could do to Rosalie together," I rasped as he squeezed tighter. "Picture her between us, crying out our names." He choked out, "Are you seriously suggesting that right now?" I nodded eagerly, loosening my hold and settling back on his hips. "Oh, and by the way, I came up with a team name for us." He surged up, landing a brutal punch to my ribs that sent me flying. I hit the ground on my back and laced my fingers behind my head as he loomed over me. Damn, he looked good, all that dark hair framing those broad shoulders as he leaned in like death itself. Not a bad way to go, honestly. "The name's perfect," I beamed, "because we're gonna be legends." Just then his fist plowed into my gut and I curled around the pain, coughing hard. He moved to pin me, but I drove my knee straight into his groin. Cheap shot, maybe, but he wasn't listening. He dropped to his knees, groaning, and finally I had his full attention. I cupped his face, forcing his eyes to mine. "We're the daring anacondas. What do you think?" "Go to hell," he grunted, trying to headbutt me. I jerked back just in time, then darted forward and planted a messy kiss right on his mouth before scrambling out from under him and bolting. Did he like the name? He didn't say, but he must have. It's genius. Absolute genius. Just then, Pudding stormed past, swinging an entire table like it was nothing, while the Pegasus crew scattered in panic. Sometimes it's the quiet ones who surprise you, or the loud ones. Me. I'm a little of both, charming, dangerous, and completely unpredictable. Your friendly neighborhood menace. Life's never boring this way. Rubbing my sore jaw, I scanned the crowd for my wild girl. She was still play fighting with Ethan. They're wrestling more like puppies tussling than actual combat, and I could practically taste the heat between them. Only one other fae in the room radiated that kind of raw desire, Plunger, who was still enthusiastically slapping anyone within reach with his. Well, you get the idea. If I tried that move, I'd probably take someone's eye out. Wait. Is that a tiny turtle tattooed on his? Before I could get a better look, someone slammed into me. I spun around and came face to chest with Tim, one of Gustard's goons, a massive minotaur currently manhandling a pair of sirens like they were rag dolls. I flashed a wicked grin, swept his legs out from under him, and drove my plastic dinner fork straight into his eye. His high-pitched shrieks were downright pathetic as I pummeled his gut while he flailed at the utensil lodged in his face. Messy. Absolutely. Hilarious. To me, yeah. I was howling with laughter until Ethan pinned me beneath him, grinding against me with a growl that was anything but threatening. I rolled my eyes and shoved him off. "We need to go. Now," I hissed. He released me with a frustrated snarl. My lip was bleeding. I licked the cut and leaped onto a table to survey the glorious chaos. Guards scrambled, shock batons buzzing, inmates brawling, food flying. It was perfect. I cupped my hands and howled, urging my pack on. Over in the corner, Sparkle and her prissy Pegasus crew huddled together, looking torn between defending their table and joining the fray. For the first time since Gustard strong-armed his way into our plan, I felt a surge of genuine satisfaction. With all four factions rioting, the prison had descended into beautiful anarchy with barely any effort. Sin's booming laugh cut through the noise. He danced between tables, shaking his rear at any guard foolish enough to get near before springing away. As fun as this was, we had a mission. Get to the rendezvous point outside the Fate Room on level 8. Rory was already Mia probably already on his way. I howled again, rallying my pack, then bolted for the door. Just as I reached the corridor, a net of enchanted vines shot over my head. I dove sideways but collided with putting all 300 pounds of bear shifter right as the net snared us both. Shit! I yelled as the magic cinched tight, crushing me against him. The guard yanked the net, hoisting us up toward the ceiling alongside a row of other captured rioters. Trapped under Pudding's considerable backside, I cursed my magicless state and desperately searched for a weak spot in the vines. "Put your back into it, pup," he said, his voice as cool and detached as ever while the rope fibers of the net dug into my palms as I strained with everything I had. Pudding let out a sigh like I was putting on some kind of show, then shifted his weight, mashing my face into the net and pinning me down as I swore at him under my breath. But then his huge hands closed around the cords, and he ripped them apart like they were cobwebs. I barely had a second to process it before the whole thing gave way, and we both tumbled out, crashing onto the hard floor below. I rolled aside just in time to avoid being flattened by the big bear, scrambling under a table as a guard doused the area with a blast of water. Cursing, I crawled out the other side and spotted Pudding already strolling out the door like it was just another Tuesday. A hand clamped around my wrist, and I spun around with a snarl, coming face to face with my least favorite commanding officer. Cain gave me a smug grin before tossing me over his shoulder and bolting from the room, the world whipping past in a dizzying rush until we skidded to a halt outside my cell block. He dropped me on my feet with a rough shove. "Let's see how your little rebellion holds up without its ringleaders," he taunted, nodding toward the doors where Officer Rind was barking orders for lockdown. "Thanks for the lift, boss," I said, flashing him a sugary smile. "Saved me a trip down all those stairs." He growled and shoved me again before darting off to round up the rest. "Inside 12 now," Rind shouted, but he was alone and clearly just holding the line. I glanced between him and the open hallway, a wild grin spreading across my face as I took off running. His furious shouts echoed behind me, but a wave of inmates was already surging back toward their cells, and I used the chaos to slip through unnoticed. I flew down the corridor past cell blocks and shouting guards, my heart hammering with adrenaline. When I reached the central staircase, I took the steps 2 at a time, whooping with each leap until I hit level 5 and the gym entrance. The place was eerily quiet. Most Fae were either locked down or still raising hell upstairs. But as I rounded the corner toward the next flight, a sudden chill shot down my spine. I spun around just as a blast of air magic lifted me off my feet and hurled me into the gym. I slid across the polished floor between silent weight machines before coming to a stop at a pair of polished boots. Pushing up on my hands and knees, I looked up to see Officer Nixon smirking down at me, a dark gleam in his eyes that set every nerve on edge. "Looks like I caught a little runaway," he purred, his smile widening in a way that made my skin crawl. "Sorry, sir, I started, but he flicked his fingers and the air vanished from my lungs, choking off my words. I tried to stand, but he pressed a hand firmly on my head, holding me down. "I think you're fine right where you are, sweet thing," he said, his voice rough as he licked his lips in that slimy way I always hated. "Stay on your knees like a good girl. You're a good girl, aren't you?" Nixon looked down at me with that smug expression of his, and I met his gaze with a glare, my lungs screaming for air as I fought the rising panic. "Go on, say yes, Nixie," he taunted, finally letting me gasp a desperate breath. "What do you want?" I snapped, and his eyes narrowed as he cut off my air again, taking his time before speaking. "You might have heard some things about me from the others, that I'm the kind of friend you want in a place like this," he drawled, clearly enjoying every second of my struggle. "I can get you extra rations, keep you out of trouble. Like tonight, you really want me dragging you down to solitary for attacking an officer during the riot?" I shook my head, unable to speak, and his grin widened. Well then, sweet thing, how about we become special friends? I help you, you help me. Scratch my back, I scratch yours." He slicked back his eyebrows, licking his lips as he watched me kneel there. Darkness crept at the edges of my vision, and when he finally released his hold, I gulped down air before snarling, "You want to trade? Spell it out plainly, you piece of trash. What do I have to do to stay out of the hole?" Nixon's chest heaved with excitement. I want those pretty lips right here," he purred, gesturing casually. "You show me a good time and I'll make sure you get back to your cell safe. We'll both walk away happy. You think you can force the queen of the Oscura Clan to service you like some common whore?" I asked, my voice dripping with false sweetness. He groaned, licking his lips again. "I think you and I are gonna have something real special," he said, unbuckling his belt. "All right, you disgusting pig, you'll get exactly what you asked for," I agreed, meeting his eyes with a look that held a promise, just not the one he expected. As he fumbled with his pants, his pathetic excuse for manhood springing free, he tried to force my head forward with air magic. But I was ready. In one swift motion, I snatched his shock baton, twisted it in my grip, and slammed it against him the second he raised a hand to cast. The baton flared to life, reading his magic signature and delivering a jolt of electricity straight through him. He flew backward into a weight rack, his head cracking against iron before he crumpled to the floor, screaming and convulsing. The impact was powerful enough to drop him for several minutes, and I wasn't about to linger while he recovered. As I sprinted past, I drove my boot into his face. Something cracked sharply beneath the blow. He convulsed and cried out, electricity still coursing through his body. I discarded the baton and kept moving. Without his magic, it was useless anyway, and the last thing I needed was to be found with a guard's weapon. I burst out of the gym and flew down stairwell after stairwell until I hit the 8th floor. Slamming into the corridor, I made for the fate room doors. They were sealed tight, only opened during inmate sessions, so our whole crew was waiting outside, looking thoroughly annoyed as I skidded to a halt. "For the mastermind of this operation, you sure took the scenic route," Gustard remarked dryly. I shot him a glare as I did a quick head count. Everyone had made it. "Ran into some guards who thought they could slow me down," I fired back, keeping my voice steady. Truth was, I'd handled worse. Nixon wasn't the first creep I'd met, but he was the first I'd seen twisting power so blatantly. My real concern was for the Fae he'd strong-armed into his sick little game. "We're all here," I announced, "and they haven't unleashed the Balorian yet." Now that was a rush, Sin grinned, sweeping me off my feet and spinning me around. I laughed as the others whooped. Sonny, Brett, Esme, even Rory and Claude were smiling. Gustard, however, stayed cold. "I'm not sticking around to be discovered," he said icily. "Let me know how long it takes the monster to sniff you out." Sin set me down, and I shook my head at Gustard's retreating back. "He's not wrong," I admitted. "Everyone should head back to their cells. We've proven we can move undetected. I'll keep tracking how long it takes before they release the Balorian. No need to wait around like bait." "Can we go back to the riot?" Sonny asked eagerly. "Sure," I laughed, and the group surged toward the stairs. Sin held me back, his grip firm on my hand. Plunger danced off after the others, lost in his own rhythm, while Pudding and Claude wandered away deep in conversation. That left me with Sin, Rory, and Ethan. "Any chance you'll start sharing what's really going on?" Ethan asked, his eyes narrowing at Sin's hand still wrapped around mine. "Maybe we could talk privately down here." He shot Rory and Sin a look that said clear out. Sin leaned close, his breath warm near my ear. "What he means, kitten, is he wants to take you right here in the dark," I scoffed. "Of course. Ethan only wants me where no one's watching. I'm his dirty little secret." "You know it's not like that," Ethan argued, but Rory stepped between us, his voice a low growl. "Then why act like you're ashamed of her? Rosalie deserves someone who will shout his love from the rooftops, not some coward hiding in the shadows. Why are you so invested in what happens between me and my mate?" Ethan snarled, stepping forward like he wanted a fight. "Is it because you want her too? I've seen you trailing her like some lovesick fool. I'm her friend, Rory shot back, his stance unyielding. And I won't stand for you disrespecting her. I wasn't sure whether to feel wounded or warmed by his defense, so I stayed silent. A friend who's clearly into her, Sin laughed, spinning me playfully beneath his arm before pulling me back against him. I smirked up into his mischievous gaze, my palm resting on his firm chest. You have no idea what you're saying, Rory shot back, but Sin only chuckled louder. Oh, I think I do. My magic is practically buzzing from all the tension you two are radiating over her. Instead of wasting energy arguing, why not make it interesting? Let's see who can really make her lose control, and trust me, I'll know exactly who's winning. Get your hands off my mate, Incubus, Ethan snarled, shoving against Rory to reach Sin, but Rory pushed back just as hard. The two stood bristling, teeth bared like wolves ready to brawl. I'd let go if she asked, Sin taunted, lifting my wrist to his lips. His kiss sent a wave of heat through me, and I gasped softly. You love causing trouble, I accused, and he grinned like it was the highest compliment. I mean it, Ethan roared, breaking past Rory to grab my arm. I growled in protest, but he ignored me, yanking me away from Sin and shoving me behind him like a piece of prized territory. If he could have shifted right then, no doubt a massive black wolf would have been standing guard over me. As much as I hated being claimed without consent, part of me thrilled at the idea of three powerful men fighting over me. Hold on, I said, stepping forward to rest a hand on Ethan's tense arm. All three turned to me, expectant, as if I were about to choose. How about you all take your shirts off before this turns ugly? And if anyone happens to have baby oil handy. I bit my lip, and Sin burst into a dirty laugh, ripping his tank off and tossing it aside. Oh, this was getting good. Anything for you, wild girl, Sin purred. Just promise the winner gets first taste of you, and I'll have these two on the ground in 5 minutes. Not happening, Rory growled, muscles flexing though he kept his shirt on. Deal, I countered, tugging at Ethan's shirt. He scowled down at me, all alpha intensity. This isn't a game, he warned, and my body responded instantly to his commanding tone. Then prove you're the one who deserves me, anima gemella, I purred. Sin grinned. I'm definitely here for the show. I'm not here to sleep with her or watch anyone else do it, Rory snapped, and Sin laughed outright. Sounds like you and your dick need to have a serious talk. Maybe that old sheep shifter in group therapy can help you two work it out. Rory's growl deepened, and I couldn't help studying him, wondering why he fought so hard against what we all felt. Sometimes the air between us practically sizzled with everything I wanted him to do to me, and he clearly felt it too. Maybe the real issue was that he wanted me too much to share. Looks like this is heading toward a four-way no matter how you slice it, Sin said with a wink. And since the Balorian might show up any minute, why not skip to the fun part? I'm not opposed, I agreed. Ethan snarled in disbelief while Rory just stared like I'd lost my mind. What? I demanded. You're acting like you've never been in an orgy before. I'm not buying it. Honestly, maybe none of us had ever been in a situation with this kind of dynamic, 3 guys to 1 girl, and yeah, I'll admit it was new territory for me too. But I wasn't exactly complaining. These 3, they were temptation personified. Was I seriously considering an alpha showdown, all that raw energy, rivalry, and dominance on full display? Obviously. Who in their right mind would say no to that? Cut the crap, Rosalie, Ethan snapped, frustration sharp in his tone. If you're trying to piss me off, mission accomplished. But we both feel this bond, you can't pretend I'm not the one you want. I just scoffed. Seems like you're the one pretending, Ethan. His glare snapped toward me, momentarily forgetting the others. You can't be serious, you actually want them, he demanded, like the idea was completely insane. I shrugged. Surprise, Stronzo, I'm not some delicate flower crying over a rejected mate. You don't want me? Cool. Plenty of other options out there, and after how you've acted, I don't owe you a damn thing. Ethan looked ready to argue, but Sin jumped in first. What did you expect? That she'd just wait around forever. Grow up, man. Like she said there's more where that came from. She said fish, Rory muttered, clearly annoyed. She meant dick, Sin shot back with a smirk. Trust me, I'm an incubus, and trust me, I got the message earlier when what the hell is going on down here? Cain's voice boomed as he skidded to a stop in front of us, shock baton already in hand. We were just about to get comfortable, Sin explained smoothly. So either join in or take a hike, yeah. Honestly, Sin was full of good ideas today. Cain could still go jump off a cliff for all I cared, but if he wanted to turn this into a hate-fueled party of 5, well, I wasn't totally opposed. Cain's eyes flashed with fury, and he drove his baton into Sin's stomach thankfully without activating it. I put you back in your block myself, 12, he snarled, turning his murderous gaze on me. And now I find you conspiring with 2 gang leaders and this troublemaker. He jabbed a finger towards Sin, who puffed up like it was a badge of honor. Like Sin said, I replied coolly, we met up. Hard to find privacy when we're all stuck in different blocks. Cain's glare intensified. All of you get upstairs. Now, the Balorian is being released to round up stragglers. Unless you want to take your chances with that thing, I suggest you move. Ethan shot me a furious look, torn between disbelief and anger. I just smirked. Why shouldn't I be with Sin? Because some moon bond said I belonged to Ethan. Please. If I let fate run my life, I'd have been dead years ago. It wasn't like I loved him, hell, I barely knew him. If he had a problem, he could either deal with it or step up. Without another word, Ethan stormed off. Sin sighed dramatically as the rest of us fell in line, Cain herding us like an angry guard dog. He made sure Ethan and Sin went into their blocks before marching Rory and me back toward ours. But just as Rory stepped onto the bridge, Cain grabbed my arm, pulling me back. We need to talk, 12, he growled, his grip tight as he signaled Officer Rhine to keep Rory from following. I really don't care about. Cain swept me off my feet for the second time that night, and I swore under my breath as he sprinted through the prison corridors. When we reached the heavy door to the isolation wing, a cold dread washed over me. I kicked and shouted, struggling uselessly in his iron grip as he unlocked the door and carried me inside. He moved swiftly past the empty cells and down a flight of stairs to the maintenance level below. Setting me back on my feet, he watched as I trembled with fury and fear. I took a step back and spat on the floor near his boots. Piece of shit, I snarled. Cain raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, then lifted his radio. The prison is secure. Release the Balorian, he said coolly. I glanced at his watch. There were no clocks down here and noted the time. 1 hour, almost exactly. That was our window from the start of a riot until they unleashed that monster to hunt anyone left behind. Have you even done a head count? I asked as he clipped the radio back onto his belt. No. During a riot, we scatter the instigators, lock down the cell blocks, and let the Balorian loose while we tally numbers, he replied with a grim smile. Anyone dumb enough to hide becomes prey. Lovely to know you care so much, I shot back. Let me make this clear, 12, he said, his voice cold. No one here cares about you. We don't care if you kill each other, if the Balorian feasts on you, or if you take your own lives. You're society's burden. Your only job is to survive until your sentence ends, not ours to coddle you. We're here to keep you in, not ensure you live happy, fulfilled lives. You lost that privilege the day you were convicted. Fine. Then why are you down here babysitting me while that thing roams free? Because I know you were up to something tonight, he said, folding his arms. I don't buy that story about you 4 meeting for a quick fuck in the hallway. I'm tired of the lies. I want the truth. Why were you down there after I explicitly ordered you back to your cell? I pressed my lips together, tempted to tell him where he could stick his questions. But he was watching me too closely lately. I had to give him something real. Come here, I said, extending my hand. He eyed it warily. Why? Because I need to show you or you won't believe me. I tilted my head, letting my hair fall forward, and he reluctantly stepped closer. Taking his hand, I guided his fingers to trace the moon-shaped mark behind my ear. "What is that?" he asked, his voice tight. "If two evenly matched wolves mate under a full moon, the moon itself can bind them," I whispered, looking up at him. His proximity made everything else fade away. "A few months back, I made a mistake with Ethan Shadowbrook." "What?" Cain jerked his hand back as if burned. "No. How?" "You despise each other. Hate and desire often keep close company," I purred. "So you were meeting one," disgust flickered across his face. "Then what were the others doing there?" I sighed, deciding honesty or a version of it was safer than another lie. "If I tell you what really happened on my way to meet him, can you keep it quiet? Why would you trust me? I thought you hated me." "Oh, I do," I said, my voice like ice. "But I can't involve anyone else in this." "Help you." Cain retreated a step, his expression guarded. "I'm not playing your games." "Fine. I'll handle it alone," I snapped, turning sharply and weaving through the maze of machinery crowding the basement. He didn't follow at first, and I'd nearly reached the storage room door when he suddenly closed the distance, his hand locking around my arm. "Just say it," he growled, suspicion burning in his eyes. "On one condition," I countered, lifting my chin, fighting the urge to smile. If he agreed, I still had leverage. "What is it?" "You have to bite me," I stated plainly. Cain recoiled as if struck, shaking his head. "No," but the raw hunger in his gaze betrayed him. "What's wrong, boss? Don't you want me anymore?" I taunted. "Why ask for this now?" he snarled. "Maybe I like it," I replied, a smirk tugging at my lips because it wasn't entirely a lie. And he pressed, seeing right through me. "I hated and loved that he could. And I don't want this memory shared. I'm trusting you with this, and I won't have it turning into some official record. If you want the truth from me, taste my blood. Come on, be reckless for once. You know I can keep a secret." Cain's eyes narrowed, and I flashed him a defiant grin before spinning around and bolting into the storeroom. I barely rounded the first shelf before he caught me, his grip firm on my wrist as he spun me back to face him. He pinned both my hands against the cold concrete wall above my head, his body pressing close, and then his fangs pierced my neck. A low groan escaped him, and heat surged through me. My fingers clenched as my back arched instinctively. There had to be something in his venom. I refused to believe I actually wanted this. But damn if I hadn't missed the thrill of his bite, the rush of trying to escape, the surrender of being completely in his power. I'd even dreamed about it, waking breathless and aching not that I'd ever tell him. He drank deeply until my knees trembled, a soft moan escaping me as strength ebbed away. His grip softened, his fingers tangling with mine as he slowly withdrew. Relief washed over me like a tide. His tongue swept over the wound, savoring the last drops, but he didn't let go. Instead, he searched my eyes, our clasped hands lowering slowly to my sides. I held his gaze, letting every bit of my anger and hurt show along with the lingering pain of being abandoned in the dark. He looked like he wanted to speak, but I cut him off. "Out of curiosity, is it standard for guards to demand favors for protection here, or is that just Nixon's style?" I asked bluntly, pulling my hands free and stepping back to put space between us. "What did you say?" Cain demanded, closing the distance until we were nearly touching again. "You're always going on about how anyone in an orange jumpsuit is trash, so it seems pretty hypocritical if that's just standard behavior for the Fae in uniform." Cain's eyes blazed with a ferocity that sent my pulse racing. "Tell me what he did," he demanded, his voice a low snarl. For a split second, it felt like he'd tear the world apart if I told him Nixon had touched me. But that didn't make sense. Cain hated me. He'd made that perfectly clear. So why did it suddenly feel like I had some kind of power over him? "Nothing," I breathed out. "But not because he didn't try. He caught me on the stairs, used his magic to drag me into the gym, forced me to my knees, and gave me a choice, the hole or his disgusting little offer." "So why aren't you locked up?" Cain snapped, fury tightening his voice. I offered a bitter smile. Because I stole his shock baton and sent 1,000 volts straight through his proposal. I'm only telling you this because I want to know if you'll make sure he doesn't toss me into the dark over it. As my I figure you can keep him off my back." Cain gripped my jaw, his gaze intense. "He won't come near you again, I swear it. After I'm done, he won't even dare look your way." The heat in his words stunned me. My eyes dropped to his mouth, and for one insane moment, the Balorian is contained. "All officers complete the count immediately for casualty assessment and incident reports." Warden Pike's voice crackled from the radio at Cain's hip. He jerked back like he'd been burned, grabbing the device. "Copy that," Cain replied sharply before shoving it away. He healed the bite on my neck swiftly, then scooped me into his arms without another word. We shot out of the maintenance area, flew through security doors, and raced back to my cell block. He barked into the radio for my cell door to open, set me inside, and held my gaze as the bars slid shut between us. I frowned, trying to make sense of what just happened. Then he was gone. "You okay, little pup?" Rory called from his cell. "Never better," I said, collapsing onto my bed and pushing away thoughts of vampires with dark eyes and hidden depths. I had bigger problems. "1 hour, Roar," I added, referring to the Balorian's next hunt. "Will it be enough?" he asked. "Let's hope so." Adrenaline surged through me. I could still taste Rosalie, her magic buzzing under my skin like a live wire. I was flying high, but rage burned just as hot. My fangs stayed sharp as I tore through the corridors, heading straight for the gym. It was quiet when I slowed outside the door. I cracked my neck, shoved it open, and heard pained groans nearby. An air shield blocked my path. I slammed my palm against it. "Nixon, you in here?" I growled, fighting to keep my anger in check. The changing room door creaked open. Nixon stumbled out, his pants charred around his crotch, hands cupped over what was left. "Help me," he stammered, and the shield dropped. The Balorian showed up. I had to fight it off. I could barely heal myself, and now my magic is gone. "What happened?" I moved toward him slowly, my voice deepening as I drank in his suffering. I needed to know if he'd admit to his actions, to see if lying would be another offense to add to his list of punishments. "That wolf girl assigned to you 12, she came at me," he spat, fury burning in his gaze. "We have to make her pay, Cain. Destroy her for this." Any last shred of restraint vanished in an instant. I lunged forward, slamming him back through the doorway so hard he tumbled onto the floor of the locker room. I followed, kicking the door shut behind me. He gasped, raising his hands defensively, but no magic came, only the sight of his burned flesh. I drove my boot down onto his groin, crushing him beneath my heel as he shrieked. With a flick of my wrist, I sealed his cries inside a silencing bubble. "Lie to me again," I snarled, feeling the monster surge within. "I dare you." "Mason, stop," he choked out, pathetic as the toad he resembled. "We weren't friends. We barely spoke." There would be no mercy, not when he was counting on a conscience I simply didn't possess. I ground my heel deeper, rage boiling as I pictured him forcing himself on Rosalie. "What are you doing?" he cried, clawing at my leg uselessly. With his magic spent and my vampire strength roaring through me, he stood no chance. Shifting wouldn't save him, I'd crush him either way. I seized his throat, lifting him one-handed and slamming him against the lockers. 2 brutal punches to the face drove my point home, my knuckles splitting open with satisfying force. "Touch Rosalie Oscura again and I'll end you. Go complain to the warden, and I'll demand a Cyclops interrogation to expose what you did and what you tried to do. Understood?" His face purpled as my grip tightened, the stench of his scorched skin turning my stomach. Thick green slime oozed from his pores, a toxic defense mechanism. I dropped him before it could touch me, and he crumpled to the floor, curling pathetically as slime coated his bald head. "Why do you care about her?" he stammered, still avoiding my question. Flames erupted in my hands. I gripped his face, clean of slime for now, and seared his flesh as he thrashed and screamed. "Answer me," I roared, She was a queen, a goddess, not some streetwalker to be forced to her knees. I didn't know when I'd realized it, but I felt it bone deep. This piece of filth wouldn't disrespect her and live. I kicked him hard, sending him skidding into a row of lockers. I won't touch her. She doesn't exist to you, I said, my voice cold as death. You don't look at her, you don't lay a finger on her, you don't even let her cross your goddamn mind. He gave a shaky nod, cradling his bleeding face while I gripped his arm and dragged him to the sink. I forced his hand under the water, washing away the filth before locking my fingers around his wrist like a vice. Swear it on the stars, not a word of this to anyone, I growled. I won't tell, I swear, he choked out, fear thick in his voice as magic hummed between us. I released him, letting him writhe a moment longer, drinking in his pain as I remembered what he tried to force Rosalie to do. My girl. Since when did I think of her that way? She wasn't mine. She despised me. She put a curse on me for fuck's sake, and she was bound to Shadowbrook. I felt the mark on my skin pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat, a warmth spreading through me like liquid sunlight. It felt like her. Like everything I'd been searching for my whole damn life. But that was impossible. She would never be mine. Crouching low, I glared at the sniveling man at my feet, my fangs exposed. His blood smelled foul compared to Rosalie's like cheap rot. I had no desire to taste it, only to spill every last drop, to drench these walls crimson and make him suffer long after death found him. I took a slow breath, watching him squirm without an ounce of sympathy. Disgust and fury twisted inside me, a storm I struggled to contain. But losing control wasn't an option. I couldn't kill him, and I couldn't turn him over to Pike. She'd interrogate Rosalie, use a truth-seer, and my secrets would spill out along with his. Every rule I'd broken, every touch, every bite. The taste of bile rose in my mouth. Was I any better than the coward trembling before me? Had I taken something she didn't offer? She'd leaned into me, yes, but I held the power. I was supposed to be better, but I never pretended to be good. For years I'd bitten strong inmates, taken what I needed. With her it was different. I craved her body against mine, her mouth, the heat of her. It was wrong, and it made me no better than him. I pressed my fingertips to Nixon's neck, letting healing magic flow into him despite the revulsion curdling in my gut. Evidence had to disappear. When I stood, he stared up at me, panting, eyes wide with terror. I turned my back, strode to the sink, and rinsed his blood from my hands. The insult of a vampire cleansing himself of his filth wasn't lost on him. I heard his sharp intake of breath. Then I walked out, dissolving the silent spell as the door swung shut behind me. I wasn't finished drawing blood tonight. My monster was loose, and it was time to put it to use. Midnight passed as I left the guards' quarters in uniform, not my shift, but the cover was necessary. No one questioned my extra hours. They expected nothing less. Hastings was the only one who cared what I did, and he was asleep for the night. I'd spent the evening alone, rage simmering undiminished. Every time I pictured Nixon's hands on Rosalie, fury ignited me all over again. I wanted him erased for that one act. This possessive fury was new, unsettling. I was used to anger, but jealousy. That was a headfuck. I didn't know how to handle witnessing Rosalie near the fate room with Shadowbrook, Knight, and Wilder. Ignited a raw, possessive fury in me. I wanted to snatch her away, shield her, keep her far from their influence. But that impulse had to be reined in. She wasn't mine to command. I had no claim over who she chose to be with, least of all someone the moon itself had bound her to. Why in the stars would fate pair them? They were rivals, adversaries, and honestly, screw Ethan Shadowbrook. I loathed him, coveted what he had. Imagined tearing his heart out and offering it up just to prove how hollow their bond felt to me. But none of that mattered. Rosalie would never belong to me. So why did I hunger for her gaze to turn my way? Why couldn't I shake the urge to find a moment alone, to try mending what I'd broken, to show her the man I could be, one who carried the weight of leaving her in that isolation, haunted by regret? Then again, maybe she was toying with me all along. Maybe I was nothing but a fool, hopelessly tangled in desire for something I'd never truly held. That conversation on the maintenance level felt different, though I was sure I'd heard honesty in her voice for once. Or was I just clinging to delusion? Rubbing my eyes, I stepped off the elevator onto level 8. Tonight, I needed violence to quiet the storm inside. Tomorrow, control would return, and I'd lock these wild emotions away where they belonged. Rosalie wasn't my future. But we did share one urgent purpose, and I intended to chase it for her, for me, for every soul dragged into psych and fed to the flames after. Flames I had tended. I'd carried out my duty, burning fey corpses week after week, telling myself it was necessary their magic couldn't be left to fall into dangerous hands. Some part of me even saw it as a grim freedom, ashes rising into open sky. But I never agreed to erase evidence of the staff's crimes. I wouldn't keep playing accomplice to their darkness. Moving silently down the vacant hall toward psych, I checked my watch and melted into a shadowed alcove. Patience sharpened into anticipation, my breath quickened. This was the hunt. Right on time, a door swung open. Janice Cunning, head doctor of psych, walked into the corridor, heels clicking, white coat swaying. She knew all the secrets festering in those rooms. I knew her routine by heart. I'd stalked these halls before, searching for answers. Tonight I wouldn't hold back. As she passed, I moved swift and soundless, cupping her mouth, lifting her off the ground. She thrashed, wings erupting through her coat as she fought to shift. Harpy form or not, she wasn't getting away. Not tonight. She was strong, but I was stronger, more furious, more driven. There was no way she could break free. I stormed up to the 9th floor and kicked in the door to Quentin's private chamber, throwing her hard onto the cold concrete. With a twisted squeal of delight, he lunged at her, clamping a gas mask over her face while I pinned her flailing body down. Her wings vanished into nothing as she swore and fought, the order suppressant robbing her of any chance to shift. Once Quentin snapped the magic-blocking cuffs around her wrists, she was completely helpless. He'd been waiting. I'd paid him well to keep quiet. I hauled her up and tossed her onto the medical bed at the center of the room while she shrieked, "What are you doing?" Her blue eyes were wide with shock, recognition, and raw terror fixed on me. I helped Quentin fasten the restraints, pulling the chains tight until she cried out. He cast a silencing spell with a low, wicked chuckle before turning to bolt the door. Standing barely half my height, hunched and grinning with crimson eyes and needle-sharp teeth, all magically altered, because he enjoyed being terrifying. And it worked. The guy made my skin crawl, but I needed his expertise, and he never turned down the chance to inflict pain. That was just the kind of depraved freak he was. "The payment," he purred. I pulled a thick roll of auras from my pocket and tossed it to him. He licked his lips, set the money aside, and climbed onto a step-stool to loom over Janice. "You're going to tell us all your precious secrets, Janice," he sang in that shrill, nasal voice. I leaned against a counter cluttered with magical instruments of torment alongside ordinary horrors like drills and bone saws. I wasn't easily shaken, but I'd hired Quentin for a specific purpose. This wasn't entertainment, it was strictly business. Of course, that didn't mean she wouldn't suffer. I pulled out my atlas, setting it to record just as Quentin sealed her lips with a spell, muffling her pleas. "SHHH, little Janice," he whispered. She blinked back tears, staring at me with a mix of fear and betrayal. But maybe if she hadn't been such a deceitful, manipulative monster, I wouldn't have had to go this far. She'd refused to talk one too many times, and after what 12 uncovered in her twisted playground, I felt no remorse handing her over. It takes a lot to weigh on my conscience. This wasn't even close. "You're going to stop screaming now," Quentin said softly. "Aren't you?" Janice nodded, a tear tracing a path into her hair. I clenched my jaw, eager for the truth. He unsealed her mouth and she drew a ragged breath. "What do you want?" she stammered as his slender fingers traced her throat. "We want to know what you're really doing down in psych," he crooned, and she went rigid. I can't," she choked out. "I'm not allowed." "You will talk, little bird," Quentin interrupted. "You'll give me everything." "No," she snarled, straining against the chains as he stepped down and hummed, moving toward a trolley of tools. He picked up a small metal pot and I frowned. "What the hell is that?" Janice locked eyes with me, desperate. "You can't let him do this. Please help me." I stayed silent, careful not to say anything that could later damn me. I wasn't naive. This kind of thing could land me in a cell beside the inmates I oversaw. But one way or another, I was going to get my confession. Quentin stepped closer again, unfastening her coat and lifting her shirt before setting the pot directly on her exposed stomach. I grimaced as he unscrewed the lid, bracing myself for what came next. Dozens of slender, obsidian fire acid slugs swarmed out, instantly digging into her skin as if they hadn't eaten in weeks. Janice shrieked as they writhed across her body, and I gritted my teeth, anticipating the moment her cries would shift from pain to confession. Because honestly, this was brutal. "Stop, please." "No," she begged, as the vile little creatures began tearing into her with razor-sharp teeth. "Just tell us what happens downstairs, Janice," Quentin urged, a disturbing gleam in his eyes as he watched her thrash and sob. Tiny beads of blood welled up everywhere the slugs burrowed deeper, and her gaze grew hazy, on the verge of passing out. "I won't talk," she gasped before screaming again, arching her back. "Never." Quentin's smile only widened at her defiance, and I tapped my foot impatiently. He gave the pot a light tap, and a faint indigo glow emanated from it, drawing every slug slithering back into the container. Once they were all inside, he sealed the lid and returned it to his cart of horrors. One technique after another, he applied, each more inventive than the last, healing her between rounds of agony. Sweat glistened on her forehead as she endured torment after torment, yet she stubbornly held her silence. "Well then," Quentin murmured finally, turning to me. "It looks like Cyclops' interrogation is our only path forward, officer." It might have appeared excessive to put her through all that when Quentin could simply use his order abilities to probe her mind, but the reality was different. Most Cyclops couldn't just smash through another phase mental barriers and extract secrets at will. Exceptional ones like that lowlife Gustard could manage it, but for average Cyclops like Quentin, they had to break down the victim's psychological defenses first. We really could have used someone more powerful on the team, but top-tier Cyclopses were rare and never stuck around for the dismal pay and endless shifts in this dungeon. So we made do with Quentin. At least he had imagination. I was fairly sure he could crack most mental shields given enough time and creativity, though the strongest prisoners might still hold out. Switching off the camera, I set my atlas down with a frustrated growl. She has to say it aloud. "Perhaps the truth in her mind will loosen her tongue," Quentin suggested. I dragged a hand through my hair, exhaling sharply. I needed that verbal confession on tape. Without it, I had nothing solid to hand over to the fib. Quentin's concealment charm kept him anonymous in the footage. If she would just admit the truth, I could blow the lid off Darkmore's corruption and walk away. But something deeper was holding her back, and I had to know what. Stepping forward, I offered Quentin my hand so he could share the memories once he used his gifts on her. I hated letting him touch me, but it was a small price for answers. His slender fingers closed around mine, his eyes merging into one large orb at the center of his face. Then he reached for Janice, whose wide, terrified eyes locked on his as she strained against her bonds. Useless. The moment his palm pressed to her forehead, she went still, and darkness swallowed my mind. I was no longer in that room, but suspended in a void as fragmented memories ripped through my consciousness. Quentin's power gently guided them into coherence, weaving them into a seamless stream that felt as real as my own. With a simple mental nudge, I could slip into any moment, seeing everything through Janice's perspective. She shook the warden's hand. a faint shimmer of magic passing between them before she signed a contract laid out on her desk. The scene shifted abruptly. She pulled on surgical scrubs and moved among a team of doctors and nurses into an operating theater. Her gaze fell upon a man strapped to a table, writhing against his restraints, his chest laid open as a brilliant light poured from him into a large glass jar. A sinister metal device, gleaming with dark energy, channeled the light away from his body. A wave of nausea hit me as Janice's scalpel severed the luminous, otherworldly substance tethering that light to his soul, his very essence. The moment the jar was sealed, the man began convulsing violently. The medical team rushed to heal his wounds, his chest sealing shut, but his body continued to jerk, eyes rolling back as he screamed until he fell terrifyingly still. Janice cursed under her breath, marking a strike-through on her clipboard. 308. She gestured dismissively, and the body was wheeled away as another patient was brought in. The memory dissolved, and Quentin guided me into the next. Through Janice's eyes, I saw a glass chamber where a girl with bright pink hair was strapped to a chair. My stomach clenched. I recognized her as one of the inmates who had recently lost her mind in this facility. But now she didn't seem insane, only hollow, as if something essential had been carved out of her. Whatever light had been stolen from the dead man had been taken from her, too. She had survived, but her soul was shattered. Rage ignited in me as a nurse entered carrying a jar filled with that same eerie light. Janice stepped forward, studying the girl's vacant expression. "What was she before?" Janice asked. The nurse checked a device in her palm. "A vampire," she answered, and my jaw clenched. Janice took a scalpel from a nearby tray and made precise, shallow incisions along the girl's wrists, elbows, neck, temples, and ankles. She took the jar, twisted it open, and placed it in the girl's lap. The light inside stirred like a living thing, writhing and searching until it found the cuts and seeped into her body. The girl gasped, her eyes snapping open with sudden awareness. "That's it," Janice said, her voice thick with anticipation. "Embrace the new sensation. You're a werewolf now. Can you feel the change?" The girl choked out a garbled sound, and horror washed over me as understanding dawned. This was what those jars contained. This was the atrocity being committed. Fur sprouted across her skin as her face contorted into a snout, razor-sharp teeth pushing through. The transformation was agonizingly slow. She fought it desperately, the fur receding as she shook her head and sobbed, "That's not me. Please take it away." Janice gripped her hair, yanking her head back. I could feel Janice's thrill, her hope. This was the farthest they had ever gotten. The girl's screams tore through the air, a sound so raw it felt like my own heart was being shredded. She shook her head violently, her body seizing before collapsing into the chair. "Stabilize her now," Janice snapped, and a nurse hurried forward with a syringe, jabbing it into the girl's neck. But the convulsions didn't stop. Her hands twisted into paws, her eyes bulged, and then blood trickled from her nose before she finally went still. Her lifeless gaze fixed on Janice, who only clicked her tongue in annoyance. "We'll try again tomorrow," she muttered, and just like that the vision dissolved. I found myself back in that room, my eyes meeting Quentin's. Janice lay unconscious under his spell, and for once the unshakable man looked pale, shaken to his core. "They're stealing the inmates' orders," he whispered hoarsely. I gave a stiff nod, my throat tight, my stomach churning. I let go of his hand and stepped back, dragging a palm over my face as I tried to make sense of the horror I'd witnessed. Pike was behind this. She'd orchestrated it all, hired Janice, known exactly what was happening below. They were tearing out people's orders, forcing foreign ones upon them. It went against everything, the stars, every fey law. It was monstrous. Quentin retched, and I stared, surprised. After all the twisted things I'd seen him do in this room, this was the first that turned his stomach. "What are you going to do?" he asked as my breathing grew ragged. My thoughts flew to Rosalie, fear slicing through me. She'd gone down there, risked everything. What if they'd caught her? What if they'd carved out her wolf, tried to force it onto someone else, tried to remake her? A snarl ripped from my throat and I paced, fighting the raw urge to rip Janice's head from her shoulders. But I had to stay calm. Think. She won't say any of this on camera, I realized aloud. Janice had made a star deal with Pike. Speaking the truth would curse her with 7 years of misfortune, and Pike would know. My boss was far more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. Crossing her meant ruin. Janice's resistance to Quentin's methods proved it. She'd rather bleed here than face Pike's wrath. I took a sharp breath and moved to the medicine cabinet where Quentin kept his poisons. "What are you doing?" he asked as I found what I needed, a memory-erasing draft. I uncorked it, strode to Janice, and forced her lips apart. "Wait," Quentin said urgently, grabbing my arm. I growled in warning. "She'll vomit when she wakes." I grunted in irritation, stepping back as he released her from his hold. Her eyes flickered and she jolted upright, retching onto the floor. Quentin silently grabbed a hose, washing the mess down the drain under the bed. Janice blinked, horror dawning as she realized what we knew. I moved in, fisting her dark blonde hair and yanking her head back. "Please," she begged, "don't kill me." "You deserve a death worse than anything I could invent," I snarled, baring my fangs. "I'd sever your limbs and feed you to the psychopaths in this place." But you won't, right?" she stammered, trembling. I let the silence stretch, savoring her terror, then shook my head. "No," I agreed. "Not today, but your death is coming. I promise you that." I forced her head back farther and poured the potion down her throat, enough to wipe hours of memory, to make her forget I ever brought her here. Her eyes glazed over, and Quentin stepped forward, sedative in hand. Slipping the needle into her neck, she cursed me as she lost consciousness, and I let her collapse back onto the mattress, fighting the urge to scrub my hands clean after touching such a despicable woman. Quentin fumbled with the magical restraints on her wrists, his breathing ragged. When I turned toward him, he stumbled backward, reading the resolve in my gaze. "I've been loyal," he cried, knocking over his equipment cart in a frantic attempt to flee. But I moved with blinding speed, seizing him by the throat, forcing his head back and pouring the potion down his gullet. His eyes glazed over instantly. I shoved him hard across the room, then turned and freed Janice from the bed, slinging her over my shoulder. Snatching my atlas and the cash I'd paid Quentin on the way out, I bolted back upstairs toward Psych. I left her in the hallway just as she began to stir. The sedative hadn't been strong enough to keep her under for long. I vanished before her eyes could open, every trace of my actions erased except the video stored on my device. I deleted it the moment I reached the upper level. It was worthless to me. Only the truth buried in her mind mattered. But unless I could persuade the Fib to investigate her or one of the other lowlifes working below, even that knowledge was useless. Back in my room, I stripped off my uniform and stepped into the shower, overwhelmed by a powerful need to check on Rosalie, to see for myself that she was safe, still asleep in her cell. By the time I finished washing, the curse mark on my arm pulsed urgently, as if urging me to act on that impulse. But I had no excuse to march down to her block unannounced. The other guards would think I'd lost my mind, and drawing attention was the last thing I needed. Sighing, I toweled off and pulled on a pair of boxers before stepping back into my room. It felt cold and barren, like the last place on earth I wanted to be. But the emptiness wasn't about the room, it was about being alone with myself. As I fell into bed, trying to shake off the disgust over what I'd uncovered, the curse seized me once more, dragging me down into a sleep haunted by my past. I was forced to confront the man who raised me to be a monster, my personal nightmare, Benjamin A. Crux. Later, in group therapy, I was bored out of my mind as Sparkle stood across the circle clutching the so-called stick of truth. Mrs. Gamble had presented it with theatrical flair at the start of the session, claiming it was a branch from a pixie tree enchanted by Fariel the Great. Personally, I was pretty sure Ferial was just a fairy tale for kids, so I had my doubts. Even if he was real, the guy struck me as a total idiot, especially considering how he died. Supposedly, he was a phoenix shifter from centuries ago who invented countless spells and magical artifacts, using his fire and elemental magic in ways no one had ever imagined. The man was clearly a genius, assuming half the legends were true, but like so many powerful fae, he let his ego take over. I'd read plenty about him, almost obsessively, especially after discovering I was a moon wolf. With so little information on my own kind, I turned to stories of phoenix gifts instead. But Ferial's final act was so monumentally stupid, it made me question the sanity of anyone who still called him one of the greatest fae in history. He'd ventured into the mortal realm using stardust, journeying far and wide to chase the myths humans whispered about phoenixes. After returning to the Fae world, he spent a solid decade trying to prove their wildest tales, especially the one claiming phoenix tears could heal anything. Even wounds magic couldn't touch or fatal Fae sickness no healer could cure. But he was dead wrong. Who knows how many nights he spent sobbing, how many desperate souls drank his tears, bathed in them, or danced under their sprinkle all for nothing. Eventually he had to face it. They were just tears. No magic, no miracles. You'd think he'd finally accept that mortals didn't have a clue about Fae powers, but nope. Instead, he grew obsessed with the idea of immortality, convinced he could rise from the ashes. So after years of theories and tests, Ferial the Great gathered a court of over 500 spectators to witness his grand rebirth. He lit a massive pyre with phoenix fire, stood proudly beside it, and drove a sun-steel blade straight through his heart. He died all right. Then his body tumbled into the flames he was sure would bring him back to life and burned to a crisp. Dead phoenixes burn just fine, it turns out. People called it a tragic loss for science, but honestly, the guy was completely unhinged, buying into fairy tales like they were fact. Even in a world full of magic, and even if you're some badass phoenix, there's no cheat code for death. Life's brutal like that, no easy exits. I learned that lesson the hard way. That said, the stick of truth had been dredging up some painfully boring confessions from the others lately, so maybe there was something to its magic after all, sketchy history or not. I guess Ferial wasn't totally off base before he lost it. It just really took me back to how I felt as a kid, you know, Sparkle said, her eyes shimmering with glittery tears as she stared straight at Mrs. Gamble. The room was sweltering, and Sparkle had tied the arms of her jumpsuit around her waist, putting her colorful tattoos on full display. I couldn't help but snort when I spotted one of a naked guy with curly blonde hair bent over while a pink Pegasus drove its horn right up his backside. He was gripping himself with a look of pure ecstasy, and underneath, in rainbow letters, it read, "Horny for the horn." I wondered what Caleb Altair would have thought if he saw that, and a loud laugh burst out before I could stop it. Every eye in the room swung toward me. It took me a second to realize I'd laughed at what was clearly a serious moment in Sparkle's story. "What?" I asked, glancing at Mrs. Gamble. "Bedwetting is a perfectly normal reaction under stress," she scolded. "This is a safe space for people to share openly. Sparkle wets the bed." I asked, choking back another laugh as my eyes drifted back to that tattoo. "I was telling a story about my childhood," she snapped, baring her teeth. "Not talking about wetting the bed now." "Were you working your way up to it?" I asked, raising my eyebrows as I not so subtly glanced toward her lap. "Didn't mean to cut you off." "That happened one time," Sparkle shouted, stomping her foot before gasping and slapping a hand over her mouth. Half the group burst out laughing with me. "Oh dear," Mrs. Gamble muttered. "This is bad." Sparkle's eyes blazed as she hurled the stick of truth at me with a furious cry. Tears streaked my face, but I caught it just in time, my laughter ringing out almost hysterically. I barely registered her charging toward me until Cain burst into the circle, snatching her by the collar and yanking her backward. "Cool it, 32," he snapped as she thrashed and whinnied, straining to claw at me while I leaned just out of reach, smirking. Cain hauled her toward the door and handed her off to Officer Nichols waiting outside. "Take her back to her block, and make sure there's a plastic cover on that mattress, will you?" Her screams echoed down the hall, full of violent promises, and I collapsed back into my chair, breathless. The ridiculous stick dangled from my hand, its bright ribbons spilling across my leg. Cain's voice cut through the lingering tension. "Don't get too comfortable, 12. He didn't return to his corner. Instead, he took Sparkle's empty seat right across from me, pinning me with a look that screamed, "Your turn." But no way was some enchanted stick pulling truth from my lips. Though honestly, I had a pretty good guess which sneaky bastard dug up this artifact for Mrs. Gamble. Dickweed. "Ooh, what a lovely idea," Mrs. Gamble chirped, and I pursed my lips, feeling the faint hum of power radiating from the stick. "Fantastic," I agreed, flashing my sweetest smile as I twirled it between my fingers. Cain leaned in. "Tell us something from your childhood. Let's hear what it was like growing up cushy with the Oscura Clan and running with the big bad wolves." I opened my mouth to spin some lie, but my tongue turned to lead. The words clogged my throat and I choked silently. Cain's smirk widened. The others watched, hungry for a piece of my story. Mrs. Gamble scribbled notes like I'd already spilled secrets. "This is going to be good," she whispered. I clenched my jaw, begging the universe for an out. Then warmth bloomed in my fingertips. A soft, moonlit glow, my own hidden power, rippled along my skin, unnoticed by the others. The truth stick's pull vanished. Suddenly it was just me, a girl in a room full of fools, holding a ribboned stick. "Nice save, Mooney." "Okay," I said, ducking my head to hide a grin. "When I was around 8, my grandmother fell ill." I twisted the stick like it pained me, pouring fake sorrow into my voice. Mrs. Gamble leaned forward. "Go on," she urged. I met her eyes, biting my lip as tears welled up. Oh, I loved this, hooking them with a juicy lie. "My family's huge," I continued, "and most of us live near this massive stretch of woods. Grandma's place was on the other side, so my mom packed a basket full of healing herbs and asked me to take it to her. The only issue was that back then, gang conflicts were tearing through Alestria. A ripple of low murmurs spread through the group as others recalled those grim days." I nodded slowly, catching Cain's intense stare. It felt like he was absorbing every word, and a shiver ran down my spine. I shot him a sharp glare, pretending irritation that he'd pushed me into sharing this before I continued. "My mom warned me there'd been sightings of a strange wolf near the edge of our territory. She was convinced it was a lunar spy. She told me to stay alert and sprint straight to my grandmother's place if anything felt off. It was winter, so I bundled up in my gloves and cloak and hurried down the forest trail. Before long, I got that prickling sense that I wasn't alone. I picked up my pace, heart hammering, when an unfamiliar howl cut through the trees behind me. Of course, I panicked. "This sounds bad," Gamble whispered. I nodded, exhaling slowly like I was steeling myself for the worst. I was so terrified I shifted right then, tearing through my clothes. I snatched the basket of ingredients in my jaws and bolted in wolf form. Luckily, my red cloak stayed fastened around my neck. Unfamiliar howls chased me deeper into the woods until I was sure a whole pack was closing in. I'd never known fear like that. Somehow, I reached Grandma's house, but the protective wards were down. I burst inside to find the place pitch dark. Shifting back to my fey form, I slammed the door and raced upstairs, calling out for her, pulling the cloak tight around my shoulders. "Oh, it's bad," Gamble breathed. Her room was dark, but I saw the shape of her in bed, heard the heavy rhythm of her breathing. I relaxed, thinking she was just sleeping off her sickness. But when she sat up and motioned me closer, I screamed. "What was it?" Gamble pressed, typing frantically. Was it bad? I just couldn't believe it. My eyes locked with Cain's, and I dropped the frightened act, a smirk curling my lips. What big eyes she had. What? Cain snapped, finally catching on. And what big ears she had, I added, my mocking smile widening. And what big teeth. In a flash, Cain's arms wrapped around my waist, yanking me from the chair. We flew out the door and down the hall into a small office with 2 armchairs and a side table. He shoved me against the door, snarling in my face as a silencing bubble enveloped us. "How did you do that?" he growled. "How did you beat the truth stick? Does it piss you off when I lie, boss?" I taunted, shifting the stick until I pressed it against the back of his hand where he gripped my jumpsuit. "You know it does," he snarled. "And does it turn you on too?" I teased. "More than I'd ever admit," he said, his voice so deep heat instantly pooled between my thighs. It took him a second to realize what he'd said. He glanced down at the truth stick still pressed to his skin, then roared with fury, snatching it from my hand and smashing it against the wall. The stick broke in 2 pieces, tumbling onto the carpet. I smirked in triumph. "How did you lie while holding it?" he demanded, still pinning me in place. Maybe I wasn't lying. Maybe my life just loves borrowing from fairy tales. When I pricked my finger on a spinning wheel, it hurt like hell. And that prince who woke me with a kiss. Nothing charming about him, he finger-fucked me so hard I felt it for a week. "Enough," Cain commanded honestly, looking back. "I shouldn't have been so scared when the big bad wolf told me his mouth was all the better to eat me with. Not long ago, I let a wolf do exactly that, and it was so damn good I still can't find the right words to describe it." Cain just stared at me, caught somewhere between losing it and laughing out loud. I flashed him a grin, curious which way he'd go. "You're impossible," he muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. "I think the word you're looking for is insatiable," I shot back. He groaned, tilting his head back like he was praying for patience. "We might as well start our session now." "Sit down," he grumbled, releasing me and stepping away. It was so unlike him that I narrowed my eyes, instantly suspicious. "That's it?" I asked, slowly sliding into the chair across from him with the table standing between us like a barrier. "Will you tell me how you stopped the truth stick from working?" Cain asked, though his tone made it clear he already knew I wouldn't. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. My moon wolf abilities seemed to kick in only when I was desperate. Half the time I didn't even know what they were going to do, let alone how to control them, especially under the influence of the order suppressant. Cain studied me for a long moment before nodding, as if accepting my answer. "I handled Nixon." "He won't bother you again," he said, his fist clenching at the memory, revealing freshly split knuckles. There was no reason he couldn't have healed them unless he wanted to remember exactly how he got them. One look in his eyes told me he savored the pain because the memory was just that satisfying. "What did you do to him?" I asked, my lips parting as I imagined Cain tearing into that piece of trash. Would he really go that far for me? Maybe it was more about principle than anything else, but either way, it was ridiculously hot even if he was still a total ass. Let's just say if I hadn't healed him, he wouldn't be breathing. Bottom line, he won't come near you. But if he does, you tell me. I'll finish it. My heart hammered at the raw conviction in his voice. I stared at this man I supposedly hated, trying to figure out why he gave a damn. Then my mind drifted back to him drinking my blood. Maybe that was it. Cain hadn't officially claimed me as his source, but powerful vampires did that sometimes when they liked to phase blood. They'd protect what they considered theirs with fierce possessiveness. That had to be it because I knew damn well Cain didn't like me enough to stick his neck out for nothing. When I stayed silent, Cain dragged a hand through his dark hair and locked his gaze on me. "I also found out what they're taking from the Fae down in Psych," he said quietly, a frown tugging at his mouth like he wasn't sure he should be telling me. I straightened instantly. "Oh, don't get too excited. There's nothing I can do unless we get evidence out of here. The warden's involved and my source isn't talking again. We don't have enough for the fib to even open an investigation. but you're probably the only one here who actually gives a shit, so you're going to tell me?" I asked, surprised. Cain held my gaze, then slowly unclipped his shock baton from his hip and laid it on the table, pointing it toward me. With his other hand, he reached up and clasped the remote at his neck, watching me intently before deactivating my cuffs. Magic rushed back into my fingertips, and the urge to use it surged through me like a tidal wave. Before I could react, Cain's hand closed firmly around mine, pulling my focus back to him. "I'll tell you everything," he said in a low, intense voice, "if you swear to keep this between us and those we trust." I nodded, my own voice soft but certain. "I swear." A surge of magic sealed our pact, sharp and sudden between our palms. In the next moment, he'd let go, snapping the cuffs back onto my wrists before settling into his seat again. I couldn't help but frown, wishing I'd had more time to feel that raw power flowing through me, but as Cain began to speak, my irritation faded into grim attention. "They're stealing orders," he said, his voice dropping even lower. He shot a wary glance toward the door, though it was locked and his silencing spell held strong. "They've developed a surgical procedure agonizing, takes hours. Most Fae don't survive the shock of the theft. That's what happened to your friend." "Her name was Sook," I snapped, heat rising in my chest. "She deserved better. She's gone now, and maybe that's a mercy. Those who do survive, they're broken, empty, locked away like animals. So far, they haven't figured out how to transfer the orders, but that's the goal. Can you imagine, Fae walking around with multiple powers?" A cold dread settled in my stomach. "If they succeed, they'll keep stealing, selling magic to the highest bidder, people who already have everything but still crave more." "But like Lionel Acrux," Cain muttered darkly. I shook my head, not wanting to wander down that familiar road of anger. "What can we do? I'm gathering evidence to take to the fib. Until then, watch your back. Stay clear of anyone acting unstable like 88. You don't need that kind of attention." A smirk tugged at my lips. "What's wrong, Cain? Jealous of the sexy incubus?" His jaw tightened. "This isn't a joke." "Noted," I said lightly, leaning forward. "So why tell me all this now?" He rubbed his wrist, right over the curse mark I'd given him. "If I want honesty from you, I figured I should offer the same." I rose, hopping onto the table and sliding across until I was seated directly in front of him, my feet planted on either side of his chair. "Let me see it," I said, holding out my hand. "Why planning another curse?" he asked, voice icy. I gave a slow, knowing smile. "Let me see, and I'll give you something real, I swear." I traced a cross over my heart. He hesitated, eyes narrowed, but then unbuttoned his sleeve and rolled it up. His forearm was corded with muscle, the curse mark snaking up to his elbow, glowing faintly under my gaze. "Maledizione della Luna," I whispered, tracing the shimmering lines. His skin trembled under my touch. "What will it take for you to remove this?" he growled. I met his eyes, my fingers stilling. "I'm a moon wolf. The moon gives its gifts when it chooses, not when we demand. I don't get these moon-driven impulses any better than you do. I simply follow where they lead. Removing this curse isn't something I could do, even if I wanted to." "And you don't want to?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous, knuckles white as his hand tightened. I studied him for a moment, then offered a piece of my truth, something that might help him see things more clearly. "The man who carved these scars into me spent years trying to mold me into something cold and brutal. Whenever I fell short of his expectations, he'd find new ways to punish me. One of his favorites was locking me away in total darkness, sometimes for days. He had a pit out back, a crawl space beneath the porch, a cramped closet. I never knew how long I'd be trapped once the door shut. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the silence would fill with whispers of every fear I'd ever known." Something fierce flickered in Cain's eyes, real anger, maybe even protectiveness. I almost laughed. Pressing my thumb hard against the first curse mark I'd given him, I said, "You did the exact same thing when I saved your life. Locked me away in the dark, left me there even longer than he ever did. Only this time, all I had for company were the memories he left behind. And trust me, my mind is not a place I like to visit. My voice turned cold as the memory of his betrayal settled like ice in my chest. So no, I don't want to remove this curse. And if I could mark you all over again, I wouldn't hesitate. For once, Cain's expression wasn't pure rage. If I had to guess, I'd say it looked like regret. But it was too damn late for apologies. He could have freed me from that hell any time. Instead, he let me decay in the shadows. Well, revenge has a funny way of coming around, and nobody serves it colder than Rosalie Oscura. When the dinner bell rang, I stood and moved toward the door without another word. Cain rose, unlocked it, and caught my arm just as I reached for the handle. I paused, waiting. He just clenched his jaw, pulled the door open, and let me go. I didn't look back. Later, under the spray of the prison showers, I stood a few feet from my pack. Harper lingered nearby, but I couldn't let her touch me, not for long. If she tried to wash me, I'd snap. My skin still remembered too much. She scrubbed at her dark dreads, and my eyes caught the silver crescent inked behind her ear. The sight of it pissed me off. What it must be doing to Rosalie, damn. I hated all of this. Hiding her, fighting with her, pretending. A guy like me needs his beauty sleep, and lately I've been running on fumes, ugly, restless, pig's asshole sleep. At this rate, I'll have wrinkles before I'm 30. A total tragedy for this flawless face. Once the pack finished, I sent Harper off and stole a moment alone under the water. The showers were nearly empty. I didn't want to go back to the cell block, back to a night sharing close quarters with Harper. I made her take the other bunk. I couldn't stand the guilt of sleeping beside another woman when my mate was out there, waiting. The bond was getting stronger, pulling me toward Rosalie, begging me to make things right. And I wanted to so damn badly. But she'd never let me back in unless I claimed her in front of everyone, my pack, the whole damn prison. She needed that from me, and I couldn't give it. How could she ask that of me? In Darkmore, loyalties run deep. The gangs don't mix. If I stood beside her, named her as mine, I'd be mocked, cast out, maybe even killed. The Lunar Brotherhood doesn't forgive betrayal. Maybe that's what she's after. I snarled, stepping from the pool, and my breath hitched when I saw Rosalie leaning against the lockers. A towel draped around her frame, her hair damp and clinging to her skin. Her gaze was wide and wanting, dropping deliberately to take me in. Instantly, I hardened for her, and she gave a low, throaty laugh, crooking a finger to draw me near. I scanned the room, empty, no guards in sight. No excuse not to go to her to claim the mate who stole the air from my lungs. I started forward, watching her bite that full lower lip, already imagining doing it myself. But then doubt sliced through the haze. She despised me. Why tempt me now, especially after flaunting how many alphas she could take to bed? Though I swear if she meant it, I'd paint the walls with their blood. I just needed proof before I acted. Slowing, I snatched my towel from the bench and tied it loosely around my hips, doing little to conceal the obvious bulge. I glared, crossing my arms, fighting the pull of her body, the droplets tracing paths down her skin, begging to be tasted. "Hey there, big guy," she purred, a smirk playing on her lips. "Not coming closer. Last I checked, we were enemies." "Hard to keep track, darling," I replied, my tone icy. "Your body says otherwise," she teased, fluttering those long lashes, and damn if I didn't take another step. Who was I to refuse Rosalie when she was offering exactly what I craved? I knew it wouldn't erase her anger, but hell, the tension only made it hotter. And I ached for her. Endless days watching her charm others, pretending I was invisible. It was torture. Why not take what we both wanted, even just for now? I reached out, cupping her cheek, and she leaned into my palm, a soft sound escaping her that had me growling approval. My fingers tangled in her wet hair, pulling her closer until I could feel the heat of her through the towel, my length pressed firm against her stomach. I was tired of holding back, tired of swallowing every burning word. She had to hear it. "I miss you. Every damn day. It feels like this distance is killing me." Then you know what you need to do, Shadow Man, she whispered, and I didn't question the name, it suited me. I can't turn my back on my pack and you know it, but I can't stay away either. There has to be another way. She fell silent and fear lanced through me. I pressed my forehead to hers, relieved when her lips curved. I crave you in the dark, I long for you in the light. There isn't a moment I don't want you. It's beyond wanting, it's something deeper than love. Rosalie, if you weren't an Oscura, if things were different, but I am. That won't change. So what's your move, pup? I'm not a pup, I snapped, and her smile only widened. Yes, you are. A lost little wolf looking for a home that isn't what you thought. Just surrender, Ethan. Who cares if home isn't where you expected? It's still where you belong. Her hand settled over my heart, her expression turning solemn. I'd give anything to belong somewhere. I thought you. Her hand slid between my legs, gripping me firmly through the towel, and my words died in my throat. What am I supposed to do with you? I growled, tugging her hair until her head tipped back for the first time. She was giving me the reins, and damn, it felt incredible. My pulse hammered in my ears, every touch of her fingers sending sparks through me, making it impossible to focus on anything but the heat building between us. She knew exactly what she was doing. Start by kissing me, she murmured, rising onto her toes, her gaze locking with mine as her lips parted in invitation. I didn't hesitate, closing the distance, my tongue sliding into her mouth as she met me with slow, deliberate kisses. I pushed her hand from my waist and pulled her firmly against me, my towel falling away as I gripped her hips. My palms slid down the smooth curve of her back, gripping her ass as I pressed into her. Something hard nudged against my thigh, but I brushed it off until her hand slipped between us, tugging my towel loose. Skin met skin, and then I jolted back. That wasn't just any hardness. It was a fucking pierced cock, standing thick and erect between her legs. What the hell? I shouted, stumbling backward as Rosalie's grin twisted into something vicious. Her hand clamped around my throat while the other drove a sharpened toothbrush deep into my side. Agony ripped through me once, twice, blood streaming hot down my skin. Why? I choked out, panic seizing me. How could she do this? We were bound, it shouldn't have been possible. Then in a blink it wasn't Rosalie anymore. Sin stood there, naked and tattooed, a wild grin stretching across his face. What the actual fuck? Motherfucker, I rasped, clutching my side as I slumped against the lockers, dizziness washing over me. Blood pooled at my feet, warm and relentless. Sin didn't even flinch as he drove the shank into his own stomach, over and over like it was nothing. This lunatic was going to get us both killed. Guard, I yelled, my voice raw. Sin dropped the weapon and joined in, wailing beside me. Guard, help, he cried, pressing a finger to his lips as our eyes met. Trust me, Shadow Man, you'll pull through. But I wasn't pulling through. I was sliding to the floor, anger and blood spreading beneath me. Dying naked at Sin's feet, what a fucking joke. Heavy darkness tugged at the edges of my mind, and as two large figures burst into the room, my last thought was of Rosalie. I'd never make things right. Slowly, awareness returned. Sin's voice echoed nearby, smooth and convincing. I don't know, Brenda. Some guy rushed in, stabbing Shadowbrook. I tried to help, but he was screaming like a child, just kept crying for his mom. Then the attacker came at me, got me a few times, but I fought him off. Didn't get a good look. Wasn't thinking about anything but saving Shadowbrook. Not a hero, just did what anyone would. Good heavens, Mother Brenda breathed. I opened my eyes, relief washing over me as I took stock. I was whole. Of course I was. Ethan Shadowbrook doesn't bleed out on some shower room floor. That must have scared the living daylights out of you. Absolutely, ma'am, Sin replied with a straight face. I turned my head and spotted him perched on the hospital bed opposite mine, legs tucked under him and a lollipop in his mouth. Is he for real right now? I swear I coughed up a whole family of rabbits. Mother Brenda chuckled, smoothing down her nurse's uniform before giving his arm a friendly pat like they were old pals. I cleared my throat loudly, and Brenda's eyes widened as she rushed over. "How are you feeling?" "I had to give you a blood regeneration potion. It can cause some nausea thanks to the echo worms in the mix." I scrunched up my nose. "I'm all right." My gaze shot back to Sin, full of accusation, but I wasn't about to rat, even though this jerk nearly got me killed. "Lucky Sin was around to fend off that creep Daniel who came after you," Brenda said, beaming at Sin like he was some kind of hero. "Yeah," I forced out through gritted teeth. "Real lucky." "He deserves a lollipop, Brenda," Sin insisted, and she nodded with a laugh before heading to her desk and pulling open the top drawer. "Strawberry or cola?" she asked, holding up one of each. Why did she even keep these here? There weren't any kids in Darkmore Penitentiary, except apparently the 200-pound tattooed lunatic sitting across from me. "Strawberry," I said, because turning down something sweet in this place was just stupid. I was still pissed when she handed it over, but I unwrapped it and popped it in my mouth anyway. Holy crap, that's amazing. My mind raced back to what went down in the showers, and my anger flared all over again. How did he shift to look exactly like my girl? How did he use his order? Why come at me and then turn on himself? "You boys enjoy some quiet time," Brenda said with a wink. "I've got to go file a report for the warden." "Quiet time," I muttered as she locked the door behind her. "She means rest time, obviously," Sin said, like he was an expert on crazy talk. And yeah, he definitely was. "Why the hell did you do it? And how?" I growled around the lollipop, sliding off the bed only to realize I was in a flimsy hospital gown hanging open at the back, letting a cold draft hit my bare skin. Sin was already in a clean jumpsuit, and another set waited for me at the foot of the bed along with some underwear. "I did it for Rosalie," he said, totally unhelpful. I swiped a dose of the odor-suppressant antidote Plunger's been hoarding so I could shift. "Easy. It's worn off already. So did you like the show? You belong in psych. I don't get why they let maniacs like you roam Gen Pop." I pulled on the socks and reached for the boxers just as Sin came up behind me, his breath smelling like cola candy. "I wouldn't put those on just yet, kitten," he purred in my ear. I threw an elbow back, hoping to knock him away. No cameras in here, but it'd be pretty damn obvious who messed him up if I lost it. But mark my words, he was a dead man walking. He wasn't getting away with this. "What's your game?" I snarled. "Well, I wasn't planning a midnight hike up Buttcrack Canyon to moon gaze," he said lightly. "But the moon's out tonight, looking pretty fine." He smacked my ass and I spun around, shoving him hard in the chest with a furious growl. "You're dead," I hissed. "You really think you can stab the leader of the Lunar Brotherhood and walk away? You should have gone deeper, Wilder. I'm still breathing, which means your fate is sealed." "Take it easy, lassie," he said, smirking as he rolled the lollipop across his tongue. "It's not like I threw little Timmy into a well or something." "What the hell are you even talking about?" I shot back, grabbing for my boxers again, but Sin was quicker. He snatched them right out of my hands and stuffed them into his jumpsuit. "You son of a," he cut me off smoothly. "I wasn't trying to kill you. I just needed to get us both down here to help Rosalie." I clenched my jaw, waiting for him to explain further, but he just turned and walked over to a medicine cabinet, swiping a key card against a panel beside it. The cabinet popped open. "Where did you get that?" I gasped. "Took it from Brenda. She'll just assume she misplaced it." He tossed the card onto the counter, then knelt and began digging through the cupboard like he had all day. I glanced nervously at the door before crossing the room to join him. "What exactly are you looking for?" Sin pulled out a small linen bag and produced a never-caught plum, its bright purple skin glimmering softly under the light. He looked up at me, his expression dead serious. "You're going to need to put this up your ass." My jaw dropped and fury surged through me. "That's why you dragged me down here." I snarled as he stood, locked the cupboard, and began casually tossing the plum from hand to hand. He bounced it off his elbow and caught it again. "Yep. Need a hand, sweetheart. Turn around." "No," I hissed, my voice tight with anger. Rosalie didn't even care that I got her that crystal. Why in God's name would I bring her anything else? What do you think all these supplies are for, sugar? He purred, raising an eyebrow. The escape, of course. She needs these ingredients to neutralize the order suppressant tank. My lips parted and my heart hammered in my chest. Damn, she really did need this. Then you do it, I insisted. You don't need me for this. I can't, darling, they strip search me every time. Bullshit, I snapped, stepping right into his face as I angrily sucked on my lollipop. They didn't search you when we left the fate room, and I've been watching. They don't search you any more than they search me. He let out a low chuckle. Busted. Just then the lock clicked open. Sin quickly pulled my boxers from his jumpsuit, wrapped the plum inside, and shoved the bundle into my hand as Brenda stepped back into the room. So glad you're okay, Sin purred, running his thumb over my lips to sell the idea that we were just chatting. I pulled back, nodding stiffly as I fought to hide my rage. Thanks, I muttered, retreating to my bed. Brenda hurried over to the counter, picked up her key card, and glanced between us with a curious look. While she wasn't watching, Sin formed an O with his finger and thumb and thrust his other index finger through it, giving me a meaningful stare. I swallowed a growl, pulled my boxers on under the gown, and kept the plum clenched in my fist. Any chance of another lollipop, Brenda? Sin asked, turning to her with an innocent smile. One for the road. He flicked his finished stick into the trash and she wagged her finger at him. Naughty boy, you're as cheeky as a whale on vacation, she scolded lightly. Just this once. As she turned to her desk, Sin shot me another frantic gesture, miming the insertion again like I hadn't gotten the message. I glared back, a low growl building in my throat. I really, really hate Sin Wilder. Bending forward slightly, I worked the plum into place, my movements awkward and slow. Apparently, I was willing to do just about anything for Rosalie, or maybe, more than anything, I just wanted out of this place. Either way, this had better be the last damn thing that ended up there, or I was going to completely lose it. Once it was done, I took a few careful steps, trying to adjust to the unfamiliar sensation, then pulled off the gown and tugged on my tank top and jumpsuit once I was dressed, and Sin had a fresh lollipop tucked in the corner of his mouth. Brenda guided us toward the exit. Officer Hastings stood waiting outside, patting us down before his eyes locked onto the candy. Hand it over, he ordered, palm outstretched, and Sin let out a low, guttural growl. Right now. Sin yanked the stick sharply, crunching the candy loudly between his teeth before dropping the remains into Hastings' hand. Buzzkill, Sin muttered under his breath. Hastings pressed his lips together, motioning us forward. Why are you walking like that? He snapped at me. I straightened up immediately, exchanging a glance with Sin. I rearranged his jewels earlier, Sin said smoothly. Why on earth? Hastings sputtered. He's into it, Sin replied, cool as you please. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from reacting. You actually enjoy that? Hastings asked me, clearly horrified. Yeah, I do, I lied, forcing a grin. Nothing like a good kick or a tight squeeze to really wake you up. Good grief, Hastings muttered, wrinkling his nose in disgust. I added it to the ever-growing list of reasons I couldn't stand Sin Wilder, right up there with the possibility he was sleeping with my intended mate, and all the ridiculous things he'd talked me into trying. I desperately wished someone in this prison had leverage over him, but maybe I didn't need it. If we got out of here soon, nothing would save him from what I had planned. People who crossed me always paid, one way or another. Later in the mess hall, I pushed my spoon through a lumpy bowl of oatmeal, wishing it were pancakes or French toast, or better yet, something chocolate. The commissary chocolate was downright nasty, like it had been dunked in laundry soap, leaving a weird floral aftertaste that made you regret every bite. I made a mental note to beg Rory to have his brother smuggle in the good stuff next visiting day. Lost in my brooding, I barely noticed Gustard's approach until my wolves began growling and rising around me. Sonny stood to his full height beside me, baring his teeth as Gustard stopped in front of our table. "We need to talk, Runt," Gustard said, his voice slick and threatening. In an instant, every wolf at the table was on their feet, snarling and positioning themselves between us. My stomach clenched at that old nickname. He hadn't just uncovered my plans with Ethan. He dug into the darkest parts of my mind, pulling out memories of my father I'd buried long ago. He knew it all, every fear, every moment of neglect, and his smirk said he thought that gave him power over me. Over my dead body would this psychopath come with us when we broke out? "Can't imagine it's that important," I said, meeting his gaze with a cold stare. He might have uncovered my past fears, but I'd learned to lock those emotions away a long time ago. What happened back then didn't define me. I'd left that life behind, and nothing he knew could change that. I had rebuilt myself from the ashes, forging a name that commanded fear and respect across Alestria and the wider reaches of Celeria. Fear itself whispered my name on the wind. I refused to become some weakling's plaything. "Watch your tone, or I might let something slip at the worst possible moment," Gustard said slyly, prompting a low growl from Sonny as he reluctantly took the seat beside me. "Just give the word," Sonny muttered, "and I'll twist this bastard into a pretzel and skewer him for good measure." My wolves chuckled around me, their amusement fueling the rage in Gustard's eyes. I took my time stirring my oatmeal, lifting a spoonful slowly to my lips. I made a show of enjoying it, loud and obnoxious, letting him wait until I'd finished the bowl before rising deliberately. "Walk with me, Stronzo. Let's hear what you have to say," I said, feigning boredom as Gustard's eyes narrowed. Nearby, Esme fastened the top of her jumpsuit as if shielding herself from his gaze. Smart move, her assets were far too good for scum like him. I moved toward the door without looking back, striding into the corridor. Gustard fell into step beside me, his voice a low snarl. "I won't tolerate that disrespect in public again." We walked toward the mail collection point, mostly empty since it was closed. "I don't simper for anyone, Stronzo," I shot back. "Try intimidating someone weaker. My pack would find it suspicious if I bowed to you, and I bow to no one. I'm Rosalie Oscura, not some desperate bottom feeder looking to please. Find another way to entertain yourself." Gustard chuckled as if I'd told a joke, leaning in like we were sharing a secret. "I wouldn't let your filthy mouth near me, you jumped-up street rat. If I wanted satisfaction, I'd find a sun steel blade and finish what your daddy started, right down to the carving." His hand brushed the scars beneath my jumpsuit, and I spun, slamming him against the wall, my grip tight on his throat. He bared his teeth in a twisted smile, dropping his voice so only I could hear. "I'm bringing someone else when we leave this place," he said, unbothered by the pressure on his windpipe. "Over my dead body," I snarled. "You don't give orders here. If you think you can, you're delusional." "Please, Papa," he whimpered, mocking a memory I wished forgot. "Not the den. It's snowing. I'm so cold. Don't throw me out." The words hit like a physical blow, and in that split second of vulnerability, he drove something hard into my stomach. Agony ripped through me, a scream tearing from my lips as I stumbled back. He twisted the weapon, tearing it free, and blood poured from the wound. I pressed my hands against it, fighting the dizzying pain as I staggered away, my world narrowing to the flood of crimson, escaping my flesh. Gustard's eyes burned with a raw, predatory hunger as he slowly ran his tongue over his lower lip. I snarled back, my focus split between his menacing stare and the weapon clenched in his hand, ready to retaliate if he lunged again. He understood my strategy. Was he aiming to eliminate me, to seize control of the plan himself? Yet if he knew, he also realized I had Jerome and Dante in play. There was no way he could replicate their roles or draw them in without me. Strangely, his jumpsuit remained spotless, not a drop of my blood staining it, even as crimson pooled thickly around my feet. "Remember who holds the power now," he murmured, his gaze dropping to the wound I pressed tightly with trembling fingers. Fighting back was impossible, every movement risked bleeding out right there on the cold floor. "From death and back," I spat, hurling my family's oath at him like a curse, a vow that one day I'd return the favor with his life. Just then, one of his lackeys rounded the corner, eyebrows raised in surprise, though he made no move to intervene, just lingered silently like an obedient shadow. "You belong to me," Gustard said, stepping closer, his voice dripping with a twisted excitement that made my heart stutter. It echoed the very words my father had snarled before driving a blade into my side, carving me open as if I were nothing. "My pup," he continued, twisting the knife deeper by quoting the man I despised most, as though he revered him. "My bitch, and that's what you'll always be." Rage surged through me, overriding the searing pain. I launched myself forward, fueled by pure instinct, teeth bared and hands clawing only for his stooge to slam into me, throwing me hard onto the blood-slicked floor. Agony ripped through me as he punched my stomach, but I reared up, smashing my forehead into his nose. He stumbled back, and I kicked him fiercely toward Gustard, who calmly handed the shank over before turning away. Struggling upright, I braced for another attack, but the lackey just smirked until the thud of approaching footsteps echoed down the hall. Hastings and Officer Rind burst into view, and relief washed over me as Rind rushed forward, catching me before I collapsed. The lackey shouted a false confession, claiming he acted alone out of hatred, and I seethed knowing he'd take the fall for Gustard, armed with my blood on the weapon, and a story no one would question. The wrong man was going down, and the only way to stop it was to betray Gustard, but I'd rather bleed out than become a snitch. Hastings was speaking to me, but his words took a moment to register as I blinked through the haze clouding my mind. He eased me down to sit against the wall and tugged open my jumpsuit with urgent hands. "I can fix this," he insisted, his expression etched with such raw worry that I couldn't help but smile faintly at my earnest, sweet-faced choir boy. With his tousled blonde hair and wide blue eyes, he looked almost angelic, like someone who still believed there was goodness tucked away in even the ugliest corners of this world. Maybe he even thought there was something redeemable in me. A soothing wave of healing energy spread under my skin as he worked swiftly to mend the torn flesh. I leaned back, letting him do what he did best while I caught my breath, dizzy but defiant. One deranged cyclops wasn't enough to shake me. What rattled me more was the glimpse I'd gotten of Gustard, that meticulous monster who took pleasure in torturing young girls to death. I'd seen the hunger in his eyes. He wasn't just inflicting pain, he was savoring the torment, using my own worst memories like a blade. He got off on cutting people deep, on watching them bleed inside and out. Well, fuck him. He wouldn't make it out of this place alive. Whatever dirt he had on me meant nothing once we were beyond these walls. I'd make sure his first breath of free air was also his last. As Officer Rind hauled the worthless piece of trash away, Hastings' magic swept the worst of the pain from my body. "Shit, Rosalie," he murmured, his voice tight. "All that blood, I thought for a second I was too late. Even the devil knows better than to cross me, choir boy," I purred, lifting a hand to his cheek. "You really don't need to worry. If I'd lost you, he broke off, but his eyes drifted to my lips, and a flicker of guilt tugged at me. Hastings was endearing in his innocence, steadfast in his beliefs. I almost felt bad knowing that soon enough I'd shatter that trust when he realized this had all been a game. "Nothing to lose," I said with a smile sweeter than I felt, pushing to my feet. "I need to take you to medical," he insisted, but I waved him off. "I'm fine, really. Vampire bites are nothing new. A little blood loss doesn't faze me." "Seriously," he frowned, and I knew I'd slipped. Damn. Maybe I did need a checkup, but we had work duty next, and I couldn't miss library hour over something as trivial as blood regeneration. Gustard would be there, and I needed to keep an eye on him. "Yeah," I said, biting my lip and leaning into the wide-eyed act I'd perfected. "You'd think a murder charge and a high-stakes heist would have clued him in, but my choir boy preferred seeing the best in people. Before this, I had a vampire boyfriend. He liked to bite when we were. I let a blush rise to my cheeks honestly. I had no idea where the blood came from, but a few vivid memories of sin near the Balorian's cage did the trick. Hastings blinked, taking a half-step back. "Oh, I didn't mean to pry. I didn't realize you were seeing someone," he remarked, and I flashed my most irresistible smile. Honestly, if I weren't so aware of the nonsense coming out of my mouth, I'd be swooning over myself too. "Not anymore," I replied smoothly. "We split right before I got here. Let's just say we had incompatible preferences when it came to intimacy." Poor Hastings looked like his eyes might pop right out of his head. It was downright adorable. I almost wished I had my phone to snap a picture. When he seemed too stunned to speak, I asked, "Mind if I change before my shift?" He shook himself back to reality and stepped closer. "No need," he said, using his water magic to draw every drop of my blood from my jumpsuit and the floor, gathering it into a shimmering sphere. "Planning to serve that to Officer Cain in a fancy glass," I teased. He chuckled. "Maybe I should," he said, though I doubted he meant it. Still, the idea of that jerk's face if he received a fresh delivery straight from the source was too good to pass up. "Waste not, want not," I purred, and he glanced thoughtfully at the swirling crimson orb. Leaning in, I rose onto my toes and brushed a kiss against his cheek. "Thanks for saving me, choir boy," I whispered, already stepping back before he could react. The blush spreading across his face told me he had no idea what to do with me, and I loved it. With a deliberate sway in my hips, I turned and headed toward the library, blending into the crowd leaving the mess hall. But as I started down the stairs, a wave of dizziness hit me hard. I stumbled, nearly pitching forward until a strong hand clamped around my arm, steadying me. "What the hell just happened, love?" Ethan's voice was a low growl, his eyes wide with alarm. "Aw, do you actually care now?" I asked, feigning innocence as other inmates streamed past, casting curious glances our way. The so-called Lunar King and Oscura Queen weren't exactly supposed to be seen together. It tended to make people nervous. "Don't mess with me," he hissed, pulling me along to a slightly more private spot on the next floor. I was in the middle of an unscheduled cavity search because someone ratted me out for hiding a shank, and then I felt your pain like a kick to the stomach. I squeezed that guard's fingers so hard I'm surprised they're still attached. I couldn't help laughing at the image, and for just a second, Ethan smiled back. It almost felt like we weren't enemies, like maybe the universe hadn't completely screwed us over. But the moment faded fast, his expression tightening as if he'd watched me shut him out all over again. Before he could say more, Rory's voice cut through the tension. "What's going on?" My heart twisted as I looked between these two men I'd promised myself I wouldn't yearn for, feeling like I was spilling even more blood right there on the floor. The truth hovered on my lips, but I held it back. If they found out what Gustard had pulled, they'd race down there and beat him senseless, maybe even worse, and we couldn't let that happen. They'd risk landing in solitary if they got caught, and if they didn't, that memory crystal would end up with the fib, turning all our efforts to dust. I could handle Gustard on my own. I didn't need them throwing themselves into danger for my sake. "It's nothing serious," I said, brushing past Ethan to stand closer to Rory. He pulled me under his arm and I let him, even though something in my gut warned me not to. Still, I craved that familiar comfort, that sense of belonging. Even if Rory wasn't really Pack, sometimes it felt like he was. He brought a piece of home with him, a safety that went deeper than just shielding me from monsters. Ethan growled, falling into step on my other side as we headed downstairs, but he finally dropped the questions, realizing I wasn't going to budge. With Rory's arm steadying me, I didn't trip again, but I was far from my best. We walked into the library to find the boss waiting, hair damp from a recent shower, uniform sharp and clean. He must have just started his shift, but the fire in his eyes when they landed on me said he'd already heard about what went down upstairs. I was so locked on him. It took me a second to notice the new face in the room, and when I did, my breath caught. 200's back from his time in the hole, Cain said, shooting me a look that made it clear he wasn't thrilled about tossing me into a room with that dragon shifter asshole either. So why the hell was he doing it? The warden thinks it'll be good for him to work alongside 88. You two can work out your differences, make this prison one big happy family again. I did time for a murder he committed, Sin snarled, jabbing a finger toward Christopher. You really expect us to play nice after that? Damn, he was attractive when he got fierce and even more so when he lied. Hell, I almost believed him myself, and I was the one who'd planted the shank on creepy Christopher to spring Sin free. Well, technically Rory did the planting, but I sourced the blade. Still, 5 months in the hole for murder felt like I got 3 because Cain threw a fit. How's that for justice? I don't give a damn if you work it out, Cain drawled. Frankly, I'm hoping you try to kill each other. I'd love to walk in and find a body at the end of your shift. One less problem for me, win-win. Sin smirked like he'd just been handed a free ride, and I bit my lip, staring him down so hard I'm surprised he kept it together. The look he shot back told me he knew exactly what I was thinking, and part of me hoped he'd act on it soon. I need a word 12, Cain barked, pulling my attention back. In my wired state, I might have given him a look too. Yeah, Cain could have been something if he weren't such a jerk. Of course you do, Rory muttered under his breath as Cain strode over, hatred burning in his eyes before he took my arm and steered me toward the bookshelves. The rest of you get to work. The others scattered toward the back, but I could feel their eyes on me as we moved deeper into the stacks, out of sight from the cameras. Cain threw up a silencing bubble, sealing us in. Hastings just filled me in on the details. Cain's voice was a low growl, his gaze heavy with shadows and a threat I desperately hoped he'd follow through on. I have no idea what you're referring to, I replied, keeping my tone deliberately light. I'm going to end that little weasel 53 for laying a hand on you. Oh, really? I arched a brow, a sly smile playing on my lips. Since when do you get so invested, boss? His nostrils flared as he leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear. Who said I'm invested? I'm your commanding officer. It's my responsibility to watch your back. I laughed, flipping my hair over my shoulder as I turned away, not caring how disrespectful it seemed. Tell yourself whatever helps you sleep, but maybe double-check you're targeting the right fae before you go on some righteous rampage, I purred, stepping past him. He moved with startling speed, blocking my path and making me jolt back. My head spun and I stumbled against a bookshelf with a sharp curse. Cain's hand shot out, gripping my waist to steady me. He pulled a small blue vial from his pocket and held it out. What's that? I grunted, trying to pull away, but his grip was firm. Regeneration potion, he said flatly. It'll help restore your blood levels. How thoughtful, I cooed, taking the bottle and eyeing it warily. My family had plenty of enemies, and accepting anything from strangers wasn't exactly wise, but in this place, options were slim. I suppose you're worried there won't be enough blood left for you if I don't recover soon. Ignoring his offended scowl, I unscrewed the cap. What did he expect? That I'd believe he did this out of the goodness of his heart. I'd believe that when he went a full month without sinking his teeth into me. He'd given in fast enough last time I'd offered. Even if he held back now, trust wasn't exactly overflowing between us. I downed the potion in one go and flashed him a sugary smile. If 53 didn't attack me, then why was he caught with the weapon, and why confess? Cain pressed. I rolled my eyes. Use your brain, Stronzo, I'm not telling you a thing. Figure it out yourself or stop wasting my time. Cain's eyes narrowed. Which gang does 53 run with? Until today, I didn't even know that Stronzo existed, I answered dismissively. He looked like he wanted to shake the truth out of me, then his expression shifted as if something clicked. You're tight with the lion and one is your ally. The only other gang leader who's come after you and lived to tell about it is Gustard. I shrugged, playing ignorant, but I couldn't resist a wink. That gave him pause. He was probably wondering why I'd let Gustard slide, but good luck figuring that one out. All right, boss, what's the price for your kindness? I asked, handing back the empty vial to steer his mind elsewhere. Piss off, 12, he snapped. Don't you dare compare me to that bastard Nixon. Consider that the last favor you get from me. I scoffed, but he was already storming off, leaving me with the bitter aftertaste of feeling indebted. Like hell I owed him. I just marked this down as payback for one of the days he left me rotting below. 89 more little favors like that and we'd be even. Until then, Officer Stronzo could go suck a rotten egg. By the time I rejoined the rest of our escape crew, Ethan looked ready to tear Christopher's head off, with Rory and Sin closing in like vultures waiting their turn. How the hell did Gustard even leak our plans to him? Ethan's voice cut through the tension, his accusing glare landing on me as if I'd personally invited that vile predator to join our team. Apparently during my brief absence, Gustard had openly declared his intention to bring along that dragon bastard. You made us all swear secrecy, was that just for show? Drop it, I shot back, my disgust evident as I glanced between Gustard and Christopher. Explaining the blackmail arrangement with Gustard wasn't an option, and frankly, he deserved no explanations. That piece of trash had refused to make a star bond when we'd asked clearly because he'd been scheming this betrayal all along. We've got actual work to do. Oh yeah, time to get moving. Plunger began peeling off his jumpsuit, and I shuddered at the thought of witnessing his transformation again. If I never saw that saggy, wrinkled, shifted form of his, it would still be too soon. As the team dispersed to their stations, I felt a sliver of relief watching Christopher and Gustard saunter off to keep watch at the front code for sitting on their lazy asses while we did the real work. Pudding, I need to make a call, I murmured, stepping closer and hoping he had what I needed. I'm running low on Pudding Cup's hound, he warned, passing me a transmitter hidden inside one. His genius lay in constructing devices within empty dessert containers, materials that looked like trash to any guard. If searched, he'd just crush the cup, and no one batted an eye because everyone knew Pudding and his pudding obsession. Can't make more without the magical chips. And those chips only come in pudding cups. With transmitters needed for every team member plus extras to update Dante, we were burning through our chip supply. Understood, I said, making a mental note to rally the pack for more supplies. Taking the transmitter, I caught Rory's eye and slipped into the maze of shelves, my mind racing over how to handle Gustard's power play. His leverage, that damn memory crystal held by his lawyer, left me trapped, forced to endure his games. But patience wasn't my strong suit, and I was nearing the point of ending him and hoping his threats were empty. Easy there, little pup, Rory said softly, his arm brushing my waist. I jerked away and spun to face him. Call me that again and I'll make you regret it, I snapped. You use it to remind yourself I'm younger, but newsflash, I'm 24, the same age you were when they locked you up. Did you consider yourself a child back then? That's irrelevant, Rory met my glare, his golden eyes steady. But I was done with his condescension. What, you think I'm some innocent you need to protect? Worried you'll taint me? I scoffed, my tone shifting from fury to biting sarcasm. Let's get real, I've been with men older and dirtier than you, so save the big brother act. Rosa, he growled under his breath, clearly unwilling to engage. Whatever, I huffed, focusing on the transmitter as I connected dental floss to blueberry gum just as Pudding had taught me. Some battles weren't worth fighting, but this one sure felt like it was. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm no innocent little flower or anything like that. His low growl sent a shiver straight through me, and my heart hammered as I met his intense stare. Rosalie, that you? Dante's voice crackled through the receiver. I pressed the comm closer to my ear, tension thick between me and the stubborn lion who looked like he couldn't decide whether to tear me apart or do something far more intriguing. Yeah, it's me. Any luck tracking down that second crystal yet? I kept my expression cool, locking eyes with Rory, and a thrill went through me at the anger flashing in his gaze. Sorry, cuz. This guy's hiding better than a rat in a wall. No trace of him, let alone a chance to squeeze out where he stashed that crystal. Is the bastard who sent it giving you trouble? Let's just say he left a souvenir in the hallway earlier, I muttered, brushing a hand over the tear in my jumpsuit. Rory's brow furrowed, his eyes dropping to my stomach as he tried to make sense of it. He pushed my hand aside and snarled when he saw the damage, but I kept talking. Don't sweat it. I'll figure out how to shake him loose. If I can get him thrown in the hole on the right day, he won't be tagging along. Dante's dark chuckle filled my ear just as kids started yelling in the background. Papa, come quick. He's up the apple tree again and says he won't come down till Mom gives him a mystery present. Is that RJ? I asked, smiling as Rory's expression softened at the mention of my niece. I waved him closer and tilted the comm so he could listen in while Dante half-heartedly scolded the kids. If his rivals knew how mushy the king of the Oscura Clan got around his little ones, they might not be so scared of him. Say hi to your cousin, Dante called out, and a chorus of loud hellos followed, making me laugh. You all behaving for your papa? I asked. I'm not a pup, RJ announced. I'm gonna be a lion and roar louder than anyone. Well, I'm gonna be a ninja, Luca cut in, sounding smug. Plus a dragon, a basilisk, and a Tiberian rat. Pretty sure that's not how it works, buddy, I laughed. Is too. I saw it on Late Night Weird and Wonky with Dad. That show's definitely not kid-friendly, I shot back. Pretty sure I saw a fae on there who turned their, let's just say non-hair, into snakes, for reasons we won't discuss. The kids howled with laughter while Dante swore he'd ban the show forever. For a moment, Rory and I forgot we were stuck underground, lost in their joy. Is it sunny where you are? Rory rumbled. Uncle Rory, is that you? RJ squealed. How'd you know? You always ask if it's sunny, she giggled, and I smirked as he rolled his eyes. Yeah, laugh at the caged lion, he joked, and the kids erupted all over again. I'll keep you posted on that crystal, Rosa, Dante said, and I knew our time was up. The enchantment faded far too quickly, and even 100 more moments wouldn't have sufficed. It's all right, I breathed out, my voice heavy with resignation. It had always been a slim chance. I'll handle Gustard. He won't be leaving this place, not ever. Goodbye, Rosa. I love you. I love you, Dante. I love you all, I called back, but as their voices rose in response, the connection shattered, leaving only silence. I let my eyes fall shut, crushing the empty pudding cup in my grip until it crumpled back into worthless scrap. I clung to the fading echo of their laughter, wrapping it tightly around my heart. Rory's arms came around me, and I leaned into his chest, breathing in the warm scent of sandalwood, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I tried to convince myself that nothing more was needed. When I look at you, Rosa, I don't see some helpless pup, Rory murmured, picking up our earlier conversation. I see a fae who commands respect, even fear. I see someone worth following. You're a piece of home I never thought I'd find in this place. You're not naive, you're hope. I had no words, so I just held him, arms wrapped around his waist, until the ache in my chest threatened to overwhelm me. Pulling back, I offered a strained smile and turned toward the main library where work continued. As we stepped from the aisle, I nearly collided with Gustard. I stiffened, my gaze narrowing as he offered an almost pleasant smile. Something wrong? I challenged, catching the smug glint in his eyes as if he held all my secrets, waiting for the perfect moment to spill them. He glanced at Rory, a smirk playing on his lips as though tempted to expose what he suspected, but he only shrugged innocently. "No problem I can't handle, little pup," he said, and a cold shiver traced my spine. My instincts prickled at the threat lacing his tone. Once he was out of earshot, I turned to Rory. "You don't think he overheard us, do you?" Rory frowned, then shrugged. "If he had, he'd have taunted us, reminded us what he knows." "Yeah," I agreed, letting him steer me away, though unease lingered. But if Gustard believed he could outmaneuver me, he was in for a harsh surprise. "If you don't end him when we're out of here, I will," Rory growled. "No one hurts you and lives to tell the tale, not while I'm breathing." Despite everything, a smirk tugged at my lips at his fierce promise. I left the processing room, healing the scratches on my arm from the new inmate I just sent to Darkmore. My shift was ending, and the thought of hours alone in my room felt heavy. I nodded to Lyle, seated behind the glass wall of the security office. "Umbrian tiger shifter, huh? You don't see many of those around anymore," he remarked. "Guess not," I said, tucking my atlas into my pocket, ready to leave. "My great-uncle Neville was a white Nemean lion," Lyle mused. "Me, I've got a nice red coat, nothing too rare. Are there rare types of vampires?" "Not sure," I replied, moving toward the door. "Maybe fangs that glow or something," he chuckled. "Yeah, maybe," I grunted in response, wondering not for the first time why making friends felt so impossible. It wasn't that the other guards weren't decent. It was that I no longer knew how to let anyone in. Somewhere along the way, I'd lost the desire to try after the one person I truly loved was torn from this world. I made a vow never to let myself care that deeply again. Some wounds don't heal clean, they linger, a constant ache, and the moon's curse I carried made sure I never forgot. My attention drifted to the security monitors behind Lyle as he rambled on about his Uncle Nigel, or whatever the hell his name was, and my eyes locked onto the back of a girl's head as she slipped into the gym. Most wouldn't recognize her from that angle, but I knew it was 12 instantly. I couldn't look away, tracking her as she moved past the lone camera in the gymnasium, visible only briefly near the entrance before vanishing from sight. Annoyance flared in me, sharp and sudden, followed by a familiar surge of pain crawling up my arm from the curse mark. The silver rose vine had reached my shoulder now, coiling around it, binding me tighter to her and to my own damnation. I'd scoured every page on moon magic, desperate for answers, but found nothing on how to break this curse. At the rate it was spreading, I didn't know how much time I had left. My anger toward Rosalie for cursing me hadn't faded, but now I understood. After learning what her father did to her, I felt like the world's biggest asshole. I'd failed her in every way when I locked her away, done something unforgivable. And now I was paying the price for my own selfishness, wanting to bury the past where it couldn't haunt me. I should be known she'd find a way to make me suffer. "You wrapping up for the day?" Lyle's voice cut through my thoughts as the pain dug deeper. I grunted, checking my watch. 10 minutes left. I could clock out, or I could go down to the gym and catch a glimpse of 12. Not to talk, definitely not to creep on her while she worked out, though I wasn't fooling myself about how that image stirred something in me. Mostly I just needed to see her to know she was okay. The curse seemed to agree. The pain eased, replaced by a low hum of magic under my skin. Damn the moon and all its twisted games. "Yeah, soon. Night, Lyle," I muttered, heading out. I took the elevator down to the 5th floor and hurried toward the gym. Lockdown was minutes away, and when I stepped inside, the place was empty. Frowning near the boxing ring, I caught the sound of a shower running from the locker rooms. Maybe she'd skipped her workout and headed back. Or maybe I was an idiot for even caring where she was. Still, frustration simmered. I'd missed her. I turned to leave, but a muffled cry froze me in place. It was faint, but I knew it was her, felt it in my bones. I sprinted across the room, shoving the locker room door open and charging into the showers. An orange jumpsuit lay soaked on the wet floor, the number 12 staring up at me, stained dark with blood. My stomach twisted. The locker rooms curved in a U-shape and I bolted around the corner, heart pounding, every muscle tense with dread. What if I was too late? What if someone had hurt her, killed her? Then I saw them, 10 inmates circling my girl as she fought for her life. They pinned her against the wall, blood streaming from a split lip and a deep gash on her arm. 200 stood naked, his hairy back to me, barking orders while his moving arm left no doubt what he was doing. Rage ignited in my veins. This ended now. In the span of a heartbeat, my humanity vanished, replaced by something ancient and savage. Every instinct narrowed to a single purpose, shielding Rosalie from the monsters who dared threaten her. Hellfire blazed behind my eyes, not rage but something colder, more absolute. My fangs descended as I moved, a blur of lethal intent. 2 of them were dead before the rest even registered my presence. I tore out the throat of the girl restraining Rosalie, and my girl's eyes flashed with shock before she tore herself loose and joined the fight beside me. They scrambled to flee, but not one would make it out alive. I'd paint these walls crimson for what they'd attempted. Blind to anything but slaughter, I shredded another attacker's neck, then drove my fist clean through the chest of the next. Blood swirled around my ankles, mingling with steaming water from the showers, a macabre whirlpool at my feet. Still, it wasn't enough. I wouldn't rest until every last scream was choked into silence. One tried to bolt. I seized him by the hair, spun him around, and smashed his skull against the wall. Adrenaline and bloodlust sharpened my senses. I saw everything, moved faster than thought. When I spotted one of the larger brutes hammering blows into Rosalie, a roar tore from my throat. I shredded through another who foolishly tried to block me, then hauled the brute off her. The last standing girl made a break for the door, but Rosalie tackled her, ending her with a brutal twist. I slammed the big 1-200 against the wall and unleashed blow after blow. Maybe this darkness wasn't just a part of me. Maybe it was all I'd ever been. And if being Rosalie's monster meant I never had to hide it again, then so be it. I drowned the world in blood to keep her safe. I paused, pinning him by the throat, letting him stare into the abyss in my eyes. He trembled violently, and the sharp scent of urine rose between us. Pathetic. This thing thought he was fey. He was a leech. A coward who hid behind numbers but alone was nothing. But you're supposed to protect us," he stammered, voice cracking. "No," I replied, icy and detached. "So many here get it wrong. We're not protectors, we're keepers, and we use whatever force is necessary." "I didn't break any rules," he gasped. "You didn't," I agreed, leaning closer, voice dropping to a hungry whisper. "But you made one fatal error. You assumed I play by them. You're a guard and you're a rapist. But mostly Christopher. You're already dead." There was no emotion, only purpose, as I took his head in my hands and tore. His screams turned to raw terror, pleas that meant nothing. And through it all, Rosalie's voice rang clear, speaking my name like a prayer. As the light faded from his eyes, I tore his head from his shoulders and his body collapsed beneath me, a worthless heap. Blood drenched me as I discarded the head, the shower in this part of the unit silent, leaving me painted in the evidence of his end. My chest heaved as I fought to steady my breathing, the curse on my arm pulsing with a heat that felt tied to her, my wolf girl, as if her very life flowed into mine. I savored that connection, eyes closed, drowning in the nearness of her. It was a rush. She was a rush. Her hand pressed against my back, and I turned to find her standing there in nothing but her underwear, lips split, and a deep gash on her arm dripping crimson into the water pooling at her feet. I reached out, sealing the wound on her arm before gently pressing my thumb to her bleeding lip. "Mason," she whispered, her eyes wide and fixed on me. Just the sound of my name shattered the monstrous rage that had taken hold. My hunger for destruction shifted, narrowing to a single focus, her. I was stripped bare. What I had done screamed my feelings louder than any confession ever could. Before I could speak, she launched herself at me, legs locking around my waist, her mouth crashing against mine. I hadn't healed her lip yet. Her blood flooded my mouth and I groaned, spinning us and pinning her against the wall. My tongue plunged into her mouth, and she met me with a ferocity that drew a low growl from her, a sound that went straight to my core. Her nails raked down my back just as the lockdown alarm blared. I didn't care. I didn't stop. I kissed her deeper, tasting her sweetness mingling with the blood of 200 splattered across the wall. She moaned, thighs tightening around me, pulling me flush against the heat burning between her legs. I cursed as she gripped my hair, yanking my head back to break the kiss. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I was utterly lost, ready to throw it all away, my job, my home, everything just to keep her. I'd wanted her from that very first glance, and now that want had become a need that defied every rule, every reason I had to walk away. "Don't you dare run," she hissed as the alarm continued to blare. It felt like fate itself was ringing, demanding an answer. We stood surrounded by the brutal aftermath of what I'd done. There was no hiding it, and I refused to consider what waited beyond this blood-soaked room. Despite the grim reality, I was also living out my darkest fantasy, Rosalie in my arms, craving me, while the world around us ran red. It was every vampire's dream, one I never thought would come true. But here I was. And turning back wasn't an option. I was surprised she couldn't see that certainty in my eyes. Maybe it proved how little trust lingered between us. Her hand slid down, gripping me through my uniform, and I growled, desire sharpening to a painful edge. "I'm done running from my problems," I told her. She sneered. "Is that what I am? A problem?" Her grip tightened, and I bared my fangs, only growing harder. "Yeah, sweetheart," I snarled, slamming her against the wall, my hand pushing hers aside as I felt her heat, her readiness, soaking through the thin fabric. "You're my dirty little—" I freed myself from my jeans, filthy. I pushed her underwear aside, problem. I positioned myself at her wet entrance, and she gasped, wrapping her legs around me, pulling me closer, showing me she wanted this just as much. "And I think I've found the perfect fix." I drove into her, and she cried out, arching her back in pure ecstasy, sending my confidence soaring. I threw up a silencing charm, struggling to focus as her body tightened around me, making everything else fade away. Pinning her against the wall, I moved hard and fast, her nails digging into my neck. She shoved my jacket off, then yanked my shirt over my head. I groaned as her hands roamed my bare skin, exploring every muscle like she'd imagined me as often as I had her. I kissed her swollen lips, my arousal surging as I tore her bra away, craving more skin-to-skin contact as our bodies pressed together. The bell had gone quiet, and I knew what that meant, though it was damn near impossible to think straight with her wrapped around me. Time was running out before someone noticed she was gone, so we had to move fast, and as a vampire, speed was my specialty. I pulled back, letting her drop to the floor. She snarled, gripping my throat, trying to take charge, and I laughed darkly as I spun her around, using my strength to dominate. She hissed like a wildcat as I tilted her hips, admiring the curve of her ass before I spanked her firmly and entered her again. She braced against the wall, moaning as she surrendered. A few more thrusts, and then I unleashed my vampire speed without warning. Her cries escalated, music to my ears as she clenched around me. I fought to hold back, gripping her breast hard enough to leave a mark while she scratched my arm, reminding me of the fire in her. And I loved every second. I slid my hand to her clit, circling fast with order precision, my tongue tracing her shoulder where I longed to bite. "Holy fuck," she gasped, coming almost instantly. I held her tight, biting down as my fingers kept working, drawing out her pleasure. "Mason," she whimpered as I kept stroking, her body writhing, oversensitive yet craving more. "Come for me, 12, I taunted, using her inmate name. She snarled in frustration, and I smirked, loving this power over her. Trapped, all she could do was let go and cry out like the good girl pretending to be bad. I drank deeply, euphoria washing away any guilt. 10 inmates dead, consequences waiting. But damn, she felt incredible. Softer, wetter, tighter than any fantasy. I'd imagined this too many times to count, but reality was beyond anything I'd dreamed. When she came again, howling, I nearly lost control, but I'd pictured this moment enough to know exactly how it should end. I tightened my grip on her hair, pulling her gaze back to meet mine over her shoulder, desperate to see just how much she'd unraveled for me. But instead of looking broken, her eyes locked with mine and she smirked, as if she were the one holding all the power, as if every move I made was one she'd already anticipated. And damn if that wasn't hotter than any control I thought I had. My release hit me hard, months of pent-up tension finally breaking as I stared into those dark, knowing eyes. I came deep inside her, completely undone, and in that moment I knew I was falling for her just as hard. Ruined. Absolutely wrecked by this girl. She tormented me, cursed me, and now she owned me, and I didn't even care. I'd risked everything, my freedom, my future, just to have her. Darkmore Penitentiary could have been waiting for me, and all I could think was how little it mattered compared to her. When I pulled back, she turned, that smug smile still playing on her lips as she gently tucked me back into my pants. But then her expression shifted, concern flickering in her gaze. Her fingers brushed my cheek before she took my hand and led us both under the still-running shower. Water cascaded over us as she pressed close, and I could only stare, completely captivated by the woman who now held every part of me while I still had nothing of hers. I healed the cut on her lip, the bite on her shoulder, every mark I'd left behind while she washed the blood from my skin. Her eyes held something new, not anger or disgust, but something softer, almost like gratitude, maybe even the beginnings of affection, though I wasn't foolish enough to fully believe it. After all, I was still the guy who'd thrown her into solitary, no matter how much she seemed to want me now. "You saved me, boss," she murmured, her lashes lowering in a look that felt surprisingly real. I couldn't find words, just a rough sound in response. "And now we're in deep trouble. Can you get us out of this?" She bit her lip, glancing nervously at the bodies around us. I pulled her close, my lips grazing her ear. "Don't worry about a thing," I promised, feeling the curse mark pulse warmly beneath my skin, glowing faintly as it bound me tighter to her. Her fingers traced the silver vines across my shoulder, but there was no time to dwell on it. My mind sharpened, pulling back from the haze of violence and passion. I was so utterly screwed. I took in the scene, 12 frowning at her torn underwear drifting in the water, and a plan snapped into place. I darted from the locker room into the gym, grabbing heavy weights and a bar before rushing back. Rosalie's eyes widened with fear. Did she really think I'd leave her? I pressed my forehead to hers, if only for a second. "I've got you," I swore. Moving quickly, I bloodied the weights, drove the bar into one of the fallen inmates' 200 to make it look like a brutal but plausible fight. I burned the remains of her underwear, dried our clothes with a flick of fire magic, and then swept her over my shoulder before she could even catch her breath. I rushed into the locker room, setting her down gently as I summoned my fire magic to dry her skin. Her palms rested on my shoulders, warm and steady, while I worked. Once she was dry, I quickly pulled her jumpsuit on, not giving her a chance to assist, just a swift, practiced motion. When she stood before me, a sly grin curling her lips, I dressed myself, buttoning my shirt with hurried fingers and healing the faint marks she'd left behind. Rosalie stepped closer, smoothing my hair as she bit her lip. "You positive I won't end up in hot water, boss?" "Positive," I said, my voice low. In Darkmore, dead bodies rarely raised eyebrows when there were no clear witnesses. I sure as hell wasn't letting her take the fall. "Now, how do we slip past the security cameras without a trace?" "I'm faster than their recording speed," I told her, and her teasing smile widened. "Oh, I know exactly how fast you are," she murmured, and my throat went tight. Was I a fool to think she'd keep this quiet? One word to the warden and my life could shatter. My future rested in her hands, completely out of my control, but I wouldn't change a thing. Those monsters would never touch her again, and that was worth any price. "The Oscuras will claim this," she added, glancing toward the bodies. "Gustard's been challenging me openly, so a gang clash won't surprise anyone. My pack has over 100 wolves. All I need to do is spread the word about how we crushed these bastards, and they'll believe it was our own. Gustard will buy it, too, as long as you swear no wolf faces punishment." For a moment, I just stared, stunned she'd offer me that after everything. It didn't feel like a power play, though she could have held this over me. She kept my secrets even when I'd walked away before. Somehow, I trusted Rosalie Oscura. "No one will be punished," I vowed. "If any evidence surfaces, I'll make it disappear." "Then it looks like I've got you, Mason," she purred, and my throat clenched again. Despite our plans, this could still blow up in my face, which meant this might be our last moment alone for a long time. I grabbed the back of her neck and kissed her hard, pouring everything into it. One final taste to remember if everything fell apart. Her moan was sinful, stirring my blood all over again. I'd worshipped her in chaos, and I ached to do it slower, to hear her beg. I'd never bowed to any fae, but she held more power than the stars. Breaking the kiss, I hoisted her over my shoulder before she could speak and bolted from the room, moving faster than ever, a blur through the prison halls. I skidded into the cell block corridor, stopping just as Hastings was about to seal the bridge to Block D, setting Rosalie down. I met his relieved gaze. "We were just about to release the Balorian," he said nervously, his lovesick gaze fixed on my girl with such intensity that my knuckles itched to rearrange his face. "I got pinned under a collapsed bookshelf in the library," Rosalie lied, twisting a strand of hair around her finger with practiced innocence. Something about watching her deceive someone else sent a thrill straight through me. I had to angle my body away before Hastings noticed the obvious effect she had on me or heard the wild drumming of my heart. "Officer Cain was the one who found me." "Isn't your shift over already?" Hastings asked, and I just shrugged. "You ought to take a break once in a while." Sure, I grumbled. "Make sure she's secured properly," I snapped before bolting toward the elevators without a backward glance. If I hesitated, I knew I'd find some excuse to linger near her a moment longer. Upstairs, I blew past the guards' common area, slammed my door shut, and leaned against it as a rough laugh tore from my chest. I couldn't remember the last time I'd come undone like that. Soon enough, everything might go to hell once those bodies turned up. But I clung to the hope they'd be dismissed as just another gang clash, nothing out of the ordinary for Darkmore, where time served often meant a death sentence. That grim reputation is what kept this place feared. Even the warden tended to look the other way when violence flared. Too much order might make the fae outside these walls less afraid to cross the line. And as insane as it sounded, even if Pike uncovered the truth, even if she wrecked my life over Rosalie Oscura, there wasn't another soul in Celeria I'd rather crash and burn for. With that creep Christopher gone and my pack spreading rumors far and wide about how the Oscuras handled the Watchers in a supposed turf war, suspicion had shifted nicely off the boss. I was free and clear, owing him nothing. That's the only reason I stepped in, of course. He might have offered to clean up his own mess, but I knew the only story that would stick was one of gang retaliation, and winners love to boast. I wasn't about to let any doubt fall on him, so I looped in my wolves. They bought it completely, each assuming others in the pack had handled the dirty work. Maybe I should have let Cain take the fall after he tossed me into solitary, but unlike him, I honor a life debt. I wouldn't let him rot for saving my skin. I could feel his eyes tracking me as I moved through the magic compound, my skin tingling like prey under a hawk's stare. But I was nobody's prey. Halting mid-stride, I turned and met the gaze of my where he patrolled just beyond the perimeter fence. His gray eyes were guarded, carefully empty, but something in his posture told me things between us had shifted. I never took him for the sentimental type after a hookup, yet there he stood, watching me like I was something he could claim. Not a chance, asshole. With deliberate steps, I closed the distance, not breaking eye contact. I saw his pupils widen, his nostrils flare, whether from annoyance or anticipation, I couldn't tell yet. "Something wrong, boss man," I murmured, weaving a silencing bubble around myself that stretched right up to the fence, leaving an opening just for him. Cain mirrored the spell on his side, arms crossed, jaw tight. I couldn't help smirking at the faint panic in his eyes. "No problem, 12, he grunted. "Damn, I love when you use my number. The heat of knowing I meant nothing to you, that you could replace me in a heartbeat, sends a thrill right through me." I let the words drip from my lips, watching that familiar vein throb at his temple. Pushing Cain's buttons had quickly become my favorite pastime. "Did you need something from me?" he gritted out, his gaze darting nervously like he expected prying eyes at any moment. And damn, it hit me then. I'd become someone's secret. His secret. "What was that about?" "Not me, boss, but you were staring so hard I could almost feel you inside me all over again. Figured you wanted me close." A choked sound escaped him, and I grinned, watching him wrestle with the urge to put me in my place or maybe even laugh. Who knew Cain had a sense of humor buried under all that gruff exterior? He snarled, "Is this some kind of game? You planning to use this against me? Twist the rules in your favor? Was it all just a trap?" I raised a brow, feigning offense. "That's rude. Do you always assume everyone you sleep with has an agenda, or have you just been with too many professionals?" That vein pulsed again, tension warring behind his eyes. "It's not that you have to understand my position. If this got out, please, as if I'd ever brag about sleeping with you. Though it would be pretty entertaining to watch Ethan lose it and end up in solitary if he found out." I pushed down the twinge in my stomach. Ethan didn't deserve that, weak as he was, and twisted a strand of hair around my finger. "If you care so much about your friend, then why, I've got to go," I cut in with a smirk. "So unless you're ready to say what you really came here to say." I took a step back, and Cain moved forward before stopping himself with a frustrated growl. "I won't be around much this week," he said, and I tilted my head, wondering why he thought I'd care. "Warden's bringing in a new biodetection force field. I have to oversee the installation crew." "When?" I asked, sweet as sugar, keeping my expression carefully blank even as panic surged through me. A force field? We were screwed if that thing went live. I hadn't planned for this. My heart hammered, fear humming beneath my skin, but I didn't let it show. "They're aiming for next Sunday, but who knows with these projects. Point is, if Gustard's crew comes for you again, I might not be around to step in." I laughed darkly, tossing my hair. "Are you actually worried about me, boss? Do you think I can't handle myself? Or are you just upset you won't get another chance to fuck me anytime soon? Don't make assumptions about what I want." Cain frowned, and I felt a flicker of guilt for the low blow, but it vanished quickly. A few orgasms didn't erase months in the hole. Saving his life once didn't mean I owed him anything. "Just thought you should know," he grunted. I rolled my eyes. "Noted." Turning my back, I walked away without another word, forcing my steps to stay slow and steady as I scanned the crowded yard for Rory. As if he sensed me, my lion shifter emerged from the throng, his brow creasing in a way only I would notice. I never missed a single detail when it came to Rory Knight. It was both my burden and my secret obsession, something I couldn't bring myself to wish away. "What's going on, little Rosa?" he asked, catching himself before the usual pup slipped out, and I felt a flicker of warmth despite the tension. I pulled my silencing bubble tighter around us, took his hand, and guided him behind the wall that separated the heart of the magic compound from the rest. Pressing my back against the rough surface, I tugged him closer until he stood right in front of me. My hands trembled, useless adrenaline coursing through me. I wanted to act, to change everything, but I had to pretend nothing was wrong. Cain was still watching, I was sure, but I'd bought us a few moments by circling the wall. He'd have to take the long way around to see us again, and I doubted he'd rush it and draw attention. I had to make this count. "Kiss me, roar," I ordered, my heart hammering even though it was just for show. The thought of his lips on mine sent a thrill through me, real and undeniable. He didn't hesitate, reading the urgency in my voice. He cupped my cheek, tilting my face up, his touch firm and steady. I didn't reach for him. Instead, my fingers danced at my sides, weaving magic into the ground. Tall grass shot up through cracks in the concrete, shielding us from view, growing wild and thick until we were hidden within a private, green world. Rory's mouth hovered just above mine, close enough that a soft sound escaped me, a plea for him to stop teasing and just kiss me, to make everything right if only for a moment. But once the grass enclosed us, the pretense faded. He pulled back slightly, and the ache that followed was sharper than any blade. I'd rather take a shank to the gut 100 times over than feel this raw, tearing emptiness inside. "Tell me what happened," he murmured, his forehead resting against mine, his hands firm on my waist. I should have pushed him away. I should have broken free. But I was caught, trapped in this endless, desperate need for him. "Cain just told me they're installing a new biodetection force field around the prison next week. We can't fight that roar. I have no plan, no way around it. If we don't get out before it's active," my voice wavered, fear clawing at my throat. "What did you promise me when you got here, Rosa?" Rory's voice was a low growl, his golden eyes locking onto mine, refusing to let me look away. "That I was going to set you free," I whispered. "And I believe in you," he said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "We're getting out of here. We'll find that desert island, just the two of us," and I laughed, a brittle sound, and he paused, a smirk tugging at his lips as his hands tightened around me. "Won't you be sick of me by then?" I asked. "Stuck alone with me forever? You go out of your mind." "You're the only person I could imagine being stuck with," he said, his voice softening in a way that made my chest tighten, "and loving every second of it." I stared at him, frowning, trying to make sense of his words. He didn't want me, not in the ways that truly mattered. So why would he choose a lifetime alone with me? Shaking my head, I forced out the next words, trying to sound light, teasing. "You'll go find yourself a pride of beautiful lionesses out there. You'll forget all about the annoying wolf who got you thrown in here and then came to break you out." "Don't be ridiculous," he snarled, his grip firm, his gaze intense. There was no joking in his eyes, only certainty. "As tempting as it is to imagine staying in your guest quarters forever, I think it's better if I go back to my own family," I continued. Rory's expression tightened. "I thought we were family," he shot back, and I let out a slow breath. "We are. The nights in Oscuras are bound tighter than secrets, always." I looked down, avoiding his eyes, and a low growl rumbled from his chest. He didn't speak, but his hand slid under the edge of my shirt, skin meeting skin, his magic pressing urgently against mine. I couldn't resist, didn't want to, so I lowered my guard and let his power rush into me, a surge so intense it drew a gasp from my lips. It was like being swept up in a hurricane, raw and untamed, his water magic crashing through every part of me. My heart hammered, hungry for more. Earth has always needed water in that deep, primal way, and my magic yearned for his like it was made to build worlds with it. Rory groaned as I slid my hands beneath his tank top, the connection between us flaring brighter with every inch of skin that met. He pulled back abruptly, and rain began to fall around us, warm, heavy drops like a spring storm washing everything clean. He shrugged off his jumpsuit, tugged his shirt over his head, and tossed it aside before helping me out of mine. For a moment, I just stared, stunned by the sight of him, golden skin stretched over taut muscle, shoulders broad and strong. When my arms were free, he drew close again, his hand sliding up my back beneath my tank as I wrapped my arms around his neck, tracing the lines of his shoulders. Our foreheads touched, and with so much contact between us, our magic hummed in harmony, no longer frantic but steady, flowing through us like a shared heartbeat. The rain kept falling, pink blossoms drifting down around us as we carved out this small pocket of freedom inside these prison walls. "I believe in you, Rosa," he whispered as the bell rang, signaling the end of our time. I pushed down the doubt trying to surface. He was right, we couldn't afford hesitation. We had to move, and fast. "Okay," I agreed, leaning back against the wall, my hands resting on his chest. "Then we need to move our asses. This has to happen this week, or it won't happen." Plungers almost reached the maintenance tunnel, and Sin and Ethan got me what I need to disable the I-pump. The order suppressant will be down. The cuffs are still a problem unless we force a guard, but that's too risky. Once we're out, we'll have our orders. Dante and Jerome have their roles. We'll make it work, magic or not. We just need to make sure Plunger and Gustard don't follow us out by any means necessary. We can deal with the cuffs later. I'd rather lose my hands and have them stitched back on than stay trapped here. "Damn, you really are something else," Rory said with a low laugh. "Talking about cutting off limbs like you're discussing the weather." I smirked. "You know me, Roar. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. I swear, the first thing I'm doing when we get out of this place is setting these goddamn jumpsuits on fire. We'll have Sin build a bonfire so we can all dance around it like we're at some twisted summer camp." Just as I said it, actual flames erupted through the tall grass around us. My skin tingled with alarm as I shot upright, magic instinctively gathering at my fingertips before my cuffs glowed blue and cut the power off. I relaxed against the wall when I realized who'd crashed our little gathering, turning my gaze toward Cain as he stood there glaring between me and Rory. His eyes tracked every point of contact between us, lingering on Rory's bare chest with a look that suggested he was 2 seconds from exploding. Rory let out a low growl at the interruption, but I just smirked. "If you two don't get moving in the next 30 seconds, Cain snarled, jabbing a thumb toward the exit where most inmates had already scattered, "say goodbye to dinner privileges." I fluttered my eyelashes up at Rory. "Are we in love, Roar?" "Stranger things have happened," he purred, tugging his tank top back on while I kept my eyes locked on Cain over his shoulder. "What's the matter, boss? Not a fan of the idea." "Inside, now," Cain ordered. "The library isn't going to clean itself. And if I catch you two screwing around in there instead of working, I'll be personally supervising your shifts." Rory stiffened slightly, but I squeezed his hand and slipped past him to walk beside Cain. "Do you really like me that much, sir?" I murmured, loud enough to carry. "You want to spend hours down there watching me shelve books in all those dark, dusty corners?" "Of course not," he snapped, though his eyes held a heat that contradicted his tone. "Just do your damn job and we won't have a problem." "Cross my heart," I swore, drifting close enough that my arm brushed against his. Rory watched from the corner of his eye as we walked, and Cain growled another warning for me to back off. But backing off has never really been my style. As we reached the compound door and Cain moved to follow me through, I stopped so suddenly he bumped into me. With my hand hidden behind my back, I let my fingers trail over the front of his pants. A sharp grunt escaped him, but I was already stepping away, falling into stride beside Rory and tossing a smirk over my shoulder. Cain stayed rooted there, glaring after me as everyone else dispersed toward work assignments or cell blocks. Once we were sure the vampire wasn't following, Rory leaned closer. "What are you playing at with Cain?" "Me," I feigned innocence. "Why would you think I'm playing at anything?" "Because I know you, Rosa. You're always playing something." I laughed lightly, brushing him off while my mind drifted to the memory of Cain and me in a shower stall surrounded by corpses just last night, how much I'd hated it, and how much I'd loved every second. But with Gustard waiting for us in the library, now wasn't the time for confessions. I needed to keep this under control before it spiraled. Sure enough, when we stepped into the library, Gustard was waiting with a face like a thunderstorm. "Where is Christopher?" he demanded, rage burning in his eyes. I smiled sweetly. "Who?" "You know damn well who. Christopher and the rest of my crew. You spotted them at the gym just last night, and now word's going around that every single one of them is dead, and damn, that's rough," I cut in, my eyes going wide as my fingers instinctively laced with Rory's. "But I'm not sure what you're getting at with me seeing them. I hardly spent any time in the gym." "Cut the crap," Gustard snapped, his voice low and venomous. "I've got your schedule memorized to the second." "Oh, do you?" I asked, not even a little surprised. "Well, last night she broke routine because she was with me," Rory chimed in smoothly like it was nothing. "You really expect me to buy that?" Gustard scoffed. "I was there too," Sin added, dropping down from a high shelf and making everyone jump. "We were hanging out near the Balorian's cage having a wild time. You calling me a liar now?" Gustard's scowl deepened, full of doubt, while Rory shot Sin a look that was half disgust, half relief. "It's true," Sin said casually, leaning against a bookshelf with his arms crossed. "I was telling Rory how she's got skills like nobody else, takes it all the way down, no problem." "He's not wrong," I added with a proud smirk, mentally patting myself on the back. "I am a moon wolf after all." "What's that got to do with anything?" Rory asked, clearly thrown off track. Sin laughed. "Seriously, you've never gone all night under a lunar eclipse. The moon makes everyone crazy, and with Venus in my chart, yeah, we're a match." "Right. That's why we click, wild girl, both born to go all out," Sin purred. Gustard stepped closer suddenly, his dark eyes locked on mine like he wished he could just pry the truth straight from my mind. "Mental note, keep this creep far away from me in the order yard." "I don't know how you pulled it off," he hissed, "but you'll pay for the blood spilled last night." "Christopher was my—" "Listen up, Stronzo," I snarled, all pretense gone. "I'm not some weakling you can intimidate or threaten. I'm an alpha who fought my way to the top. So here's how it is: that memory crystal of yours bought you one thing, a way out. No favors, no special treatment. This plan falls apart without me. You might know the steps, but you can't get Jerome on board, and good luck convincing the Storm Dragon to show up if I'm not front and center. Try it without me and you're asking to get fried. I'm done with your threats. Next time you or any of your lackeys come at me, I'll declare war. And trust me, Ethan and Rory will have my back. How long do you think the Watchers will last if the Oscuras, the Lunar Brotherhood, and the Shades come down on them at once? When your people are lying dead at your feet, how tough will you be then? You really want to go Fae on Fae with me? Or are you just going to curl up in that corner like the coward you are?" Gustard looked like he was about to explode, but I simply turned my back and walked away. I was finished with playing nice. I hadn't accidentally stumbled into my leadership role, and I refused to tolerate this nonsense for another moment. No question he'd be scheming against me just as I was planning his downfall. Let him dream about restraining me on some table and torturing me like my father used to. In the end, he'd be the one bleeding at my feet. I moved through the library toward the rear where Sonny, Brett, and Esme were painting walls and restocking shelves. Scanning the progress we'd made, I chewed my lip, mentally ticking off the final steps needed to pull this off. "Who's down in the tunnel with Plunger?" I asked, though it was pretty clear since Ethan was the only one missing. Sin slid up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. "Your boy told me to take it easy today, kitten. Seems he's developed a taste for tight, dark spaces, if you catch my drift." I bit back a laugh. When Sin had confessed to tricking Ethan into thinking he was me in the showers, I'd practically laughed for a full day after decking him for stabbing my mate and making me feel his pain, of course. I even woke up chuckling in the middle of the night. Honestly, the idea of seeing myself with different equipment was weirdly intriguing. "You're such a jerk," I scolded, smacking his arm until he let go while Rory watched us with narrowed eyes. "Make yourself useful and move some boxes. I'm heading down to check on progress. We're behind schedule and I need to be sure Plunger isn't slacking. Fine, Sin sighed dramatically, releasing me. But next time we're alone, I want you to get real bossy with me. I think I'd enjoy you taking charge, wild girl. Laughing, I pushed away and headed for the bookshelf hiding the tunnel entrance. Just as I slipped behind it, Rory caught my hand and pulled me back. "Tell me that was all an act for Gustard's benefit," he said quietly, searching my eyes like he genuinely hoped it was. "Which part?" I asked. "You and Sin," he pressed. "And my lack of a gag reflex. No, Stronzo, I wouldn't lie about that. Some things are too real to fake. Why do you even care?" "I thought you were mated to Ethan," he growled, tightening his grip on my wrist. I sighed. "So, he doesn't own me. He doesn't even want me. Why should I be faithful? Besides, wolves are polyamorous, it's not that complicated." "Wolves are polyamorous until they find their true mate," Rory argued. "Yeah, well, I'm a moon wolf. Different rules. Maybe I want a whole pack of mates. Lions do it. Why's it so shocking to you?" "It's not," he said slowly, releasing my arm and seeming oddly less angry, though I wasn't sure why. Not one to question a lucky break, I took the win and headed into the tunnel. The scent of damp earth filled my lungs as I moved into the darkness, my hands brushing the walls on either side. There was something deeply calming about being surrounded by soil, and stone down here, something that spoke to the elemental part of my soul. Earth was my ally. My Taurus nature was rooted in its stubborn, unchanging strength, yet I was always open to growth. My star sign might make me possessive and uncompromising, but it also granted me patience, practicality, and fierce loyalty to the things I cared about. That was why I knew, without a doubt, this plan would work. The library's faint glow vanished quickly, plunging me into total darkness where only my breathing and footsteps echoed in the chilly air. Logically, I should have been panicking about the sheer weight of Earth above us, but years of magical tunneling had numbed that fear even if my magic was useless now. Without it, a cave-in would mean certain doom. Damn that lost cuff key and all those upgraded restraints. Moving down 4 levels toward maintenance, I heard Plunger digging and quickened my pace. The steep slope made my boots slip on loose soil, but I steadied myself as I drew near. "How's it going?" I called out just before rounding a bend. Ahead, the red glow from Plunger's nose lit the tunnel, outlining his form. "There's a wall right in front of me," he replied, his voice nasal and distorted by that peculiar star nose of his. "I can blast the mortar loose with an ultrasonic boom, but you might want to step back and cover your ears, sweetheart. It's gonna be loud, real loud. That's just how I operate." Suddenly, a hand found mine in the dark. Ethan's familiar scent wrapped around me, his other arm circling my waist. A low, canine sound rumbled from his throat as he nuzzled against my neck, his stubble grazing my skin. I yielded to instinct, nuzzling him back, my hand sliding up his back and into his hair as I pulled him closer. "I've missed you, love," he breathed, his words a whisper against my ear. He guided me backward, away from Plunger, and I let him, drawing comfort from his nearness. The ache in my chest eased as I surrendered to the pull between us, letting our bond claim what it craved. "I've been dreaming of you," I murmured as we turned a corner. Ethan growled possessively, threading his fingers through mine and squeezing tight. "What kind of dreams?" he asked, his mouth tracing kisses along my throat that left me shivering. "The kind where you stand before everyone and claim me as yours," I replied breathlessly. He growled in frustration, pulling back just enough for his lips to brush mine. A high-pitched whine began to build around us. I jammed my fingers in my ears a half-second before Ethan did the same, right as Plunger's ultrasonic boom shattered the mortar. Adrenaline surged, my heart pounding with wild excitement. This was it, the plan was working, and freedom felt closer than ever. Ethan's kiss swept me into the thrill of the moment, his tongue sliding between my lips with delicious dominance. I didn't resist. It felt too right. That kiss held everything we hadn't said: longing, promise, heartache, and I couldn't tell if it hurt or healed the emptiness inside me. "Let me follow you when you run, Rosalie," Ethan murmured, making my heart flutter like hummingbird wings. "Let's get out of here and find a way to make this work. I can't keep living without you. It's tearing me apart." "You'd follow me back to my family?" I asked, wishing I could see his face. His hesitation said everything he didn't want to. "I'd probably follow you all the way to the moon right now," he murmured with a sigh. I rose on my toes to kiss him softly once more before stepping back and moving quickly down the passage to rejoin Plunger. Ethan's words left me thoughtful. He always seemed more open with his feelings when we were hidden in shadows, away from watching eyes. What would it be like when we stood together again under open daylight? "The bricks here are looser than a leprechaun's underwear," Plunger announced triumphantly. A harsh scraping sound followed as he pulled a large block from the wall, and dim red light from the maintenance level poured into the darkness. I deliberately avoided looking at the sagging, bare skin of the naked man beside me and instead leaned forward, heart racing and a wide grin spreading across my face. Just to the left of the opening, I could make out the eye pump. With the instructions Dante had sent, and the supplies Sin and Ethan gathered, I had everything required to taint the tank and neutralize the order suppressant before the riot began. This was really happening. In a matter of days, we'd be leaving Darkmore Penitentiary behind for good, and I wasn't planning on ever looking back. We'd made solid progress in the library over the past week. Plunger was extending the tunnel toward the surface, foot by foot, and the mood among us was electric as our escape drew nearer. I was painting the wall near Plunger's digging site, hidden from view by a bookcase, though every moment in that room still sent a thrill through me. I was excited, ecstatic, even. Getting out of Darkmore meant everything, and since Rosa arrived, it felt like I'd been given a second chance. I wasn't alone anymore. Beyond that tunnel waited a real future. But first, there were loose ends to tie up. Gustard in particular. We couldn't just walk away and let a serial killer loose upon the world. Rosa and I had spent late nights brainstorming ways to handle him. Making sure he didn't leave with us was the ideal outcome. Dealing with him mid-escape was far riskier. As much as I hated the thought of bloodshed again, I'd do what was necessary to make sure he paid for everything, especially what he did to Rosa. One way or another, he wasn't walking out of here. But someone as cunning as Gustard couldn't be taken lightly. His meticulous planning had earned him a high body count long before Darkmore. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more undiscovered victims buried somewhere. Ethan emerged from the tunnel, stretching his back and meeting my gaze. The passage widened farther in, allowing us to walk through eventually, but with time running short, Plunger was focused on digging as far as possible before our escape night. He'd still need to carve out the final few hundred feet when we made our run, but his order abilities would help us avoid underground sensors and reach the surface undetected. "You want to take a turn down there?" Ethan asked with a grimace. "I can't stand staring at that guy's bare backside any longer. Does he really have to work naked?" I wrinkled my nose and shook my head. "Maybe we can find him some boxers. I saw a stapler near the front desk. We could make sure they stay put." Ethan gave a low chuckle, and I found myself smiling faintly in return. Not that I had any fondness for the guy. To keep Plunger from getting exposed, I decided to team up. "I'll go," Rosa said, appearing from around the corner. She swept her hair up into a messy knot, flashed a quick smile, and handed a paintbrush to Ethan before slipping into the tunnel. We both watched her go, and I mentally kicked myself for always staring. Ethan shot me a look like he'd rather be anywhere else, but now that Rosa had handed him a brush, walking away would just look petty. Honestly, I didn't want to be stuck with him either, but I wasn't about to quit. And something told me Ethan wasn't the type to admit I annoyed him enough to make him bail. I rolled paint up the wall while Ethan dropped to his knees, carefully brushing along the baseboards. Our jumpsuits were already a mess, but it didn't matter, they'd just issue us new ones back in our cells. Why bother with work clothes when what we had on was basically the same thing? The quiet between us grew heavy and loud. I could tell Rosa cared about him, even if she'd never say it. My brother's mate was his entire world. That kind of pull doesn't just go away. If Rosa was hung up on Ethan, chances were he felt the same. "So, what's the first thing you're doing when you get out?" I asked, trying for Rosa's sake. Not that I totally got why I was making an effort, especially since she wouldn't even admit she liked the guy. But if he was going to be part of her life, I needed to know if he deserved to be. Growing up in a pride of lions, surrounded by my 3 moms and my dad's influence, I understood mate bonds. They're more than some moon-made match. On a deeper level, 2 people are just meant to be. And as much as it irritated me, I knew Ethan wasn't going anywhere. Rosa might believe her gifts could break their connection, but I had my doubts. Still, I'd wasted too much time being jealous of what he had with her. Part of me was pissed he hadn't just claimed her like a real fae should. Not that I wanted his attention on her, but come on. She always said she wasn't like other alpha wolves. She didn't want just one mate. Fantastic. So she can have a whole lineup of fae, and you can stand by as the friend whose heart slowly turns to stone. "I'm going home to my sisters," Ethan said quietly. "They've all had pups I've never met, and most married guys I never got to approve." I let out a short laugh, latching onto the one thing we shared. "I haven't met my niece or nephew either. Last time I saw my brother, he was hoping his wife was pregnant again. If they have another kid before I'm out, I might lose it." Ethan looked up from the floor, frowning. "It fucking sucks, right?" "Yeah," I muttered. "But I guess we'll see them soon." A real smile touched his lips, hope bright in his eyes. "I was never supposed to be in prison," he sighed. "But I'd do anything for family." "What you do?" I asked casually, though I knew how loaded that question was inside these walls. Most people didn't talk about their crimes unless they were trying to intimidate someone, or their case was all over the news, or they were just plain stupid. "I didn't do anything," he said, and I was genuinely surprised. "I took the fall for someone I care about." My eyebrows shot up at that confession, and while my first instinct was to call him out, I could see the honesty in his gaze. There was no reason for him to lie. I turned back to the wall, dragging the paint roller in slow, even strokes. "I'm here because of someone I care about too," I admitted, and the moment the word care left my lips, I hated the way my pulse kicked into overdrive. I'd meant it platonically, but my body reacted like I'd just confessed something far more intimate. If Rosa were just family, then by that logic, I guess I'd want to sleep with my parents and my brother too. But that was just me lying to myself, like always. Rosa was family, but not the kind you're born into. She was the kind I wanted to hear whisper my name as I traced every curve of her skin. The kind I wanted to build a life with a real home, not just 4 walls and a roof. Now that she was back in my life, the thought of losing her again was unbearable. But she was also the kind of family I could never deserve, a washed-up has-been with nothing to offer but trouble and regret. So yeah, whatever messed-up version of family that was, she was it. "Heard about your little adventure," Ethan said, a smirk in his tone. "Pretty much the whole kingdom's talking." I couldn't help the grin that tugged at my mouth. "Well, you don't rob a high counselor and expect to keep it quiet, I suppose." I didn't regret the job itself technically, I'd pulled it off. My brother got away clean with the loot while I took the heat. Bringing Rosa along, in hindsight a stupid move, but we'd needed someone small enough to slip through a vent and bypass a magical sensor. With her powers still dormant, she was perfect for it. Everything fell apart during the escape. I could have made it out, but Rosa was in trouble and no prize was worth leaving her behind. She mattered more than anything I'd ever stolen, always would. "Why'd you do it?" Ethan pressed, curiosity lighting his eyes. "Just for the rush, or were you after something specific?" I shrugged, keeping my answer vague. Lionel Acrux had it coming, but that wasn't my story to tell. Come on, man, Ethan pushed. The media spun it like everything was returned to Acrux. But your brother was in on it. Who else could have walked off with the goods while you got caught? Don't tell me Leon Knight came away empty-handed. I shot him a knowing look. I'm not saying he did, but I'm also not saying what he took. I winked and he scowled in frustration. Before he could press further, Gustard's sharp whistle cut through the air, a warning. My heart slammed against my ribs. No time to react before the library door burst open, a gust of wind signaling a vampire's arrival. Shit. Head count, Cain's voice echoed, cold and commanding. I dropped the roller, diving for the hidden hole, searching desperately for Rosa but not daring to call out. She was gone, nowhere in sight. The tunnel stretched deep, and there was no way to reach her in time. Ethan and I locked eyes. He let out a sudden, sharp cry to alert her, then grabbed one end of the bookcase while I heaved the other. We slid it into place, covering the entrance just as Cain materialized in front of us. "What the hell are you doing?" I said. "Headcount, move it to the front. Now." My heart hammered as we hurried past him, and I couldn't resist glancing back. Cain was already snooping around where we'd been working, his eyes sharp and suspicious. Ethan and I exchanged a nervous glance as we turned the corner, rejoining the group near the entrance. Sin caught my worried look and immediately moved closer, his voice a hushed whisper against my ear to avoid Cain's notice. "Where is she?" "The tunnel," I mouthed back. His eyes widened with alarm as he pulled away, a flicker of fear passing between us. The tension spread through the others like a current, and we stood frozen, waiting for whatever came next. Cain reappeared before us, his expression dark as he scanned each face. "Where are 12 and 24? He demanded, voice low and threatening. Sonny spoke up quickly, gesturing toward the opposite side of the library from the hidden passage. "They were working over there earlier." Pudding chimed in, pointing vaguely toward another corner. "The Hound was with me before, though the timing's a bit fuzzy." Claude added, "Plunger was stacking books that direction too." Cain's impatience flared. 12, 24, get over here now. 5, 4, 3, Sin cut him off smoothly. "Sound doesn't carry well back there, sir. It's all muffled." Gustard and Pudding nodded in agreement, suggesting some kind of acoustic oddity in that part of the library. Cain dismissed the idea with a glare but shot off toward the far shelves anyway. Seizing the moment, Ethan and I bolted back the way we'd come. Sin launched into a ridiculously loud rendition of Sex Bomb, drowning out the sound of our footsteps as we reached the bookcase. With a shared nod, Ethan and I pulled it open just enough for Rosalie and a completely nude Plunger to tumble out. We shoved the shelf back into place as Sin's singing grew even more theatrical, drawing jeers and laughter from the others. Plunger snatched up a paintbrush, slapping color across his bare skin and leaving his folded jumpsuit behind as we all sprinted back toward the doors. I caught Rosa's hand and gave it a firm, reassuring squeeze before letting go. We slid back into place just as Cain returned, his scowl deepening at the sight of Rosa and a freshly painted, very naked Plunger standing behind us. "Shut it, 88, Cain barked, and Sin fell silent, a mischievous grin on his face. Cain pushed through the group, his gaze lingering on Rosa before shifting to Plunger's artistic display. "Why the hell are you naked?" Plunger shrugged casually. "It's how I express my inner creativity. AI, clothes stifle the spirit when I paint." "It's creativity," Cain snapped, irritation clear in his voice. He turned his attention back to Rosa. "What were you doing over there? Everyone said you were in the other section." Rosa fluttered her eyelashes innocently. "I went to check on Plunger. He's holding up progress by trying to paint with unconventional tools." Plunger gave another nonchalant shrug. "It is the way of my creativity. Creativity," Cain growled again, scanning the group before Rosa stepped forward, catching his arm with a serious expression. "Can we talk privately? Rory and I have something important to tell you." She glanced my way and I nodded, schooling my features into matching concern. Cain's jaw tightened, but after a tense moment he nodded. Relief washed over me, even as my mind raced. Wondering what plan she'd just set in motion, Rosa led the way into the maze of shelves, and I trailed behind with Cain following us until we were far enough from the group to speak privately. "What's going on, row 12? He caught himself, and I raised a brow at the slip. His sharp look warned me not to comment. "It's Plunger," Rosa murmured, exchanging a concerned glance with me. "He works at his own pace and has some unusual habits that make people uneasy. Rory and I decided to keep tabs on him along with a few others. We never leave him unsupervised. In fact, I was just arguing with him about working in the nude when you arrived, which is why I didn't notice you right away." She gave an innocent shrug, and I nodded along, backing her up. "Basically, we take shifts making sure he's using brushes, not other body parts, to get the job done." Cain's nose scrunched in distaste before he finally relented. "If he's not fit for the task, he's actually skilled when supervised," Rosa cut in smoothly, offering a sideways grin. "I'm confident we'll wrap this up by week's end as long as he stays on track." My heart hammered as I nodded. By the end of the week, we'd be done with this job, all right, and maybe lounging on some sunny beach, grinning like fools while the world buzzed about the inmates who pulled off the unthinkable. I couldn't wait to make my mark again. What would my father say if I pulled this off? "Fine," Cain stated firmly, "but if it drags past a week, you're out. I'll reassign you and bring in a new crew." We nodded and he stormed off, yelling at Plunger about proper attire. Rosa threw her arms around me, her sweet scent filling the air better than any taste of freedom. I held her close as the door slammed shut behind Cain. "Just a few more days, Rosa," I whispered into her ear, feeling her tremble. Whether it was from my words or my presence, my inner jerk hoped it was me. "I'm ready, Roar," she said eagerly, pulling back with a world of determination shining in her eyes. "It's almost time to make good on that promise." Everything was falling into place, and I felt like a live wire buzzing with restless energy. I was a coiled spring desperate for release. Once Cain was clearly gone, I gathered everyone close, hopping onto a table and crossing my legs. "Listen up," I called out, scanning each face for any hint of doubt. "Plunger's tunnel is nearly through. We move the moment it's done. Here's the plan. In 2 days, another dinner riot kicks off. I'll head down to the maintenance level and tamper with the order suppressant tank, swapping the gas in the vents for an antidote. Everyone up here just needs a few deep breaths, and you'll be free to shift at will. That should create enough chaos to cover our escape. If they follow the same routine as last time, we'll have 1 hour from the riot's start until the Balorian is released." "The poor thing must be itching for another rampage," Sin cut in with a wink. I paused, narrowing my eyes. "Let's be clear, we do not want that creature loose any sooner than necessary." "Loud and clear, wild girl," Sin replied, winking again. I growled, pushing to my feet and stalking toward him as the others watched, baffled. "Sin Wilder," I warned, my voice low as I stepped closer, pressing a finger firmly against his chest. "Say it with me. We are not freeing the Balorian." He purred the words back, catching my wrist and bringing my finger to his lips for a playful nip. "Got it." That wink again, I stiffened instantly. "If you let that monster loose while we're trying to get out of here, I swear I'll make you regret it. You'll pay me triple whatever Jerome's offering for this mess. And trust me, that's a fortune in auras." "Wouldn't dream of it," Sin chuckled, and I watched him closely, half expecting another infuriating wink. Instead, the damn incubus lunged forward, cupping my face and kissing me hard right in front of everyone. Ethan's furious growl ripped through the air. I pulled back just as he slammed into Sin, sending them both tumbling to the floor. Ethan pinned him down, throwing wild punches while Sin laughed like a madman underneath him. "Relax, kitten, there's enough of me to share." "I'll make it up to you later," Sin taunted, right before Ethan's hands closed around his throat. For Moon's sake, I snarled, watching Sin choke out garbled words while Ethan looked ready to finish the job. I shoved my weight into Ethan's side, knocking him off Sin before landing on top of him, my own growl rumbling in my chest. You got something you want to say to everybody, Stronzo? Baring his teeth, he looked moments from coming at me next. Behind us, Sonny, Brett, and Esme whooped and hollered, thrilled at the sight of me pinning the Lunar Gang leader to the carpet. His eyes darted toward them, and I could almost see the realization hit he was this close to exposing everything. I studied him, my head tilted. His pride warred with instinct. Any alpha wolf would lose it seeing another Fae touch his mate. Part of me wanted him to give in, to claim me right there in front of everyone. And that scared me how much power he already held over what I felt. Forget it, Ethan grunted, shoving me back as he sat up. I stood jaw tight, letting the sting of his dismissal twist inside me for half a second before slapping on a bright, fake smile and turning away. Anyone else need to vent? My eyes met Rory's. Fury burned in his golden gaze as he lunged toward Ethan, throwing a punch so fast it was barely a blur. Ethan's head snapped to the side from the impact, and he surged forward, but I stepped between them. Enough! My voice rang with alpha command as I shoved them apart, my own growl echoing in the tense silence. I can end this now if I have to. For a heartbeat, it felt like the whole room would erupt. Sin started whispering, "Fight, fight, fight," under his breath. But when my glare locked on Ethan, he let out a sharp breath, seeming to remember how close I was to revealing the truth. He turned and stormed off, every line of his body rigid with anger. "Don't go," I called out as Ethan started to walk away. "We're not done discussing the plan yet." He let out a low growl but halted, turning to face me with clear irritation in his eyes as he propped himself against a bookshelf and crossed his arms. "All right," I continued, hopping back onto the desk and pretending the brief tension hadn't happened. Sin brushed himself off and moved behind me, his hands settling on my shoulders. The massage was surprisingly soothing, so I let him continue as I pressed on. "Once the riot kicks off, everyone needs to make their way down here, but keep it subtle. Avoid drawing attention from the guards. Jerome's going to hack the prison systems and lock down the guards' quarters. That means off-duty guards will be trapped inside, unable to help control the chaos. The longer the riot lasts, the better for us. We need as much time as possible before they attempt a headcount. Once that happens, they'll be hunting us down, so speed is key. We meet here, then follow Plunger through the tunnel he's digging toward the surface." Brett spoke up. "What if one of us gets caught by the guards?" I shrugged. "Not my concern. Anyone who doesn't make it gets left behind. The only non-negotiables are me, Sin, and Rory." Gustard sneered. "What makes you three so special?" I rolled my eyes. "Jerome won't help lock down the guards or block outgoing calls to the Fib unless we get Sin out. Dante won't disable the fence unless he sees me and Rory. And that fence is the real obstacle. It's electrified, buried underground, and forms a dome around the whole prison. The main gate is too heavily guarded, so we've got a storm dragon on standby to take the fence down." Gustard drawled. "And what if he can't? What if we get all the way out there and the fence is still up?" I smirked. "If you doubt my cousin's abilities, you're welcome to stay behind, Stronzo. Really, it's no skin off my back." Sonny's eyes lit up as he asked, "What happens after the fence is down?" "Shift and run," I said with a grin. "We need to put about a mile between us and the prison so Dante can land safely. He'll be waiting there with Stardust to transport us to a secondary location. From there, I'll wish you all the best and vanish from your lives for good." Esme sounded uneasy. "We'll be on our own. It's safer that way," I replied gently. "But if you head to Alestria and find the Oscuras, I'm sure our paths will cross again someday. Initially, though, I'm leaving with my cousin, Sin, and Rory." My eyes briefly met Ethan's. He frowned but stayed silent. Gustard grumbled, "Are you going to tell us where this secondary location is?" Not all of us have orders that can shift into something built for long-distance running. I shrugged again. Not my problem. I promise to get you out, not deliver you to your doorstep. You'll figure it out. He snarled, but I paid him no mind. Truth was, I had no intention of bringing him along anyway. I planned to share the secondary location privately with the others so they could arrange pickups. Pudding had already crafted enough secure transmitters for them to make calls without the guards eavesdropping. All right, we've wasted enough time. Everyone back to work, I ordered, standing up and prompting Sin to release me. I watched Gustard stride off to lazily take up a post by the door, while Sin followed Plunger to the tunnel. The rest of the group returned to their renovation tasks, keeping up our cover. Ethan moved off to collect some boxes of books, and I quickly followed, grabbing his hand and pulling him deeper into the stacks, away from prying eyes. We had things to settle, and I was tired of dancing around his insecurities. "Are you sleeping with the incubus?" he snarled as I dragged him along. I let out a dismissive laugh before spinning to face him. "Still letting that fake mate crash in your cell," I shot back. His frustrated groan said it all, and I shoved him roughly against a shelf, my irritation boiling over. "Tell me, pretty boy, are you happy the moon picked me for you, or should I try to sever this bond?" I purred, my voice low and dangerous, careful not to reveal my own tangled emotions. "I want you," he growled without a hint of doubt. Hearing him say it so plainly sent a rush through me, though I'd never admit how much it meant. If he'd asked me to break us apart, I would have shattered right there. "All right then, so are you coming with me when I return to my family?" Ethan recoiled as if I'd struck him. "To the heart of the Oscura Clan, should I just disrespect everything my family stood for while I'm at it?" "Maybe. Were they that terrible? If they gave you reason, go ahead and spit," I retorted. "You know that's not what I meant," he muttered. "Then explain it to me," I pressed, resting my palm over his racing heart and locking eyes with his. He looked defeated when he finally spoke. "You expect me to abandon my family? No, I'm asking you to stop hating mine for no good reason. The Storm Dragon despises me. You do know I went to Aurora Academy with him, right? I was there when Ryder— This isn't about Ryder," I cut in sharply. "And trust me, Dante doesn't hate you. He probably doesn't even remember you. Sorry, asshole, but he's got bigger things to worry about than some lunar who ended up in Darkmore. You're not even on his radar. And even if you were the worst of the worst, he loves me. If I tell him you're mine, he won't stand in our way." "You'd really say that, just like that?" He stared at me in disbelief, and I scoffed at his doubt. "You've been out of touch for too long, pretty boy. The Oscura Clan isn't led by one alpha anymore, it's two. Dante doesn't question me, he trusts me. So here's the deal, come with me when we leave and show the world we're equals. Or don't, and I'll make whatever deal with the moon it takes to cut us loose. Because someone worthy of me isn't afraid of anything or anyone. If you want this, it's time to step up and claim it." I pushed away from him and left him there to think it over. I was done waiting for him to make up his mind. Time was running out. We were either walking out together, or I was leaving him behind for good. The escape was set for tomorrow, and I was buzzing with anticipation. Like a polar bear with a one-way ticket, I was ready to roll. Riding the elevator up toward the order yard, I knew exactly which form I'd take first. Back in my younger days, I made a habit of soaking up desires from every fae I could get near. Hitting spots like the Black Hole in Alestria or the Dirty Venus in Daylight City, an incubus could pick up all sorts of wild cravings from admirers lusting after fae in their order forms. These days, I can shift into nearly any order: fluffy dragons, pocket-sized pegasi, even basilisks that look like something out of a dirty joke. All the classics. But today, I was channeling that polar bear energy, ready to roam free without looking back. Stepping from the elevator, I ripped off my jumpsuit with a reckless laugh, letting it fall behind me along with my boxers. The air hit my skin as my body began to surge and expand, muscles thickening, bones cracking into new form until I stood as a massive polar bear, roaring down at a trembling Experian deer. She let out a panicked squeal, bolted into the woods, and left a trail of fear behind. I charged after her, my heavy paws carving deep prints into the forest floor as I wove between towering pines. Reaching a cliff where a thunderous waterfall crashed into the river below, I didn't hesitate. I launched myself from the edge in mid-fall, shimmered into a delicate pink butterfly. Drifting playfully on an updraft, I let out a soft, fluttering laugh before expanding once more, now a powerful Caucasian eagle soaring upward. My wings beat hard as I climbed, nearly colliding with a startled herd of Pegasuses. They whinnied in outrage as I shot past, their rainbow path glistening ahead. Artificial clouds hung in the dome, and soon fat raindrops splattered against my feathers. I pushed higher, breaking through the manufactured weather into the strange, charged space near the dome's ceiling where magic crackled in the air. And beyond it, the real sky. A vast, brilliant blue stretched past the energy field, the sun's warmth kissing my back. I circled slowly, a mournful cry escaping my beak, noticing a few griffins doing the same near the dome's far edge. Then a human howl rose from below. If an eagle could grin, I would have. She hadn't shifted yet. Tucking my wings, I dove like a missile toward the earth, spotting her just outside the building, shedding her jumpsuit. I landed before her, shifting back to my naked form just as she tugged her tank top over her head, leaving her in nothing but her underwear. I whistled low, my body reacting instantly as I drank in the sight of her. She planted a hand on her hip, frowning. "Move it, Sin. I'm about to go wolf on your ass." "Not today, kitten. We've got a date," I said, flashing a predatory smile, her lips curved in response. "What's the plan? How do you feel about dragon riding?" I wiggled my eyebrows. Knew a girl once who was really into Lionel Acrux's dragon form. "No way, seriously." Her eyes widened. I backed up, turned, and let the shift take me growing into a jade-scaled dragon the size of a small house. Nearby fae scattered in terror, which honestly stroked my ego. Too bad that girl who liked Lionel also had a thing for bubbles instead of fire. So when I roared, a stream of rainbow bubbles floated out. Rosalie doubled over laughing. "This is what someone's into," she choked out. I lifted a leg, giving her a clear view of my glittering, pierced, and very scaly dragon dick. I rarely shifted it away, it's kind of my best feature, but hearing Rosalie laugh like that was worth every bit of the absurdity. "Seriously," I rumbled, "where would someone even put that? I'd need a stomach the size of a dump truck to handle that," I joked with a low rumble of laughter, extending my wing to create a path onto my back and nodding for her to climb up. Her smile widened as she stepped forward. "I really miss flying with Dante. You should see his storm dragon form, massive, with scales like the deepest ocean, and when he summons a storm, it's pure magia," she murmured. I tilted my head curiously. "Magic," she clarified softly. She settled at the base of my neck, her fingers tracing my scales with a soft, awed breath. "The last time I was this close to Lionel's dragon form, he was chasing me for stealing from him. Rory's brother distracted him. Damn, that night still gives me chills." I offered a low, comforting hum, the best I could manage, and she stroked my neck gently. Today, I planned to show her the full reach of my abilities and finally give her what she'd been longing for. After observing her closely, I had a good idea of her deepest desires. I aimed to be her ultimate fantasy, leaving her utterly undone. But first, a little fun scaring the daylights out of a few folks and giving Rosalie a flight she'd never forget. I launched into the sky, her joyful shout ringing in my ears as we soared over the forest, my eyes scanning for some fae to startle. Spotting Ethan and his pack dashing across the meadow, I dove silently, casting my shadow over them. Ethan glanced back, barking warnings as his pack whimpered and sped up. I roared, sending playful bubbles bursting against their fur. Ethan slowed, glaring as if he recognized me, while his mate laughed from my back. We circled the whole order grounds from the icy tundra to the sun-scorched desert where Nemean lions lounged. Rory, in his golden lion form, stood out with his dark mane, sitting alone on a sun-warmed rock while lionesses groomed others nearby. His feline face seemed to frown as we passed. We flew over the rocky hills where bears mingled with burrowing orders like moles and rabbits, then swept back toward the forest. Landing heavily on the cliff above the waterfall, Rosalie slid from my back. I shifted into my harpy form, my lower body clad in bronze armor, wings folded neatly. That was incredible, Rosalie beamed, settling on the rocky edge overlooking the churning pool below. I sat beside her, taking her hand and bringing it to my lips, sucking each finger before intertwining ours on my knee. She laughed lightly. "Why did you do that?" "Because you taste like every holiday: Christmas, Halloween, Easter, New Year's. But especially Christmas, my favorite. Though I've never celebrated it the usual way. Once, I was hired to break into a house on Christmas morning and take out the owner. The place was decked out like Santa's workshop. After the job, I opened all the family's gifts and imagined being a kid waking up to presents. It was a pretty great day, honestly." Rosalie gasped. "Oh, Sin." "What about his family?" I asked, leaning closer to the edge of the waterfall. "Funny enough, his wife packed up and left him just the night before, took the kids too. I know because I'd been camped outside waiting for the guards to switch shifts. The guy was selling children to sickos in distant lands. So," I shrugged. "I'm glad you only go after the wicked fae," she murmured, and I couldn't help but grin. "Jerome picked the targets, sure, but I know monsters when I see them. I recognize my own kind, kitten," I purred. She bit her lip, inching nearer. "Oh, my sweet pudding likes that, doesn't she?" "Am I like your kind?" she wondered, and I shook my head. "No, sugar, you're better. Better than most. Actually, you're the best kind there is." She moistened her lips, glancing down at the rushing water, and damn, was that a blush spreading across her cheeks. I leaned in, swiping my tongue over her warm skin, and she let out a soft laugh. When I pulled back, she turned and traced her tongue up my cheek before whispering close to my ear, "I like your kind of crazy." "Do you like mine?" "Hell yeah," I rasped, already hard as stone, my cock standing at attention like an arrow through a bullseye. "Wanna bake a crazy pie together? Recipe calls for 2 hot fae, a waterfall, and my finger in your ass." "Sin," she snorted, rolling her eyes. "What? You weren't complaining last time," I said with a smirk. She just shook her head, turning back to the view with a long sigh. Her expression twisted my heart like a tangled shoelace, and I frowned, trying to read her. Normally, I couldn't care less what others felt, it didn't touch me, but Rosalie, she got under my skin. I'd spent hours studying her face, tracing every laugh and pout and furrowed brow. "Sometimes I want to turn into a beetle and crawl right into your ear just to see what's going on in that head of yours," I murmured. She huffed a laugh. "You could always just ask, you know." I thought about that, nodding slowly. "All right then, I'm asking." She kept her gaze fixed ahead, that thoughtful little frown still playing on her lips, stirring all my curiosity. "I was thinking, this might be the last time we come out here. Tomorrow we'll finally be free. I'm just trying to decide where to go first after I see my family, that is. Not sure whether I want mountains or ocean first." "I know a spot in Sunshine Bay where you can see the mountains right from the beach," I offered. She smiled softly. "That sounds perfect." I stood up, stepping back a few paces. Now felt like the right moment. I'd practiced this back in the order yard, drawing on all the desires I'd tasted on her, stitching together the perfect fae just for her. Letting my harpy form fade, I let my hair grow long and wavy, spilling over my shoulders. I reshaped my face, sharpening my nose like Ethan's, borrowing the golden eyes of the lion, thinning my lips into Cain's stern line. My body grew muscular but lean, a blend of all the men she'd ever wanted. And finally, I sculpted my chest until it swelled with the full, perfect curves of her packmate Esme. Nothing remained of the old me except for one flawless feature, my cock, thick and proud and hard as candy, waiting just for her. This had to work. This time, she'd melt into a puddle of pure desire. I was sure I'd finally figured her out. She didn't lust for just one fae in this prison. She wanted pieces of them all. And now I was everything, blended and ready to make her scream. She turned around and she screamed. All right, the moment wasn't anything like the pleasure-filled fantasy I'd imagined. She shot to her feet, eyes wide and jaw slack as she took in my altered form. I reached out with my senses, searching for any hint of desire, but found only emptiness. A low growl rumbled in my chest. "It's the chest, isn't it?" I snapped, cupping my newly formed breasts and giving them an irritated shake. "Too much." "Damn it, turn around. Let me try again." "Sin," she breathed, but then she did the one thing I never expected. She laughed. Not a light chuckle, but a full-bodied, tear-streaking, stomach-clutching roar of amusement. Something inside me fractured. In a flash, I shifted back, surging forward to seize her by the throat and shove her dangerously close to the waterfall's edge. Her startled yelp only fueled the fire roaring through me. I hated being mocked. I was no court jester. I was a nightmare made flesh, a legend whispered among the fae. She clawed at my arms, snarling, but I dragged her back and tossed her onto the damp ground. Enough. I was done trying to win her approval. If her moon wolf nature was shielding her desires from me, then so be it. My pride was raw, and I refused to let her see this flawed version of myself a moment longer. I vaulted over the edge, her cry echoing after me as I plunged into the chilling embrace of the water below. The world muted as I sank, a stream of furious bubbles escaping my lips. Just as I kicked toward the surface, another form sliced through the water beside me. Rosalie emerged a heartbeat later, fury etched across her face. "Don't you dare run from me, Sin Wilder," she seethed, closing the distance between us. I tried to turn away, but she was quicker, wrapping her legs around my waist and framing my face with her palms. "You absolute idiot," she snarled, and despite myself, my arms encircled her, holding us both afloat. She was everything wild and perfect, and I wanted her with a desperation that hollowed me out. Shame curdled in my stomach at what I'd done. I was violence and hunger, nothing more. Always would be. "I'm sorry, Rosalie," I said, the words nearly swallowed by the crash of the falls. "Sorry for choking me?" she asked, one eyebrow arched. "Or sorry that I liked it?" A smirk tugged at my mouth. "The first one." But then the memory of her laughter returned, sharp and hot. "Tell me what you want, wild girl. Let me be your deepest desire. It's who I am. It's what I need to be." Her thumb stroked my cheeks and a small frown creased her brow. "I've told you there's no single version of what I want, but there are a few, and you're one of them, exactly as you are. No wings, no scales, no exaggerated additions." Her hand slid down to squeeze my chest, and I couldn't help the grin that broke through. "Just you, like this." Her touch trailed over my shoulder, down my arm, nails grazing lightly. "No modifications?" I asked, bewildered. "Not one," she vowed, her eyes glinting like captured moonlight. "This is how I want you." And in her gaze I saw a truth I never thought any fae could offer. She truly desired me, exactly as I was, no pretense, no filter. It felt like a scene straight out of a modern romance, where she was the confident lead and I was the one laid bare, emotionally and physically, and she was completely into it. The way she looked at me, it was raw, real, and utterly disarming. She let go of my shoulders and slipped beneath the water, her mouth closing around me with an intensity that left me breathless. Her tongue traced the metal along my length, and she took me in fully, her suction fierce and skilled, as though I were the only thing keeping her afloat. Holy hell! I'd never experienced anything like it. Usually, I was the one giving, orchestrating pleasure like a performance for someone else's fantasy. Rarely did I feel truly seen, truly wanted for myself. But Rosalie, my fierce, untamable girl, was rewriting every expectation, turning my own hunger back on me. She surfaced gasping, and I didn't give her a moment to recover. I kissed her deeply, guiding her backward through the churning water until my feet found solid ground. I lifted her, settling her on the bank, and stripped away her underwear, tossing it carelessly toward the grass. My hand slid up her thighs, spreading her open, and she arched into me, fingers tangling in my hair, pulling me closer. I tasted her like she was the most decadent dessert, sweet, intoxicating, utterly irresistible. My tongue explored every part of her, and she shuddered, crying out my name as I worshipped her with my mouth. She was losing herself in the sensation, and I reveled in every gasp, every tremble. "You taste like wild strawberries, cola, and pure bliss," I murmured against her skin. "Sin," she breathed, her voice thick with need. "Just calling it like I taste it, darling," I replied, my voice low and rough. I drove my tongue deeper, feeling her climax build and break, her body tightening around me as she came undone. I drew out every second of her release until she went limp, breathless, and spent against the bank. Climbing out of the water, I positioned myself above her, ready to claim her fully. But she stopped me, her hand firm on my jaw, forcing my gaze to hers. "Take what you want, Sin. Use me like they all used you." I shook my head, a smirk playing on my lips. "No, sweetheart, your pleasure is mine." With that, I thrust into her, burying myself completely. She arched beneath me, and I pinned her hands into the soft earth, moving with a rhythm that was both possessive and reverent. When I wrapped my hand around her throat, she moaned, her body clenching around me once more as she peaked again. Just as I felt my own release nearing, she surprised me, rolling us over so she straddled me. Rosalie took control, riding me with a fierce grace that left me in awe. I leaned back, watching her, tearing away her bra to fully admire the sight, her body moving above me, powerful and free. Maybe the universe knew what it was doing, pairing us together. After all, she pressed a palm to my chest, holding me still as she moved above me, her body drawing sensations from mine I'd never known. As she lowered herself just enough for the silver ring at my hip to meet her most sensitive place, she cried out a raw, untamed sound that pulled a matching groan from my own throat. I held her hips, anchoring us both as release shuddered through me, deep and claiming. Breathless, she collapsed against me, her head resting on my shoulder as I wrapped my arms around her, breathing in the wild scent of her skin. She was like something sweet and dangerous all at once, a flavor I couldn't get enough of. My favorite, my perfect match. And she saw me, truly saw me, in a way no one else ever had. She turned, her lips finding mine in a kiss that felt like coming home. It was slow, deep, and full of promise, a connection so fierce it threatened to undo me completely. I wanted to be remade in her image. I wanted to meet the man she could help me become. Because that man, I was certain, would be happier than I'd ever been. After a moment, she slipped into the water and I followed, tracing kisses along her shoulder as I helped wash the sweat and tension from her skin. My lips found the curve of her neck, the shell of her ear, then returned once more to her mouth. She might have been promised to another, but I'd fight heaven and earth to keep her. If the moon thought it could decide her fate, it would have to make room for me. I wasn't letting my wild girl go, not for anyone. Tonight, we would break out of Darkmore Penitentiary and never look back. The plan replayed in my mind, a steady rhythm of certainty and risk. I'd gone over every detail, searching for flaws that weren't there. It was solid. All we had to do was survive today, starting with this painfully dull group therapy session. "This is bad," Mrs. Gamble said in a voice so sheep-like it grated on my nerves. I supposed being a Russian sheep shifter gave her an excuse, but the act felt overdone. Then again, maybe I wasn't one to talk, always growling and snapping like the wolf I was. Still, something about her manner made me want to bare my teeth. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe she was just irritating as hell. I yawned openly as Pudding droned on about getting lost in a china shop as a kid, searching for the perfect teapot. Blue, red, yellow, shades of green, who cared? My attention drifted across the circle of inmates until it landed on the guard watching us. Cain's gaze was intense, hungry. Heat prickled over my skin. Slowly, I undid the buttons of my jumpsuit, sliding it down to my waist and tying the sleeves there. I gathered my dark hair over one shoulder, letting my fingers drift along the ends before grazing my breast, holding his stare. His jaw tightened. I bit back a smile and looked away. "Rosalie," Mrs. Gamble prompted. It was my turn. I could recycle an old fairy tale, Beauty and the Beast, Rapunzel, Tarzan, but everyone expected that. Today, I felt like playing a different game. Okay. I decided to share about that first intense experience that really tested my boundaries, a faint smile touching my lips at the memory. I've always been drawn to dominant personalities, and I keep wondering whether that's just part of my nature or if it points to something deeper within me. Mrs. Gamble nodded thoughtfully. "It could very well be, dear. What makes this particular experience feel connected to your personal journey?" Well, it was the first time I truly understood the thrill of being with two powerful partners at once. Actually, both of them were quite well known, though I probably shouldn't name names. I'm pressed for time today and need to start my session with 12 early, so I'm afraid this story will have to wait, Cain interrupted sharply, rising to his feet and fixing me with a stern look as he gestured toward the door. I sighed dramatically, pushing up from my seat and striding out ahead of him, a smirk playing on my lips as I added an intentional sway to my walk. I didn't bother waiting, heading straight down the hall toward our private room. With his vampiric speed, he was right behind me in seconds, his silence thick with irritation as he followed too closely, herding me into the small space. Cain sealed the room with a silencing charm and locked the door as I moved to take my seat. "Was that little performance meant for me?" he growled. I grinned up at him. "Why? Does the idea of me with two guys excite you? Or are you just dying to know who they were so you can leak it to the press?" He scoffed dismissively. "How would someone from your background end up involved with anyone famous?" "I played field ball for Aurora Academy when we competed against Zodiac Academy," I replied smoothly. "It was two of the celestial heirs, since you're so curious." "Bullshit," he snapped, though my smile only widened. Much of what I told him was exaggerated, but not this. "Which heirs?" he demanded after a pause. I laughed, miming zipping my lips and tossing away the key. "I signed an NDA, I said with a shrug. It was a complete lie. Of course, I could have shouted their names from the rooftops if I wanted. But the truth was, strange as it might seem to him or anyone else, I'd actually considered those former heirs friends. "Take a seat," Cain ordered, though I could see the curiosity lingering in his eyes. I complied, leaning back with an air of nonchalance as if I owned the world, and today it certainly felt that way. "Why so tense?" I teased with a pout. "Already bored with me now that you've had your fun?" Cain's gaze flickered toward the door before he shook his head. "I don't think I could ever grow tired of you, Rosalie." Hearing my name from his lips made my heart jump, and the raised eyebrow he gave me showed he'd noticed. I covered it with a light laugh. "Then why are we talking instead of picking up where we left out? This table looks awfully inviting," I dared, my skin tingling at the thought of him taking me right there with guards patrolling just outside. He held my gaze, weighing the challenge in my eyes as I waited, breath held. Slowly, he pushed his chair back, his dark stare never leaving mine before he moved a blur of motion as he vaulted over the table, swept me out of my chair, and pinned me against the wall, his kiss stealing the air from my lungs in a burst of wild excitement. A low moan escaped my lips as I drew him closer, coaxing the wildness in him to surface while my fingers slipped past his waistband. My hand closed around his hardened length just as his tongue met mine, his fangs teasing my mouth with the thrilling hint of what was to come. I arched into him as his hand slid under my shirt and into my bra, his touch finding my nipple and pulling in exactly the way that made me cry out. The instant I offered my neck, his fangs pierced my skin, and I groaned louder, stroking him firmly as he growled with raw hunger. I hardly registered the click of the lock, but my eyes flew open as the door swung wide. Hastings stood there, stunned. "What's happening here?" he stammered, his innocent gaze widening in shock. Cain jerked back, horror flashing in his eyes as he withdrew from my neck. Thinking fast, I pulled my hand from his pants, leaving him painfully hard. "I might punch this jerk in the face," I lied smoothly, pouting for effect. "So he bit me." Cain caught on instantly, retracting his hand from under my shirt before Hastings could see. "You were out of control, 12, he growled, stepping between us. I slipped around him, hurrying to Hastings with a wounded expression. "Is he allowed to do that?" I asked, my voice trembling as if holding back tears. Hastings gave a sympathetic shrug. "Well, yes, if an inmate attacks staff, we can use our order gifts in defense. Maybe don't hit him next time." I sighed in feigned acceptance as Hastings gently healed the bite. "The warden asked me to observe these sessions," he explained. Cain returned to his seat behind the desk, concealing himself with a frustrated growl. I smirked, knowing exactly what he was hiding. "Grab a chair from another room," Cain ordered. "And knock next time. If you'd come in earlier, she might have bolted mid-freakout." As Hastings left, I dropped into my chair, leaning toward Cain. "Or a few minutes later, and he might have found you buried deep inside me," I whispered, swiping a drop of blood from his lip. He growled low as I pressed my thumb to his mouth, teasing him just as Hastings' footsteps echoed nearby. I tucked myself under the desk, kicking off a boot casually. "I was reviewing 12's progress," Cain said, pulling out his tablet. "We need to pinpoint areas for improvement." "I could stand to be more generous," I suggested, sliding my bare foot onto his knee beneath the desk. He flinched but stayed still as I rested my toes against his straining length. "How so?" Hastings asked, oblivious. "I don't give enough blowjobs," I mused innocently. "I'm a selfish lover, always skipping foreplay, just wanting to feel a cock deep inside me." Hastings coughed uncomfortably while Cain snarled, "Lies." "You think I'm lying?" I batted my eyelashes. "You think I secretly love? I think we need to work on your truth stretching," Cain cut in sharply, his voice firm and final. "But's the point of living if you can't spice things up a little?" I joked, nudging him playfully. "Let's be real, everyone's got something to hide. I'm sure even you have a few skeletons in your closet, right, boss?" As I spoke, I pressed my toes firmly against the hard line of his cock, and he let out a low grunt. Hastings, however, seemed completely oblivious, nodding along thoughtfully as if weighing every word. "Perhaps we could arrange for some reading material in your quarters. It might help satisfy your need for stimulation. I know inmates are typically limited to one library book at a time, but given your apparent interest—" "What interest in reading?" Cain cut in sharply. "She told me she can't stand dusty old books." Hastings looked puzzled. "Then why did you approve her work assignment in the library?" I leaned back, laughing lightly as if it were all a game, while Cain's suspicious eyes locked on me. "Oh, what the hell? I wouldn't mind a few books in my room, choir boy," I said sweetly to Hastings, circling my foot slowly over Cain's lap to keep his attention thoroughly diverted. "One more day and I'd be far away from this place anyway." "So you lied about hating books just to get assigned to the library?" Cain's voice was sharp, his gaze intense. I shrugged casually. "If I'd said I loved them, you would have stuck me somewhere miserable out of pure spite." I hoped he'd mistake the racing of my heart for the effect of my foot's movements under the table, not suspicion about my real motives for wanting access to the library. "You're not here to have fun. You're here to pay for what you've done," Cain growled. "Noted," I replied smoothly. "I'm a very bad girl. I'll try to keep that in mind." "Well, no harm done," Hastings chimed in, offering a supportive smile that told me he was on my side for now. Cain grunted in disagreement but let the subject drop. "All right then, why don't you try telling us something true for a change?" Cain challenged. "Prove you're capable of honesty." I paused, a wild, reckless idea forming in my mind. After today, I'd never see Mason Cain again. I'd already cursed him, and soon I'd vanish, leaving him to whatever came next. But what if I didn't have to disappear completely? What if I gave him a way to find me if he ever wanted to? As strange as it felt, something had shifted between us, and the thought of never crossing paths again left an unexpected hollow feeling inside. "I miss the full moon gatherings with my family," I said, pulling my foot back and sitting up straight. I wanted him to hear this clearly, without distraction. "Every month, we'd all come together and run through the grounds of the Oscura estate. There's a mountain nearby called Mount Lupa. We'd race up the steep trails in our wolf forms, the storm dragon soaring above, until we reached this stunning lake halfway up. Under the moonlight, the water looked like liquid silver. When I get out of here, that's the first thing I'll do when the moon is full again. Lead 1,000 Oscura wolves up that mountainside, howling for the return of their queen." I grinned as they took in my story, and for the first time, something close to a smile touched Cain's lips. It was the best truth I could offer. Even if he repeated it to the fib, it wouldn't matter. The mountain and miles of land around it belonged to the Oscuras. They'd need a warrant to step foot there, and long before they could get close, our spies would sound the alarm. If Cain ever intended to track me down here, he'd have to come alone and throw himself at the mercy of the Oscura Clan. At least he had a location now. It was all I could give him, and honestly, more than I probably should have. The bell rang, signaling lunch, and I stood up. "Your shift's over, right?" Hastings asked Cain. "I can take her down if you want to head out." Cain looked like he might argue, and my chest tightened. This was it, goodbye, and he had no clue. "Thanks. Guess I'll see you after your shift," he said, shooting me a look that left my skin tingling before he vanished. I stared down the empty hall, my heart hammering, a hollow ache spreading through me as he disappeared. "Heard they got a fresh shipment of oranges in overnight," Hastings whispered, like we were sharing a secret. I tried to smile, but it didn't reach my eyes. "Something wrong?" I almost brushed him off, then paused. This was exactly the opening I'd been waiting for. We were breaking out today, and I had zero interest in bringing along a couple of psychos. Plunger was necessary until we surfaced, but Gustard, dead weight. I'd thought about hunting him down and making sure he didn't see daylight again, but in the end, I decided to let him rot, preferably in the hole. "It's nothing I can't handle," I murmured, offering a weak smile as we started down the corridor. I counted silently, waiting for him to bite. "You worried about something?" he finally asked. "It's just being at the top isn't easy, you know. There's always drama, gang fights, rumors, death threats, but I'll manage." "Death threats," he growled, his tone darkening. "Like I said, I can handle it. Already took a shank to the gut. What's worse than that?" "They could come harder next time," he said, grabbing my elbow at the top of the stairs and turning me toward him. "Tell me who's threatening you. Another gang leader?" I bit my lip, staying silent but not denying it. He nodded like he'd expected as much. "You're tight with 69, so who is it? Shadowbrook, the Brotherhood stirring up trouble again?" "No, not Ethan," I said quickly, shaking my head and stepping back. "I shouldn't be saying anything. Even talking about this could get me killed. My own pack wouldn't stand for me getting cozy with a guard." I glanced away, feigning embarrassment, and he pulled me back, his grip firm. "Is it Gustard?" I stayed quiet, letting guilt wash over my face, the closest thing to a confession around here. His eyes flashed with understanding. "Maybe I should skip lunch so we don't have to deal with this," I said, trying to pull away, but he held fast. "I won't let anyone hurt you, Rosalie," he vowed, his blue eyes burning with a promise so sweet it made my teeth ache. "I don't need protection, choir boy," I replied softly, reaching up to trace his cheek before pulling back like I'd crossed a line. Rosalie, he lunged forward, eyes shut, lips puckered, all eager and ridiculous. It would have been endearing if it weren't so absurd. I gasped and stepped back, pressing my hands against his chest to stop him. "Hastings, we can't," I whispered, playing the part of a proper lady with scruples and a delicate disposition. "You'd be risking everything, and I couldn't bear it if you suffered because of me." He flushed crimson, stumbling back as if scalded, raking a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry, I don't know what got into me. The idea of anything happening to you it's fine." I cut in gently, resting my hand on his sleeve. "I should go. I'm sure I was just overreacting anyway." I offered a strained smile, rose on my toes to brush a kiss against his cheek, then turned and hurried down the stairs, a smug grin spreading across my face. Maybe I should have felt worse about playing with Hastings' emotions, but honestly, it was just too tempting watching him fall so easily into step with my plans. I made my way into the mess hall and spotted Gustard holding court in the back with his watchers. A smirk tugged at my lips as I joined my pack, who erupted into rowdy cheers and pawed at me until I snapped at them to back off. Finally settling with my tray, I noticed the plump, bright orange Hastings had promised waiting for me. I grinned, angling myself for a clear view of the entrance. Banjo, buzzing with excitement, launched into one of his improvised songs in my honor. I let him carry on last time I'd shut him down. He'd moped around like a scolded pup for days, and honestly, I didn't need that guilt today. Besides, this would be the last time I'd have to endure his musical tributes. There was a girl so pretty, I wrote a little ditty, and her name was Rosalie. She was bold and sly, caught my wandering eye, and one day she noticed me. In this lonely space she brought a bit of grace, made all the darkness fade away. And I love her so, I need her to know, so she'll always choose to stay. I shot a look at Sonny, who just shrugged at the clumsy lyrics. Banjo had no clue what we were really up to, he was just rhyming what fit. Part of me wondered if I should feel worse about leaving so many of my pack behind, but let's be real, most of them had earned their spot in Darkmore. I wasn't some noble outlaw surrounded by misunderstood rebels. I was leading a pack of killers and twisted souls, and I wasn't about to unleash them back into the world. The moment Hastings stepped into the hall, his eyes found mine. He gave a curt nod before turning sharply toward Gustard's table. I snatched my orange and slipped away, catching Rory's eye before sliding into the seat across from him. I nudged his half-eaten tray aside, earning a low growl for touching his food. Typical lion pride nonsense. Rolling my eyes, I pushed a segment of orange between his lips. The sound he made as he sucked my thumb was less annoyed and far more suggestive. "I knew it," I hissed, pointing an accusing finger. "You love being waited on. For all your talk about not wanting minions, you clearly enjoy it when I feed you." "Maybe it's just you, Rosa," he murmured, leaning closer with a playful glint, parting his lips for another piece. I let out a silly giggle, tossing my hair for effect before offering, then snatching back another segment, popping it into my own mouth. Rory growled again, gripping my knees and pulling me closer until my legs dangled on either side of him, his mouth open, waiting. Before I could respond to Rory, a commotion erupted from Gustard's table. I glanced over just as Officer Hastings slammed him against the wall, patting him down aggressively. Rory's attention shifted too, his hand drifting from my knee further up my thigh, sending a jolt through me that I tried and failed to ignore. Officer Nixon moved in to assist, and I didn't bother hiding my contempt for the creep as Hastings began emptying Gustard's pockets. "Was this your doing?" I whispered, tangling my fingers in Rory's thick hair. He groaned softly, leaning into my touch. "Hell yes, I did it," he shot back, sounding almost offended I'd even question him. "What's this doing on you?" Hastings barked, flinging a bright blue butt plug toward Nixon with clear revulsion. Nixon raised a brow, then casually pocketed it, sending a shiver down my spine. Something told me that toy wasn't going into evidence. "That's not mine," Gustard thundered, while Rory just chuckled. "Turns out it's pretty simple to sneak in toys," Rory remarked with a snort. "Oh, really?" I teased, ruffling his hair, torn between amusement and irritation. "When did you become such an expert?" "Only the plain, non-magical kind, but yeah, Leon hooked me up." Next, a set of nipple clamps and lacy panties emerged from Gustard's pockets. Leaning close to Rory's ear, I whispered, "If you could get fancy underwear in here, why have I been stuck wearing these hideous potato sacks for months?" He turned, his molten gold eyes locking onto mine, making my cheeks flush. "You wanted me to sneak in lingerie for you." "Obviously," I shot back, holding his gaze. "And decent bras, the ones they issue, should be a crime. Maybe they are, maybe they're serving time right along with us." "They don't look that bad on you," he tusked, deepening my blush. "You haven't seen me in something red and see-through, so you've got no frame of reference," I retorted. His low growl made my whole body tighten. Damn, I was completely gone for this man. Thankfully, the tension broke when Hastings finally discovered a shank in Gustard's pocket just as we'd planned. "Let's go, 406. You're heading to solitary," Hastings snarled. As Gustard was dragged away, his furious eyes locked on me. I couldn't resist flashing a triumphant smirk, savoring the rage in his stare as he realized exactly who'd set him up. "I need to make a call," he yelled, but Hastings paid no attention. I burst out laughing, tipping my head back with a howl of victory that set off my whole group. To my surprise, Ethan joined in, his pack echoing the sound. Our eyes met briefly across the room, a flicker of unexpected solidarity. "Gonna check on Claude," Rory said, rising to his feet. "Make sure no rumors are flying around that we should know about," I pouted. "Ditching me already, Roar?" "Never," he promised, but he walked out anyway. Sighing, I finished my orange, wondering how to kill the next hour before Magic Compound. We'd all agreed to steer clear of the library today, no risks, no mistakes. Everything had to go perfectly. As I lingered over the last slice, Ethan stood and caught my eye. He left his table and headed for the door. I popped the orange into my mouth, chewing thoughtfully as I watched him go. The mate bond had been a constant, maddening hum under my skin for days, and the heat in Ethan's stare told me he felt it just as fiercely. All night I dreamed of him, visions so vivid I woke aching, fighting the urge to sprint straight to him, tell the whole damn world to back off, and kiss him until neither of us could breathe. But I held myself in check. Instead, I snatched another orange from some fey guy carrying a food tray and shot him a look so sharp he backed off without a word. Peeling the fruit with a smug little grin, I bit into the sweet flesh, my eyes trailing Ethan as he slipped through the doors into the empty hall. Then he turned, and he beckoned, like some arrogant bastard who thought I'd come running just like that. Who did he think I was? His smirk seemed to whisper, "Come on, love. Submit." Oh, hell no. If anyone was going to submit, it'd be him. He turned left and strolled away like he owned the place, and I sat there fuming, chewing my orange like each bite was a piece of his ego. The mark behind my ear flared hot, and a coil of pure frustration twisted low in my belly, hissing temptations: use him, put him in his place. I devoured the last segment, growled under my breath, and stormed out after him. God, he was such an ass. I turned left, marching down the visitation corridor. All the rooms were locked up tight now, empty and silent. At the far end, Ethan leaned casually against a door, a lazy grin spreading as he pushed it open. "How?" I demanded, closing the distance, already wondering who he'd bribed and what it cost. "Veiled wall job, love," he purred. "Dropped a fortune in commissary tokens. Figured I won't need 'em anymore. What I need is you." "Is that so?" I tilted my head, defiance simmering. "I don't appreciate being summoned. Can't exactly call, can I? Don't have your digits." He smirked again, leaning back against the table like he already knew I'd cave. Part of me wanted to climb him right there, pin him down, and ride him until he forgot his own name just to prove who was really in charge. But something told me that's exactly what he wanted. Damn his alpha posturing. I was already in his space, pulse racing, breath shallow. Maybe giving in would have been easier, but easy wasn't my style. Just then, Sin's deep voice cut through the tension. "Room for one more." He rapped his knuckles on the doorframe, grinning as he stepped inside. "There's nothing little about you, Sin," I scoffed, but a smile tugged at my lips. This felt like my way back to the upper hand. "Fuck off," Ethan snarled. "I need time alone with my mate." "Sounds boring," Sin shrugged, closing the door and moving to stand behind me. "Feeling threatened, worried you can't keep up with someone built for pleasure." Ethan's eyes flashed with rage, but Sin only chuckled before lowering his mouth to my neck, his kisses deliberate and slow. Ethan shot to his feet, storming forward like he meant to throw Sin out himself. But Sin was quicker. He spun me around, right into Ethan's path. I knew exactly what game we were playing. I grabbed Ethan's face and kissed him hard, pouring every bit of my frustration into it, turning his anger into something raw and ours. "Don't mind me," Sin said from behind us, voice rich with amusement. "I'll just watch, and maybe offer you a few tips." I trusted that promise about as much as I'd believe a thunderstorm was dry, but I wasn't about to challenge him. This was a dance I was desperate to join. Ethan pulled back from our kiss with a low, rumbling growl. "You really want an audience for this?" he demanded, though the fire in his gaze hinted he wasn't entirely opposed, no matter how much he might have preferred to throw Sin across the room for getting near what was his. "Don't you want him to hear what you sound like when you come undone?" I shot back, nipping at my lip as I worked the first buttons of my jumpsuit loose. "Hell yes," Ethan growled, just as Sin let out a rough sound of approval. "Oh, fierce one, I believe I've finally met my equal," Sin murmured, voice dripping with dark charm. Before I could answer, Ethan's mouth was on mine again, his tongue sweeping in like he owned me, and I moaned, clutching his neck. Kissing him felt like coming home after years lost in a storm, like healing a wound I'd refused to name. Sin closed the space behind me, his hard length pressing against my lower back as his hand slid around my waist to finish unbuttoning the jumpsuit. Ethan's palms slipped beneath the fabric, under the edge of my tank, and I shivered as cool air met my skin. Sin tugged the sleeves down, and I let go of Ethan just long enough for him to peel the suit away. In what felt like seconds, Sin was kneeling, unlacing my boots with surprising speed while Ethan pulled my tank and bra over my head, his mouth closing around my nipple with a hunger that drew a gasp from me. Before I knew it, I stood bare except for those awful prison underwear, which I quickly pushed down and kicked aside. Sin's tongue traced a path from my calf, over the curve of my backside, and up the line of my spine as he rose, and a shudder raced through me as the cool air met my exposed skin. Ethan's hand slid between my thighs, a possessive growl rumbling in his chest as his fingers explored, circling my entrance with a teasing slowness that made me fist my hands in his hair. I dragged him up for another searing kiss just as Sin pressed against me once more, his chest now bare and warm against my back. While Ethan toyed with my clit and my breast, Sin's arms wrapped around my waist, his clever fingers working at the knot of Ethan's jumpsuit. I moaned into Ethan's mouth, tugging his tank up until he had to yield, revealing the beautiful ink winding across his chest and arms. My hands roamed lower as Sin's lips found my neck again, and Ethan reclaimed my mouth with a low, claiming sound. When my fingers met the waistband of Ethan's boxers, Sin's hand closed over mine, a soft chuckle vibrating against my skin as we worked together to free him. I wrapped my hand around his hard length, and Sin guided my movements, showing me a rhythm that drew a groan from deep in Ethan's throat. His protest was weak at best, especially when Sin encouraged a twisting motion that made Ethan's hips buck. Once I had the pace, Sin's hand left mine to cup and gently squeeze below, and at that same moment, Ethan thrust his fingers deep inside me. I cried out, my body clenching around him as Sin rocked against me, setting a rhythm that made everything else fade away. I could feel the hard press of his arousal through the fabric of his jumpsuit, a teasing barrier that kept his skin from mine. Ethan's fingers worked inside me, a steady rhythm that left me breathless, and when Sin's hand found my clit, the combined sensation was overwhelming. A sharp cry escaped me as pleasure crested, my head falling back as Sin guided us toward the table at the center of the room. Ethan shed his pants the rest of the way and settled back on the edge, groaning as I released his cock and Sin took over, his grip firm and knowing. Sin brought Ethan's fingers to his mouth, tasting me on them with a low, possessive growl. Ethan's expression flickered between irritation and raw hunger. He couldn't deny how much he wanted this, how much we both did. Sin lifted me easily, settling me over Ethan, and I gripped his shoulders as he pulled me down. Sin moved behind me, his own desire evident as he guided Ethan inside me. With one hard thrust, I was full, crying out as he filled me completely. The mate bond hummed between us, a live wire of pleasure and connection. I began to move, riding him with increasing urgency, and Ethan matched my pace, his hands gripping my hips. Sin turned my face to his, kissing me deeply, and Ethan's thrusts grew rougher, edged with jealousy. "Make her scream," Sin urged, his voice dark with hunger. I took control, pressing my hands against Ethan's chest, driving myself onto him again and again. Sin stepped back, his gaze like fire on my skin. Then he pulled me backward, holding me arched and vulnerable as Ethan drove into me, hitting a spot that made my vision blur. Sin's laugh was rough and approving as I cried out their names, lost to the sensation. When I came, it was with a force that stole my breath, my body rigid against Sin. Ethan followed, groaning as he spilled inside me, his grip sure to leave marks. Sin kissed me almost gently before helping me upright. Ethan pulled me down to him, his kiss fierce and claiming. "Tell me you're mine," he demanded, his blue eyes burning with need. "I'm yours," I whispered, because in that moment nothing had ever been more true. No matter what disagreements we'd faced or how much frustration had built up between us, the connection Ethan and I shared was undeniable. It wasn't some mystical force pushing us together. I genuinely felt he was meant for me. That night under the moon wasn't just chance. It felt like confirmation of something deeper, something inevitable. As Ethan sat up, he gently moved my hair aside and kissed me once more before helping me to my feet. His eyes shifted towards Sin, and I followed his gaze, taking in Sin's bare chest and the clear urgency in his expression. "Do you want him too?" Ethan's voice was firm, but I could hear the desire threading through his words. "Yes," I whispered, unable to hide the truth. Even satisfied from moments before, the sight of Sin stirred a fresh, deep hunger in me. I wanted to give him pleasure, to feel that same surrender I'd experienced with Ethan. Ethan's response surprised me. "Keeping my mate happy is part of my duty," he said, and though I searched his face for doubt, I found none. He could have sent Sin away instead. He'd allowed him to stay, to watch, even to participate. "Do you really mean that?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Only one way to find out," Ethan replied with a dark edge, rising and gesturing for Sin to come closer. Sin needed no further invitation. In an instant, he had me pinned against the wall, his mouth claiming mine as I moaned into the kiss. My hand slid down his torso, eager and searching. Ethan moved beside us, tilting my chin away from Sin to capture my lips himself. Sin turned, kissing Ethan's jaw before moving to his neck, and the sight sent a thrill straight through me. Lifting my leg around his hip, Sin pressed against me, his slow, deliberate entry making every sensation vivid and intense. Ethan watched with a low growl, and I reached for him, wanting him close, wanting us all connected. Sin's rhythm was hypnotic, each movement designed to unravel me completely. When his hand closed over mine on Ethan, guiding us together, something clicked into place, a fierce, perfect harmony. Overwhelmed, I lost myself in the push and pull, the shared heat, the raw synergy between us. Sin's pace grew urgent, driving me higher until release crashed over me, pulling Ethan and Sin along in its wake. We collapsed against the wall, breathless and tangled, laughter bubbling out of me as cool stone met my heated skin. Definitely took the edge off, I joked, my voice still unsteady. Sin grinned. Wild girl, you're on the escape team for a reason. Ethan shook his head, a smirk tugging at his mouth. Pretty sure I should be furious about this. Says who, tough guy? I teased back, leaning into them. Both the moon claimed me for you, and she knew damn well I'm not one to be easily tied down. Maybe she sent Sin along for the ride, too. Oh, I felt the moon all right, Sin chimed in with a smirk. She was practically glowing on my skin, whispering your names like some cosmic wingman. That celestial lady definitely knows what she's doing. Ethan rolled his eyes and muttered, "Get lost." But the fire in his gaze when it met mine said he wasn't really mad. He'd loved every second of it just like I had. We pulled apart, gathering our clothes in a silence thick with what had just happened. I bit my lip to keep from grinning like a fool. Well, thanks for the magic boost, Sin teased, already heading for the door. All that delicious lust really does the trick. Catch you two in the library later. Next time maybe we do it under the moon's full view, let her enjoy the show. I laughed as he strode off, whistling like he'd just won the lottery. He might as well have announced it to the whole prison, but honestly, I didn't care. There was a darkness in Sin that lingered behind his eyes too often, and seeing him happy felt like a small victory. Once the door closed, Ethan moved closer, his fingers gently fastening the buttons on my jumpsuit while I ran my hands through my hair. "I'm coming with you, love," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "I'll walk straight into the heart of the Oscura Clan and trust you to keep me from stumbling. Hell, even if I fall, it doesn't matter. I've tried living without you, tried ignoring what my heart wants, but I can't do it anymore. The only thing I want is you. So if you'll have me, let's just run toward the damn sunset and pretend this place never existed." "I like the sound of that," I agreed, leaning in to kiss him softly. "Guess we'd better not screw this up then. The plan is perfect, love. You're perfect. What could possibly go wrong?" Dinner that night was tense enough to fuel a fey explosion. My eyes kept drifting over the faces of my pack, the ones I was leaving behind. Harper had been a solid beta, and the others had stood by me. But the guilt twisting in my gut couldn't overshadow the truth. I hadn't earned my place here like they had. I wasn't willing to waste another 15 years behind these walls. Getting caught would just add more time to my sentence, but freedom and freedom with my mate was worth any risk. Once we were beyond this prison, I planned to claim Rosalie completely. Screw the consequences. I'd tell the world she was mine, marked by the moon herself, and face whatever came next with her by my side. It was different inside, though. Betraying the Lunar Brotherhood came with a price, one that usually ended with your body in pieces. I swore when they dragged me into Darkmore that I wouldn't die here. Too much of my life had already been wasted. I refused to let one bad choice be my end. If only Rosalie had seen it sooner, maybe we could have figured things out in secret. But now, with escape so close, I held on to hope that once we were free, she'd claim me back just as boldly as I intended to claim her. I hugged Harper, knowing it was goodbye for now, but not forever. She'd be out in a few months. My gaze drifted across the room to Rosalie, surrounded by her own people, and I held on to the dream of what came next. Our gazes met, and I could feel the intensity of her desire mirroring my own. What we shared was something entirely new to me, and I intended to fully embrace it once we were free from this place. Sin sat by himself, grinning as he devoured his stew with the enthusiasm of a kid with a bag of candy. I was still reeling from the unexpected encounter he'd orchestrated earlier. My instincts told me I shouldn't crave another phase touch, but with him involved, something shifted. It felt right. Seeing how much it excited Rosalie made it even more intense. Pleasing my mate is written in my blood, and if sin brought her joy, maybe I could learn to accept these unusual arrangements. As long as she remained mine when all was said and done, I could adapt. Sin had 2 more bowls ready as though he were fueling up for a long night. I'd eaten my fill too, uncertain when our next meal would come. It would be a while before I could visit my little sister and enjoy the comforts of her kitchen again. Once the alarm was raised, the fib would swarm the homes of everyone tied to us. Unlike Rosalie, my family couldn't hide me, but I had connections they'd never trace. My plans had shifted since my time in Darkmore. I no longer wanted to lead among the Lunars. Instead, I dreamed of finding a remote territory, far from the cities, building a pack of my own with Rosalie at my side. I just had to persuade her to share that vision once we broke free. Pudding and Claude were chatting nearby, and a thrill shot through me when I caught Rosalie's eye. She tossed her hair our signal. It was time. But just as I was about to speak, the mess hall doors swung open. Officer Nichols led Gustard inside, and my stomach plummeted. Rosalie's face went pale as he straightened his sleeve and flashed a smug grin her way. That bastard. I should be known he'd find a way to show up tonight. He joined his crew, and I exchanged a tense look with Rosalie. Her jaw tightened, then she gave a slight, resigned shrug. There was nothing we could do about him now. It was time to move. I roared, lunging from my seat as Rosalie did the same. We crashed together, our packs surging around us without hesitation, plunging into chaos. The room erupted into shouts and snarls as our allies joined the fray, guards yelling for order. I pinned Rosalie to the floor as she landed a few unnecessary punches, and I whispered close to her ear, "See you soon, love." Her smile was fleeting, and for a reckless moment I thought about stealing one last kiss, terrified this might be our final chance. But I held back, just a little longer. I fought through the crowd, clearing a path for her escape. Her fingers brushed mine briefly before she vanished into the tumult like a shadow. I grinned, howling as I struck one of her packmates and vaulted over his falling body. The chaos was our shield, spilling out into the hall as we made our break sparkle, and her Pegasus herd thundered through the chaos, their furious whinnies echoing as they trampled anyone in their path. I darted past, striking the back of her knees and sending her crashing down with an enraged cry. Racing onward, I spotted Pudding expertly hurling chairs at a flock of griffins, each throw landing with unnerving precision. I gave him a quick slap on the shoulder as I flew by, casting one final glance at my brawling companions and whispering a silent farewell. My mate was waiting. My entire future was calling. I was headed home to reunite with my family, finally meet my nieces and nephews, establish my alpha dominance over my brothers-in-law, and cement my legacy as the most notorious male werewolf in all of Alestria. Just then, I collided hard with Officer Nichols, sending us both tumbling to the floor. His eyes went wide as he fumbled for his baton, but I didn't give him a chance. I seized his wrist and snapped his arm with a sharp, merciless twist. He howled in agony as I sprang up, delivered a swift kick to his jaw, and bolted away. Sorry, man. Up ahead, Sin burst through the doors clutching something yellow, though it vanished into the fray before I could make it out. Nearby, Rory let out a deafening lion's roar while he and his shades tore through a cluster of medusas. Gustard lingered at the edge of the action, smugly watching his unfee followers overwhelm the Fae 10-1. Plunger was already gone, but passing my unconscious tattoo artist Alvin, now sporting a fresh, foul-smelling facial decoration, I had a feeling I knew who was responsible. Only Plunger had that special brand of disgusting creativity. Breaking through the doors, I plunged into the stairwell, ducking and weaving through thrown punches and wild elbows. The crowd jostled me left and right, but I pushed forward relentlessly, finally breaking free and leaping down the steps 3 at a time. Adrenaline surged through me as I reached the frosted doors on level 6 and shoved my way inside. Esme, Sonny, and Brett were already there, exchanging relieved back pats as they moved toward the tunnel entrance. I jogged past them, scanning the group. Rosalie stood counting heads, her tense expression softening the moment she saw me. Plunger stood beside her, already peeling off his jumpsuit in preparation. I was among the first to arrive, and I prayed the others wouldn't be far behind. Footsteps echoed behind me as Gustard strode in with 3 massive, muscle-bound orders in tow. One had tattoos stitching his lips together, while another sported a single connected eyebrow, a baffling fashion choice, to say the least. "Who the hell are they?" Rosalie snapped. Gustard smoothed a wrinkle from his jumpsuit, smirking. "Did you expect me to travel alone, pup? I've selected my strongest men to ensure our escape, and once we reach the surface, I'll need a ride, preferably one that doesn't involve walking." Rosalie bared her teeth in fury but shook her head. "Fine. Do whatever you want," she spat. As much as it grated on me to see him swan in with his hired muscle, it was too late to change things now. We had to stick to the plan. This was our one shot, and if we blew it, there wouldn't be another. Just then Rory jogged in with Claude close behind, and Rosalie's shoulders relaxed slightly. That left only Pudding and Sin. "Are we leaving or what?" Gustard demanded, stepping toward the tunnel. Rosalie straightened, blocking his path. "We're not going anywhere without Sin," she growled. "He was ahead of me." I frowned, unease prickling down my spine. He should have been here by now. A wave of worry swept through the group, and Sonny let out a soft whine, looking to Rosalie for guidance. My gaze met Rory's, and in that silent exchange, I felt her fear as if it were my own, sharp and chilling. "I'll go find him," I declared, cutting through the rising tide of anxious voices as all eyes turned to me. Rosalie's expression shifted, her eyebrows lifting with a flicker of hope. "You'd really do that for us?" "You handle maintenance. Plunger needs to finish that tunnel," I said, my voice firm. "I'll track Sin down and have him back before you return from deactivating the order suppressant." A genuine smile broke across her face, and warmth flooded my chest. "Thank you," she said, her tone sincere. I gave a quick nod before turning away, breaking into a jog just as Pudding lumbered through the doorway, a thin trail of blood on his cheek but a grin on his face. "Get moving, Pud," I shouted. "Already on it, Hound," he called back with a chuckle. I pushed through the doors, the distant shouts of guards echoing from above. If Sin was in trouble, I had to find him no matter what it took to get him back safely for Rosalie, even if it meant risking my own freedom. And as I ran, it hit me. This wasn't just some uncontrollable bond anymore. It was deeper. It was love. A love that would exist even without the mate bond. For her, I'd do anything. So where the hell was Sin Wilder? My heart hammered as Ethan disappeared from view, and I tried to shake off the dread coiling in my gut. I told everyone I wouldn't leave without Sin and Rory, but the truth was, I couldn't leave Ethan behind either. We had our problems. Sure, he was stubborn, I was stubborn, but he was mine. My soulmate. The one the moon herself had chosen for me. And even though fate loved throwing curveballs my way, I trusted that cosmic choice. If Ethan didn't make it out, neither would I. I swallowed hard, finally admitting it to myself. Maybe I'd felt this way longer than I wanted to admit. Maybe my bullheaded Taurus nature had kept me from seeing what was right in front of me. But sometimes you have to bend, just this once, because I wanted Ethan Shadowbrook by my side now and always. "Everyone into the tunnels now," I commanded, slipping into my alpha tone. "I'm contacting Jerome to lock down the guard's wing. Cain's up there keeping watch, so no vampires will sneak up. Follow Plunger, stick together, and wait for me, Sin, and Ethan before you surface." Gustard shot me a smug smirk, and I muttered a curse under my breath. If only the moon would grant me the power to smite him just a little, but no such luck. I pushed the thought aside and focused. Rory stayed close as Pudding handed me two transmitters. I lifted the first to my ear and Jerome's smooth voice came through. "Hello, beautiful. Is my cargo ready?" "Sin's keeping us guessing as usual," I admitted. "Don't you dare leave without him," Jerome replied, his tone turning deadly serious. "He may be a handful, but he's my brother. I want him out alive. If you abandon him now, I don't need to explain the consequences you'll face. Save the threats, you jerk. I've been on this mission for months. You think I'd move forward without our key player, especially since you still owe me my payment." Jerome's laugh smoothed things over instantly. He could be ruthless to anyone who crossed him, but he was Faye who kept his word, and I trusted he'd hold up his end. "Are the guards secured?" I pressed. "Relax, gorgeous. Everything's set. In 5 minutes, no signal, phone, transmitter, email, not even a pigeon will leave Darkmore. If you've got calls to make, do it now. After that, total silence for 3 hours. 3, I snapped. "You said 6. Their systems are tougher than I thought. I'll buy you as much time as possible, but 3 hours is what I can promise. Once you reach your cousin and the Stardust, the fib won't matter, and I'll pay extra for the added risk." "How generous," I replied, dripping with sarcasm. He laughed like this was all some fun game from the comfort of his penthouse. Meanwhile, the rest of us were stuck underground, facing a lifetime in this hole if things went wrong. "Try not to get caught, beautiful," he said before the line cut out. I crushed the empty pudding cup in my hand and tossed it aside. Rory stood waiting, arms crossed, expression stern. Everything set. Mostly. I was just reminded that if I don't get Sin out, we're all dead. Oh, and our 6 hours of cover just got cut to 3. We need to move fast. "You've got this, Rosa," he said, his gaze steady, waiting for me to believe it too. "Damn right I do, Roar. I just need to reach Dante before comms go dark." I pulled out the second transmitter, connecting floss to gum to spark the magic, and held it to my ear. "Rosa, that you?" A voice crackled through the static. "Leon, Rory's brother." "Leon, are you with Dante? Is everything okay?" "All good, little wolf. I'm riding him right now." "I assume you mean in dragon form," I teased. "Who knows? Maybe I've finally tamed him." Sheets gripped tight, begging for more. A roar thundered in the background, followed by a crash. All right, all right. We're soaring through the clouds, brewing a storm to shatter that fence with lightning. "Perfect," I grinned. "I'll neutralize the order suppressant and the riot will explode. Half the guards are locked down. We're getting out of here." "See you soon, Wolf," Leon whooped before the call dropped. I turned to Rory, unable to hide my excitement. "Your brother's up there too?" he asked, eyes bright. I nodded. "It's really happening, Roar." "Just a little longer and we'll be lying on some beach soaking up the sun while the whole world's hunting for us," I whispered, the image vivid in my mind. "Then let's move," Roar replied, his excitement contagious, making me feel like a kid on Christmas morning. "I'll go with you down to maintenance." "You can't," I insisted, shaking my head. "Plunger's starting to dig the moment he reaches the tunnel's end. He can't break through until we're all together, and I don't trust Gustard to wait. If they surface before Dante takes down the fence, the guards in the towers might see them. I need someone reliable to keep them in check until Sin, Ethan, and I catch up." "Pudding and Sonny could no Roar," I cut him off, grabbing his hand and pulling him to face me. "I don't trust them. I don't trust anyone here. Only you." His lips parted as he looked down at me, his golden eyes holding mine, and my heart raced. For a second my gaze dropped to his mouth, and a wave of longing washed over me so intensely I thought I might drown in it. "Take this," I murmured, pulling a shank from my pocket, one I'd fashioned last week from a broken bookshelf bracket. "Gustard's dangerous and unpredictable. If anything happened to you, Roar, it would destroy me." "I can't." Roar grabbed the front of my jumpsuit, pulling me close, his mouth meeting mine in a fiery kiss that left me breathless. The shank slipped from my fingers as I melted into his embrace, every wall I'd built around my heart crumbling like sand. My lips parted for him, a moan escaping as I wrapped my arms around his neck, my hands tangling in his hair while he held my face. In that moment, an endless ache inside me was filled by him, by everything I'd ever dreamed he could be. That kiss spoke volumes, promises of moments we should have shared, of what we were always meant to be. Pulling back, he tilted my chin up and I braced myself, half expecting him to dismiss it all. But instead he said, "I love you, Rosa, in all the ways I thought I shouldn't, and I'm tired of being afraid of it. I'm tired of wanting you without having you, needing you without owning you. I meant what I said about running away with you, but I'd stay in Darkmore forever if it meant you were here too." Roar, I breathed, my heart pounding so hard I could barely hear myself think. Energy surged through me as I struggled to find the right words. "It's okay," he growled. "I'm not asking you to say it back. I just had to stop lying to myself, to you. I needed to tell you just in case. I've loved you since I was 14, I admitted, laughing at how foolish it sounded. "When I was just some annoying kid and you were this magnetic force I couldn't resist. I used to tell myself you'd see me one day, that I'd grow up and maybe you'd look my way and see everything," he finished, leaning in to kiss me again. "I see everything, Rosa." "Not sure I'm worthy of all that," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper in the dim passageway. The others had already vanished into the tunnels, and every second counted. As much as I wanted to linger in Roar's embrace, to lose myself in the intensity of his gaze, the way he truly saw me, I knew we couldn't afford to wait. "You have to go now, Roar," I breathed, my hand sliding reluctantly from his chest as I fought the urge to stay wrapped in his arms. After waiting so long for this moment, pulling away felt almost impossible. "Run like hell, Rosa," he growled, his voice low and fierce. "I'll keep those bastards busy until you make it." A grin spread across my face just before he kissed me again, a fierce, breathtaking, world-altering kiss that left me dizzy when he finally let me go and picked up the shank. I was still smirking like an idiot as I turned and crawled into the tunnel, but I didn't care. Roar Knight had just told me he loved me. Nothing could dampen my spirits now. I took the right fork, descending toward the maintenance level, and rose to my feet as the passage widened. Glancing back, I caught a final glimpse of Roar turning to follow the others toward the surface. "Take care of yourself, Rosa," he commanded in that rough, toe-curling growl, and I laughed softly as I turned and broke into a jog, heading deeper into the cold, shadowy tunnels. Shivering slightly, I pushed myself to move faster. This was it, the moment of truth. All I had to do was inject the mixture sin, and Ethan had risked everything to get me into the IPump 500. Instead of pumping suppressants through the prison, the system would flood the compound with the antidote. Then every hardened inmate in this hellhole would be able to shift, unleashing chaos while the guards scrambled to respond. I descended level after level until I reached the wall leading into the maintenance area. Holding my breath, I listened intently. A faint thump echoed, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. My heart hammered in my chest. We were so close, but if I were caught now, everything would fall apart in an instant. I counted to 30, straining to hear any further noise. When silence held, I knew I had to move. Biting my tongue, I closed my eyes and felt along the mortar, searching for the loose brick. I eased it free, wincing at the gritty scrape of stone against stone. Setting it carefully aside, I peered through the opening. The maintenance room lay dimly lit in crimson, empty except for the low hum of machinery. Another distant thump, maybe a door closing, made me freeze, but when no other sound followed, I hurriedly pulled more bricks free, widening the gap until it was just large enough to slip through. I dropped softly into the maintenance chamber and scanned the room. Time was slipping away. If I didn't move fast, Jerome's diversion with the Fey Investigation Bureau would be wasted. The moment the fib closed in, our only chance was a Stardust escape, because at Darkmore, They shoot first and never bother with questions. Skirting the shadowy room, I made my way to the IPUMP 500, the very machine that had nearly ruined everything. We meet again, old friend. My focus sharpened as I flipped open the control panel, fingers flying over the keys to bypass the security system and unlock the intake chute. I'd practically memorized Dante's intel from the backs of his letters, studying day and night until I dreamt in schematics and codes. Hell, I was practically an IPUMP whisperer by now. A deep chime echoed from the machine, and I nearly jumped out of my skin, spinning around to scan for any sign of movement. The chute groaned open, and with trembling hands, I pulled ingredients from my pocket, feeding them in as fast as humanly possible. The machine roared to life, gears grinding and mixing with a deafening hum that dried my mouth to dust. I backed away slowly, heart hammering, and when it began pumping again, I had to bite back a triumphant shout, settling for a silent, gleeful hop instead. But my celebration was cut short by the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. I gasped, darting into the shadows just as a guard's radio crackled to life. Lyle's voice echoed through the hall, reporting inmate unrest in the mess hall, but the guard just scoffed and kept walking, boots thudding closer and closer to where I hid, breath held, praying to every higher power I'd ever heard of. Because if they found me now, our shot at freedom was over. I was crouched on level 3 near the magic compound, clutching a bundle of lemons I'd meant to share with Rosalie and the daring anacondas. But with chaos erupting, I hadn't spotted them. They'd be in the library by now. I scattered most of the lemons, pocketing 2, and waited, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. "Come on, kitty kitty. Where are you, my pretty?" A radio hissed, a male voice barking orders, but I wasn't listening. I dropped low by the vent behind me, breathing deep, hoping my wild girl had already reached the order-suppressant tank. As the guard drew near, I pursed my lips, sucking in air, desperately trying to awaken the incubus within. Power surged back into me, and I swallowed a manic laugh as my order returned. "Welcome back, honeypie." Officer Rhine strode past, and I lunged from the shadows like a phantom, snatching his shock baton and striking him hard across the skull. He crumpled without a sound. I hit him once more for good measure, then hauled him up, dragging him down the corridor while humming the daring anaconda's theme under my breath. More footsteps echoed nearby, and I fell silent, the tune dying mid-note. Time was slipping away. My wild girl was counting on me, and I wouldn't fail her. I resumed the anthem in my mind. Flash bang. It's an anaconda in your face. Flash bang. They're breaking out of this place. I yanked Rind around the corner just as more orders rang through the hall. I made it to the guard's elevator, hoisting Rind's limp hand and pressing it hard against the scanner. A sharp pinch to his elbow made his magic flicker weakly in his palm. The doors slid open with a beep, and I dragged him inside. As they closed, I stripped off my jumpsuit and pulled on his uniform instead. Once he was lying at my feet, my old jumpsuit crumpled on his chest and a crude drawing scrawled across his face with the pen from his pocket. I shifted into Officer Cain's form and let a wicked grin spread. I palmed my new ass, squeezing the firm muscle I'd admired every time he strode by with that stern look. Oh yeah, Cain definitely put in work at the gym, and I was absolutely enjoying the upgrade. I slipped one lemon into a pocket, extended my vampiric fangs, and took a juicy bite from the second one, letting tart droplets run down my chin. Rosalie wasn't the only one around here with a thing for Cain. I'd had my share of late-night fantasies, too. Stealing his form felt as simple as swiping acorns from a squirrel shifter. Just a little rough handling did the trick. I keyed in level 7 and began the descent, rubbing lemon juice over my skin before leaning down to stuff the half-eaten fruit into Ryan's mouth. Delicious. "Thanks, Officer Cain," I mimicked in his voice, smirking before straightening up and clasping my hands formally behind my back. When the doors opened, I sent the elevator up toward the guards. Quarters Rind could explain himself to his buddies. Stepping into the corridor, my eyes locked on the beautiful sight ahead, the door to the Balorian's cage. A wide, arrogant smile spread across my face as I strutted forward, soaking up the rush of power. No wonder the guards swaggered around like kings. This feeling was addictive. "Hello, beastie," I purred at the door, excitement humming under my skin. Time to put my vamp strength to good use and rip that collar right off. Rosalie and I had our own way of communicating. She'd made it clear she wanted more chaos tonight, something to keep the guards scrambling. And I was more than happy to deliver, especially when she asked so directly. A no from her was always a secret yes to me. She'd made it perfectly clear how much she was counting on me tonight. Yeah, no way they were getting out of Darkmore without my help. Not a chance. I unclipped Ryan's radio from my hip, spun it between my fingers, then brought it to my mouth. After a quick throat clear, I pressed the call button. "Code Brown, release the Balorian, do it now." I stepped out of my room in sweats and a tee, planning to grab a snack and turn in early. 2 back-to-back shifts had kept my mind off the curse, but even a fae like me needs sleep eventually. Heading toward the rec area, I frowned when I spotted some lazy idiot's baton and radio left on the coffee table. Was it really that hard to put things back where they belonged? "Repeat that, Cain, there's static on the line." Lyle's frantic voice crackled over the radio. "What the hell?" I said. "Code Brown. Release the Balorian, release it now." My own voice fired back and I froze, trying to process how that was even possible. "Code Brown, that wasn't a real code." I snatched the radio off the table, heart hammering, and mashed the button. "Hold that order," I barked at Lyle. "Sir," he replied, uncertainty clear in his tone. "You want me to hold it?" "Yes," I snapped, but my reply was drowned out as the impersonator held down his transmit button, locking me out. "Yes, release it, release it." He insisted, sounding way too cheerful to be me, but the imitation was damn good. Or maybe it was something worse. "Release it," he pleaded again. "Damn it," I snarled, jamming my own comm button as I fought to reach Lyle in time. "Don't you dare release it." But the line stayed dead, blocked by that bastard. Dread surged through me, chilling every inch of my bones. I swore and bolted down the corridor toward security, throwing the door open to find Lyle slumped before the wall of CCTV monitors. "Lyle." I snapped. "That wasn't me on the radio." His eyes went wide. "It wasn't. Please tell me you didn't let the Balorian out," I growled, though the blood draining from his face told me everything. "I'm sorry, I released it," he stammered, sweat glistening on his forehead. "Then activate the collar, send it back now," I ordered. Lyle frantically punched commands into the console, but as he hit enter, a message flashed. "Signal lost. Command failed." What in the hell is happening? I stared at the screens, watching riots erupt across half the prison. My breath caught as fae on every monitor began to shift, their orders breaking free, uniforms shredded at their feet. My worst fear was unfolding live, and I stood frozen, utterly overwhelmed. Then I spotted a guard sprinting up the stairs away from the Balorian's cage, a smug grin stretching across a face that looked exactly like mine. Realization hit like a gut punch. That son of a bitch. "Sin Wilder," I hissed, jabbing a finger at the screen. "His order is loose and he's pretending to be me." Lyle gaped at the carnage. Guards hurled magic at the surging crowd, but we were hopelessly outnumbered. They'd overrun Darkmore in under an hour if we didn't move. "The order suppressant's down," I muttered, scanning for any sign of Rosalie in the chaos. Blind spots everywhere. Of course she'd be right in the middle of this mess. The curse mark on my arm pulsed with fresh anger. Wherever trouble brewed, that girl was stirring the pot. As the thought took hold, the curse flared vines clawed across my chest, claiming more territory. Agony ripped through me, and I gritted my teeth, fighting to stay present. I steadied my breath and backed toward the door while Lyle remained paralyzed by the screams. I'm heading to the suppressant tank. Keep trying to recall the Balorian. I burst into the hall, sprinting for the elevator. My heart dropped at the sight of Ryan sprawled on the floor inside unconscious, a lemon wedged in his mouth, and a crude drawing on his face. No question who'd done it, the same bastard parading around in my skin. Before I could step inside, a steel shutter slammed shut right in front of me. I crashed into it, stumbling back with a curse. That was the only way out, and it only sealed during a full emergency lockdown. Shit. My head spun as the curse surged again, nightmares flickering behind my eyes. Pain exploded in my skull. My knees hit the floor just as darkness swallowed me, and I fought with everything I had to hold on. Not now, not when everything was falling apart tonight. The warden was gone. That left me in command. I had to pull myself together, take control, and track down Rosalie. But the curse hit me like a tidal wave, dragging me under a flood of agony punishment for the girl I'd harmed at the worst possible moment. Everything went black as I lost consciousness, forced to surrender to the void. When I came to, I hauled myself upstairs, scouring each level as our window of escape narrowed. Rosalie wouldn't leave without Sin, and I sure as hell wasn't leaving without her. So where had that damn incubus disappeared to? I pushed my way up to level 3, where the magic compound buzzed with chaos. Inmates shoved and scrambled everywhere. I dodged a ferocious brawl between a massive bear shifter and a raging centaur, nearly getting trampled under hooves as the centaur charged. My wolf stirred fiercely in my chest free, finally, thanks to Rosalie. She'd done it. She'd shut down the order suppressant. My brilliant, stubborn mate was going to be legendary for this. I refused to fail her now. I swore under my breath, ducking as the bear's claw swiped backward, narrowly missing me. Wilder, I thought, if I die up here hunting for your sorry ass, I'll haunt you till the end of time. I slipped into an alcove just as the centaur crashed into a cluster of indignant griffins, their wings beating angrily. My heart pounded, every second counted, and I was no closer to finding that bastard. Then my foot slid on something round. I glanced down. Lemons. A whole pile of them just sitting there. My blood ran cold. I'd seen Sin bolting from the mess hall earlier, clutching something. He'd pulled this before, and I knew damn well the Balorian couldn't stand lemons. I snatched one up, shoved it into my pocket, and tore back down the corridor. "Halt!" a guard's voice rang out behind me. A vine snaked around my arm, yanking me to a stop. Officer Kato stood ready, already summoning more magic. I clawed at the binding, desperation surging I wouldn't be caught. Not when freedom was so close. More vines shot toward me, slamming me against the wall. I bit through one, tore another away, my fury mounting. Just as I prepared to shift, a rogue minotaur charged up the stairs, butting Kato out of the way with a brutal head strike. I ripped free, sprinting full speed down the stairwell while Kato shouted for backup. "Sin!" I roared, hitting level 6. There, on the steps leading down to the Balorian's cage, lay a torn guard's uniform and another lemon. I slowed, moving silently, every sense on high alert. A low, guttural growl raised the hair on my neck. Pressing against the wall, I peered around the corner. My breath caught. Not one, but 2 Balorians stood communicating with sharp, clicking sounds. Their bodies were slick and gray, 6 legs ending in talons sharp enough to slice a man in half. A shattered collar lay on the ground between us, and my heart faltered at the sight of the one object that could return those monsters to their prison. There was no trace of Sin, so I turned, trying to slip away unnoticed, holding my breath. But as I took 2 steps back, a burst of laughter echoed ahead and my heart jolted. 2 figures came into view, their skin glinting with scales that marked them as sirens. "They'll never track us here, Colin," one shouted, and a roar behind me sent my heart leaping into my throat. I broke into a sprint, fear coursing through me as the creatures closed in. I shoved past Colin and his companion, desperate to get away. "Whoa, what's the rush, man?" one called out, but their sudden screams told me they'd seen exactly what I was fleeing. I knew how fast those things moved, and damn it, I wasn't wasting a second. I bounded up the stairs, the sound of sirens and another roar chasing me. Screw this, I needed to reach the library. Maybe Sin was already there. Maybe I was risking my neck for nothing, running in circles. But I couldn't lead this thing there. So I cursed and bypassed level 6, aiming to hide in the gym on 5 until the Balorian moved on. Someone crashed into me, shoving me off the stairs onto level 5, and I growled as a siren surged past and my knees hit the floor. Scrambling up, I glanced back and locked eyes with two Balorians, their jaws dripping venom, eyeless faces fixed on me. The left one shrieked, charging forward, and I turned and bolted, adrenaline surging as I raced for the gym doors. The other Balorian blew past me, abandoning me to its partner as it pursued the sirens. "Come on, Colin," one yelled, but Colin was struck down by a vicious swipe. His screams cut off as serrated teeth clamped over his head and nausea twisted my gut. I won't die like this. Not like this. The Balorian chasing me swung at my head and I ducked, skidding across the floor. Sharp talons slammed down beside my leg, tearing my jumpsuit and pinning me. I twisted free, trying to rip the fabric, but another clawed foot caged me between its legs. I fumbled for the lemon in my pocket, but the beast knocked it from my hand before I could slice it. A deep growl rumbled, and suddenly it scooped me up, crushing me against its icy body. I fought wildly, punching and kicking, expecting death at any moment. But instead of attacking, the creature turned and bounded toward the stairs, grunting as it moved. I kept struggling, every blow fueled by terror, though it did nothing to its tough hide. I refused to give up. I wouldn't become this monster's meal when my partner was waiting, and a future stretched out before us. I held my breath as the guard's footsteps faded, both grateful and furious at Sin for the chaos he'd unleashed upstairs by freeing the damn Balorian again. I knew it was him the moment I heard Cain sounding cheerful over the guard's radio. I knew exactly who was behind it. Mason Cain had never been, and would never be, cheerful a day in his miserable life. My blood boiled with the urge to tear that bastard apart the moment I laid eyes on him, then kiss him senseless for unwittingly saving my ass. That guard had been inches from discovering me crouched in the shadows, where I'd been stuck for what felt like an eternity, each second stretching thinner than my patience. Time was a luxury we couldn't afford. I counted to 30 in my head, then slipped from my hiding spot, clinging to the darkness along the wall as I ducked under a heavy pipe snaking out from the side of the IPUMP 500. That machine was pumping the order suppressant, or what had now become our antidote, straight up into the heart of the prison. Down here in the maintenance level, there were no vents to offer relief. Prisoners weren't supposed to set foot in this place, which meant I was trapped in my Fey form until I could make it back to the library and reclaim the wolf within me. I skirted the massive machine, hopped over a crate full of mops and cleaning solvents, and dropped down on the other side. But as I landed, my boot struck a metal bucket, sending it clattering across the floor with an ear-splitting crash. My heart shot straight into my throat. I froze, but only for a split second before the guard's voice boomed through the cavernous space. "Who's there?" he demanded, and my pulse hammered even harder when I recognized that slimy creep Nixon. I didn't stick around to chat. Spinning away, I bolted across the room, my focus locked on the tunnel entrance. If I could just slip inside, maybe I could seal it up before he spotted me. Or maybe I'd just run like hell and pray luck was on my side. Either way, going toe-to-toe with a guard buzzing with magic while mine was locked down wasn't an option. I rounded a corner, the tunnel now in sight, past another hulking machine, and poured every ounce of strength into my sprint. But before I could reach it, Nixon lunged into my path, shock baton raised high. "You!" he snarled, jabbing the weapon forward. His thumb hit the button, and a searing wave of electricity slammed into me, throwing me backward. I hit the ground hard, gasping as pain exploded through every nerve. Nixon stalked closer, a low, grating laugh rumbling in his chest. A hit like that should have left me paralyzed for minutes, but I'm Rosalie Oscura. Pain was my childhood companion. I trained under a storm dragon for shit exactly like this. Nothing was going to keep me down at this bastard's mercy. "Well, look what I found where she doesn't belong," he sneered. "A little bitch who crossed the line. If you just told me you were already on your knees for Cain, I could." The second he leaned in, I swung my leg hard, a raw cry tearing from my lips as I swept his knees out from under him. He crashed onto his back with a furious curse. I was on him in an instant, pinning him down, driving my fists into his face again and again. He bucked beneath me, struggling to throw me off, and the shock baton struck once more. Electricity ripped through me, throwing me backward. My head cracked against the machine beside us. Nixon cursed as the current jolted him too, though not enough to take him out. Gritting my teeth, I pushed up to my hands and knees just as his boot connected with my gut. Air rushed from my lungs. Pain spiraled through my side. He thrust the baton at me again, and this time I lunged for it with a furious howl, my hands locking around the shaft just as he unleashed another bolt. The electricity tore through me, but I held on, snarling with pure defiance. Nixon's eyes widened in disbelief as the power faded and I ripped the baton from his grasp. With every ounce of strength I had left, I swung it hard against the side of his knee. Something cracked. Nixon screamed. Stumbling backward as agony contorted his face, I was on my feet again in seconds, lifting the baton and aiming for his skull. But he was faster. His hand shot out, and a gale of wind magic hit me like a freight train, lifting me off the ground and hurling me across the chamber. The baton flew from my grip, clattering somewhere in the shadows just before my back smashed into the wall. Pain exploded up my spine, and I dropped to the floor with a choked cry. Gritting my teeth, I pushed myself up, swearing under my breath. Nixon was nowhere in sight behind the maze of machinery, so I bolted left, my boots hammering against the cold stone. Silence wrapped around me like a shroud. He must have been using a muffling spell. The chilling realization hit. I was being stalked in the dark. Darting between looming equipment, I tried to circle back toward the tunnel entrance, my only shot at escape. I had to get out, away from him, back through those passages and up toward daylight. "Where do you think you're going, little mouse?" Nixon's voice echoed from my right. I spun, gasping as I spotted him floating near the ceiling, held aloft by his air magic, a vicious grin twisting his lips. Before I could react, another blast of wind slammed me against a massive water tank in the corner. The force pinned me there, relentless no matter how I thrashed. I couldn't break free. Drifted down, landing softly in front of me, his gaze crawling over my body like something slimy. "Let's pick up where we left off last time, shall we?" he purred. "Go to hell," I spat. "The words I want to hear are yes, Nixie," he said, chuckling darkly. "I'll tear you apart," I snarled, my voice shaking with rage. "I'll rip your face off, dig out your heart, and shove it down your throat." He just smirked, utterly unfazed. "How about a game? Apologize for attacking me. Show me how sorry you are." He rubbed himself obscenely, his tongue darting out like some swamp creature. "I'd rather rot here than let you near me," I hissed. "You'll learn to beg for me," Nixon said, his tone dripping with condescension. "Or I'll tell the warden you tampered with the suppressant tank right when every inmate in this place got their magic back. How many extra years do you think that's worth?" Nausea churned in my stomach as he stepped closer. "I'd serve eternity before I ever give you what you want." He leaned in, the magical pressure intensifying, crushing me against the tank. Feisty ones always break eventually. Shall we test that theory? As he reached for me, I did the only thing left. I screamed, pouring every ounce of defiance and terror into the sound. I'd never needed help more, but I swore no matter what this monster would never lay a finger on me. Nixon's fist slammed into my face, and his air magic released its hold, sending me crashing to the floor with the metallic taste of blood flooding my mouth. "You'll beg," he snarled, his voice low and menacing. "You'll say please, Nixie, before I give you what you want." His boot drove hard into my stomach, and I cried out, curling away from the blow. "Go to hell," I spat, scrambling to my feet only to smash into an invisible wall of air. Before I could react, his fist cracked against my jaw, spinning me back toward him. That bastard had me cornered, and as I shook off the hit, I knew fighting was my only way out. I lunged with a furious cry, but my fist met another barrier he'd wrapped around himself. Pain shot through my hand. I was pretty sure something had broken. Nixon struck again, then hurled me back with a gust of magic. I hit the barrier once more and collapsed, gasping. Without magic, I was useless, a fly trapped in a jar, but I refused to surrender. I was Rosalie Oscura. I hadn't begged my father for death, and I wouldn't start with this piece of trash. "A mort e ritorno," I growled, the vow fiercer than ever. "Just say it," he pressed, eyes gleaming with certainty. "Please, Nixie." I spat blood, panting hard, and let out a defiant scream. I'd die before giving in, and honestly, he seemed fine with that. Suddenly, searing pain ripped through me as the Balorian sprinted, cradling me like some grotesque prize. Was its very touch meant to torture? Was I dying? My head spun. It felt like being beaten all over again. "It's me," the creature grunted, and I thrashed wildly, convinced I'd lost my mind, maybe poisoned, maybe already dead. It rounded a corridor and dropped me, leaning in with rows of glistening fangs. "Arg!" I roared, punching the soft spot above its jaws. It actually yelped like it said ow. Then the beast shifted, and suddenly I was staring up at the spread legs of a completely naked, ridiculously smug Sin. "Hey, buddy," he chirped, hauling me to my feet. My mind reeled, the agony lingered, but I wasn't about to be eaten. "Sin," I stammered, utterly bewildered. "I shifted into the Balorian's wildest fantasy so it wouldn't snack on me," he explained cheerfully. "Time to bounce." He dragged me through frosted glass doors, and we were back in the library. "Come on, no time to waste." "Why the hell did you let that thing out?" I snapped as he pulled me down the aisle toward the tunnel. "Rosalie and I had a secret plan," he said with a wink. "Bullshit," I shot back. "She told you not to release it." He just laughed like I was the delusional one. Fine, I had Sin. He was alive, completely insane, but alive. I'd deal with him later. For now, we ran for our lives, diving into the tunnel side by side before standing as it widened. A fork looming ahead, one path ascended toward freedom, the other descended into the maintenance depths. Even with adrenaline still coursing through me from my near-death experience, a grin tugged at my lips. This was our moment. We were finally breaking out. But as I stepped into the tunnel leading upward, a piercing scream echoed from the passage below, and agony ripped through me once more. I doubled over, a cold dread washing over me. It wasn't Sin's Balorian form that had hurt me. I'd been feeling Rosalie's pain all along. How could I have been so blind? "She needs us," I choked out, already tearing off my jacket. Without another thought, Sin and I were sprinting downward, united by urgency. "I'm coming, Rosalie." I wheezed, certain my ribs were cracked as I scrambled away from Nixon's taunting stare. My mind raced, desperate for a plan, but I had nothing, no magic, no advantage. If I'd had my powers, he would have been bleeding at my feet from the start. Instead, I felt utterly outmatched, like a mortal facing down a vengeful god. "If we fought face to face, you'd be choking on your own guts right now, you coward," I snarled, forcing myself upright despite the pain. Bloodied and bruised maybe, but never broken. I had to get away, had to escape this nightmare and never look back. Nixon trailed after me, pouting theatrically. "Just imagine how gentle I'll be once you cooperate," he purred. "Think of the healing I can offer once you make me happy." I backed away, but his air magic pinned me in place. He licked his lips, studying me with a thoughtful gleam. "Maybe you'll even learn to enjoy my company," he suggested, and nausea rose bitter in my throat. Suddenly, my skin began to glow with soft lunar light as my moon wolf gift surged forward, a desperate, instinctive reaction. When Nixon reached for me, his hand passed straight through as if I were made of mist. His eyes widened in shock, and a smirk touched my lips just before I spotted the hulking gray beast behind him. 6 legs, a gaping maw lined with razor teeth. A scream tore from my throat. Nixon spun as the Balorian slammed its claws against his air shield with a piercing shriek. I scrambled back, frozen for a heartbeat by sheer terror, until a deep, resonant howl snapped me into action. Seizing the moment, I grabbed Nixon by the hair and smashed his head against a nearby water tank with everything I had. He cried out, his shield shattered, and the Balorian lunged. I leaped aside, hoping it would go for him first, and suddenly found myself face to face with a massive black wolf. Ethan barked in greeting, vaulting over me, and I turned back only to see not a monster, but a completely naked Sin Wilder gripping Nixon by the throat, squeezing relentlessly. Nixon twisted, blasting Sin back with a surge of magic, sending him flying overhead where he shifted midair into a purple Pegasus complete, with everything hanging on display. A wave of relief washed over me at the sight of them both. And I was so overjoyed I barely registered the massive horse member nearly clipping my head as Sin dove downward, charging Nixon with his gleaming silver horn aimed squarely at the guard's backside. Ethan lunged with bared fangs, but another burst of wind magic hurled them both backward before they could reach their target. Nixon snatched the radio from his belt, bringing it to his lips. "Backup needed," he shouted. My position is Sin shifted into a man with ice-white hair and 2 cocks, flinging a hand forward to release a bolt of electricity that pierced the air shield and shattered the radio. Seizing the moment, I sprinted forward with a yell, Ethan close on my heels. Screw fighting Faye with Faye, this coward wouldn't face me with my magic unbound, so I'd come at him with my men beside me and show him exactly who he was messing with. Nixon thrust a hand out, and I twisted aside as a gust shot past my shoulder, but Ethan's enraged roar told me he'd been thrown back once more. Sin shifted again, shrinking into something too small to see, and Nixon's focus snapped to me. I landed a punch to his face before he grabbed my hair and slammed me against the water tank. Stomping hard on his instep, I made him curse loudly before he flung me away with another gust. I crashed heavily into a toolbox, sending tools scattering everywhere. My eyes locked on a screwdriver rolling across the floor. Ethan charged Nixon on furious paws while I snatched up the screwdriver, surging to my feet and racing after him. Nixon cast air at us again, but it was little more than a stiff breeze now. His eyes bulged as he realized his magic was spent. I howled in triumph as Ethan pounced, and Nixon screamed, throwing up his hands for one last weak blast that sent Ethan stumbling. Sin materialized behind him, locking a thick arm around Nixon's throat, immobilizing him just as I drove the screwdriver deep into his chest. I screamed, stabbing again and again, blood spraying as fury and bloodlust consumed me. When I finally released the handle, stumbling back with a cry, Ethan reappeared at my side, shifting back to his Fey form. Nixon thrashed wildly in Sin's grip, his eyes wide with terror as death closed in. Ethan yanked the cuff remote from the chain around his neck, tapped a few buttons, then forced Nixon's hand onto the device to release his magical signature. The cuffs on my wrists flickered and fell away, and I groaned with pleasure as my magic rushed back in an ecstatic flood. Sin laughed darkly, shifting his grip and yanking the screwdriver free before melting it with fire magic and reshaping it into a blade. Nixon screamed one last time before Sin slashed the blade across his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere as Sin dropped the body between us. I stared breathlessly at the two naked, blood-smeared men before me, fully aware I owed them my life and wanting to give them so much more. I wanted to claim them both, in every way possible. This felt like the first step towards sealing that fate. Sin's eyes glinted with hopeful mischief. Any chance we have time for a victory, fuck? Maybe we should just get the hell out of here and save that for another time, yeah, I said with a nervous laugh. Ethan gave me a knowing smirk, stepping closer to wrap me in his arms. You really had me worried back there, he whispered, his face buried against my neck. My inner wolf practically wagged her tail like an overjoyed puppy at the warmth of his touch. I knew you'd come for me, I murmured, the words ringing truer than I expected. Ethan would always find me when I needed him, just as I would for him. That was the promise the stars had given us. A wave of healing energy flowed from him into my body, and I sighed in relief as my wounds vanished, stealing a quiet moment wrapped in my mate's embrace. Sin joined us, wrapping his arms around both of us and nuzzling my hair just like Ethan, making the moment feel even more complete. How about a quick something before we go? Sin whispered playfully, and I laughed, swatting his chest. I think it's time we run, I reminded him, and he groaned like a kid denied dessert. Fine, let's get moving. We hurried through the tunnel, climbing steadily upward, but the passage narrowed again until we were forced to crawl. Plunger clearly hadn't had time to widen this section, so Claude and I kept close behind him, doing our best to ignore the unfortunate view of his bare backside. It was completely dark, but Plunger's strange glowing nose lit the way like some kind of bizarre beacon. Just follow my rear, we're almost there, he called out. I glanced back at Gustard right behind me, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as freedom drew nearer. Brett, Sonny, and Esme trailed his crew, with Pudding guarding the rear. Still no sign of Rosalie. My stomach tightened with every step. She should have caught up by now. Where were she and the others? I refused to leave without her, and I knew the others felt the same. She better hurry, Gustard muttered under his breath. We're not moving until she's here, I growled, and for once he stayed quiet. Dante wouldn't disable the fence until he saw his cousin safe, and I wasn't about to let Gustard's impulsiveness ruin everything. If it came down to it, I'd make sure he and his crew never made it to the surface. The shank Rosalie had slipped me felt reassuringly heavy in my pocket. We're here, Plunger announced suddenly, and I jerked back as my face bumped against his sagging skin. Damn it, I grumbled, but Gustard was right on my heels, leaving no room to retreat. She'll catch up, Claude said softly, sensing my tension. I nodded, though unease lingered in his eyes. None of us would truly breathe easy until we were far beyond these walls, stardusting toward a new horizon. I needed Rosalie safe in my arms, and this separation was pure torture. What's the delay? Gustard snapped. End of the line, pet, Plunger replied. Time to dig through some fresh dirt. His rear wiggled obnoxiously close as he began clawing through the earth, swallowing it as he went, and the tunnel opened up faster than I expected. We advanced steadily upward, Plunger using his entire transformed body to pack the tunnel walls, his thickened hide slapping the mud firmly into place. Disgusting, yet undeniably efficient. I can taste the topsoil now, Plunger declared. We're getting close. I crawled behind him, glancing back again and again, ears straining for any hint of Rosalie's voice, but there was nothing. Where are you, sweetheart? Please hurry. Oh my, there's a strange vibration in the rock up here, Plunger called out. What kind of vibration? I asked, though I felt it too as I moved through a band of dark stone, a faint electric prickle dancing over my skin. What's causing that? Could be near some kind of power source, Plunger suggested, though he sounded uncertain. Frowning, I pressed on, the tunnel growing tighter, the walls closing in until my shoulders nearly scraped both sides. Claude fell back behind me and I snapped at Plunger. "Widen this thing, some of us aren't built like moles." From the rear, Pudding chimed in. "No kidding," Plunger grumbled. "Takes more time if I make it wider." "We've got time, we're still waiting for Rosa," I insisted. Plunger answered with a dismissive shake of his rear but began expanding the passage as we moved. A faint rumble echoed somewhere deep in the earth, and I eyed the muddy ceiling warily, hoping it wouldn't collapse. The rumbling grew louder and I swallowed hard. "You sure this tunnel is stable?" I hissed. "Stable?" Plunger tusked. "Absolutely." "Then what's that sound?" I growled as another tremor shuddered beneath us. Plunger halted, sniffing the air, his mole-like nose twitching as he searched for the source. Another shake rippled through the left wall, and I could have sworn something was moving through the ground. "Impossible." "Holy hell," Plunger whispered, fear edging his voice. My pulse spiked. "What is it?" A deafening explosion tore through the tunnel behind us, dirt showering over me as I whipped my head around. Beyond Gustard, a massive serpentine body carved through the earth, its gaping mouth lined with rows of teeth tearing a new path right through our group. Fear choked me as I registered the monstrous worm and realized the wetness on my skin wasn't mud. It was blood. "Move!" Gustard roared. The creature vanished back into the ground, its tail whipping through the debris. One of Gustard's men was gone, the other two screamed, eyes wild with panic. Gasping, I forced myself to think. There was only one way out. "Plunger, go now," I shouted. The mole shifter lunged forward, digging furiously. I scrambled after him, urging Gustard's remaining men to follow. Our only chance was forward. Another tremor hit, and Plunger leaped back just as a colossal worm slashed across our path, gouging a massive opening. Plunger stumbled into the cavern it left behind, stood up, and then with a terrified cry ran off in the direction it came, abandoning us in utter darkness. I woke on the floor, groaning as the nightmare faded and reality reassembled itself. But there was another, more urgent nightmare waiting, one where I was no longer a boy with blood on his hands, but a man with a heavier heart grunting. I forced myself up onto my knees, the lingering ache from the curse mark still prickling like a persistent warning. But this time, it felt different, less like pain and more like a push, a raw insistence to move. I rose to my feet, my gaze locking onto that damn barrier still blocking the elevator. A distant alarm word in my ears, sharp and urgent. It all rushed back, the incubus, the chaos, the order-suppressant mess. My jaw tightened as I spun around and charged down the hall toward the warden's office, slamming my shoulder hard against the door. The lock gave way with a crack. She wasn't here tonight, which meant I was in charge, and I refused to be trapped up here while everything fell apart. I had to reach the maintenance level, figure out what went wrong with the gas, and there was only one way left. I moved to her neatly arranged desk, tapped the panel on its side, and brought up the emergency code screen. My finger hovered over the escape tunnel option, a guard's best-kept secret, designed for exactly this kind of disaster. After entering the code, a heavy clunk echoed from somewhere behind the wall. But before I turned toward the newly opened hatch, my eyes caught on a handwritten note lying on the desk. Subject for Project Audif 12, Rosalie Oscura. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. There was no time to linger, but seeing her name there felt wrong. At the bottom, scribbled hastily, were the words, "Transference is in the final stage of testing. Strong host needed." I forced myself to turn away, pushing down the unease, and climbed into the narrow opening. A metal ladder led downward. I descended quickly, landing with a dull metallic ring. The tunnel stretched ahead, lit by dim blue lights, and I didn't hesitate. Using my vampire speed, I shot through the passage, crossing beneath the entire prison until I reached another hatch on the far side of Darkmore. I twisted the metal wheel, pushed it open, and peered out into the elevator shaft. Silent and empty. Perfect. Swinging out onto the service ladder, I glanced down into the swallowing darkness below before beginning my rapid descent. Level numbers flashed by on the wall. At level 8, I reached for another hatch, turned the wheel and slipped into a cramped crawl space. One more ladder took me down the final 2 levels to maintenance. Lowering the extendable ladder from the ceiling, I dropped into the maintenance room. The air hummed with the familiar sounds of pipes and machinery, but something felt off. I weaved through the maze of equipment until I reached the order suppressant tank. A bright red warning flashed across its panel. Frowning, I entered an override code. A full flush would take hours' time we didn't have. Inmates were loose, guards were outnumbered, and every second counted. Just as I initiated the reboot, a dark, red puddle seeped into view from a nearby aisle. Blood. My breath caught. I rounded the corner and froze. A guard lay mutilated on the floor. "Damn it," I whispered, rushing forward to turn him over. Nixon's vacant eyes stared up at me, his face still contorted in a final grimace of agony. I let go of his lifeless body and rose to my feet, feeling nothing but cold satisfaction at his departure. One less monster in the world. But my pulse hammered in my ears. Someone else had been here. Someone had slipped into this chamber, murdered a guard, and tampered with the tank. A faint cry echoed from somewhere nearby, and I moved instantly, crossing the room until I stood before a section of wall where one brick jutted out unevenly. I pulled at it and a cascade of stones tumbled down around my boots. My breath caught. A hidden passage yawned open before me, a dark tunnel stretching upward into shadow. "No way," I whispered, clearing more debris before climbing inside, my vampire speed urging me forward. Whoever did this wasn't acting on impulse. They'd planned this. They'd built a tunnel right under our noses. What if they weren't just messing around? What if someone was actually trying to break out of Darkmore Penitentiary? My fangs lengthened as a low growl rumbled in my chest. Nixon's blood was still warm. They were close. And I swore to the heavens I would find the bastard who thought they could pull this off and make sure they regretted it forever. "Is it weird that I'm naked underground?" Sin's voice bounced off the narrow walls as we scrambled up the steep, pitch-black passage. "I've been naked in more places than I can count, but this is a first. Feels illicit, like I'm a tomb raider and you two are a couple of horny ghouls here to have your way with me." "I'm fully dressed, remember," I shot back. "So if anyone's doing the gobbling, it'll have to be Ethan." "Fine by me as long as you're watching, darling," Sin purred, and I had to bite back a laugh. "Keep dreaming," Ethan grumbled. "In that scenario, you'd be on your knees for me. I run this show." "Ooh, I like where your head's at," Sin replied. "We could make it a real party, you between her legs, me on my knees for you, and her." "Quiet," I cut in sharply as a faint shudder traveled through the tunnel. We froze, listening. "I didn't hear anything but his nonsense," Ethan said after a beat, his hand finding mine in the dark. "What was it?" "A vibration," I murmured, pressing my palm to the damp earth. I reached out with my earth magic, searching for instability, but the tunnel held firm. Then a distant scream pierced the silence. "Who was that?" "Probably just riot noise," Ethan muttered. "Don't forget this fool unleashed the Balorian. Speaking of which, I'm still going to kick your ass when we're out of here, Sin," I growled, and we started moving again. We had to be nearing the library. From there it was a race through the second tunnel, a desperate dig to freedom, dodging patrols and watchtowers, praying Dante could breach the so-called unbreakable fence, then a sprint across a minefield of traps before meeting my cousin for a grand exit. Simple. "Can't wait, wild thing," Sin said far too cheerfully. "Maybe I'll revoke your triangle privileges," I added under my breath. He just chuckled, utterly unbothered. "Damn, you'd think I was the one being unreasonable here," he snapped, and I let out a frustrated growl of my own. "I told you, Sin, I don't want the Balorian released. I made that perfectly clear." As we turned the corner, the glow from the library finally lit the tunnel ahead. "Yeah, but you gave me that look again," he argued. "There is no look," I shot back, but we all froze when a low, guttural roar echoed from somewhere up ahead. My heart hammered as I threw a silencing bubble around us. Ethan moved past me, ice forming at his fingertips until a thin, transparent wall stood between us and whatever lay beyond. The air grew frigid, crystals of frost swirling around us, and a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. We crept forward, Ethan guiding the ice barrier ahead of us. When we reached the opening to the library, Ethan bent to grab his jumpsuit from the floor, tossing his boxers to Sin as he pulled it on. Sin rolled his eyes, clearly unbothered about modesty, but honestly it was distracting enough that I agreed with Ethan's choice. While they dressed, I crouched low and crawled toward the opening, peering through the ice into the brightly lit room. My breath caught as the Balorian scurried past, and I jolted back, bumping hard into Ethan's legs with a curse. "Don't worry about the poor thing," Sin said, leaning in for a look. "He's just hungry, lonely, and seriously pent up. Honestly, I was thinking we could bring him along, though the tunnels might be a tight squeeze." "There is something seriously wrong with you," Ethan growled. I bit my lip as the creature came into view again, its head slowly turning as if searching for us. "It can't see our body heat through the ice, right?" I whispered, even though the silencing bubble hid our voices. Speaking at full volume near that thing felt like a death wish. "I've got you, love. It can't see us," Ethan promised. I nodded, staying put, my mind racing with the idea of collapsing part of the tunnel to keep it from following. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the passage leading to the surface, followed by more. I started, but before I could finish, a hard body slammed into me, lifting me clean off my feet and carrying me straight toward the library entrance. Cain's familiar scent hit me half a second before we crashed through Ethan's ice wall, tumbling onto the floor between bookshelves. "Mason!" I yelled, struggling beneath him as he pinned me down. "I should have known it was you," he snarled, his eyes wild with rage while Ethan and Sin shouted behind us. "Get off me, the Balori, don't tell me what to do," Cain roared. To think I actually believed a massive clawed foot struck him, hurling him off me. I screamed as the Balorian flung him across the room before turning its eyeless face toward me. I threw my hands up, thorns erupting around me just as it lunged. Its teeth sank into the branches, tearing them apart in its desperate attempt to reach me, and another scream tore from my throat. "Hey there, handsome, remember me?" Sin's voice echoed from behind me just as the Balorian's assault faltered. The creature whipped its head around, and I caught a glimpse of Sin transforming into what could only be described as a monster's ultimate fantasy. The distraction worked perfectly. The beast lunged away from me, chasing after Sin, who let out what sounded like a playful, teasing laugh as he led it on a wild pursuit. Suddenly, Ethan materialized above me, his magic wrapping us in a protective layer of frost that instantly cooled my burning skin. I dissolved the thorny barrier around me and let him help me to my feet. "We have to move now," he urged, his voice a low growl as he pulled me toward the tunnel. I glanced back, searching for Sin, but before we could take more than a few steps, Cain blocked our path, flames swirling menacingly around his arms. "Don't even think about going any further," he snarled, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, unchecked rage. "Mason," I whispered, stepping between him and Ethan just as my mate summoned twin ice daggers, his expression fierce and unyielding. "Don't be a fool, Cain," Ethan snapped. "You're outnumbered and outmatched. Step aside unless you're eager to throw your life away on a hopeless fight." Cain bristled at the challenge, and my heart hammered as I recognized the same demonic intensity in his gaze that he'd once turned on others to shield me. "Please, just let us go," I pleaded. "We don't want any of this to end in bloodshed." The fire around him flared brighter, and the Balorian's enraged roar filled the chamber while Sin's cursing echoed from somewhere nearby, signaling his return to his fey form. "You were scheming this all along, weren't you?" Cain accused, his eyes locked on mine, brimming with hurt and betrayal. "All those times downstairs, every whispered conversation where you coaxed me into revealing how this place operated, of course she was playing you, you absolute moron," Ethan cut in sharply. "What did you imagine this was? Did you honestly believe she had feelings for you?" I opened my mouth to object, but the Balorian's piercing shriek cut me off as it charged straight at Cain, who retaliated with a massive fireball. Ethan roared and hurled an ice dagger followed by a torrent of water, while Sin summoned a tornado that ripped through the library, toppling shelves and unleashing chaos. The collision of magical forces hit with tsunami-like intensity, throwing me off balance. I was swept into a whirlwind of water and debris, crying out in panic as I lost sight of everyone in the mayhem. With Claude beside me, I sprinted down one of the tunnels carved by the ravenous worms, the echoes of screams haunting my thoughts. The passageway trembled violently, chunks of earth raining from above as I stumbled blindly, one hand pressed against the wall for guidance. We were navigating purely on instinct, desperate to find our way back to the original exit, but without any light to lead us, it felt like fumbling through absolute darkness. "Don't stop, Rory," Claude urged, his voice trembling but determined. "We're going to make it. We have to keep pushing forward." "Damn right we will." "We're surviving this," I agreed, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and resolve as more cries echoed behind us. I quickened my pace, pulling Claude along as the tunnel curved sharply right, hoping it was leading us toward safety. Every footstep echoed like a gunshot in the eerie silence, and though we tried to move quietly, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being hunted. A faint crimson glow pierced the darkness ahead, and I surged toward it, my heart hammering with desperate hope. That had to be Plunger. "Hey," I whispered sharply, trying to catch his attention, but he didn't pause, just kept boring frantically into the tunnel wall, trying to escape. Out of a worm-carved passage to my right, Gustard stumbled into view, his once pristine jumpsuit now stained with blood, his hair a tangled mess falling over his wild eyes. One of his men scrambled behind him, but the other was nowhere in sight. "Those monsters got Ronaldo," Gustard snarled, voice thick with rage. "You and that mutt bitch led us straight to hell." He lunged, driving a fist into my stomach. I shoved him back with a guttural growl just as a violent tremor shook the ground. Dragging Claude with me, I stumbled to the far side of the tunnel as the rumbling intensified. My heart jolted as one of those grotesque worms exploded through the wall opposite us. It hesitated, its face a nightmare of two tiny white eyes and a flat, sniffing nose above a gaping mouth. It seemed to sense our presence, its foul breath reeking of sulfur. Fighting back nausea, I slipped the shank from my pocket, gripping it tight, ready to fight for my life. "Please," I prayed silently, "let it go for Gustard first." But just then the worm let out a low, guttural groan and lunged not at me but at him. In a cowardly move, Gustard grabbed his own man and shoved him forward. The worm engulfed the screaming man with a sickening, wet slurp. Seizing the moment, I bolted with Claude toward the tunnel Plunger had carved, the red glow from his nose fading as he fled deeper. We scrambled inside, crawling on hands and knees as Gustard's footsteps pounded close behind. My irritation flared. Of course he'd survived. The tunnel sloped downward, mud slick beneath our palms, until the passage widened abruptly. Claude pulled me to my feet, and I realized with a sinking dread that we were back in our original tunnel, only much deeper. Escape to the surface was impossible now. Then, the sound of running footsteps ahead sent a wave of relief through me. Peering past Plunger, I spotted Esme, Brett, and Sunny sprinting together. The tunnel was too narrow to shift forms. Doing so would risk bringing the whole place down on our heads. We ran like hell, the walls trembling around us, driven by the raw need to make it back to the prison. I refused to die in this underground nightmare. I had to get back to Rosa. I'd laid myself bare before her, and I wouldn't leave this world without making her mine. As the tunnel curved sharply left, Claude suddenly whirled and shoved me backward. I slipped in the mud, landing hard. A worm lunged from the shadows, its massive jaws closing around his legs. He screamed, a raw sound of pure terror, and I dove for him, dropping the shank as I grabbed his hand. "Don't let go," I shouted, but another choked cry tore from him as the creature sucked him deeper. I kicked wildly at the beast, refusing to release my grip, but with every desperate tug, the worm devoured more of him. I was losing him, inch by brutal inch, and his agonized screams echoed in the suffocating dark. A heavy weight crashed into me as Pudding's hands locked over mine, lending his strength as we strained together to pull Claude back. The worm thrashed its grotesque head, tearing Claude from our desperate grip. A sickening gurgle echoed through the tunnel as it swallowed him whole, silencing his final cry. "No!" I roared, my voice raw. Claude had been the only one I truly trusted since arriving in this hellhole. He had a family waiting beyond Darkmore, a life he deserved to return to. Damn it. No, no, no. The creature lunged for us next, and I scrambled frantically for my weapon, my vision blurring as the red glow from the worm dimmed. Plunger had abandoned us, left us to die. My hand closed not around a blade, but a jagged rock. I snatched it up and hurled it hard at the worm's hideous face. It shrieked in agony. Pudding caught on fast, grabbing his own rocks and managing to hit one of its eyes dead on. The worm recoiled, thrashing toward the opposite wall and tearing a fresh hole through it. The whole tunnel shuddered as it vanished into the mud. I rose on unsteady legs, and Pudding crept forward, eyes fixed warily on the path the worm had taken. Above us, the ceiling groaned and dirt rained down heavily. Dread washed over me. "Run!" I shouted, shoving Pudding ahead. He took off faster than I'd ever seen him move as the tunnel began collapsing behind us. We sprinted downward, chasing the faint glimmer of Plunger's light in the suffocating dark, not knowing if the others had survived or been devoured. Death nipped at our heels, rock and mud crashing just behind us. I thought of Rosa, and my strides grew fierce and determined. I would make it back to her. I had to. She held my heart, my soul, and we had too much lost time to reclaim. Fate couldn't be so cruel as to take me from her now. Someone was shouting my name, but my head was ringing from a recent impact with the wall. It took a moment to recognize Ethan's voice. "Let's go," he insisted, grabbing my arm and pulling me up. "Once we're in the tunnel, use your earth magic to seal the entrance. He won't be able to follow." I nodded, pressing a hand to my throbbing temple as I healed the wound clouding my thoughts. We stood inside a dome of ice Ethan had conjured to hide us from the Balorian. Peering through the translucent barrier, I scanned for Sin. "We need him," I stated firmly. "Jerome will slaughter everyone we care about if we leave without Sin." That wasn't my only reason for wanting the incubus with us, but it was the simplest way to make Ethan understand this wasn't negotiable. "Then let's find him," Ethan agreed, dispelling the ice with a wave. He took my hand, using his magic to drop our body temperatures. The Balorian roared somewhere beyond the towering bookshelves to our right. I tugged Ethan forward, casting a wooden stairway that sprouted from the carpet. We raced upward until we reached the top of the shelves, and I formed a narrow bridge between them. I froze when I spotted the Balorian near the door and Sin bolting away from it, a halo of fire blazing above his head to lure the beast his way. "What the hell is he doing?" I demanded. Ethan's voice was dry. "I'd say he's drawing it away from you, love. You have a knack for making crazies like you." I gasped as the monster lunged. In a blink, Sin shifted, taking on a feminine form and shaking his hips tauntingly before darting out the library doors with the Balorian roaring in pursuit. "Sin!" I shouted, but my cry was cut short as Cain tore me from Ethan's grasp, sending us both tumbling off the bridge I'd woven. I threw my hand out, summoning a cushion of leaves to break our fall, but Cain wrestled me down into them, pinning me with a ferocity that stole my breath. "Just let us go," I pleaded, not out of fear that he could stop me, but because the thought of harming him twisted something deep inside me. "Why the hell would I do that?" he snarled, fury blazing in his eyes. "You played me, used me, then planned to vanish like I meant nothing." I met his glare, my voice low and firm. "That's not true. I told you where to find me. I wanted you at Mount Lupa." For a heartbeat, confusion flickered across Cain's face and his grip loosened just enough for Ethan to strike, blasting him back with a surge of water magic. I scrambled to my feet, placing myself between them as Ethan formed a spear of ice, poised to throw. "Leave him," I commanded, my alpha tone ringing with authority. Ethan hesitated, arm tense. "He won't stop, love," he argued, but in that moment Cain seized his chance and bolted. "Go after Sin," I ordered. "I'll handle Cain." With a reluctant nod, Ethan raced toward the doors as Cain circled the room like a caged predator. Vines sprang to life in my hands, lashing out as he hurled flames my way. I ducked and weaved, my movements fluid as the fireballs singed the air around us. He leaped over my whips, launching another massive fireball that obscured my view, but I knew his patterns, knew the beast he was. As he charged through the blaze, I gritted my teeth and raised an earthen shield, letting my vines drop unnoticed. The fire exploded overhead, and Cain shattered the barrier, driving me hard against the wall. He snarled, fangs bared, betrayal burning in his gaze, but I didn't resist. My arms hung limp at my sides as his fingers dug into my waist. "It wasn't a lie," I rasped, leaning in to press my lips to his, pouring every conflicted, forbidden feeling into that kiss. His hands tightened, a growl rumbling in his chest as he kissed me back, and a tear escaped, tracing a path down my cheek to his jaw. He pulled back, confusion clouding his features as he tried to lift a hand only to find it bound tight by the vines I'd secretly woven, roots dug deep into the floor, sapping his strength and magic. "Bitch!" he roared, heartbreak raw in his voice. "I just want to be free," I whispered, another tear falling. "I never meant for this, but I don't regret it." Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sin bounded in, Ethan at his heels, shouting, "Beasties making a feast of the Watchers." He was practically giddy, like a plague at a picnic. I backed away from Cain as he stared at me with a hatred so raw it felt like a physical blow. "I have to leave," I whispered under the heat of his glare. Just then Ethan and Sin emerged from between the shelves. Sin's laughter was a chilling sound, full of dark delight as he took in Cain, frozen and vulnerable. Twin flames flickered to life in his palms, shadows swirling in his eyes as he advanced on the guard with unmistakable intent. "Stop," I ordered, moving to block his path. "If you touch him, Sin Wilder, I swear I'll end you." Sin's expression shifted from shock to a sulky pout in a heartbeat. "I get it, you're into the guy, but if we let him walk, he'll chase us till the world ends." I lifted my chin, my gaze unwavering. "Maybe I enjoy the chase." Ethan shook his head, looking utterly baffled by me, then seized my hand and pulled me toward the tunnel at the rear of the room. "We have to move now," he insisted. I nodded, casting one last glance back at Cain. His jaw was clenched, words clearly fighting to break free, but time wasn't on our side. "You won't make it out," he yelled as I ducked into the opening behind the bookcase. "Just try and stop us, jerk," Ethan shot back dismissively. "I'm serious," Cain growled. "We activated the new biodefense system today. There's an energy barrier buried underground encircling the whole prison. Cross it and you're finished." "What?" My heart hammered against my ribs as I spun around to face him. "What kind of system?" Cain only glowered in response, but I'd had enough. I marched back and drove my fist into his face, snapping his head to the side and splitting his lip. "The man I love is in that tunnel," I snarled, terror like ice in my veins. "You're going to tell me what you mean, or I'll rip the answers out of you myself." He glared back, lip curled, looking more wounded by my words than by the punch. "Love. Don't you have enough admirers among the three of us already? Who else have you deceived with your empty promises? If that's what you call love, I pity him. You're nothing but a selfish, manipulative fraud. I doubt you can love anyone but yourself." The wolf inside me stirred, baring teeth as I prepared to unleash everything I had on this bastard. But a scream tore through the tunnel, snapping my attention away. Ethan stumbled back from the opening just as Esme tumbled through, sobbing as she scrambled clear. "What's happening?" I gasped, rushing toward her as Sonny and Brett launched themselves out right behind her. "Giant worm monsters with teeth," Sonny choked out, eyes wide with panic as he dragged Brett back from the hole. I'd never seen him run from anything before, and the raw fear in his expression set every instinct I had on high alert. "Where's Rory?" I demanded, my voice tight with a dread I'd never known. The three of them shook their heads helplessly. "Everyone's gone," Sonny rasped. "Those things, they devoured them. They ate them," Esme shrieked again, clutching her chest as if protecting herself from the horror. "No," I hissed, refusing to believe it. It couldn't be true. Rory wasn't dead. Fate couldn't be that cruel, not after everything we'd survived, everything he'd endured. I wouldn't accept it. I couldn't. The mere thought of accepting that reality would have shattered me into 1,000 irreparable fragments. My heart hammered against my ribs like a frantic drumbeat of denial. How had everything gone so catastrophically wrong? "You said they weren't activating the new system until Sunday," I snapped, whirling to face Cain with accusing eyes. My mind raced, scrambling for solutions because there had to be one. Failure wasn't an option, not when Rory's life hung in the balance. We were supposed to escape tonight to rebuild everything. After all the vows I'd made to him, destiny couldn't be this cruel. I'd move heaven and earth to keep him safe. "By Sunday," Cain retorted bitterly. "It's not like you ever included me in your grand schemes. Maybe if you had, we wouldn't be in this mess." "Go to hell," Sin growled, stepping forward, but I shot him a warning look before turning toward the tunnel. "I'm getting Rory out," I declared, my earth magic stirring beneath my skin. I could feel his presence, trace the echo of his steps until movement in the passageway froze me in place. For a heart-stopping moment, hope flared, then died as Gustard scrambled out, followed closely by Pudding. The bastard was somehow still breathing, drenched in blood that clearly wasn't his own. "Where's Rory?" I demanded. Gustard's laugh was acid. "Dead because of your brilliant plan." He lunged, but Ethan intercepted him with a punch that sent him stumbling back. "No," I snarled, the word tearing from my throat. It couldn't be true. If Rory was gone, then I was too. My heart had beat for him for so long it knew no other rhythm. A low rumble echoed from the tunnel, and my breath caught. But instead of Rory, a monstrous worm surged from the darkness, jaws gaping. I screamed, thrusting my hands forward, and the tunnel shuddered and collapsed around the creature, sealing it beneath tons of crushing stone. Despair crashed over me. "No," I choked out, surging forward until Ethan yanked me back. "It's too late," he growled as I fought him, sobs shredding my voice. How could it end like this? Rory was my anchor, my soul. This grief was unbearable. Then an explosion rocked the room, hurling debris everywhere. Through the dust and chaos, a completely naked plunger stumbled into view, and right behind him, Rory tumbled into the light. Ethan let go of me with a sharp intake of breath, and I threw myself at Rory with a cry of pure relief, clinging to him with every ounce of strength I had. My arms and legs wrapped around him so tightly I worried I might hurt him, but I couldn't loosen my grip. "I thought you were gone," I choked out, holding his face in my hands and kissing him fiercely, desperately. He pulled me closer, his own arms locking around me, steadying the violent tremors of grief and fear that shook my entire body. "Takes more than that to finish me off, little pup," he murmured, resting his forehead against mine. I didn't even mind the nickname, not when he was here, alive and real. My heart hammered against my ribs as I traced his features with my fingertips, reassuring myself he was truly okay. Sin's voice cut through the moment, casual as ever. "So what's next, wild girl?" As if we weren't standing in the middle of a disaster, our flawless escape now in ruins. Rory set me down gently, and I struggled to think, to find some way to salvage the wreckage we'd created. I wiped a hand across my face, taking in the chaos around us. Nixon's body somewhere below, my commanding officer frozen in place, watching it all unfold. We were trapped, no question about it. Cain's bitter glare felt like ice in my veins. So this is the brilliant master plan of the great Rosalie Oscura. All I see is a colossal mess and a one-way ticket to a lifetime in this shithole. Not to mention solitary for months. He sneered, and I rose to my feet, pulling Rory up beside me. I scanned the faces of the Fae I'd sworn to free, reading their disappointment, their resignation, but I refused to accept it. "How long until the fib storms this place?" I demanded, striding toward Cain with my jaw set. "Just surrender. It'll go easier for you." "Not much, but easier," he shot back with a snarl. "Answer me, and remember I'm the only thing keeping you alive right now. A little politeness wouldn't hurt." He bared his fangs. I answered with a smug grin, though inside I was drowning. All my planning, every careful step had collapsed. If I didn't find a miracle, years of my life would vanish behind these walls. Cain's expression shifted, the hatred fading just enough to reveal the raw hurt beneath. I'd broken him, and now that pain felt like my own. "How long?" I whispered again, this time just for him. His jaw tightened. 3 days, he said flatly. "Once the fib knows about the riot, they'll give us 3 days to handle it ourselves as long as we keep reporting in. After that, this place will be swarming with agents. And trust me, you haven't seen cruelty until you've met them." I turned away, a new energy coursing through me. "Hear that, everyone? 3 days without guards. 3 days to make Plan B happen and get ourselves out of here. Sounds almost too easy, doesn't it?" Ethan folded his arms, his expression unreadable. "The entire prison is on lockdown, the Balorian is roaming free, and every dangerous inmate in this place has their order form unlocked. There are still about 100 guards scattered around trying to round us all up again. Not to mention this bastard who knows exactly what we're planning, and we have to figure out how to keep him contained, assuming you're still set on not killing him. Oh, and the world's most brutal federal agency is heading this way to scoop us up and toss us into permanent isolation within 3 days, he said with a scowl. And you honestly think breaking out is going to be a walk in the park, sweetheart? You're out of your damn mind. 12, Cain snarled, his gaze shifting between us. How in the hell do you plan to escape a fortress designed to hold monsters like you forever? Simple, you idiot, I murmured, turning to face him with a wide grin, loving the fury burning in his eyes as Sin let out one of those dark, amused chuckles of his. You just became our golden ticket out of this hellhole. And just like that, a flicker of doubt crossed Cain's face, something I hadn't seen before. Maybe he was starting to realize we weren't bluffing. This year has truly tested our resilience in every way imaginable. Yet we've found so much joy in sharing stories that bring light and laughter into your lives. Through words and wild imagination, we invite you into realms that are sometimes shadowy and untamed, but always thrilling, boundless, and alive with wonder. So come along, embrace the beautiful chaos of our creative minds, and know how deeply we appreciate you joining us on this journey. We can't wait to share many more tales with you in the future. With heartfelt thanks, Suzanne and Caroline, also by Caroline Peckham and Suzanne Valenti. The Ruthless Boys of the Zodiac series, set in Celeria, dark fae, savage fae, vicious fae, broken fae, supernatural bullies and beasts, set in Celeria 5 years after Dark Fae, Zodiac Academy. The Awakening Zodiac Academy, Ruthless Fae Zodiac Academy, The Reckoning Zodiac Academy, Shadow Princess Zodiac Academy, Cursed Fates Zodiac Academy, Novella's Origins of an Academy Bully, the Big ASS Party Supernatural Prison for Dark Fae series. Set in Celeria, 10 years after Dark Fae. Darkmore Penitentiary, Darkmore Penitentiary. Captive Fae, brutal boys of Everlake Prep, kings of quarantine, kings of lockdown, kings of anarchy. The boys of Sinners Bay, standalones. Beautiful Carnage, Beautiful Savage, The Age of Vampires. Complete series. Eternal Rain, Eternal Shade, Eternal Curse, Eternal Vow, Eternal Night, Eternal Love, Forbidden Fairy Tales. Complete series. Kingdom of Thieves, Kingdom of Wishes, Kingdom of Shadows, Cage of Lies, Rebel Rising, Tainted Earth, Afflicted, Altered. Adapted, Advance the Vampire Games. Complete Trilogy v. Games v. Games. Fresh from the Grave v. Games. Dead Before Dawn, the Vampire Games. Season 2, Complete Trilogy. Wolf Games, Wolf Games. Island of Shade, Wolf Games. Severed Fates, The Vampire Games. Season 3, Hunter Trials, The Vampire Games. Novellas, A Game of Vampires, The Rise of Isaac, Complete Series. Creeping Shadow, Bleeding Snow, Turning Tide, Weeping Sky, Failing Light.